men of Warmington-on-Sea.
We present Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Episode 2, Museum Piece, featuring John Lorry, James Beck, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guest, Eric Woodburn. Now, here is the latest news, and this is John Snagg reading it. It is May 1940, and through France and Belgium, the Nazi war machine sweeps forward relentlessly. In Britain, the able-bodied men, and some not so able, have answered their country's call to join Britain's citizens' army, the local defence volunteers. The men who make up this new part-time force are out on parade every day of the week, but in spite of this, they carry on their workaday lives as usual. It is Monday morning, and at Swallows Bank in Warmington-on-Sea, the manager, Mr. Mannering, and his chief clerk get down to the business of the week.
Ah, Wilson, come in. I want to have a word with you about yesterday's manoeuvres.
Oh, do you, sir?
I think we learnt a lot of valuable lessons.
Oh, I'm sure we did, sir.
At the same time, I don't think we received the unthinking obedience which we are entitled to expect if we are to become an efficient fighting unit.
Well, I wouldn't say that, sir.
Well, I would. When I ordered one of the platoon to wade through the river, did I get unthinking obedience?
Well, some of them did have a thought or two, sir.
Exactly. Furthermore, some of them put those thoughts into words.
Oh? Oh, did they, sir?
And let's get stuffed.
Well, with Fraser, sir, that Boche Scotsman.
The voice sounded distinctly English, Wilson.
Oh, really, sir? I mean, of course, Fraser's very crafty. Anyway, I'll try and see it doesn't happen again.
The point is this, Wilson. Whoever said it, nobody crossed the river.
Well, some of us were wearing our best suits, sir.
You weren't wearing your best suit.
Oh, it was my father's, sir. He thought very highly of it.
Young Pike showed the right spirit. He went in up to his thighs. Lucky for us that he wasn't wearing his father's suit.
Well, actually, sir, he was wearing his father's fishing waders. It was just bad luck that he fell flat in his face halfway across.
Be that as it may, I would have welcomed an example from you as my second in command.
Well, I was first across the bridge, sir.
Hardly a brilliant move, Wilson, after I'd already explained that the bridge was demolished.
Well, it wasn't, sir, was it?
You were supposed to pretend it was demolished.
Well, I did, sir. We all did. We all pretended it was demolished, and we just used it to help us to pretend to go splashing through the river without actually getting wet.
You know, sometimes, Wilson, your attitude worries me.
Yes, well, I'm awfully sorry, sir, but anyway, I'm sure when we get our uniforms, you'll be able to send us charging like madmen through every river in the district with impunity.
I'll remember.
Present Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Things That Go Bump in the Night, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Laddie Martin and John Barrow. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. With the war now well into its third violent year, it must seem in the early months of 1942 that the skies over Germany are raining bombs, as mighty armadas of RAF bombers, often up to 1,000 strong, loose their deadly loads on the cities below. The skies above southern England are full of menace too, not from Hitler's Luftwaffe, but from thunderclouds, as Captain Mannering and his men, travelling back to their headquarters in Jones's butcher's van, pull up outside a forbidding old country house.
Now then, Wilson, you're the navigator. Where are we?
Well, according to my calculations, we should be just outside Jones's shop in the High Street.
In other words, you're lost.
What? Well, I'm not the only one who's lost. I would say we all were.
How much petrol have we got, Jones?
Well, according to the petrol gauge, about half a gallon.
Just a minute. Walker?
Did somebody call?
No need to shout in my ear, Walker.
Oh, sorry, Captain Mannering. What was it you wanted?
Did you fill the petrol tank up yesterday?
Yeah, that's right.
In that case, why is it empty now?
Ah, well, you see, I had a customer who wanted 4 gallons, so I took some out of the tank.
How dare you tamper with my fuel?
You haven't paid me for it yet. And you know my terms, cash on delivery.
Take his name, Wilson.
Got any paper?
That's all right, Mr. Wilson. I'll give you my bill for the petrol. You can write it on the back of that.
How dare you?
Oh, dear. Oh, that's a nasty cold you got there, sir. You should be between sheets.
Never mind about that, Jones. Now, look, we can't sit cooped up in this van all night. We'd better go up to that house and get some help.
You're not going out in the pouring rain with that cold, Captain Mannering. You'll catch pneumonia.
Don't talk rubbish. Let me out.
Well, I can't allow you that, sir. I will not allow you, sir. I will not allow you, sir.
What are you doing? Take your hands off. You're strangling me.
I'm sorry about that, sir, but I must restrain you. I will not allow you to catch pneumonia.
Nonsense. Drop of rain won't hurt me.
Jones is right, sir. I knew a man once.
Aye, just about your age and build he was. He had a slight head cold and he went out in the rain. 5 days later I was screwing the handles on his coffin.
Thank you, Fraser.
I know how to get you up to that house without getting wet, Mr. Mannering. We've got some tarpaulins in the back here. We can rig up a sort of canopy. Hang on a tick, we'll come round. Come on, Pike, Godfrey, give us a hand.
Look, this is all really quite unnecessary, you know.
Don't you fuss yourself, Mr. Mannering. We'll look after you, don't you worry. Oh, here they come. They got the tarpaulin, and they're sticking a rifle in each corner, sir.
Highly ingenious.
Yes. It reminds me of those covered litters they had in the Sudan. There was a Nubian slave at each corner, and they used to carry the sultanas in them.
Seems rather an elaborate arrangement just to carry dried fruit.
They're not that sort of sultanas. The wives of the sultan.
Oh, I see.
Right, Mr. Mannering, you can come out now.
Righto, Joe. I'll get down and I'll help you out, sir. Hold your corner to the tarpaulin, Pikey.
I am holding it steady.
No, you're not. You're juggling your rifle, and the water will dribble on Mr. Mannering. You don't get any dribbles on the officer. Right, now, come on, Mr. Mannering, I've got you.
Jones, will you stop mauling me about? Let me get down on my own.
I must protect your welfare, sir. I will not have you getting pneumonia.
Right, you can let go now. I'm down. Get down, Wilson.
That's coming, sir. Oh, yes. Yeah, well, isn't it a nice shelter, sir? Awfully clever of you, Walker.
Oh, it's nothing, really.
Now, if we all keep close together under the tarpaulin, we won't get wet. You get in front, Sergeant Wilson. That will stop the dribbles getting on Mr. Mannering. And you, sir, you get behind Sergeant Wilson and put your arms round his waist like that.
Look, just a minute, Jones. I'm in command here, and I'll give the orders.
I assure you, sir, no intention of usurping your officership. I must try to keep you dry, sir.
I better do as he says, sir. After all, we don't want you to get wet. I don't mind you putting your arms round my waist.
Oh, thank you very much, Wilson.
And I'll put my arms down your waist, sir, if that's all right with you.
Oh, get on with it, Jones.
Right, walk up, Fraser, Pike, Godfrey.
Right.
Hold your rifle steady. We don't want a sagging cantaloupe. Ah, here we're all ready now. To the house, by the left. Quick, march. Left, right, left, right, left, right.
You know, I feel like the Emperor in Aladdin.
I feel like I'm at a Jewish wedding.
That'll do, Walker.
We get any dribbles on you, Mr. Mannering? I told you not to juggle a canopy pipe.
I'm not juggling it.
I'm all right, Jones. Just keep going.
Very good, sir. Left, right, left, right. Oh!
Well, we made it, sir. You're as dry as a bone. Look, the tarpaulin's sagging with the weight of water.
Yes, I suppose we should be grateful that none of us has got wet. Right, Pike. Go and ring the doorbell.
Yes, Mr. Mannering, right away.
Oh, look out, look out!
Water from tarpaulin fell all over me.
Don't play the fool, Pike.
But I'm all wet.
Well, you shouldn't have pulled your rifle away from the tarpaulin. Stupid boy.
You told me to ring the bell. Now look at me. I went through.
Don't shake it all over me.
Stop scattering yourself all over Mr. Mannering.
Go on, Wilson. Knock on the door.
All right, sir. Good heavens.
Oh, look, sir. The door's open.
Well, let's get inside.
Well, you can't just walk into a strange house without being invited.
We can't stand out here in the pouring rain. Come along. Hello? Hello? Anyone at home? Can you see a light switch, Wilson?
Just a moment, sir. Ah, here we are. They're not working, sir.
There are some candles over here, sir.
Good. Light them, Fraser. And you, Godfrey.
Oh, sir. Yes, Mr. Mannering. Here we are, sir.
Hello? Anyone there?
Hey, isn't it creepy? Just like that film, The Old Dark House.
There is something weird about it. No mistake. Oh, dear. I think I shall have to go. You're scared, Tory. No, it's all that water.
You'll just have to wait, Godfrey. Now, everybody keep absolutely quiet, so we can hear if anybody answers. Hello?
Did you hear that? It's the sound of the death watch beetle. They haunt these old places. Aye, the riddle with them.
What are you talking about? It's Pike's teeth chattering.
Told you to keep quiet, Pike.
I can't help it, Mr. Mannering. I'm freezing.
I really think you ought to get those wet clothes off, sir.
What am I going to wear? Can't stand around with nothing on.
Permission to speak, sir. He could wear one of those flag things on the wall there.
Tarbards.
I beg your pardon, Fraser?
Tarbards. They're not flags, they're tarbards.
Oh, yes, of course. Go and get one down, Jones.
Very good, sir.
Right, Pike, take your clothes off.
Don't like to.
Oh, come on, Frank, come on. Do as you're told.
All right, then. But don't anybody look. Don't look!
You know, Wilson, I think that boy's going soft in the head. The way you mollycoddle him only makes him worse.
Well, I feel sort of responsible for him, sir, you know. I mean, if I don't look after him, Mavis, that is, Mrs. Pike, goes round with a miserable look on her face. As you know, if there's one thing I cannot stand, it's people looking miserable.
Yeah.
Talking none of him.
What is it, Fraser?
Can he feel a strange atmosphere in this house? I tell you, sir, there's something amiss. Something strangely amiss.
Oh, stop rolling your eyes about. Like Eddie Cantor. Bound to be some perfectly logical explanation for all this.
You can all turn round now. Private Pike is wearing his tabloid.
I don't half feel silly, Mr. Mannering. I've got nothing on my legs.
I'll tell you something. You'd win first prize in the knobbly knees contest.
Personally, I think he looks rather nice.
I'll put it in half drafty round the house your father.
I'm freezing to death, Mr. Mannering.
For goodness sake, stop whining, Pike. Just roll up your uniform and bring it with you. Now, come on. We've got to explore this house. We'll try the upstairs first.
Permission to whisper, sir. There's something horrible about.
Only a dog. Come on.
That's no ordinary dog. It's a hound.
A hound?
Aye. Hey, did you hear that? There's a whole pack of them.
There's a whole pack of horrible hounds. Don't panic, don't panic.
Jones,
A pack of horrible hounds.
Jones. Dogs are outside somewhere. They can't harm us. Come on, let's go upstairs. Bring the candles, Fraser.
Aye, sir. You know, Mr. Jones, I really think we ought to get back to the van. I'm afraid I don't get on very well with dogs. Even little dogs, they upset me. My sister had a Pekingese once that used to jump out at me quite an awful lot, and in the end I had to order it to leave.
Well, we'd better not get left here on our own. Come on.
Right, now, we'll make our way from the top of the stairs, here, along the landing. We'll try each door. Here goes. Anybody there? No. Right. try the next one. Ah, this is a bathroom. And this is another little room.
Before you close that door, I wonder...
Yes, all right. You'll have to catch us up.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, let's see what's in here. Ah, this must be the master bedroom. Anybody here? It really is very strange, Wilson. This house seems empty.
Well, whoever was here must have left in a hurry. Look, you see, the bed's turned down and there's a fire burning in the grate.
The question is, Captain Mannering, what made them leave, huh? And all the house, the fire still burning, and not a human soul about. This is a haunt of the undead, if ever I saw one. There's nothing here but the wind and the rain, and those ghostly hounds howling, howling, howling.
Oh, come now, Fraser.
But why are they howling? Are they of this mortal world, or are they the hounds of hell?
I told you to stop rolling your eyes. All right, Pike. Put the uniform by the fire to dry.
Yes, Mr. Manry.
Now, pay attention, everybody. It's quite on the cards that this storm may last all night. So we shall just have to make the best of a bad job. This room's very comfortable. There's a big four-poster and a single bed. I suggest we all settle down here for the night. I shall take the single bed. The rest of you make yourselves comfortable.
Where am I going to sleep, sir?
In the four-poster, of course.
Where are the others going to sleep?
In the four-poster, with you.
Well, that's ridiculous.
You know, Wilson, you really are one of the most selfish men I've ever met. What gives you the right to think that you should have a bed to yourself?
Well,
Right, that's settled. Fraser, Godfrey, Walker, Jones.
Yes, sir?
You sleep in the big bed with Sergeant Wilson. NCO's at the top, other ranks at the bottom. Mike, you'll have to sleep in the chair.
That's not fair. It's always me who has to sleep on his own.
I'm awfully sorry, Frank, but if it was up to me, I'd let you share the bed with me. But Mr. Mannering's the officer, you see.
Well, come with me to the bathroom, then. I've got to wash my hands and clean my teeth. You know, Mum won't let me go to bed without washing my hands and cleaning my teeth.
Yes, but you see, you haven't got a toothbrush. Surely you can give it a miss for one night.
I'll tell Mum.
No. And that's that.
Now, settle down, everybody. I'm going to bed.
Stop, Mr. Mannering, you mustn't.
What are you talking about, Jones?
You mustn't get into that bed, sir. The sheets will be damp. I will not allow you to have pneumonia.
Nonsense.
No, you sit by the fire, sir. I'll warm up the bed for you.
Hey, what are you going to do, Jonesy?
I'm going to do what the young serving wenches did in days of yore when they warmed up the bed for their masters.
Blimey. I don't think Mr. Mannering wants to cuddle you all night.
All right, that'll do, Walker.
I'm going to put some hot coals in this warming pan. There we are.
Really, this is not necessary, Jones.
Let me be the best judge of that, sir. There. I'll just put the warming pan into your bed. And in a few minutes, it'll be lovely and warm.
Right, get into bed, everybody.
This is all wrong, I tell you. It's all wrong.
What are you muttering about, Fraser? You know how I hate mutterers.
I can't see why we should have to sleep at the bottom of the bed. Could you not toss for it?
Certainly not. Now do as you're told and get into bed.
Yeah.
I told you those sheets were damp, Mr. Mannering. Look at all that steam coming out of your bed.
By Jove, you're right, Jones.
Excuse me, sir. I don't think that is steam. Looks rather like a smoke to me.
What?
Blimey. It is smoke. The bed's on fire.
Get some water, quick.
There's a jug on the washstand, Walker.
Right, I've got it. Stand clear, everybody. Here, Pikey. Take this jug and go and get some more water from the bathroom. It's the second on the right.
Righto, Jones. Really, Jones, of all the stupid, idiotic things to do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mannering. I was only trying to warm you up.
Well, it stopped burning anyway.
The bed's wet through now. Where am I going to sleep?
In the four-poster, sir. Officers and NCOs at the top, other ranks at the bottom.
All right. Shut the door, Fraser. Drafty enough in here as it is.
Ready, Arthur.
It's all right, Mr. Mannering. I've got the water. Oh, Mr. Mannering. I'm all wet again. Uncle Arthur. Uncle Arthur.
Not now, Mavis.
Uncle Arthur.
What? Oh, it's you, Frank. Now, go back to sleep.
Uncle Arthur.
Well, what is it?
I can hear someone coming up the stairs. Listen.
Yes, right. I'd better wake Captain Mannering. Sir? Sir?
Yes. Yes, what is it?
Listen, sir.
Oh, it's coming along the landing.
Right. Out of bed, everybody. Quickly now. Get your rifles.
It stopped. It's turning the door handle. It's coming in. Don't panic. It's coming in.
It's one of the undead come to claim its victims. Look at that ghastly white hand clutching the air. It's searching desperately for a victim.
Yeah, the light switch. It's working now.
Look, it's going to speak.
I say, you chaps, what are you doing sleeping in my bed?
That's what Grumpy said to Snow White.
Well,
He doesn't sound very undead to me.
Who are you?
I'm Captain Cadbury, and this is my HQ.
HQ, what of?
Well, this is the dog training school.
Oh, so that's what we've been hearing.
Yes, they've been a bit restless tonight. Storms upset them. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Captain Mannering, CEO of Warmington-on-Sea Home Guard.
What are the dogs for, sir? Well, we train them as tracker dogs for the War Department.
Of course. I always knew something of that description.
We're a bit slack at the moment, so I've given the rest of the staff the weekend off.
So that's why the house is deserted.
Anyway, what are you doing here?
We were returning from an exercise when our transport ran out of fuel.
Oh, I see. Well, look, as you seem to have made yourselves at home, you may as well spend the rest of the night here, and I'll take you to a garage first thing tomorrow.
That's very kind of us, sir.
Well, good night, and see you in the morning.
Good night. Morning, Captain Cadbury.
Good morning, Captain Mannering. Your chap's ready, Sergeant.
Almost, sir.
When everyone's here, I'll take you across and get your petrol.
That's very good of you, sir.
Oh, not at all. Morning, everybody. Good morning, Pikey.
It's cold, isn't it?
Pike, what are you doing wandering about in just a vest and muffler? Where's your uniform jacket?
I can't put that on. It's still damp. Catch me death.
You'll get even colder without a jacket at all.
Mum says I mustn't put damp things on.
Look, I'm sure we can find him something to put on. I mean, I'll tell you what. There's an old greatcoat hanging behind the kitchen door. Perhaps you'd like to cut along and get it. Private Pike.
Yeah, very good, sir. Thank you.
Well, can't have the poor chap wandering about half starkers, can we? Might frighten the dogs, eh?
Yes, right.
I say, Captain, you gave us quite a fright last night.
Yes, sorry about that. The storm put the lights out, and I was outside tinkering with the generator when you arrived. Otherwise, I'd have been there to greet you.
Got the coat, Captain Cadbury?
Oh, jolly good.
It's a bit holy, though.
Holy? Looks like one of Fagin's cast-offs.
Actually, it's an old German greatcoat that we use for training. The holes are where the dogs have savaged it.
Was anybody wearing it at the time?
Oh, I should jolly well think so, yes. Those stains aren't red ink, you know.
Oh. I don't think I want to wear it then, thank you all the same.
You'll wear it and be grateful, Pike.
But it's been savaged, Mr. Mannering.
And so will you be if you don't be quiet, boy. Now let's go and get that petrol.
Right, now we can take a shortcut across the fields. I'm afraid I haven't got any cans to carry the petrol in, but there's a stack of empty gin bottles over there by the dog pens.
Ah. Must be quite an expensive business, Wilson.
What is, sir?
Training dogs on gin. Right, come along, men. Ah, yes. More than enough bottles here for our purpose.
Hey, Jonesy, just look at that pile of gin bottles. This Cadbury fella must be a real old soak.
Oh, yeah, well, they drink a lot of gin, officers do, you know. We had an officer in the Sudan who took to the bottle. Ginny George, they used to call him. He drank 3 bottles a day for 6 weeks, and then he died.
What of? Alcohol poisoning?
No, a snake bit him.
Right, men, take a couple of bottles each. That should do.
Now, quiet. Settle down at once.
You seem to have the dogs well under control, sir.
Well, these are only half-trained raw recruits. The fully trained lot left yesterday. This is not a bad bunch, really. Except for that chap, Prince 439. He's a real troublemaker. Upsets the others.
Really?
Stand to attention, 439, and keep silent when I'm talking to you. Oh, well, have it your own way. Absolute slacker, that dog. Failed the course 3 times. I've had him on a charge twice. If he fails this time, he'll be out on his ear. You know how it is. You get one rotten apple.
Oh, quite so, yes. I have much the same trouble. Wilson, fall the men in.
Very good, sir. All right, fall in, please.
Now, men, nice brisk walk across the fields do us a world of good.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it?
Do you want us to carry our gin bottles at the trail or at the slope?
All right, that'll do, Wilson. Sport. Ham. Left turn. By the left. Quick. Out. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Left. Right. Left.
Really is a lovely morning, isn't it, Captain Cadbury?
Yes, absolutely first class. Not far to go now. We're nearly at the river.
Ah, yes, I see.
Yes, well, once we got across that, we're practically at the garage.
I can't see a bridge anywhere, sir.
Oh, there isn't one. We'll have to ford it. Very shallow at this time of year.
Tell me, sir, those dogs of yours, what exactly do they do?
Well, they're trained to track down German parachutists.
You must have quite a way with dogs, sir.
Oh, good Lord, no. I'm scared stiff of the brutes. I don't have anything to do with the training. I'm just in charge of admin.
Your dogs have got very loud voices, sir.
Oh, yes, on a clear day they carry for miles.
What happens when the dogs have tracked down a parachutist?
Well, they hold him until the troops arrive. Of course, I'm talking about a fully trained dog. The ones here at the moment have only completed the first half of the course, the tracking bit.
What's the second half of the course?
Holding the parachutist. That's the most difficult part. They have to be trained not to tear the poor chap to pieces, limb from limb.
Lord.
Well, here we are.
Left, right, squad!
Halt!
Excuse me, Captain, but is this the shallow river you were talking about?
Yes, that's right.
Looks awfully deep to me.
Yes, you're right, Sergeant. All that rain last night must have swollen it. It's practically bursting the banks.
Captain Mannering,
What is it, Gopher?
I wonder if I might...
Yes, all right, but hurry up.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Sorry about that, sir. He suffers from bladder trouble.
I suppose seeing all this water has sort of stimulated him, eh?
Yes, right. Well, I think we'd better look for a suitable place to ford the river.
Oh, good idea.
Here, Mr. Mannering, those dogs are definitely getting louder.
I think Walker's right, sir.
Quiet. Listen.
Good crumbs. They must have got out.
They won't come after us, will they, sir?
Oh, I see no reason why they should.
What's that smell? Someone eating sweets. Are you, Pike?
No, Mr. Mannering. I had some hundreds and thousands, but I finished those at breakfast. Remember, Uncle Arthur, I offered you some, but you didn't want any.
Yes. I didn't really think they'd go very well with bacon and eggs.
There's a distinct smell of aniseed. That's it.
Oh, no, I haven't got any aniseed balls. Mum wouldn't let me buy them. She said I might break my teeth.
Aniseed! Oh, gosh, I've just remembered. That greatcoat the boy is wearing, it's soaked in aniseed to attract the dogs.
What? Get it off at once, Pike.
I can't. I'll catch cold.
Look, sir, can't you control the dogs?
Of course I can't.
The horrible hounds are afterwards and you can't control them. They'll tear us to pieces.
Be quiet, Pike. Pike, you'd better get across the river as quickly as you can.
I'm not going in there. I'll get all wet again.
Don't argue.
It looks ever so deep.
Nonsense, boy. It'll barely come over your boots.
Oh, all right then. Here we go. Oh, no, it's all right. It's not too deep after all. Oh!
Mr. Mannering, the water has come over Pike's boots. In fact, it's come over his head.
Mr. Mannering, I'm all wet again.
Stop complaining, boy. Probably stepped in a pothole. Get over to the other side, quickly.
Oh, all right, I'm going. But my mum will be ever so furious.
Yes, she will, too. She gets terribly annoyed about things like this.
Really?
Here, those dogs sound very nasty, Mr. Mannering.
We're safe enough, aren't we, Captain Cadbury, now that Pike's across the river?
Oh, not really. No, the dogs will be awfully angry when they get here. They're quite liable to savage all of us.
The horrible hounds are coming, liable to savage us all. Don't panic! Don't panic!
Jones.
Don't panic! Oh.
Right, quick, man. Across the river, all of you. Come on, now.
Water's awfully cold.
Oh, never mind that, Wilson. Get a move on. Come on, man. Keep up.
See, it's not very nice, is it?
Be quiet, Pike. Give Godfrey a hand, somebody.
Come on, Mr. Godfrey. You hang on to me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Walker.
Yeah. I bet it's a long time since you had a paddle, eh?
Oh, yes, it is. Especially with the water up to my armpits.
Keep going, man.
We're going as fast as we can, man.
Come on, you're nearly there.
You know, these stones are terribly slippery underfoot.
Stop complaining, Wilson. We're almost there. Right, up the bank.
Oh, we made it, Mr. Manley. We made it.
Well done, man.
You know, I'm absolutely soaked.
Never mind, Wilson. You're safe. That's the important thing. Dogs can't follow a scent across water. Believe me, Wilson, I'm pretty shrewd judge of these things.
I see. In that case, why are the dogs jumping straight into the river and swimming across?
What? Good Lord. Run for it. Right, man.
That episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Larry Martin, Private Walker, and John Barron as Captain Cadbury. Things That Go Bump in the Night was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dias. We present Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. The Cricket Match, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests Bill Pertwee, Frank Williams, Edward Sinclair, and Larry Martin. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. In the summer days of 1942, Britain is still very much at war. The German U-boat campaign against Allied shipping in the Atlantic is biting deep into our island's economy. Food and raw materials are in short supply, but there is no scarcity of courage and determination. And nowhere is this more ably demonstrated than by the brave men of the Home Guard, especially the Walmington-on-Sea platoon commanded by Captain Mannering.
Now, men, I've received a letter from Chief Warden Hodges of the ARP. Could I have it, Wilson?
Yes, sir, yes. I've got it somewhere.
Permission to interrupt, sir.
Yes, Jones.
If that letter which come from Chief Warden Hodges and which Sergeant Wilson is now fumbling for is about me and Mrs. Prosser being discovered in the air raid shelter, I would like to say it is not true, sir.
Beg your pardon, Jones.
Well, you see, she come over all of a sudden fainting, and I had to take her into the air raid shelter to pull herself together, you see, sir.
This letter's got nothing at all to do with you.
Well, I just want you to know, sir, that if it had, it wouldn't be true.
Yes, all right. I'd like to get on.
Well, here's the letter, sir.
Thank you, Wilson. Ah, yes. Now, the Wardens want to challenge us to a cricket match. Now, I used to be quite a passable opening bat and more than an average bowler myself. What about you, Wilson?
Well, I can bat a bit and bowl a bit.
Good. Who else have we got?
Mr. Volunteer, sir.
Yes, Jones?
I would like to keep wicket, sir. I kept it once at the rear of the great Ranjit Singh, sir, who was an Indian gentleman. And he did not like it, sir, because I whipped off his bails.
Good. Well, you can be our wicket-keeper then, Jones.
Thank you, sir, thank you.
I'd like to play too, sir.
Well done, Pike.
So would I, Mr. Mannering, and I think I can lay my hands on a couple of reconditioned cricket balls. They're very hard to get nowadays.
Thank you, Walker. They've been most acceptable.
I'd be delighted to play somewhere that doesn't involve too much walking about, sir.
Thank you, Godfrey.
Yeah, and not too far from the pavilion.
All right, that'll do. Who else? What about you, Fraser?
Oh, I don't mind having a go if somebody will explain the basic principles of the thing.
I mean, you don't play cricket?
Well, they tried it once on the Isle of Barra. It wasn't a success. It's a wild and windy place, you understand. And the stumps kept getting blown to the ground.
Well, it seems that we have the nucleus of a team, so do we play the Wardens?
Yes, we crash them.
Good, that's the sort of fighting spirit I like to hear. Well, we'll set up some nets in the yard outside and get in a bit of practice. And Sir Wilson,
Well,
you tell Hodges that we accept their challenge.
Very good, sir.
Naturally, I shall captain our team.
Oh, really, sir? How completely unexpected.
Right, Walker. Take up a good stance at the wicket.
OK, Mr. Mannering.
Now, men, I want you to watch this one very carefully. I'm going to bowl you a rather tricky one, Walker. It's a deceptive, somewhat unorthodox ball. I call it my triple spin in swinger. Nothing to be ashamed of, Walker, if you miss it. It's defeated many an experienced batsman in the past. Right, get ready. Here it comes. Ooh.
Oh, well done, Walker. It's a lovely leg glide. Well done.
Yes, well, that didn't quite come off, but I'd like to give you a tip, though, Walker. Just let me have the bat for a moment.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Now, you can all pay attention to this because you'll all profit by it. Now, whether you play forward to a good length ball, like so, or play back to a short ball, like so, it is absolutely essential that you play with a straight bat.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why? Why do we have to do it like that?
Because it's the correct way. If you continue to slash at the ball in any old ugly fashion like you just did, you'll miss it completely.
Well, I hit it, didn't I?
That was luck. You got the ball, Pike?
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Now watch, Walker, I'll show you. Right, Pike, send me down a good length straight one.
Very good, Mr. Mannering.
Now, everybody, take particular note how I keep my eyes on the ball, all the way from the bowler's hand, right onto the bat. Right, Pike, bowl.
Right, Mr. Mannering. Coming up. Out. Oh.
Well done, Frank. Well done. Middle stump.
Sorry, Mr. Mannering.
The sun shining in my eyes is a damn nuisance.
Yes. You seemed to lose sight of the ball, sir, didn't you? Somewhere between the bowler's hand and the bat.
Yes, all right, thank you. Right, Godfrey. Let's see you have a go at batting.
Oughtn't I to have pads on?
No, we're not bowling fast ones.
Oh, just that my legs chip awfully easily.
Come on, here's the bat. Let's see how you shape up at the wicket. Now take your stance.
Oh, very well, Mr. Mannering. Is this all right?
Oh, no. You can't stand slumped like that. Won't do at all. Have you never played before?
Well, when I was in the civil service stores, I used to play with the gentleman's outfitting department.
Oh, that explains it.
We used to have a match against the tobacco and cigarette department. I christened it Gentlemen versus the Players.
Indeed.
I was quite a wag in those days.
Yeah. Now, Godfrey, grip with your left hand more towards the front of the handle. That's right. Bring your left shoulder round more.
Like this, sir?
Yes. Now get your head down, but keep your eyes up. Feet a little further apart. Right arm straight. Now relax.
Blimey, he looks like a crab trapped under a stone.
All right, that'll do, Walker.
Excuse me, Mr. Mannering.
Yes, Jones?
I'm sorry I'm late, sir. I was in the middle of coupon counting, and then the meat delivery comes, sir.
I don't want excuses, Jones. A parade is a parade. You should be here on time.
Yeah, but I thought you'd like to know I shoved a pound of sausages in your left-hand drawer, sir, as usual.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Jones, but watch it in future.
Yes, sir.
Right, let's resume our batting practice.
I'd like to volunteer to do some of that, sir. Let me be the batter, sir.
All right. Get on with it. Go down to the wicket and pick up the bat.
Right, sir. Very good, sir.
Pike, give me the ball.
Oh, that's not fair. I was doing ever so well. Don't you remember, Mr. Mannering? I bowled you.
Pike, I said give it to me.
Oh, very well. There you are.
Now then.
Yes, sir.
You notice how I grip the ball.
Oh, yes.
Forefinger is along the seam, slightly to the left of it. As the ball leaves my hand, notice the downward action of the wrist. I want you all to try that, will you? That's very good, Godfrey. Your wrist action is very good.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Try not to make it quite so limp. Then we give a final flick of the finger that will bring the ball in just outside the off stump. Right, Jones, stand by.
Ready, Mr. Mannering?
Now, this ball probably shocks you a bit. Here we go. Oh.
Oh, it's a lovely hook, Jones, right over the wall.
Pike, you better go and ask the vicar if we can have our ball back.
After you, Mr. Regan.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
I expect this pavilion's a bit small compared to what you've been used to.
Oh, the trappings don't worry me, Mr. Hodges. It's the game that counts.
Still can't believe it. The famous bowler, E.C. Egan, turning out for the Warmington Wardens. I reckon 2 overs from you and Mannering's lot will all be back in the pavilion.
Are you going to tell them who I am?
Well, not until Mannering's at his crease, then we can all see his face. Now, if you'll just sign this form, that makes you a warden and it's all official.
Righto. There you are. By the way, what happens if the siren sounds?
You resign.
Mr. Hodges.
Here are you. You lot have been practising in secret.
Oh, nothing much, Just trying to get back in the swing, as it were.
Yeah, well, you won't be back in it long. We'll be in the dressing room through here. Now, if my lot come in, send it through, will you?
Very well.
Right, this way, Mr. Regan. Or may I call you GC?
Oh, anything you like, Mr. Hodges.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mannering.
Afternoon, Godfrey. What's that you're wearing on your head?
Oh, it's a Panama. I wear it for bowls. It's nice and shady in the sun.
Oh, no. You can't wear that. I'll lend you a cap. I've got a spare one in my bag. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Mannering, I've got 'em.
You got what, Walker?
Them 2 round leather things we was discussing the other day.
Oh, the cricket balls.
I've got 'em here. There you are. £3 each. A £5 for the pair there.
I'm not paying that. £3 for a cricket ball? It's ludicrous.
Oh, all right then. 45 bob then. And I'm robbing myself.
Very well then, just one. Here you are.
Ta.
Walker, I sometimes think you'd sell your own grandmother.
There's no market for her.
All right, Frank, thanks very much. Put my cricket bag over there in the locker, will you?
Yes, Uncle Arthur.
Good heavens, Wilson. What's that purple and orange blazer you're wearing?
Oh, this? Oh, it's a club I used to belong to. Pretty colours, don't you think?
I'd call them somewhat dazzling. This isn't Henley Regatta, you know.
Of course, one doesn't wear it while actually at the wicket, sir.
No, I'm well aware of that, Wilson. Pike.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Why are you wearing grey flannels? Where are your whites?
I haven't got any, Mr. Mannering. Mum put them in the dolly tub and they shrunk up to above my knees.
Look here, Pike. Not only are you a member of the platoon, but you're also an employee of the bank.
Yes, sir.
Wearing grey flannel trousers for cricket won't do at all. It could set your whole career back. Understand?
Sorry, Mr. Mannering.
It so happens that I have a spare pair. Just this once, I'm going to lend them to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mannering.
Not the sort of thing I like to do.
No, Mr. Mannering.
Trousers, very personal things. One doesn't like to have them bandied about.
No, Mr. Mannering.
Well, they're in my case. Get them.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
And take off that dreadful eye shade. Look like a card sharp.
Edward G. Robinson wears one.
Maybe, but not on the cricket field.
Right, Sir Mannering, how are you getting on?
Well, my lads are just getting ready.
Lads, blimey, is that what you call them? Shall we toss here, or shall we go out on the pitch like they're doing a test match?
Oh, here will do very well.
Right, here we go then.
Shouldn't the umpires be here?
Oh, blimey, it's going to be like that, is it?
Good afternoon, Captain Mannering.
Afternoon, Vicar. Very good of you and the Verger to offer to umpire.
No, not at all. Shouldn't we have white coats or something?
All right, don't panic. I'm here with the white coats from my shop and ready to keep the wicket. Here's the coat, sir. Sorry about the stain, sir, but there's a small piece of kidney got left in the pocket. There you are, Vicar.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
And there you are, Mr. Yeatman. And make sure I get it back afterwards.
Don't you take that tone with me.
Right then, I'll toss and you call, Mannering.
No. The vicar can toss and I'll call.
Oh, here you are, Vicar.
I'm not really used to this, you know.
Oh, don't worry, Your Reverence. It's not real gambling.
Oh, very well. Here goes.
Heads.
It's tails. You've lost.
Hard luck, Mannering. You're fielding. Come on, Mr. Regan. You and me will open the batting.
Right you are, Mr. Hodges.
Are you ready, Vicar?
Quite ready, Mr. Yeatman.
I'll stand at the bowling end to start with, Your Reverence, and you stand at the batting end.
Whatever you say, Mr. Yeatman.
Will you be saying grace, sir?
No, thank you, Mr. Yeatman. I don't think it's customary.
Oh, very well, Your Reverence.
Well, Wilson, be good to hear the sound of willows striking leather again.
Yes, but won't it indeed, sir?
We're going to walk out onto that pitch as free men for a friendly British game. That's what we're fighting for, you know, Wilson.
Well, among other things.
Ah, Pike. Trousers fit all right?
Oh, fine, Mr. Mannering. Only you're a bit shorter than I am, and a bit fatter.
Yes, well, keep your hands in your pockets until you need them. Right, now, this is how my field will be deployed. Fraser, walk up. First and second slips.
Right, sir.
Aye, sir.
Wilson, mid-on.
I should be keeping the wicket, sir. Send them down as fast as you like. I'll catch them and whip their bails off.
Yes, thank you, Jones. Godfrey, deep cover.
Oh, is that near
Yes, it is, Godfrey. Pike, silly mid-on.
Why me?
All right, Frank. It's nothing personal. It's just called that.
Now, men, I shall be sending down a pretty mixed bag, so you'd all better be on your toes.
And I should be ready and waiting behind the wickets, ready to whip off their bails.
Yes, so you keep saying, Joe. Right, come on, men. We'll show those wardens how cricket really should be played.
Right, Mr. Mannering. Are you ready to bowl to Mr. Hodges?
Almost, Verger. Just checking my field. Pike, get closer to the batsman. I often get one with a short catch.
Mum said I wasn't to get too close in case I got my head bashed in.
Do what you're told, Pike.
Hey, Pike.
Yes, Mr. Hodges?
You're not going to stand there, are you?
That's where I've been told to stand.
You're right on top of me. When I start hooking, you're going to get your head bashed in.
Mr. Mannering!
What is it, Pike?
Mr. Hodges says I'll get my head bashed in if I stand here.
Stay where you are, boy. Right, Hodges. I'm going to send you one down. Here it comes.
Blimey, that was nowhere near. Is he aiming at me or those cows in the next field?
Wide, I think.
I got it. How's that? Tell me, Vicar. Tell me. How was it?
Well, it was a very spectacular movement, Mr. Jones, but it wasn't out.
Well, it didn't even move.
Oh, really? Now I've got to knock all those wicket things back in again.
Hope I didn't scare you, Hodges. I was just warming up. Wilson, thought I'd tempt him with that one.
Is that what you were doing?
It was wide, Mannering, and you know it.
Don't talk to me like that, Mr. Yeatman.
Play!
Right, Wilson. I'm going to give Hodges one of my googlies.
That's wise.
Get ready, Hodges. Here we go.
No ball!
What was that, Verger?
I said no ball.
What do you mean, no ball?
Because you didn't bowl it. You chucked it.
But that was my googly.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it was a chuck. And don't argue with the umpire, or you'll be sent off.
Don't be ridiculous. You don't send people off in cricket.
I do.
But I can count myself lucky I wasn't given offside.
Right. I'm taking your name for that. Mannering, gross impertinence and sarcasm.
This is absurd.
Yes, don't you think you ought perhaps to get on with the game?
Oh, very well. Right, Hodges. I'm going to send you a spinner this time. Stand by. Here it comes.
4.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. Mr. Egan, don't bother to run singles. It won't be necessary.
All right, Mr. Hodges.
Right, play. 4.
Mr. Mannering, can I stand a bit further away, please? That ball nearly knocked my ear off.
Stay where you are, Pike. That's 2 easy catches you've missed already. Right, Hodges, I've finished playing with you. I'm in business now. Stand by. Here it comes. Godfrey, it's coming to you. Get ready to catch it. Go on, catch it.
Oh, he missed it. Right, Mr. Egan, run.
Okay, Mr. Hodges.
Godfrey, hurry up and throw the ball in. Come on.
Come on, Mr. Egan, let's go for another one.
Right you are.
Godfrey, throw the ball in.
I've a sneaking suspicion he's lost it, sir.
What? Oh, come on. We better go and help him find it. Fraser, come and give us a hand.
I'll do that. 4. 5.
What's happening, Godfrey?
Oh, Mr. Mannering, I seem to have mislaid the ball in all this long grass.
Walk up, Fraser. Hurry up.
I'll be kind of a minute. 9.
Come on again.
Why didn't you keep your eye on it, Godfrey?
Well, I was just on my way back from behind the pavilion, and my concentration must have wandered. I could swear it was round here somewhere.
13.
You're still running, sir.
So they are. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps we could all hold hands and tread the ground systematically.
16.
Here, tell you what, Mr. Mannering. How about having this other ball? I kept it in my pocket in case of an emergency.
That's an outrageous suggestion, Walker. Couldn't possibly.
22.
How much? 45 shillings, did you say?
No. That was a special summer offer. This one's at the original price, £3.
It's extortion. How dare you?
27.
All right, here. £3. We found the ball. Jones, get ready to catch it. Here it comes.
I got it. How's that? Oh, tell me, Vicar, tell me, how was it, Vicar, how was it?
Oh, really, Mr. Jones, I wish you didn't have to be quite so dramatic. Now they're all untidy again. More tea, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, very well, Vicar. If you're being Martha.
Mr. Mannering?
Thank you, Vicar.
Quite a stroke of luck you're finding that ball.
Yes, it was.
Quite miraculous, really, in all that long grass.
Yes.
Like the prodigal son, he was lost and is found again.
Quite.
More tea, anyone?
Well, Mannering, 152 for 4's not bad, is it? I think we declare and let your lot have a bash.
That gives us 3 hours to get them, Wilson. That's a sporting declaration, I think, don't you?
Yes, always sporting, very. If we were the MCC...
Well, if your batting's anything like your bowling, we're in for a good laugh, eh, lads?
Don't you make incinerating remarks about our captain's bowling.
Oh, blimey, it's the demon wicket-keeper. I've never seen anything like it. The way you were straining yourself at those wickets. You're not related to Tarzan by any chance, are you?
What do you mean?
No need to be rude, Hodges.
That's a good job. We got plenty of spare stumps. He broke 4 of them in the first 3 overs. The vicar's got a permanent stoop from bending, putting them back in.
What a common man.
Yes, isn't he? You were perhaps a little over-enthusiastic, though, Jones. Needn't have demolished the wicket on every single ball.
Well, you never know, do you, sir? But don't you worry, I'll try and keep myself in them when we get back on the field.
No, Joe. But we're batting next.
Oh, I'd still like to carry on, sir.
But they have their own wicket-keeper.
Oh, what a pity. I was just getting the hang of it.
Captain Mannering,
Yes, Godfrey?
would I still be in deep cover?
No, you won't. And if you hadn't kept disappearing all the time, we wouldn't have lost the ball. They scored 32 runs off that.
I'm very sorry. It was rather chilly out there, and I had to keep...
Yes, well, be that as it may. There were several sitters hooked out to the boundary. Easy catches for you, Godfrey. I deliberately tempted the batsman with some high balls.
Oh, that was deliberate, was it? Rather like loose bowling to me.
Listen, Wilson. If you hadn't been so busy thinking of your next witty remark, you wouldn't have missed that easy catch I set up for you in the slips.
Well, I'm afraid we're just not up to your standard, you know, sir.
Right, lads, on to the field as soon as you finish your tea. Here, Mr. Egan.
Yes?
How many overs do you think you'll need to skittle them out? 3 or 4?
Well, let's say 4 should see this lot off.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. Come on.
Oh, by the way, what number does that fat little chap bat?
Oh, well, he'll be opening bat if I know him.
You know, Wilson, there's no finer boost to the morale than walking out to the wicket accompanied by the applause of the crowd.
Oh, I agree, sir. Especially as we could be walking back in silence.
You're at the other end, Wilson.
Yes, I know. I was aware of that, sir. You know, I have played this game before.
Going to show us all how to do it then, Mannering?
Oh. You're the wicket keeper, are you, Hodges?
That's right, yeah. You step 1 inch outside that crease and I'll have those bails off before you can say knife.
Really?
Right, lads, keep well in. We'll be getting a few sitters here, I expect.
Middle and leg, please, Mr. Yateman.
Oh, shouldn't bother, you won't be there long enough.
Do you mind, Hodges? I said middle and leg, Mr. Yateman.
I heard you the first time. Left a bit, right a bit, left again.
Can't you make up your mind?
I'm only trying to do what's right. Play!
Just a moment, Verger.
What is it now?
I want to look round the field first.
Oh, we'll have a good look then. You won't be here long. Here, you see that bloke Egan, the one who's getting ready to bowl to you?
Yeah.
Well, if the war hadn't started, he would have been bowling for England by now.
What?
Play!
Look, Napoleon, you just watch this for a bit of professional bowling.
Where does he think he's going?
Well, he needs a long run-up. Anyway, it's not where he's going that you should worry about. It's how he comes back. That ball leaves his hand at 95 miles an hour. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. Look out, Napoleon, here he comes. Oh, shall I help you up, Mannering?
I can manage, thank you.
Enjoying yourself, are you?
He wasn't bowling at the stumps, he was bowling at me.
Rubbish. Hello, what's up with Egan? What's up, Mr. Egan? Hurt yourself?
It's my shoulder. I must have dislocated it. There's no use. I shall have to go.
Go? Go where?
Go off. I won't be able to play anymore. Sorry to let you down like this.
Blimey, that's lovely, that is. My best bowler putting his shoulder out.
Serves you right, Hodges. Now I'm going to enjoy this.
Henry, you take over the bowling.
Lay!
Right, Wilson, run.
Blimey, he hit it.
He must have had his eyes shut.
They're running 3.
Yeah, we only need another 149 and we're home and dry.
Mr. Mannering will do that easy.
Oh, look, Uncle Arthur's hit a boundary.
Well done, Mr. Wilson.
Shot, son.
Oh, nice cut to leg.
They're running up and down, running up and down.
Go on, sir, go on. Yeah, you could do it.
Hey, look, Mr. Mannering's facing the bowling again.
I don't think I can bear to watch.
How's that? Out! You're out, Mannering. Leg before wicket. Plainness and nose on your face, you're out.
Vicar, do try to control your staff.
Here comes our captain now. Let's have a round of applause for a gallant innings.
Gallant innings. He only got 3 runs.
That's 3 more than I thought he'd get.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Well done, Mr. Mannering.
Well done.
Thank you, Jones. Right, off you go, Pike.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Pull your trousers up, boy. Not easy out there, you know, particularly when the umpire's so biased.
You let me go out there and take his white coat off him, sir. He won't have so much to be bumptious about then, sir. Let me go out there.
All right, Jones. You can go in next. How's Pike doing, Fraser?
I think it's finding it a wee bit difficult to hold his trousers up and bat at the same time. Oh! Not down.
The stumps?
No, his trousers.
Uncle Arthur's doing well, isn't he? He's made 81.
Yeah. Mind you, the light's much better now. When I was in, I had the sun in my eyes for most of the time. What's the score, Walker?
We're 147 for 8, Mr. Mannering.
How's that?
For 9. Fraser's out.
That's it. Last man in. That's you, Godfrey.
Oh, dear.
Now, we only need 5 to win. Just try not to get out. Let Wilson take the bowling, and perhaps he'll scrape the runs.
I'll do my best, sir.
Good man, Godfrey.
Let me go in again, sir. Let me go in again.
Oh, don't be silly, Jones. Not allowed.
I could disguise myself as an alternative person.
Look at it.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, sir.
Ah, Fraser. Pity you couldn't have lasted a bit longer. Now it's all up to Godfrey.
Aye, and he'll be out first ball. I know it.
Yeah, well, with his complaint, he won't want to stay out there too long anyway, will he?
Here we go. Hodges is bowling to him. Oh, Lord, he hits it. Run, Godfrey, run!
Go on, run! Well, that's one they've got. Hey, they're going for another.
Ah, that's foolish of him. Should have taken a single and left the bowling to Wilson.
How many balls to go?
4. If Godfrey just blocks them, he might make it.
Mr. Hodges is going to bowl again. There he goes.
Good heavens, Godfrey's hit it again.
Go on, look at that.
I think he's going to be a 6. It is!
Well done, Mr. Hodges. We've won, Mr. Manning, we've won.
We have indeed, Jones.
Oh, look, Mr. Godfrey's coming in quick.
Go on, well done, Godfrey.
Marvellous, Godfrey, absolutely marvellous.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well done, Godfrey. I knew he could do it, man. I always had the greatest confidence in you. Wonderful.
All right.
Yes, but I've been out there rather a long time. I wonder if I might be excused.
With pleasure, Godfrey, with pleasure.
Here, Mannering, you didn't really win, you know. I should never have declared.
Ah, but you did.
Yeah, well, just you wait until the football season.
And you better make certain you import professionals who don't break their legs.
In that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, Chief Warden Hodges, Frank Williams, the Vicar, Edward Sinclair, the Verger, Larry Martin, Private Walker, and Anthony Smee as G.C. Egan. The cricket match was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dias.
Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier and other members of Dad's Army are now appearing at the Theatre Royal, Brighton.
We present Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. The Battle of Godfrey's Cottage, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests Bill Pertwee, Nan Broughton and Percy Edwards. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. It is now the summer of 1940, and with the possible threat of a German invasion becoming stronger every day, Home Guard units are on special alert. At Warmington-on-Sea, Captain Mannering has taken over the Novelty Rock Emporium on the seafront and intends to use it as a forward command post. This evening, he is busy putting the final touches to a diagram on the blackboard.
Ah, that should do. Good evening, sir. Oh, hello, Wilson.
Well, you're early, sir, aren't you?
Yes, I wanted to finish this new battle plan.
Indigestion, sir?
Oh, just a touch of flatulence, yes. I had to rather rush my meal this evening.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
In, Mr. Mannering. In, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, no, Jones. Good.
Evening, Corporal.
You all right, Mr. Mannering?
Oh, yes, thank you, Jones. Just a little wind.
I've got the very thing for that, sir. Try some of this.
What is it, Jones?
Bicarbonate of soda, sir. Nothing like it. I always carry it with me, you know.
Really?
Yes, sir, I got the habit when I was in the Sudan. General Kitchener was very keen on it, you know. Boys, he used to say, he always called us that. Always keep your bayonet sharpened and your bicarbonate of soda ready. And then you won't get the wind up. Oh, he had a very dry, subtle sense of humour, you know, sir.
Yes, he must have him.
That was 45 years ago, sir, and I always carried this bottle of bicarbonate with me ever since.
Have you really?
Of course, it's not the same lot, you know.
No. It's very kind of you, Jones, but I think I'll be all right now.
Yes, sir. Well, if you want it, sir, you just let me know.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Captain Mannering.
Come in, Godfrey, Fraser. Find room at the back somewhere.
Thank you.
Now, it's going to be a little crowded with the whole platoon in this small shop, but it is only for this evening.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Wilson?
Don't you think we ought to remove that shop bell, sir? It's a bit of a nuisance.
A bit of a nuisance?
Yes.
Where's your imagination, Wilson? It'll stop the enemy from taking us by surprise.
I never thought of that.
Not late, am I, Mr. Mannering?
No, you're all right, Pike. I haven't started yet.
Oh, good.
Now, just put your bike outside with the others, boy. There's no room for it in here.
Hey, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, what is it, Pike?
Oh, Mum's not going to like me leaving my bike in the street, you know. Might get pinched.
Just do as you're told, Pike.
Tell Mum about this, Uncle Arthur.
Wilson.
Yes, sir?
I wish you'd stop young Pike calling you Uncle Arthur. It's very bad for discipline, you know.
I'm always sorry, sir, but it's really not my fault. You see, when he was a little boy, he used to call me something else, you see, and Mrs. Pike told him to call me uncle to stop him calling me something else, see?
What did he used to call it?
Daddy. I mean Daddy. D-A-D-D-Y. Daddy.
Daddy?
Daddy, yes. But please, don't go on.
Well, not really his daddy, his father, are you?
Well, oh, no, certainly not, sir, no.
Well, have a word with Mrs. Pike and see if she can encourage him to call you Sergeant instead, at least until the war's over.
All right, sir, right.
Now, Anne, can I have your attention, please? I've asked you to parade here tonight at the Novelty Rock Emporium because in the event of an invasion, this shop will be our command post, our nerve centre, as it were.
Hey, you. I beg your pardon.
Who's in charge here?
Well, Captain Mannering, over there.
What is it, Wilson?
What's this man, sir? He's asking who's in charge. I told him you were.
Quite right, Wilson. Who are you, anyway?
Hodges is my name, and I'm the ARP warden for this section, and I want to know what all those bicycles are doing outside.
They belong to members of my platoon.
I don't care who they belong to, get them shifted.
I don't think I like your tone.
Don't you? Well, I'll try it in a different tone.
Get them shifted! How's that? Don't you think you're rather exceeding your authority?
Section 4, paragraph 2 of the Defence of the Realm Act states, no vehicles or any other means of transport will be left unattended in a usable condition. Don't you realise those bicycles could be used by enemy parachute troops?
Well, I'm well aware of the situation, and I shall take steps to see that it is attended to.
You better, mate. Otherwise, I shall let your tyres down.
Yeah, they're finger on my tyres. And now leave my shop. I've lived by my command post at once.
I'm going, but don't say I haven't warned you.
Now, man, as I was saying, in the event of an invasion, this is the plan. As soon as you hear the church bells, you will proceed at once to the Novelty Rock Emporium, which is marked here on this diagram I've drawn. You all see that? Now, in the event of an aforesaid emergency, you would, on arrival here, be split into two sections. I shall take one half, some Wilson take the other. The first section will then move off to the crossroads here, 1 mile away. Now, this is a vital strategic position. He who holds the crossroads holds Warmington-on-Sea. Now, we need to establish a machine gun post. And I think the ideal place would be Godfrey's cottage. Here. You don't mind, do you, Godfrey?
Mind what, sir?
Haven't you been listening?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I was asking if we could use your cottage as a machine gun post. You live with your sister, don't you?
Oh, that's right, sir. The trouble is she's getting a little vague with the advancing years, and if she was in bed when the invasion came and she'd taken one of her tablets, she might not be able to let us in.
You've got a key, haven't you?
Well, no, sir. You see, there's only one, and she's got it.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes?
Why doesn't Miss Godfrey leave the key under a flower pot?
Ah, yes. An excellent idea, John. Suppose you've got a flower pot, Godfrey?
Oh, yes, sir. My sister's very keen on flowers, Mr. Mannering. It's her hobby.
Good, good. Well, that's that then.
And we have flower pots all along the front of the cottage.
Yes, I see.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, John?
It won't be easy to find the key if there are lots of flower pots.
No, that's quite right, Joan.
Yes. Can I suggest we use our noses, sir?
Noses?
Yes, sir. You see, all Mr. Godfrey has to do is to leave the key under a pot with a special flower in it.
I see. Yeah, remember, this is at night, Jones.
Yeah, I know that, sir. We'll use night-scented stock.
Oh! Yes. That's an excellent idea, Jones. See to that, Godfrey.
Right you are, Mr. Mannering. There's just one thing, sir. Do we all know what this flower smells like?
No, that's the point. I tell you what. Godfrey, You bring some with you on parade tomorrow, and every night we'll have a practice sniff. You haven't forgotten you're going to the pictures tonight, have you, Wilson?
The pictures, sir?
Yes, over at Eastgate. You know, the special showing for Home Guard units of the film Next of Kin.
Oh, yes. Of course, well, I had forgotten to remember. Will you be going, sir?
No. I've got a lot of paperwork to catch up with down at the church hall. In fact, I think I'll go now and leave you to lock up.
All right, very good, sir.
Oh, look here, Wilson. Mm-hmm. Miss King has obviously overlooked this letter. She asked me to sign it, and it really ought to go off tonight. See if you can catch her, will you?
Yes, of course, sir, yes.
I'd better put this deed box back downstairs in the vault. Oh, my goodness, it's dark on these stairs. Really quite dangerous. I was mentioning that to Wilson. Now, what's the combination? 54286. No, wait a minute. That's Elizabeth's mother's telephone number. Yes, 78467. Good heavens, it was right. Now, let's see. Where did this box come from?
All right, sir. I caught up with Miss King. Mr. Mannering. Sir? Bunny? Must have gone. Pike?
Yes, Mr. Wilson?
Did you see Mr. Mannering leave?
No, Mr. Wilson. Perhaps he went out the back door.
Yes, that must be it.
The rest of the staff have gone as well. Got me for anything else?
No, it's all right, Pike, no. But don't forget the coach leaves in 15 minutes.
Yeah. I can't understand why they're taking us all to the pictures tonight.
GHQ, you see, want all units to see the film. It deals with the effects of careless talk.
Who's in it, then?
They wouldn't say.
Good heavens. What's that noise? It's the church bells. Funny time of day to ring them, isn't it? Or perhaps someone's getting married.
Good gracious, it's the invasion signal.
Well, Uncle Arthur, what are we going to do?
Well, you can stop calling me Uncle Arthur for a start. We'd better get down to the Novelty Rock Emporium.
But a coach is waiting to take us to the pictures.
Well, we'll just have to go another night, that's all. Now, get your rifle and gas mask. Come on. And I'll lock up.
Terribly dusty down in the vault, Wilson. You know, I think we ought to have more... Wilson? That's funny. Wilson! He didn't waste much time. Must have thought I'd gone. Getting to be a bit of a clock watcher, that man. I'll have a word with him about that in the morning. Well, I suppose I might as well get off to the church hall.
Come on, Jonesy. Keep up, man. We've got to get down to the Novelty Rock Emporium.
I'm pedaling as hard as I can, Jock.
Well, you're not going very fast, are you? Those church bells were rung to signify an invasion, not a funeral.
If I go any faster, my chain will fall off.
If you go any slower, you'll fall off.
Hey, Jock, hang on a minute.
What is it now? Don't tell me your bell's broken.
Oh, stop a second. Look outside the church hall. Isn't that Mr. Manrin's bike?
Aye, man, I think you're right. Why isn't he down at the Novelty Rock Emporium?
I don't know, Jock. Come on, let's find out. Mr. Manrin! Mr. Manrin! Mr. Manrin, what are you doing here at the church hall?
I'm writing a Home Guard lecture. Why, what's the matter?
There he is, sir.
Who's here?
The Jerry, sir. Fraser and me were just on our way over to the Novelty Rock Emporium.
We just happened to see a bike outside as we're passing. Come on, sir, there's no moment to lose.
What are you talking about, Fraser?
The church bells, sir, they've been ringing.
Well, I heard nothing. When was this?
About 20 minutes ago. I was at home having tea, so I went straight round to collect Jones at his house, and we're just on our way to the command post, sir.
But this is terrible. The coach will be halfway to Eastgate by now.
Huh?
We've been waiting for 6 months for this moment. And now Hitler's at our throats and my platoon's gone to the pictures. By the way, why weren't you there?
Well, coupons, sir. I was counting my coupons.
And I was going to get on with stock taking, sir.
What are we going to do, Mr. Manrin?
Just a minute. Let me think.
Listen, it's going to be a bit difficult to defend the Novelty Rock Emporium with just 3 men, you know, sir.
You're right, Fraser. I think we shall have to accept the fact that we 3 couldn't stop them landing. We'll have to change our plans. Commander of the field must always be flexible, make snap decisions.
Well, don't take too long over it, sir, if he is, sir.
The crossroads. That's the key position. 3 determined men could hold up an army there. Now, if we could hold out long enough, our regulars will have enough time to regroup for a counterattack. Might be the end of us, of course, but we're prepared for that, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
Right. I'll take the Lewis gun. You two grab a magazine each.
I don't think we're going to have much time for reading, sir.
Mr. Mannering means these, you old fool. Ammunition.
Come on, you two. At the double to Godfrey's cottage.
Aren't you parading with the yeomanry tonight, Charles?
No, dear, I had to go down to the clinic.
Well, I'm sure you've got time for another cup of tea and one of my upside-down cakes.
I should think so, Sissy.
Oh, you greedy little parrot, you. Do you want a little bit of Mummy's upside-down cake? Ah, then.
Ah, you silly old faggot.
It's not maggots. It's one of Mummy's upside-down cakes. You finish your tea, Charles, dear. I'll see who it is.
All right, Sissy. All right.
I'm coming.
Good evening, Miss Godfrey.
Oh, Mr. Mannering. Charles, dear, it's that nice bank manager, Mr. Mannering. And he's got a big gun with him.
Oh. You come in, sir.
Hello,
Mr. Fraser. Mr. Jones.
Hello.
What are you doing here, Godfrey? I thought you'd gone into Eastgate with the rest of the platoon.
No, it's my night for the clinic, sir.
Oh, well, that makes one more of us anyhow, sir.
Well, hurry up and get your rifle and steel helmet, Godfrey. The invasion's on.
What invasion, sir?
The Germans, of course. Didn't you hear the church bell?
No, sir, I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, there's no time to go into all that now. We're setting up our command post here. You did tell your sister, didn't you?
I'm afraid it slipped my mind, sir.
Well, it's too late now. Jones, give me a hand, will you? We'll set the Lewis gun up at this window.
Right, Mr. Mannering.
Excuse me, Miss Godfrey.
Why, what have you done?
No, you don't understand. I want to put this Lewis gun there, and you're in the way.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Would it be all right if I sit on the sofa?
Yes, by all means.
Okay.
Come on, Jones. Rest the gun on here.
Mr. Mannering.
What is it, Godfrey?
That desk is genuine Regency. Would you mind putting this little doily underneath the gun?
Really, Godfrey? We're at war, not at Sotheby's.
Mr. Mannering, what we really need at this window is some sandbags.
Yes, you're right, Jones.
What about cushions and pillows, sir? If we could jam them round the window, they'd give us some sort of protection.
That's a good idea, Fraser. Yes, get as many as you can.
Well, that's it.
Come on, Godfrey, lend a hand.
Come in, Mr. Barrett. I just put my steel helmet on.
Excuse me, Miss Godfrey.
Would you like a cup of tea, Mr. Jones?
Not just now, thank you, Miss Godfrey. You see, the Germans are coming.
Oh, yes. Oh, so many people coming for tea. I think I'd better make some more.
Here you are, Captain Mannering. I found these pillows upstairs.
Ah, well done, Fraser. Help me to stack them up round the windowsill.
Here's another cushion, sir.
Thank you, Jones. Wait a minute.
What is it, sir?
What are you doing in your boat, sir? Where's your helmet?
I'm sorry. I've come straight from my shop. In all this confusion, I forgot.
You must have a steel helmet, man.
Wait a minute, Mr. Mannering. I've got an idea.
What is it, Godfrey?
Mr. Jones could wear this.
Well, thank you, Godfrey. I don't think putting a flower pot on his head is going to help.
It's not really a flower pot, sir. It's an old German steel helmet. I brought it back from France in 1918 as a souvenir.
Oh, well, I suppose it's better than nothing. I'll just get rid of the flowers.
Oh, dear.
Sorry about your geraniums, Godfrey, but this is war. Come on, Jones.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mannering. Oh, it's really quite comfortable.
Do you think the Germans will lie low until it gets dark, Captain Mannering?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Typical Nazi trick. What is it, Jones?
I've got a cold wiggly feeling down my spine, sir.
Oh, pull yourself together, Jones. You've been in action before?
Yes, but I never had a cold wiggly feeling down my spine like this before.
Come here, man. Stand still a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Fraser, what are you doing?
I'm going to have a look down the back of your shirt. I thought as much.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What is it?
It's the sort of thing you have to expect if you will wear a flower pot on your head.
What?
You've got a worm down there.
Get it out! Get it out!
Uncle Arthur.
Yes, Frank. What is it?
Why do you think Mr. Mannering isn't here?
I've really no idea.
Well, he ought to know where to go. It was him who told us to come to the Novelty Rock Emporium if we heard the church bells ring.
Hmm.
What are you thinking about?
I don't like it, Frank. It's too quiet.
That's funny. That's what the sergeant always says in those Western films.
Is it really?
Yeah. You remember, the cavalry patrol comes trotting along, then they stop and the officer looks round through his field glasses, and then the sergeant says, I don't like it, sir. It's too quiet.
I see. Well, then what happens?
He gets a big arrow right in his chest.
Does he really?
Of course, sometimes, Uncle Arthur, it's the officer who says it's too quiet.
Well, then I suppose he gets the arrow in his chest.
No, the sergeant still gets the arrow.
What?
See, the officer's always played by a famous star. You can't have someone like Errol Flynn dying right at the beginning, can you?
No, I suppose not, no.
No, it's always the sergeant who's the first one to get it, right in the chest. Bang, dead.
Yes, all right, Frank, all right. I've got it now. That'll do. You know, I just can't understand what's happened to Mr. Mannering and the rest of the platoon.
Do you think Mr. Mannering and the others are all right?
Oh, do be quiet, Frank, please. I'm trying to think.
Sorry. Uncle Arthur.
What?
If anything happens to Mr. Mannering, will they make you the manager?
Well, I don't know. I really haven't thought about that.
Yes. See, if they make you the manager, perhaps they'll make me the chief clerk.
How long have we been here?
Nearly 2 hours.
Well, I can't wait any longer for Captain Mannering. We shall just have to carry out the battle plan without him.
All by ourselves?
Yes, Frank, yes. Now, come with me.
Well, where are we going, Uncle Arthur?
Well, you and I are going to establish a second command post at Godfrey's cottage. All right?
Yes.
I don't like it, Captain Mannering. It's too quiet.
Neither do I, Fraser. You see anything?
Not a thing. It's getting quite dark.
Do try and keep that parrot quiet, Miss Godfrey.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Mannering. He belonged to our father, you know. It was he who taught Percy to speak.
Really?
Percy, say, here comes the vicar, let's say our prayers.
Take off your knickers, get up them stairs.
There. Wasn't that lovely, Mr. Mannering?
Oh, yes. Charming.
Percy was the only thing our father left Charles and me. All his money went to a girl in the village. We could never understand why.
A lovely bit of crumpet.
No, Percy, no. You're not having anything else. You've had your tea.
Permission to speak, sir.
Yes, what is it, Jones?
I think I need to go somewhere. I think it's the excitement.
Very well. Godfrey?
Yes, Captain Mannering?
You got a lavatory?
Well, not inside, Mr. Mannering. We did think about having one once, but it meant losing the larder.
Oh, yes, it was. Where is it?
It's outside, in the garden.
I see. Come on, Jones, I'll come to the door and cover you.
It's very nice of you, Mr. Mannering, but I think I'd rather go out to the toilet.
Well, come on, Frank. Do try and keep up.
I'm sorry, Uncle Arthur. I've got a stone in my boot.
I say, look. This is Godfrey's cottage. Now, come on. We'll go into the garden. And keep behind these bushes.
All right, Uncle Arthur. I'm so sorry, Uncle Arthur. It's my hay fever.
Yes, well, just try and control it.
I'll try. It's been in this garden.
I don't think there's anyone at home, is it? It's all in darkness.
Well, I expect Mr. Godfrey's sister's gone to bed. So go round to the front, Uncle Arthur, and get the key from under the flower
Wait a
pot.
minute. I don't like the look of this. It's too quiet.
Hey, look, Uncle Arthur.
What? Where?
There's a German soldier coming to that hut thing. Look at his helmet.
By Jove, you're right. Quick, now, come on. Take aim. Right, fire.
Oh, Mr. Mannering, let me in. Oh, I've been fired at. Whoa!
Quick, inside, Jones.
Oh.
Keep down, everybody. Fraser, cock the Lewis gun.
Aye, sir. Shall I fire?
No. Wait a minute. I'm not sure where those shots came from.
Permission to speak, sir?
Yes, Jones.
I think they came from another gun.
Yeah. Thank you, Jones.
They seem to come from the summer house, sir.
Right. You got the range, Fraser?
Aye, sir.
Right, Fraser. Stand by to fire.
Aye, sir.
Uncle Arthur.
Hmm?
Do you think we got that German?
I don't know. It was awfully quiet. That's close. You're right, Frank. Frank, what's the matter?
I think I'm going to start sneezing again.
Charles, dear.
Yes, Sissy, what is it?
I don't want to interrupt you all when you're all having such fun. But, do you think Mr. Mannering would mind if I carried on clearing the table?
Oh, I think that'll be all right, Sissy, but do be careful.
Oh, don't worry, Charles, dear. I'm getting quite used to the dark now. I won't disturb your friend with the gun. I'll shake the cloth out of the kitchen window.
Yes, all right, my dear.
Wish to speak, Mr. Mannering.
What is it, John?
Do you think we got them, sir?
I don't know. Wish I knew what was going on out there.
What do you think we ought to do now, Uncle Arthur?
Well, you can stop calling me Uncle Arthur for a start.
I'm sorry, Sergeant Wilson.
Yes, all right. For heaven's sake, stop sneezing.
I can't help it. Hey, look. Look, they're waving a big white flag out the window. Do you think they're surrendering?
Well, I suppose they must be.
What happens now?
Well, one of us ought to go and accept it.
Well, you're the oldest, Uncle. I mean, Sergeant. You'd better go.
All right. All right. Well, we'll both go. Really, Frank, for heaven's sake. Haven't you seen that poster? Coughs and sneezes spread diseases. I mean, use your handkerchief properly. Don't just wave it about, for heaven's sake.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
What is it, Fraser?
They're surrendering. They're waving a bit of white cloth, look.
Well, that's it then, isn't it? Well done, man. We showed them. Mind you, they might be up to some dastardly Nazi trick. I'll make them come right into the room. Fraser, you keep them covered.
Well, that's right.
I'll try shouting at them. Come and see here! We'd better put the lights on so that we can take a look at them.
I'd like to volunteer to put the lights on, sir.
Yes, all right, Jim.
Excuse me, Mr. Mannering.
What is it now?
The lights are on.
I can see that.
That was a short night.
Shut that bird up, somebody. Now, Godfrey.
Yes, Mr. Mannering?
When I tell you, I want you to open the door very quickly.
I'll do my best, Mr. Mannering.
All right. Come in, see here with your hands up. Now, Godfrey. Good heavens. Wilson.
Mr. Mannering.
What are you playing at? You might have killed us.
You might have killed us.
We thought you were Germans.
Oh, we thought you were the Germans.
I'm disappointed in you, Wilson. You surrendered. You should have fought to the last man.
We might have killed you, Mr. Mannering.
That's beside the point. You've no right to give in.
Well, we didn't give in. You gave in first. You waved the white flag.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Oh, yes.
Look, just a moment. Who's in charge here?
I am.
Oh, it's you. I might have guessed. Well, I'm going to get you good and proper this time.
What do you mean?
There's lights streaming all over the road. What's the idea, eh? Good job I was passing on my way home.
What were you going home for? There's an invasion on them.
What are you talking about?
The church bells, of course.
That was a false alarm. We've been stood down for ages. Right, I'm going to book you all for flagrant disregard of blackout regulations. What do you say to that?
Take off your knickers. Get up them stairs.
In that episode of Dad's Army, from the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John Le Mesurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, ARP Warden, Nan Bronton, Sissy Godfrey, and Percy Edwards as Percy the Parrot. The Battle of Godfrey's Cottage was adapted for radio by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dice. Present Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. The Armoured Might of Lance Corporal Jones, featuring John Lorry and James Beck, with this week's guests Bill Pertwee, Pearl Hackney, and Richard Davis. Here is the latest news, and this is John Snagg reading it. As Nazi aggression continues, the Hun is prepared to stop at nothing in his relentless determination to become the master of Europe. Even the use of nerve gas is not beneath him. Ever alert to these eventualities, Captain Mannering, commander of the Wilmington-on-Sea Home Guard platoon, is briefing his men on the hazards of gas warfare. They are all wearing gas masks.
Now, the gases that you have to contend with are mustard, sulfur, and chlorine.
And that concludes my lecture on the various types of gases that the enemy will be liable to use. Anything worrying you?
Listen to speak, sir.
What did he say, Wilson?
I couldn't quite catch it, sir.
I can't understand a word you're saying. Take that gas mask off.
Better. I said I couldn't quite catch it, sir.
I don't want to know what you said. I want to know what Jones said.
Ask me. All right, sir. Jones, Captain Mannering wants to know what you said.
I said permission to speak, so I did.
Thank you. He wants permission to speak, sir.
Well, of course, permission to speak. Ask him what he wants to say.
What do you want to say, Jones?
I can't hear a word he's saying.
He said he couldn't hear a word that you've been saying, sir.
You mean to say that he's never heard a word of that lecture I gave?
I know it's all.
Well, did the rest of you hear? Well, I'm not going over all that again. All right, remove your respirators and put them away. We'll continue this lecture tomorrow. Now, I want to introduce you to a new weapon. You see this piece of wire? Can anyone tell me what it is?
Aye, it's a grocer's cheese cutter, sir.
Correct, Fraser. A harmless cheese cutter. But properly applied, it can become a deadly weapon. Now, I'll tell you the story of how I got the idea for using this as a weapon.
Excuse me, sir. Is this going to be a long story?
Why?
I was wondering if the men should stand easy.
Oh, yes, very well.
All right, then. Right, stand easy. All right, sir. You can carry on now.
Oh, thank you. Now, this is an example of improvisation at its best. A few days ago, I went to get the week's rations for my wife and myself from the grocer's. As he cut off our meagre ration of cheese, I thought, why am I getting such a little piece? And as the wire cut through the cheese, it turned from a lovely yellow cheddar to a nasty white Limburger. And as it dropped off the cutting board on a marble slab, it then turned into the head of a Nazi paratrooper. That's it, I thought. Just the thing for dealing with the enemy's sentries. Creep up behind him, then you lob the wire around his neck, like so, and pull it tight. Result, instant decapitation. He doesn't even know what's happened.
Not until he nods his head.
What did you say, Wolf?
I said he'd be better off in bed, sir.
He would indeed. So, it's round the neck, pull tight, instant decapitation.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Jones?
Permission to be sick, sir.
Yes, carry on. That's not like an old campaigner like Jones.
Nah, he's all talk. He's got no stomach when it comes to the real thing.
I can't understand his feeling sick just because I mentioned decapitation.
It's not that, sir. He just doesn't like cheese.
Now, pay attention, men. I've just received a communication from GHQ saying that there is not enough cooperation between the ARP and the Home Guard, and that in future we must both work together for the common cause.
I'm sorry about that, sir. I don't know what came over me.
Feeling better now, Jones?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Good. GHQ also says that the Chief Warden will be calling on us tonight to discuss various means of cooperation. By the way, who is the Chief Warden, Wilson?
Oh, it's that terribly common man, you know, Mr. Hodges. You know, he banks with us.
Hodges? Well, how can they make him Chief Warden? Man's a greengrocer.
Yes, that's right, sir, yes. He's the one with dirty fingernails.
How do you know he's got dirty fingernails?
Well, I can see them every time he pushes his takings under the grill.
He keeps the shop next to me, sir, and ever since he's been made Chief Warden, there's been no holding the man.
You're right, Fraser. He's become drunk with power.
Yes, sir. Nasty bit of work he is, sir. You want to put your foot down. Otherwise, before you know where you are, he'll be taking over from you.
I'd like to see him try.
Right. Now then, who's in charge here?
You know perfectly well who's in charge here, Mr. Hodges. Can't you see the pips on my shoulder?
Oh, it's Mr. Mannering, the bank manager.
It's Captain Mannering, and this is Sergeant Wilson.
How do you do?
As far as I'm concerned, you're still the bank manager and Wilson's your chief clerk. I can't forget his... Every time I go into the bank with my takings, he gives me a dirty look.
That matches his nails.
Walk up.
What did he say?
Nothing.
Oh, yes. You want to keep those blokes in line, Mannering.
Do you mind not prodding me like that?
I'll do more than prod if I get any more smart remarks. Now, I've had instructions that we're supposed to cooperate, so I'll just tell you once. I want this all every Wednesday evening for ARP lectures. Got it?
I'm afraid that's quite out of the question.
What are you talking about?
I have a parade here every Wednesday evening.
That's your hard luck, mate.
I have a long-standing arrangement with the vicar.
What goes on between you and the vicar is entirely your affair.
How dare.
All I know is I want this all every Wednesday. Got it?
Has no one told you that it's rude to point?
Just to make sure you get the point, that's all. Every Wednesday, right? I get the all, right?
You're absolutely right, Wilson. His fingernails are filthy.
All right, lady, don't push. Good morning, Mrs. Leonard.
Morning, Mr. Jones. Now, what can I have?
Well, let's have a look at your ration books. Well, you haven't got very much here, have you, Mrs. Leonard?
You sure you're looking at them properly?
Well, no, my eyesight's not too good, Mrs. Leonard, but I can see you only a shilling's worth left on each book.
Oh, dear, is that all?
Well, you shouldn't have had that joint on Friday.
Oh, it's not my fault, Mr. Jones. It's my husband. He has to have his bit of brisket every weekend.
Well, I can let you have 3 lamb chops. Yeah, they come to 1 and 8. I'm afraid you'll have to have the bacon corned beef. There we are. That comes to exactly 2 bob. How's that?
Oh, thank you. Here, this is for you.
Hey?
Yeah, well, it's a tin of your favourite tobacco. I'll be back again in a few days.
She's given him something.
Hey, what's she up to? Hey, have you got any sausages?
Well, I could let you have a couple, Mrs. Leonard.
He's got sausages.
Yes, all right, ladies, please. I can only let you have 1 sausage for each book. Take 2 and 4, please, Miss Mortimer. Right, next lady, please. Oh, good morning, Miss Meadows.
Here you are, Mr. Jones.
What's this?
Just a little cake I made for your tea.
She brought him some cake,
Thank you very much, Miss Meadows. I hope you didn't use up too many points making it.
You can have my points any time, Mr. Jones. What I mean is, you deserve looking after. No one can accuse you of not doing your bit. As a butcher, you look after our insides, and as a home guard, you protect our outsides.
Yes. Well, what's it to be then, Miss Meadows?
Oh, I'll take it all in corned beef.
Do you want your sausage?
Oh, yes, I'll have my sausage.
There you are. I was sure the other ladies were as easy as you, Miss Meadows.
Well, try to please.
Take 2 and 4, please, Miss Mortimer.
Excuse me, ladies.
It's
all right, ladies. All right. Keep calm. It's only me. I'm here on business.
We all know what your business is.
Now, I ask you, ladies, is that nice?
No,
Come on now, what is it, Walker?
I want to talk to you, Jonesy. It's urgent and private.
Oh, well, I'll take you somewhere private. Come on, then. Look after the shop for a minute, Miss Mortimer.
All right, Mr. Jones.
This way, Joe. Come on.
Blimey, what do you want to bring us in here for? It's freezing.
It's a cold storage. This is the only place we can't be overheard in.
Yeah, listen, Jonesy. Have you still got that old delivery van of yours?
Yeah.
Does it go?
It does. I just can't get any petrol for it.
Yeah, look, I've got an idea. Why don't you offer it to Captain Mannering as platoon transport?
It's a butcher's van.
Yeah, well, you'd have to do it up a bit first.
It's been in my family for years, that van. I don't think I'd like it knocked about. Anyway, why are you suddenly so interested in it?
Why? Well, it's like this, you see. Why do you have to have this place so cold? You've only got one frozen rabbit in here.
It's regulations, isn't it?
Yeah, no, listen. If you let them use your van, I'll have to give you the petrol coupons for it.
I thought you could get petrol.
I can get petrol. It's the coupons. They're worth 10 bob each.
Well, it's sounds a bit dodgy to me.
Look, don't worry. Leave it to me. Come on, let's get out of here. It's a good job we're not brass monkeys. We'd be in need of a welding job.
Stand back, men. Stand back. Give the man room to get in.
There we are, sir. What do you think of her?
Oh, absolutely first class, Jones. This must be a proud moment for you.
That is, sir.
Listen, men. Corporal Jones and Private Walker have worked on this vehicle non-stop for the past 3 days. And now Corporal Jones will show us the result of all their hard work.
Well, before we start, sir, I am the official driver, aren't I? I mean, that's all right with you, isn't it, Captain?
Oh, yes, of course it is, Jones.
Excuse me, sir. Do you think that's wise?
Of course it's wise. We've got to let him drive it. His van.
Well, I'm not too keen on the idea, sir.
You're never too keen on anything, are you? Right, Jones, carry on.
Right, thank you, sir. Now, if you all come round the back of the van, I shall explain. Open the doors, Joe. Here's the keys.
Stuff, right. There we are.
Now then, this is an all-purpose vehicle. Firstly, it can be used as an armoured car. If you look inside, you'll observe the sandbags stacked alongside. That makes it bulletproof. It'll also be used as an ambulance. You'll observe we have put racks in for the stretchers. And lastly, but not leastly, as a troop transport, in which case you sit on a floor, which you will observe I have covered with marble slabs.
Hey, I'm not sitting on those, Captain Ring. My doctor says it's very bad for eating certain cold things.
What are those marble slabs for, Jones?
Well, at my shop, sir. I put them on the floor in case we go over landmines. It's protection, you see, sir.
Now, pay attention, everybody. What we've got to do is to work out a drill so that the whole platoon can embark and disembark.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
I've already done that, sir.
You've what?
Perhaps you'd like to see it in action.
I certainly would, Wilson.
All right, sir, right. Right, first section, line up at the rear of the van. The steps in position, Walker.
Yeah, all right, Sergeant.
Hurry up, then. All right, prepare to mount transport. Right. Up the steps, 2, 3. Into the van, 2, 3. Right, men. Take up your attack positions.
Right, yeah.
Now, sir, I want you, if you will, I want you to imagine that the vehicle is going along the road.
In that case, I'd better be driving it then, Sergeant.
All right, very well, Jones.
Right, I'll go and pretend to go and start up the engine.
All right.
Right. Right, Sergeant, I pretended to start it.
All right, good. Well, get into the driving seat.
Right, Sergeant. Right.
Look, Jones, you might find it easy if you took the bayonet off your rifle.
Oh, yes, of course. I wondered why I was having a bit of trouble getting in.
Now, do be careful, Jones, with that bent, for heaven's sake. You nearly punctured the tyre then.
Yes, sorry about that. All ready now, Sergeant?
All right, off you go then.
Right.
Now, sir, the men are inside, and the vehicle is moving along the road.
Yes, I rather gathered that.
Yes. Now, sir, watch those little porthole covers on the side of the van. Right. Enemy on the left, range 100 yards, guns, rapid fire. Gun ports open, 2, 3. Rifles out, 2, 3. Bang! 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 See, the portholes, you see, sir, open to allow the rifles through, see?
You never cease to amaze me.
See, I am keen, sir, I really am. I'm as keen as you are. It's just that I have a terrible job in showing it.
Yes. Yes, I understand, Wilson.
All right, Joe.
Yes, sir. You can stop now.
Oh, right.
We've arrived.
Yes.
Oi. What's going on here? I've never heard such a row.
Is there anything wrong, Warden?
Yes, this Wednesday night, you know, and I'm trying to give a lecture in the hall.
Well, nobody's stopping you.
How do you think I can make myself heard with you lot shouting bang, bang, bang all the time? What are you doing, playing cowboys and Indians?
We're trying out our new ambulance troop carrier.
This is an ambulance? Looks more like a butcher's van. What time does the horse arrive?
Oh, very amusing. I can assure you that this makes a very efficient ambulance indeed.
Oh, this is your lucky day then, mate.
What do you mean?
It so happens that we're having a large-scale air raid practice next Saturday, and we need all the extra transport we can get our hands on. So report with your ambulance and a party of 6 men to act as stretcher bearers to Percy Street at 2 o'clock next Saturday afternoon.
That's 1,400 hours.
That's what I said.
Right, we'll soon show him how efficient we are.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what?
What about the petrol coupons? I mean, after all, we're going to use quite a bit of juice, you know.
Ah, now, I'm very glad you brought that up, Walker. This van is going to be converted to gas.
Gas?
That's what I said. I got on the phone to GHQ earlier on and told them all about it, and in order to save petrol, they want us to take it down to the RASC transport pool and get it converted.
I don't know what make you sick.
I've got a good idea, Jonesy, you said. Let the platoon use your van, you said. And then we can get some petrol coupons, you said.
I didn't know they were going to convert it to gas, Jonesy. Not clairvoyant, am I?
Do you have to have your windows wide open?
Yeah, I like a bit of fresh air.
They really muck my van about, you know. Look at this flipping great pipe.
Yeah, careful, careful. That feeds a gas route to the engine.
I know, but look where they put it. They put it right behind my seat. I can hardly sit properly.
And you better not go waving your bayonet about. You cut that pipe, we're in trouble.
They've ruined this van, putting that gas bag on the top.
Hope there are no low bridges.
I've never seen anything like it. Everywhere I look, there's a great sagging bag.
You can't keep your mind off women for 5 minutes, can you?
Shut up, Joe.
Oh, blimey, your ruddy rifle. That's the third time it's nearly cut my ear off. You're bayonet mad, that's what you are, mate. What do you want to keep a bayonet on it for anyway? It's dangerous. Why can't you keep it over your side?
All right, then give it here. I'll shove it up behind the seat. There we are.
Well, now, look what you're doing. Oh, blimey. You nearly had us in the ditch then. Keep your hands on the wheel.
I can't do two things at once, can I?
Just keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. And your ruddy bayonet, you'll be the death of me. What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I feel all light-headed.
That's nothing new. What are you laughing at?
I dreamt I dwelt in marble halls with a little hot oil and a feather.
What do we stop for?
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes.
Are you deaf? I said, why have we stopped? Oh, shut up a minute. I better have a look and see if anything's wrong. God, blimey. Hey, Jones.
What is it?
The gas bag's flopped right down. Must be punctured somewhere.
Hey?
Blimey, look, there it is, right behind your head. That bayonet must have stuck in the pipe.
Behind me?
I thought your driving was a bit more erratic than usual. You've been breathing the gas in.
I've been as fixed. It's got a big hole, isn't it? We'd better do something.
What?
I don't know. Do what that little Belgian boy did in Brussels.
What, here?
No, quick, stick your finger in the hole.
You're thinking of the Dutch boy and the dam, you silly old duffer. Look, I can't sit here with my finger stuck in this hole. You have a look in the first aid box. See if there's any sticking plaster.
All right. No, too small.
Well, shove a field dressing round it then.
Good idea.
Yeah, hurry up.
Yeah, all right. Here we are. Now then. There, that should do it. Come on, Joe, get in.
Right.
Yeah. We're going to be very late, you know. I wonder what Mr. Mannering's going to say.
We're going to be very late, you know. I wonder what Mr. Mannering's going to say.
Shut up, Joe. Well, Mr. Mannering's not going to like it.
Like it? He'll do his nut.
All right, ladies, stand back. All right, stand back. It's nothing to see, Hey, when are your men going to get here with that ambulance, Mannering?
They'll be here any minute now, Warden.
They better be. I've got all these volunteer carriages lying around and nothing to carry them away in.
Wilson, this really is most embarrassing. Where is Jones with that van?
Perhaps he's run out of petrol.
Not using petrol. It's been converted to gas.
Oh, yes, of course, yes, sir.
If this is a taste of your efficiency, I don't think much of it. Now, come along, you lot. Now, look, I told you to... come on, I told you to stand back.
Arthur.
Oh, hello, Mavis. What are you doing here?
I've been looking everywhere for you, Arthur. You forgot to give me my housekeeping money.
Mavis, please. Can't you see we're busy?
Oh, I can't help that, Arthur. I've got my shopping to do.
Right, missus, lie down on the pavement beside that old man.
I shall do no such thing.
You're one of the volunteer casualties, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Well, in that case, stand back out the way. Come on.
Look here. This lady's talkative will not stand back until she's finished. You understand?
Oh, ruddy amateurs.
Well done, Wilson.
Will £2 be enough, Mavis?
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, Arthur. Oh, you know, he's a wonderful man, Mr. Mannering. See you later, then.
Wilson.
Yes, sir.
I do feel you should confine your domestic affairs to off-duty hours.
It's awfully difficult with it being Saturday, you see. Weekend shopping, you understand.
Oh, I've never seen such chaos in all my life. Utter chaos. Oh, come on, move back now. Right, come on, everyone, move back now. Come on.
Here's the van now, sir.
Thank goodness for that.
And about time. Right, get this lot of the stretchers and load them in the ambulance. I'm going to see how they're getting on in the next street.
Oh, sorry we're late, Mr. Mannering. We had a bit of trouble.
All right, Jones. You and Pike put this old man on the stretcher. and then put him in the back of the van.
Right, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Brown, is it?
That's right.
I see you've broken a leg.
No, it's not really broken. I'm just a volunteer casualty.
Yes, quite.
Never had a day's illness in my life, actually. Always kept myself fit.
Well, you're in very good hands here. Right, Pike, Jones, lift Mr. Brown up.
Very good, sir.
For goodness sake, lift your end, Jones. You're a little old man.
He's not as old as I am, sir.
Oh, Fraser, take over.
I will, sir. Right. We've got him.
Right, now bring him round to the back of the van.
Well, that's it.
Open the back doors, Jones.
Yes, sir. Oh, dear. I'm afraid it's locked, sir.
What? Who locked it?
I did, sir.
What on earth for?
Well, I didn't want anyone touching my marbles.
Unlock it at once.
I can't, sir. I haven't got the key.
Oh, for goodness sake, there's no end to all this. Where is the key?
It's back in my shop, sir.
Well, go and get it at once.
Yeah.
Take that bag there.
Yeah, very good, sir.
Go, Jones.
Right, make way there, please.
Yeah,
Make way.
if I may make a suggestion, sir.
Yes, Fraser.
There's a wee door at the back of the car behind the driving seat. We could get him into the van through there, sir.
That's a good idea. Mr. Brown, a bit of a technical hitch here. We're going to take you round to the front of the van. Nothing to be alarmed about.
Oh, you carry on. I've every confidence in you.
Thank you. Right, pick him up.
Right, sir.
Come on, Godfrey. To Wilson. Take the stretcher case round to the front.
All right, yes, sir.
Open the passenger door, Wilson.
Right, sir.
Walker, what are you doing in there?
Well, there was so much going on out there, I thought I'd better keep out of the way.
No room for work shies here. You can jolly well give us a hand.
Okay, Gov.
Now, then, we'll put Mr. Brown in feet first. Right, lift him up. Come on, Godfrey. Wilson, that's it. Now, then, push.
Yeah, hang on.
Now, look, you'll have to bend his legs round. Go on, bend them round.
I don't think they'll bend that way.
Oh.
But I'll try.
Oh, mind what you're doing.
Yeah, I told you they wouldn't bend, Mr. Mannering.
Oh.
Yeah, you all right, mate?
Oh, I think I've damaged something. What the hell are you lot up to?
I think we've put his leg out of joint, Mr. Mannering. Try not to laugh, mate. Won't hurt so much then.
Oh, it's not funny, you know.
Here, Mannering, did you tell Jones to take that bike?
Yes, Warden, I did.
Well, it's mine. Ruddy liberty. You can't go round taking private property willy-nilly.
Oh, never mind that now. We're supposed to be in the middle of an emergency.
Anything you touch becomes an emergency, mate.
Come on, Pike. Fraser, push. Bend him round, Walker.
I've told you he won't bend anymore.
I'm not made of rubber, you know.
What's going on? What's going on? Blimey, what are you doing to that poor bloke in there?
Will you mind your own business? Wait. This obviously isn't going to work. Round again. Come on, Wilson, Godfrey, lift him up. Wait a minute. No. You'll have to go down. That's it.
I've never seen anything like it. You're a bunch of raving lunatics.
Would you mind leaving this to me, Warden? Come on, Pike, Godfrey. Pull!
Oh, hold on. He's got his foot caught in a steering wheel.
Well, now, really, Mr. Brown, I must have you to cooperate.
Well, it's not my fault. It's you idiots.
Walker, pull his foot out.
Yeah, righto. Yeah, here you are, mate. Twist yourself to the left.
Oh.
Yeah, no, not that left. The other left.
Oh.
Right, now I'll pull.
My leg.
Yeah, mate, I hope your license to drive this.
Just get my foot out, will you? Oh, I wish I'd never volunteered to be a casualty.
Well, it gets you out of the house, doesn't it? Right, take it easy. That's got it.
Oh, the pain.
Right, stand back, Fraser. Godfrey, I'll handle this. Walker, ease Mr. Brown down gently, and I'll take the weight.
Talk about Fred Carno's army.
Have you got him, Mr. Mannering?
Yes, Walker.
Oh.
Don't worry, Mr. Brown, we're nearly finished.
What, you nearly finished me, you mean? I'll sue you for this.
There's no need to take that attitude.
Now, do watch your feet on those cobblestones. They're awfully slippery.
Don't worry, Wilson. I'm pretty sure-footed, you know. Did a lot of rock climbing in my youth. Right. Nearly there. Oh.
Are you all right, Mr. Mannering?
Of course I'm all right.
Oh.
Did you say something, Mr. Brown?
I think he broke his leg, sir, when he fell.
Well, they've done for me. They've done for me.
Look, he needs a blanket. You've got to keep him warm, cause you've really done it now, Mannering.
Will you be quiet, Warden? Come on, Wilson. Get that blanket round him.
All right, sir.
Don't you touch me. Oh, my leg.
All right, mate, all right. I'll do it. There you are.
I've never had a thing wrong with me in 40 years till this lot got their hands on me. Now my leg's broken. And I think my ribs are cracked, too.
Well, we better get him to the hospital, sir. That's what you were meant to be doing.
Do be quiet. Let me think. Now, we'll need an ambulance. Send for an ambulance. Send for an ambulance.
We've got an ambulance, sir.
What? Oh, yes, of course we have. Quick thinking, Fraser.
What's happening, Arthur?
Mavis, I thought you'd gone.
No, I stayed to watch for a bit.
Oh.
What's wrong with that poor man?
Nothing that need concern you, Mrs. Pike. I have everything under control.
Under control? You're a menace. You are a menace.
Make me there. I've got the key, sir.
Good man, Jones. Unlock the back doors. We've got to get this man to hospital.
He needs a proper ambulance. You leave him to us.
You're not having him. He's our casualty.
If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be a casualty.
Exactly. That proves my point. Anyway, we had him first.
Look. No, you didn't. I gave him to you, so you hand him over to me at once.
How dare you. Remove your hands from my stretcher immediately.
That's our stretcher.
All right. You can have the stretcher. We'll take the patient. Right, man, get him off the stretcher and get him into the van.
No, you leave me alone, do you hear, all of you? Don't you come near me. I was perfectly all right until you lot came along. You're mad. And you were locking up, the lot of you. You're all mad, do you hear me? Stark, raving, staring mad.
In that episode of Dad's Army, from the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John Le Mesurier, Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, James Beck, Private Walker, Bill Pertwee, ARP Warden, Pearl Hackney, Mrs. Pike, Richard Davis, Volunteer, Diana Bishop, Miss Meadows, and Elizabeth Morgan as Mrs. Leonard. The Armoured Might of Lance Corporal Jones was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dias. Present Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Battle School, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Jack Watson and Alan Tilburn. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. As Britain continues the struggle against the Nazi aggressor, the gallant men of the Home Guard are constantly on the lookout for new ways to outwit the devilish Hun. At the Church Hall in Warmington-on-Sea, Captain Mannering has devised yet another brilliant scheme, which his platoon are standing by, ready to put into operation.
As you know, men, we're going to battle school this weekend, and it's quite on the cards that Major Smith, the CEO of the school, may be coming along here tonight to observe our training. So I want you to be on your toes. Now, if you'll pay attention to this blackboard, you'll see that I've drawn this representation of a German tank. I realise I'm not exactly Van Gogh.
No, sir, no.
Now, I want you to observe the following points. Heavy armour in the front, usually 4-inch plating, a 40, 50 or 60 millimetre repeating cannon here, heavy machine guns here and here, light machine guns here, here, and here.
Excuse me, just where was that?
Here.
That's all right. Just checking. Carry on.
Thank you, Fraser. And here, a high-pressure flamethrower at the front. A very formidable opponent indeed. Now, how are we going to tackle it? Well, come along. Must be some suggestions.
Permission to make a suggestion, sir.
Yes.
How about sugar, sir?
Sugar? What do you do with it?
We stick it in the petrol tank so the engine fizzles out.
I think it's a very good idea, don't you, Wilson?
Yes, I do, sir. It's a very good idea, yes.
Make an application for an extra sugar ration.
Right, sir, yes.
If it doesn't work, we can always use the rest in our tea.
Right. Any more suggestions?
What about potatoes, sir?
Potatoes?
Yes, you bung them on the exhaust and the gases can't escape and the engine stops.
I see. Well, unfortunately, Corporal Jones, these Nazi tanks have been designed with long, thin exhaust outlets.
Maybe we could get long, thin potatoes.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, shall I put in an order for some long, thin potatoes?
Will you do that, Wilson?
Yes, of course, yes.
And if that doesn't work, we can have some chips.
Yeah, all right. Well, now, we had two interesting suggestions which have stimulated a most useful discussion. However, tonight we shall concentrate on my method. Now, these are the things we shall be using. Hold them up, Wilson, as I describe them.
Right.
One blanket.
One blanket.
1 tin of petrol.
1 tin of petrol.
1 crowbar.
One crowbar.
Hold it up higher, Wilson.
awfully heavy.
Oh, never mind. Petrol bombs.
Petrol bombs?
And last but not least, 1 box of matches.
1 box of matches.
We place ourselves under cover, carefully concealed from the enemy.
Here, here.
We hear the tank coming, and as it draws level, the first man pours petrol over the blanket, breaks cover, and rushes up to the tank. That's you, Pike.
Who, me?
Yes, you. And you throw the blanket into the tracks. You got that?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Then Lance Corporal Jones will run out and set fire to the blanket. Now, we're all clear so far.
Yes.
Good. Now, you, Fraser.
Aye.
You will prise open the lid of the tank with a crowbar. Walker will have a petrol bomb in each hand. Lance Corporal Jones will light them and drop them into the aperture. Any questions?
Aye. What'll you be doing?
I shall be observing from behind cover, deciding whether to send in the second wave. Now, before we start, the whole success of this operation depends on the decoy. Someone must take the attention of the tank crew away from us. Godfrey, you can be the decoy.
Oh, thank you very much.
Right. Now, let's try this through by numbers. Pike, you go down into that corner over there with the blanket.
Right. Excuse me.
Fraser and Walker, stand by with the crowbar and the petrol bombs.
Excuse me, Captain Mannering.
Oh, yes, sir?
I'm Major Smith.
Oh, how do you do, sir? You're just in time. We're about to start a dummy attack. Right, Godfrey. Stand over here. And Wilson, you...
what exactly are you going to attack, Mannering?
A German tank, sir. You see the diagram on the board.
Oh, is that what it is? I thought it was a trolley. Oh, do carry on.
Yes, sir. Now, Wilson, you're the tank.
Right, sir.
Go to the end of the room. Stand by. Right. Off you go. Tank moves forward. Right, Godfrey. Attract the tank's attention.
I say...
Good. Gotta make them angry. Do it again.
I say, you fascist beasts.
Come on, Pike. Where's the blanket?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mannering. Sorry, I didn't hear the tank coming. No noise.
All right. No. Stop everything. Now, we'll start again. And this time, Wilson, try and make a noise like a tank.
I'm awfully sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I'm not really sure what sort of noise a tank makes.
Oh, of course you do. It's like a sort of... how would you describe it, Major?
Well, it's a sort of a rumbling sound.
There you are. It's a rumbling sound.
Mm-hmm.
You know that?
Oh, no, not really, sir. No, I haven't.
Oh, well, just improvise then. All right, stand by. Off you go, tank.
Rumble, rumble.
No. Now, all together, please. Rumble, 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 rumble.
You fascist beast.
Get over the blanket, Pike.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Well done, Pike. Now light the blanket, Jones. Where's the flaming blanket?
In me flaming hand.
Well, get it to the tank, man. That's it. Put some beef into it. Come on, Fraser. Get in with the crowbar.
Aye, sir.
Walker, in with the petrol bombs. That's it. Oh, well done. Well done, men. Right, now you can all relax for a minute. Oh, what do you think about that, Major?
Oh, I loved it. Absolutely top hole. Bags of enthusiasm, what? A little rough round the edges, perhaps, but we'll soon smooth those out when you come down to battle school, eh?
Oh, we're looking forward to it, sir.
Oh, jolly good. And I'm sure you'll all have terrific time. Loads of fun. See you at the weekend, what?
What time are we due at the battle school?
1600 hours, sir.
What's that?
4 o'clock.
Yes, all right. 4 hours to do an hour's journey. If I'd known it was going to take all this time, I'd have brought something to eat. I'm starving. Pike, take your thumb out of your mouth, boy.
Sorry? It's the story in this week's Hotspur. It's so exciting, you see. It's all about a bunch of soldiers who are trapped for weeks without food. They're all starving, so they decide to draw lots to see which one of them they're going to eat.
I say that's an awfully good idea. Which one of them loses?
The captain.
You stupid boy.
If I'd known we were going to be all this time in the train, I'd have brought some of the sausages you like, Mr. Mannering. By the way, sir, where's this place we're going to?
Oh, I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Jones. It's classified information. I'm under sealed orders, and I can't open them until we get out of the train.
But if we don't know where we're going, how will we know when we get there?
Don't worry about that, Fraser. The guard will tell us.
I hope we get there soon. I mean, with no corridor on the train, I find it
very awkward indeed.
You just have to control yourself, haven't you, Godfrey? This is war. You're on active service, you know.
I know, sir, but I don't quite know what to do. It's very difficult.
Try walking up and down.
All right.
Where you going, man? That's my foot you trod on.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Fraser.
Does the walking help, Godfrey?
It's no better, sir.
I got an idea, Mr. Godfrey. Why don't you recite a piece of poetry as you walk, and that will take your mind off it?
All right. The owl and the pussycat went to sea in a beautiful pea green boat. They took some honey. Took some honey. Plenty of money. Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Honey and plenty of money wrapped up in a 5-pound note.
Godfrey, get up, I can't hear you.
The owl looked up to the moon above.
Get up, Godfrey!
Look, sir, now that we've stopped, Godfrey can, he can sort of nip outside.
Ah, that's a good idea, yes. Go on, Godfrey. Out you get. Open the door, Pike.
Right. Oh, it's very high, sir.
Don't get on with it, man. Wilson, help me get him down on the line.
All right, Godfrey.
There you are, Godfrey. Can you manage?
Would you mind closing the door, please?
Oh, very well.
There we are, sir. See, we're moving.
Yeah, quick, get him in.
All right, sir, go on.
Hurry up. Come on, hurry up. Pull him in, Wilson. You as well. Fight.
I'm trying to, sir. I'm trying. Come on, Mr. Godfrey. I can't keep up much longer.
Come on, Wilson. Get us in along. Right. Heave! That's got him.
Are you all right, Mr. Godfrey?
I'm afraid not. The owl, the pussycat, went to see in a beautiful pea green boat. Bombington on Sea party, all out.
I say, guard. Excuse me. Where are we?
You know better than to ask that, sir. I'm not allowed to divulge. Right, driver, take her away.
Corporal Jones.
Yep.
Pull the men in.
Right, come on, you blokes, fall in.
Wilson. Yes. I hope this is the right place. Looks a bit deserted to me.
Well, the guard did tell us to get out here, sir.
Oh, yes. Could have been a trick. I think I'd better open these sealed orders.
It's a good idea, sir.
Right. Oh. They've given us a good map.
Oh, really? How nice. Oh, that's all you, there.
Ah, yes. Oh, the route's pretty straightforward.
Is it really, sir?
Yes, you see, we're here at X-railway halt.
Oh, yes.
Map reference...
Map reference? What?
Map reference... Now, there's that hill over there.
Oh, yes.
And the battle school's just here. Yes. That's only about a mile away. We should be there by tea time.
Well, that's good, sir.
Captain Mandarin, the platoon's ready to march off, sir.
Thank you, Corporal. Just a minute. Where's Godfrey?
Oh, he's not quite finished the owl and the pussycat, sir.
You just have to catch up, that's all. Right, man. Platoon. 10. Hut! Left turn. By the right. Quick march. Left wheel. Left. Platoon. Halt! Right, now these are your quarters, men. Make yourselves comfortable while I go and report to Major Smith. Come along, Wilson.
Right, men, fall out.
God, just look at the time, 11 o'clock. It's taken us 5 hours to get here from the station, and it's only a mile away.
You know, I don't think Mr. Mandarin really knew the way at all.
Oh, but he had the map, Mr. Jones. Do you think he was holding it upside down?
That might explain why we found ourselves back at the railway station 3 times.
That was out of date.
If anything's out of date, it's Mannering. It's a disgrace. He's not fit to be in charge of men.
What an awful place this is. I do hope it has the usual offices. I don't think I could bear to recite the Owl and the Pussycat again.
Well, it's not exactly Buckingham Palace, is it, Mr. Godfrey?
No, man. Did you see the places we marched in? It looks just like a prisoner of war camp.
Do you think the Red Cross send in food parcels?
Here we all are, then. Well, men, we got here.
Aye? Tell me, does this weekend course include any map reading, Captain Mannering?
No, Fraser, not now. Major Smith's here. Good evening, Captain Mannering.
Good evening, Major.
This is Captain Rodriguez.
Hello there. How do you do?
I'm afraid you've missed your evening meal. Supper finished 4 hours ago.
Oh, no.
I don't think you need worry about us, sir. My men are all as tough as steel, quite used to roughing it.
Aye, with you in command, we have to be.
Yes, right, relax, everyone. We don't go in for a lot of formalities here. Now, as you chaps know, this is a special Home Guard battle school, and the man who will be in charge of you during the next 2 days is Captain Rodriguez here. Now, he's an expert in all forms of guerrilla tactics. He fought in Spain during the Civil War, and as you know, that was a pretty dirty business.
If you ask me, he hasn't had a wash since.
My job here is to keep a paternal eye on you and to make sure that you don't get knocked about too much. After all, some of us aren't getting any younger, are we?
Mr. Speaks up?
Certainly, Corporal.
You don't have to worry about us senior soldiers, sir. You can knock us about as much as you like. We can take it, and we can dish it out. Give them the old cold steel, sir. They don't like it up 'em, sir. They don't like it up 'em. They really don't.
Yes, that's the spirit. Well, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Captain Rodriguez. Right, carry on.
Shall I bring the men to attention, Captain Rodriguez?
No. You can cut out all that sort of bullshine round here. We've thrown the rule book out of the window. No shunning and arm waving in this place. All we do is to teach you how to kill Nazis. That is all I am interested in, killing. Is that clear?
This is very clear. Isn't it, Sergeant?
Oh, yes. Crystal clear, sir.
Now, are there any questions?
Asking about food, sir.
Yes. What about a meal?
Cantina is closed 4 hours ago. Never mind. I always think of you men. Here, grab a hold of this sack. There are some carrots and onions in there.
Carrots and onions?
It is what you would eat if you were living off the land.
Ugh, onions.
What is wrong with onions, Sergeant? I eat them all the time.
I'd never have guessed.
Right, you got your food. Now you, old man, what is your name?
Jones, sir.
Right, Jones. You see that pile of straw over there?
Yes, sir.
With it, you stuff your palliasse.
I beg your
Stuff it in your palliasse.
He's a bit continental, isn't he?
Right, men, you have each got a palliasse to lie on and a blanket to cover you, not to mention carrots and onions to eat. What more could you want?
I've really no idea.
You had better get some sleep now. We start early in the morning here. Sleep tightly.
I never heard anything like that all my life, have you, Wilson? To think that brigand is a captain in the British Army. Looks like an anarchist to me.
Well, thank goodness it's on our side, sir.
Now, ma'am, we've got a pretty busy weekend ahead of us, so you better start filling your palliasses with straw.
Look at this. Sleeping on straw. One blanket each. Sick. We'll freeze to death.
That is, if we haven't already died from starvation.
It's not fair, Uncle Arthur. I've been looking forward to this weekend for ages. And then it goes and turns out like this.
All right, Frank, there's no need to blub, you know.
I'm not blubbing. It's all this straw. It's brought on my hay fever.
I can't eat raw carrots. They give me shocking indigestion.
Now, men, I know we've only got one blanket each, so as usual, we must improvise.
Permission to speak, sir. Why don't we all huddle together, sir? That'll keep us warm. We used to do a lot of huddling in the Sudan, you know.
Yeah. Not too sure about that, Jones. Maybe bad for discipline. All the same, in a case like this, I think we might stretch a point.
If you don't mind, Captain Mannering, I'm very particular who I huddle together with.
All right, Fraser. In that case, I shall sleep over here.
Aye, you do that.
Well, I think we shall all feel very much better after a good night's sleep. Settle down. Now, if you're all settled down, I think someone should put the light out. Don't bother to move, anybody. I'll do it.
Uncle Arthur.
Yes, what is it?
Ain't I've cold. Do you mind if I snuggle up to you?
I'd rather you didn't.
I shall tell Mum.
Oh.
Mr. Van...
Who's it? What's it?
Permission to whisper, sir.
Oh, you, Jones, what is it?
I'm sorry everything went wrong today, sir.
Thank you, Jones.
Yes, it wasn't your fault, sir. It was the fortunes of war. After all, you've been a good officer to us. You've led us through thick and you've led us through thin.
It's a lonely task being a commander, you know, Jones. One must take the rough with the smooth.
Yes, but I just want you to know, sir, that I've still got faith in you.
Thank you, Jones.
Even if no one else has. Good night, sir.
Good night, Jones.
Crawl up.
All right, you lot, on your feet, out of bed. Come on.
Good heavens, what the... Oh, good morning, Captain Rodriguez. You gave me quite a start. Bit early in the morning for that sort of thing, isn't it?
It is not early in the morning, Capitan. It is 10 minutes to 9. The rest of the camp has been up for 2 hours.
Good heavens. We must have overslept.
You certainly did. You better hurry up. I want you and your men outside, ready to start training in 10 minutes.
10 minutes? What about breakfast?
Breakfast finished 1 hour ago. Now, Capitan Mainwaring, listen to this. During the time you are here, every platoon is given the chance to capture my headquarters. So far, no one has succeeded. But you are quite free to try and break the record.
We'll have a go, Mr. Mainwaring, sir. We'll go through them like a dose of salts.
HQ used to be a prisoner of war camp. It is surrounded by a barbed wire fence, an electrified fence. And the space in between is patrolled by dogs. Alsatians.
Oh, dear.
And they do not get too much to eat.
Oh, dear.
Right, Mainwaring, get your men out to the training ground at the double.
Very good, sir. Right, man, get dressed. By the way, anyone seen Sergeant Wilson? Seems to be missing.
Oh, good morning, sir. What a lovely day.
Where have you been, Wilson?
Well, I've been having a water shave, sir. I was feeling a bit peckish, so I went into the canteen.
Did you say you've had breakfast?
Yes, I have, sir. Yes. It was rather nice, actually. Fried bread, bacon, toast, marmalade. 3 marks of tea.
Why didn't you waken me?
Well, you look so peaceful. I'd like to disturb you.
Thank you for being so considerate.
Not at all.
I'll do the same for you sometime. Right, men, fall in outside as quickly as you can.
Do not forget, men, keep your heads down. We are using live ammunition.
They're going to use live ammunition, sir.
I shouldn't take too much notice of this, and I can assure you they wouldn't dare. Right, follow me. You're quite right, Wilson. They are using live ammunition.
Right, Mainwaring. See that line of barbed wire on the brow of that hill? I want you and your men to crawl towards it on their bellies. Do not forget, you will be under heavy machine gun fire all the way. Right, off you go.
Keep the heads down, men. That swarthy Spaniard is dangerous. Now just watch me and do exactly as I do.
I will, lad, if you want to get killed.
Where's he gone, Mr. Godfrey?
If you ask me, he's done a bunk. No, that's not strictly true. No, he's fallen straight down that hole.
Are you all right, Mr. Manran?
Of course I'm all right, Jones.
Well, hold on, sir.
What do you think I'm doing, Wilson? Get me out of here.
Permission to speak, sir?
Yes, what is it?
I should like to volunteer to get you out of there, sir.
Oh, for goodness sake, man, get on with it.
Why don't we just crawl away and pretend we haven't seen him?
Fraser, that'll do. Now, you and Godfrey grab hold of Jones's right leg.
Right.
Frank,
yes?
You have him with his left.
Right,
all right, Jones. In you go. Give us a shout as soon as you make contact with Captain Mainwaring. All right, everybody. Come on now. Gently does it.
There you go.
Oh, it's very dark in here. Is anybody there?
Of course. I'm here. Just a few inches more, Jones. You've nearly done it.
I'm touching something now. Are those your fingers, Mr. Mainwaring?
Of course they are, Jones. Whose did you think they'd be?
They feel like chitlings. You know, like when I take them out of the refrigerator. Must be cold down there.
Never mind that. Pull me out.
Yes, sir. Right. Hold tight, sir.
Right up there. Pull away.
Right. Pull. Uncle Arthur, I'm slipping.
Hold on. The ground's getting wet.
Mr. Mannering, hello. I hope you didn't mind us dropping in on you like that.
All right, Wilson. Now, the question is, how are we going to get out of here? Where's the rest of the platoon?
Well, I last saw Walker and the others about 50 yards away to our right, sir.
That's no good. I will just have to use our own initiative. Any suggestions, Wilson?
I don't think so, sir.
What do you find so amusing?
I just think, sir, this situation reminds me a bit of Alice.
Alice who?
Well, don't you remember, sir? Alice fell down the rabbit hole. See?
Yes, very amusing.
Mr. Mannering, come over here. I think I found something. Hey, I can't believe they've got one of those down here.
Fraser.
Aye, sir.
Shine that torch over here.
Right here.
Good heavens, yes. Looks like the entrance to a tunnel. Well done, Godfrey.
Yeah, it's all muddy.
This must be an old escape tunnel built by the Jerry POWs in the First World War. And if I'm not very much mistaken, Wilson, I calculate it leads directly towards Rodriguez' headquarters.
And if he is mistaken, we could well be stuck down here for the duration.
Come on, men, follow me.
So, but what if this tunnel doesn't lead to the headquarters after all?
But it must do, Wilson. Where else could it lead?
Well, look, back to the railway station.
Go for damp.
Ask me, it's just another of Mannering's mystery tours.
There you are, Rodriguez.
Shh. Be quiet, everybody. Fraser, quick, give me that torch.
Here you are, sir.
What is it, sir? It's a trap door, Wilson. Shh, listen.
How's the exercise going?
Well, fairly good, thank you, Major, except for that man from Walmington-on-Sea. That Capitan Mainwaring and half his platoon have vanished off the face of the earth. I only hope they never have to face any Germans.
I think perhaps you're being a little hard on poor old Captain Mannering.
Amateur soldiers. He should go back to managing a bank.
Did you hear that, Wilson?
Yes, I did, sir. What a very offensive gentleman.
Right, we'll show him. Stand by, men. Now, when I give the word, we're going to burst through this door and overpower them. You ready?
Yes.
Right. Here we go. Now. Right. Get your hands up. Major Smith, and you, Captain Rodriguez. As CO of the Walmington-on-Sea platoon, I declare this headquarters captured.
Oh, jolly good show, Mannering. Awfully well done. You succeeded where no one else has before. I shall recommend you and your men to GHQ for this. Splendid effort.
Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Well done, Mr. Mannering.
Thank you, Godfrey.
Congratulations, Captain Mannering. I never doubted for one moment that you'd pull it off.
Thank you, Fraser.
Captain Mannering, sir, I said it before and I'll say it again. You're our inspiration, sir.
Oh, come now, Jones.
3 cheers for Captain Mannering. Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip.
In that episode of Dad's Army, from the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John Le Mesurier, Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Jack Watson, Major Smith, and Alan Tilburn as Captain Rodriguez. Battle School was adapted for radio by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dias. Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Uninvited Guests, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests Bill Pertwee, Frank Williams, and Edward Sinclair. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. As the Nazi scourge sweeps relentlessly across Europe, scattering whole nations like so much chaff before the wind, we at home give grateful thanks to the brave men of the Home Guard who are on constant alert, ready to repel any Nazi invader foolhardy enough to step ashore on British soil. In his office in the church hall at Warmington-on-Sea, Captain Mannering is talking to the chief ARP warden.
Well, Hodges, I'm very sorry to hear about your HQ.
Yeah, blown to bits it was.
I'm glad to see that you escaped unharmed.
I wasn't in there.
Very fortunate.
I was in the boozer.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I'm very sorry, but I don't see what I can do.
Well, as my headquarters have been put out of action, I've official permission to use this hall here.
This hall here? But, this hall. And whose authority?
See for yourself. There's a letter from the town clerk, countersigned by the vicar. Now, I'm a reasonable man. We've had our differences in the past, Mannering, but we're both on the same side, and I'm going to be generous. I'm not shutting you out altogether. I'm prepared to go shares with you. You can keep that end of the office by the window, and I'll have this end.
What are you doing?
Just making a chalk line on the floor so we know where we stand. Now, when it comes to the desk, you keep your stuff on that side, and I'll keep mine on this side.
Don't you dare put chalk marks on my desk.
I'm only trying to be reasonable and fair.
I shall rub it out.
Well, I'll chalk it again.
And I'll rub it out again.
Look, I can chalk quicker than you can rub, mate. Now, you've probably noticed that both the doors are in my half. Now, I'm going to be fair. I'll put a chalk mark down the middle of the floor like this. And over here like this. Now, that'll give you a path to the doors. That's Tom Tiddler's ground.
I've had just about enough of this.
No, just a minute. Get back. You're standing on my bit.
This is absurd.
Now, the only thing I have to insist on is the phone. That has to be in my half.
No, it doesn't. This is my artery of communication. If Hitler invades some other part of the coast first, that is how I shall be informed.
Yeah, well, it's my artery every time the siren sounds. If Hitler's coming, I'll take a message for you.
This phone stays exactly where it is. And I give you precisely 5 seconds to get out of this office.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not going.
We'll see about that. Wilson? Jones?
Yes, Mr. Mannering. Coming.
Escort this person from my headquarters.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm staying here. This is my headquarters.
Wilson, prepare to carry out my orders.
Yes, sir. Now, would you mind leaving, like the captain says?
Look, I've got authority from the town clerk. There it is in black and white.
If you do not leave, you'll have this bayonet up you, and you will not like it, I tell you.
Now, look here, Gandhi.
What?
What you do with that bayonet?
Shall I give him the cold steel, so the old cold steel
Steady,
stuff?
steady, Joe.
Right, I'm going. But you'll hear more of this.
Well done, Jones.
They don't like the cold steel, so they can't come to the cold steel, sir.
Oh, we've seen the last of him.
I don't think we have, sir.
What do you mean?
Come here, sir, just a minute. Not too close to the window, or they'll see you. But Hodges has collared the vicar and the verger.
He's done it now, Vicar. He's done it now.
Oh, do try and control yourself, Mr. Hodges. Whatever's up, Mr. Hodges? You look like a soul in torment.
It's that Mannering. I'll have him, I will, I'll have him.
Do stop jumping about, Mr. Hodges. You'll do yourself an injury. Now, what happened?
He threatened me with a bayonet.
Oh, never. Did you hear that, Your Reverence? Is this true, Mr. Hodges?
Of course it's true. If I hadn't got out quick, they'd have cut me to ribbons.
He who liveth by the sword shall perish by the sword. And that goes for bayonets and all. I don't think there's any need to get quite so dramatic, Mr. Yakeman. I'll go in and have a word with Captain Mannering. I shall be right at your side, Your Reverence. Who knows where they'll strike next?
Yes, and I'll be right behind you.
Well, come on, then. We'll go in through the side door. That's the nearest.
Oh, Lord.
What is it, Wilson?
I think we're in for a visit from the three wise men.
Don't you worry, sir. I've got the cold steel ready, sir. I've got the cold steel.
Jones, put that bayonet away.
Ah, Mr. Mannering.
Would you mind not using that door in future, Vicar? It's for my own personal use.
Mr. Mannering, I think you're forgetting the whole of the hall is church property, and I've given Mr. Hodges here permission to use this office. Now, I understand that he's been molested.
Yeah, threatened me with a bayonet.
Nothing but vandals they are.
I'm very busy, Vicar. I'm afraid I shall have to ask you and your cohorts to leave my office.
It is not your office, it is my office, and I have lent it to Mr. Hodges here.
There, what did I say? I told you, Mannering, didn't I? I told you.
Let him have the cold steel up himself.
Jones, you're interrupting training, Vicar, which is essential to the defence of the realm. Will you kindly leave?
No, I will not. Now, will you agree to share this hall with the ARP?
No, I will not.
Very well. I shall report you to the bishop and to the police.
Oh, don't be so damn childish.
Don't you profane his reverence like that.
Look, Berger, I don't want any impertinence from you.
Now, let's be reasonable about this, Mr. Mannering. You have got to let Mr. Hodges share this hall.
Under no circumstances whatever could I bring myself to share my HQ with this man. That is final.
Well, I think it's a cheek, Mr. Rogers, running his ARPHQ in our hall.
Well, there wasn't much Mr. Mannering could do about it, you see. As the vicar pointed out, it is the church's hall. He'll try to cooperate, of course, but what can you do with a man like Hodges? I mean, he really is so awfully common.
Right there, Sergeant Wilson, he is common.
Yes, well, there's one thing I really can't stand. It's common people.
I think you've been a little unfair. After all, Mr. Hodges runs the civil defence very well, and it's a very dangerous job.
Yes, I know, but I'm not saying he doesn't do it very well, Godfrey, but what I am saying is that he's so terribly uncouth.
And he's got dirty fingernails.
Yes, quite right, Frank, quite right.
Wilson, come in here a minute, will you?
All right, sir, come in.
If only Captain Mannering had put a curse on him.
You talk rubbish, Jock. How can you put a curse on people?
What's he done?
When?
Over 50 years ago, when I was trading coral in the South Seas with a friend of mine.
Was that the one that got killed by a giant squid, Mr. Fraser?
No, that was another friend. Jethro, his name was. Well, one day we were anchored off a small island about 20 miles west of Samoa. Jethro told me he'd heard there was a ruined temple in the centre of the island with a huge idol that had a ruby the size of a duck's egg set in its forehead, and he was determined to get it. So, as soon as it was dark, we rowed ashore, armed to the teeth, and set off through the jungle to find the temple. After about 2 hours cutting our way through the undergrowth, we finally came to a clearing. In the centre was the ruined temple covered with jungle creepers. The temple was deserted. We crept inside, and there it was, a huge idol with a great ruby in its forehead. The shafts of moonlight that come through the holes in the roof made it glisten like fire. Jethro gave a cry of triumph, jumped up on the idol, and dug the ruby out of his forehead with his knife. All the time, I could feel eyes, horrible, unseen eyes staring at us. I couldn't stand it any longer. Let's get out, I shouted, and we turned to go. Then I saw it, blocking our path in the doorway. A witch doctor. He let out a scream that turned my blood to ice. He shook some bones in Jethro's face, and he cursed him. After all these years, I can still hear that terrible curse. Death! He screamed. Death! That ruby will bring you death! Death!
Did the curse come true, Mr. Fraser?
Aye, laddie. Dead. He died. Last year he was 86.
Right, men. On parade, all of you.
Yes, do as the officer says. Come on, fall in 3 ranks. Dress smartly by the right. Come on now.
Now, I've been on to Area HQ, the Civil Defence Authorities, and also the Chairman of the Town Council, who's a fellow Rotarian. I don't mind telling you, I've given them all a piece of my mind. I can assure you that these ARP people will be moved as soon as possible.
But not this week.
But not this week. I'll tell them this. In the meantime, I think we should all behave like good Christians and, as far as possible, ignore them. Do you mind not squashing my men up like that, Hodges?
Ah, shut up.
Right. Home guard, left dress. Keep moving. Keep moving.
Don't you push my
Keep
men.
moving, men.
That's enough of that, Mannering. That's quite enough of that.
You started it.
You were taking up more than your half of the all.
I have twice as many troops as you have.
Do you call those troops that not? The Bath Chair Fusiliers?
That's enough of that.
I'll put my mum onto you.
Let's sort the man out.
Oh, 6-1. That's brave, isn't it?
Listen, this town's not big enough for both of us, buddy.
Don't start anything. Hello, they're here.
Saved by the bell.
I'll sort you lot out later. I've got work to do. Right. 1, 2, and 3 sectors, get your postman.
Right. 3 men to patrol the viaduct. Then we need 6 men to take up defensive positions at the Gaslight & Co. Company.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cole, man the stretchers. Mr. Carr, take charge of the incident man.
Sponge, you establish your HQ at the Marigold Tea Rooms and patrol from there to Timothy White's.
Fred, you get a fire going in that stove. We may be here all night. It's getting a bit parky. I'm going to my office.
Jones, you keep your sector here in reserve. I'm going to my office.
Here, Manring, keep all that paper and rubbish on your side of the desk.
Look, I'm trying my best to tolerate your presence here. But you're being quite insufferable.
Be quiet. Can't you see I'm on the phone? Hello, is that G-section? Odger's here at headquarters. OK, make a report and let me have it in the morning.
I'll have the phone back at my end of the desk, if you don't mind.
Take your hands off that phone. During an alert, I shall be receiving a constant stream of reports.
And I shall be receiving instructions from the War Office via my superior officer. There you are. They're coming in already.
I'll take it. Warmington ARP.
HQ number 1 Platoon B Company, Warmington on Sea Home Guard.
Do you have to shout in my ear? Hello? Oh, it's for you, Mannering.
Yeah. What did I tell you? Hello, good evening, sir. Mannering here. Yeah, what? Oh. Hello, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth? You can pack that in for a start. We've no time for you carrying on chats with your bits of fluff, would you?
This happens to be my good lady.
Well, cut it short, then.
Yes, dear. Well, no, I can't possibly come home now. What if you're frightened? Can't you go and sit in the cupboard under the stairs, as usual? Yeah. Well, I would have thought a bomb was more dangerous than a mouse.
Oh, bloody hurry up. Careless talk costs lives, you know.
Yes, Elizabeth. I see, dear. Yes, of course. But there's no need to be frightened, my dear. Yes, Elizabeth.
God's sake, Pike. Will you look at the smoke coming out of that stove? Gosh, them wardens can't even light a fire properly. Here, pop up the box, son, and get that can of paraffin.
Righto, Mr. Fraser.
Jones, we might as well have a proper fire, if we're going to have one at all. This is just smoke, man.
Well, it's probably a sparrow's nest blocking the chimney. They do a lot of that sort of thing, sparrows do.
No, they've tried to light it with damp wood, man.
Here's the paraffin, Mr. Fraser.
Good boy. Just pour a drop in the stove.
OK.
I said a drop, son, not the whole can.
Sorry.
Here, go and get rid of it quick before anybody sees.
OK. That's more like a fire now, isn't it?
What's this? That stove's not to be ignited without the consent of the vicar.
What are he blethering about? It's only a fire, man.
It'll have to be notified. There'll be a rumpus. Who lit it?
The wardens.
Ah. The wardens, eh? Oh, well, that's all right. Cheers the place up nice fire, doesn't it?
Yes, well, look, Elizabeth. Perhaps if you made a loud noise, the mouse would go down the hole or something.
God, blimey, you give me that phone. Listen, leave the mouse where it is and you jump down the ruddy hole. Look, this rain's been on 10 minutes and I haven't received a single Mannering report with you stuck on the phone. There you are, I'll take that. Warmington on CARP.
Number 1 Platoon B Company Home Guard.
Will you shut up? Hello, what's that? The chimney on fire? Right, I'll take the details down.
Oh, really? Do we have to tie up a vital channel of communication with such domestic trivia?
There's nothing trivial about a fire, mate. It shows up for miles. Hello? Yes? Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. Mortimer Road. Right, yes. Large building next to St. Aldham's Church. Yes. Right, I've got it. Right. I'll get up to the fire brigade.
Just a minute. A large building next to St. Aldham's Church. This is a large building next to St. Aldham's Church.
Mr. Mannering, what are you up to now?
Go away, Vicar, we're busy.
Do you realise that you set the chimney on fire?
What?
Your Reverence, the stove in the hall has become a raging fiery furnace.
Let me have a look. Get out the way, Verger.
Oh,
Yes, get out of the way, Bertie. Right, Fraser, what happened?
Well, the warden's lit a fire in the stove, so it appears to have got a wee bit out of hand.
What are you doing about it, Wilson?
Oh, well, sir, when it happened once with the nursery fire, Nanny pulled salt on it.
It's a fire, not a pigeon.
Wilson, you never miss an opportunity to remind us of your mollycoddled upper-class childhood, do you? Nanny, indeed. This is an emergency.
I was only saying, sir, that salt worked awfully well on the nursery fire.
Yes. Well, thank goodness some of us had the benefit of a practical upbringing. Right, now, has anybody got any intelligent suggestions?
Bog turf.
I beg your pardon?
A barrel of bog turf. We'll smother it in a jiffy, man.
Oh, be sensible, Fraser.
We must send for the fire brigade.
No, certainly not. I'm putting this out.
We'll deal with this.
You mean we'll deal with it? This is an ARP matter.
These are military premises.
I do think it would be better if we did call in the professionals.
So do I. This is church property. The fire brigade shall be summoned.
What? And have me the laughing stock of the neighbourhood? Not likely. Come on, Fred. Help me get the pumps and we'll take them up the church tower. We should be able to get at the chimney from there.
Come on, Pike.
Sir?
Godfrey, up the tower. Where's Jones?
I think he's already gone up there, sir.
Come on, then, quickly. Righty out. Oh, dear. Jones, where are you?
I'm out here, sir.
He's outside the window, Mr. Manring.
Jones, what are you doing out there?
The chimney's on fire, sir.
I know that. What are you doing?
Well, it's all right, sir. There's a little ledge here, sir, and it runs right round the tower.
I'm coming out there. Hang on to me, Pike.
Right, Mr. Manring. Be careful. Be careful.
There we are.
Careful, sir, careful. It's very narrow, this ledge, sir. If you lean out a little way, you can see the chimney throwing out sparks like a Roman candle. Watch out, sir. There's a sheer drop of about 40 feet. Whoa!
All right, Jones.
Oh,
all
sir.
right, I've got you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, I nearly went then, sir. You saved my life. I'll never forget that, sir. Thank you.
Yes, all right. Now, you move out of the way, Jones. I want to get past.
Yes, sir.
Look,
Well,
look, you get back inside.
Well, I can't move much, sir. I'm caught on the gargoyles. There's a lot of them about up here, sir, and I do not like it, sir.
Stay where you are, then, and I'll squeeze past.
Here, Jones, what are you hanging about there for? This is an ARP matter. Get out of the way.
I'm caught in a very embarrassing situation.
What are you talking about?
His trousers are hooked on a gargoyle, Mr. Rogers.
Well, take them off then.
Mercy on us. Not in front of his reverence.
We can't have him stuck just outside the window. He's in the way. Go on, get him off.
Hey, help! Help!
What's going on here?
Oh,
Leave my man alone, Hodges.
they're trying to take my trousers off, Mr. Manring.
Don't be neurotic, Jones, and keep still. Wilson, are you there?
Yes, sir.
There's a gap from this tower to the church hall roof. If we can bridge it with a plank, we should be able to get across.
Well, I haven't got a plank. I mean, why should I have a plank? Nobody said anything about a plank.
Why must you always find excuses?
There's a ladder here, sir. Can he not use that?
Well done, Fraser. Hand it out.
Aye, sir, we'll get it.
Oh! Whoa! Do try to get out of the way, Jones.
Now I'm unhitched from the gargoyle, Mr. Manring.
I heard it. Don't stand right in front of the window, Jones. The ladder's coming through here.
There's no cut, Manning.
Whoa! Jones, what are you doing out there?
I'm on the end of the ladder. I'm dangling. Don't make me dangle, sir.
Hold the ladder firm, Fraser. Jones is stuck on the end of it.
Help! Put me back!
Quick, pull the ladder back.
Do that, sir. Come on, in.
Oh, dear!
You're safe now, Jones?
Oh, yes, sir. I thought I was gone then, sir. Mr. Manning, you saved my life again, sir. I'll never forget that, sir. Sir.
Never mind about that now. Just steady the ladder as it comes through the window.
Yes, very good, sir.
Right, Fraser? Pike. Yes, sir? Keep easing it out.
Do that, sir. Right, he gently does it.
Yes,
now.
Mr.
Let
Fraser.
go.
Hurry up, you lot. Jerry can see that far for miles.
That's it. Pike, rest the end on the windowsill.
All right.
And all right, your end, Captain Manning.
Yes. It's resting on the roof of the hall.
Good.
I think that's firm. Is it secure on the windowsill, Fraser?
Aye, sir, quite secure.
Let me test the ladder, sir.
Well, get on with it, you old fool, and don't talk so much.
Who are you calling an old fool?
There's no time for that now, Jones. Off you go.
Right, sir. I'm going off now, sir.
Come on then, hurry up.
Pike, come on out. You're the next to cross the ladder.
Oh, no. My mum wouldn't like me up here. I'll get verdigris.
Well, don't look down. Go on, off you go.
All right.
Jones!
Yes, sir?
See if you can get along the top of the roof near the chimney.
Right, sir.
Pike?
Yes, Mr. Mannering?
Crawl along the catwalk by the guttering. See if we could use a pump below the chimney.
All right.
Fraser.
Right, sir.
Sergeant Wilson in there.
Yes, sir, he is.
Tell him to get the water organised.
I will then. Sergeant Wilson, Captain Mannering says they need water.
All right.
Well, go on then, Sergeant. There are plenty of buckets downstairs.
Yes, but aren't you coming to give a hand, Vicar?
No, I'm staying here, ready to pass water through the window.
What?
I'm staying here to look after his reverence.
Come on then, Godfrey. It's just you and me.
Come in, Mr. Wilson.
All right.
The water is yours, way, Captain Mannering.
Good. How are you getting on, Jones?
Nearly there, sir.
Go on, Grandad, hurry up.
You calling Grandad?
Jones, pay attention to what you're doing. You'll fall off again. Pike, are you in a position below the chimney?
Yes, and I've got all sparks falling on top of me.
Good.
Mr. Mannering, sir, if I had some water, I think I could get it down the chimney.
Very good, Jones. Fraser, pass the water.
Pass the water, Fadger. Pass the water, your reverence. Hurry up with the water, Sergeant Wilson.
There you are. 2 buckets full.
Here, another 2. Oh, dear, those stairs. Water coming. Water coming. Water coming. Oh, dear. Mr. Wilson, do you think I might be excused for a moment?
No, certainly not. We've got to get more water. Now, come on then. Come on, Godfrey. Come on.
Oh, dear.
There you are, Jones. Water coming.
Water coming. Water coming.
Right, I've got it. Now let's see if I can get it down the chimney. Here goes.
Mind what you're doing. That went all over me.
Oh, sorry about that, Pikey. I missed, Mr. Mannering.
More water.
More water. More water.
Fraser.
I have.
Take a pump and join Pike below the chimney.
I'll do that, sir. Verger, pass the pump out. Here you are, Mr. Fraser. Thank you. Well, I'm on my way, sir.
Good man. We need more water.
Water coming. Water coming.
Go on then, Godfrey.
Oh, dear. Why does everybody have to shout water?
Right, I've got the water.
Well, try and get it inside the chimney this time.
Right, here goes then. Oh, sorry about that, Pikey. Missed again, Mr. Mannering. More water.
Oh, look, I'm soaked. I'm going to tell my mum about this.
Never mind that, son. Get hold of this hose.
Oh, look, Mr. Fraser, look what they've done to me. I'm all wet and Mum will be furious.
Don't worry, my boy. That fire'll soon dry out.
More water.
More water. Water coming. Water coming.
Fraser.
Sir?
Hurry up and get that pump working.
Only a minute, Captain Mannering.
Good.
I'm going to have another go, Mr. Mannering.
Here, you're not having this bucket. Give it to me. I'll show you how to do it right. Here goes.
Oh, not again. I'm going to get pneumonia.
Oh, stop snivelling, lad. More water.
More water.
More water. More water.
Hurry up with that pump, Mr. Fraser.
All right. Here they are. Ready now? Now, Mikey, point your hose up at the chimney, man.
Right you are, Mr. Fraser. Well, go on, stop pumping.
There she blows.
Mama, you're aiming that thing, you silly, sobby-looking boy.
Take it easy, Pike, and the water's going all over us.
Aim straight, lad, aim straight. More water.
More water.
More water. Hurry up, Mr. Wilson.
Well, it's your church, Vicar. Get it yourself. Well, more water, Godfrey.
Yes, Sergeant Wilson. Oh, dear.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
Just a minute, Jones. I'm coming over there to direct operations on the spot.
Right, sir. He's coming over, Mr. Rogers.
I heard. Blimey, I thought we'd got enough chaos as it is. We don't need him.
Ah, Jones. There's quite a view from up here.
Yeah. On a clear day, you see as far as the new slaughterhouse.
Really?
Mind, I don't suppose you want to see as you're not a butcher. No, but there you see the gasometer. Only when it's full, of course. When it's empty, it's too low, and then you see...
Joan. Don't come up here for a cook's tour. You're supposed to be putting a fire out.
Oh, dear. Talk about Fred Carnose.
Well, sir, I think I'm going to slide down the roof, and then I'll get nearer to the chimney then, sir. And then I shall stand beside it to my full height, and I shall be then able to pour a bucket of water down.
Yes, well, don't talk so much about it and get on with it.
Yes, sir. Right, sir. Here goes then.
What's the matter with Jones?
He's got his legs stuck either side of the chimney stack.
It's red hot, sir. It's red hot.
Then come back.
I can't, sir. Ooh, I'm on fire.
It's all right, Mr. Jones. I'll put you out. Pump away, Mr. Fraser.
Oh, son, it's not his head that's on fire. Aim lower down.
Give me that bucket of water, Hodges. Brace yourself, Jones.
Yes, sir. Oh, sir. You've saved my life again, sir. Oh. Hey, Mr. Mannering, it's gone out.
Well, of course it has. That's what I aim to do.
Not me, sir, the fire.
Good heavens, so it has. Wilson, the fire's out.
Yes, I know.
How did that happen?
Oh, it was Charles' place, sir. I did just what Danny did. I put salt on it.
That episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, ARP Warden, Frank Williams, the Vicar, and Edward Sinclair as the Verger. Uninvited Guest was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dias. Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. A Brush with the Law, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests Bill Pertwee, Larry Martin, Geoffrey Lumsden, and Edward Sinclair. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. In the early months of 1941, Britain's fortunes are at a low ebb. Our troops have been driven from Western Europe, and we have suffered defeat in the Balkans, but we are not downhearted. On land, sea, and in the air, our brave forces continue to harass the Nazi aggressors. Meanwhile, down at Warmington-on-Sea, at the ARP post, Chief Warden Hodges has received information vital to the nation's interest.
But are you sure, Fred, it was Miss Samway showing a light from that bathroom window?
Positive, Mr. Hodges. I had to stand on the wall to see in. It was her, all right.
Very naughty.
Yes, and she was using more than 5 inches of bath water.
Was she?
Nearly up to her chin, it was.
Really? Well, I'll check that myself before we prosecute. What else have you got to report, Fred?
Oh, a bad one, this. 10:32 last night, St. Albans Church Hall, an uncurtained window and a 60-watt bulb.
The church hall? Which window?
The office.
Mandarin's office. I've got him!
I'll say you have. He was shining like a beacon for a whole hour.
I've got him! I've got him! I've got him! Yeah. Come down to the police station. I need a statement from you. Well done, Fred. Well done. You deserve a medal for this.
Well, there we are, sir. Jones's section patrols the railway siding and the sewage farm.
Excellent, Wilson.
Well, now, that completes the new patrol rota.
Thank you, Wilson. Oh, and, by the way, am I hurting you?
I don't think so.
I should be. I'm standing on your back hair.
Oh, that's very old man, sir. It always makes me laugh.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that you need to get your hair cut.
Well, don't you like it, sir? Mrs. Pike says it makes me look like Anthony Eden.
Answer the phone, Anthony.
Hello, sir. Hello?
Square here. Is Mainwaring there?
Oh, yes, indeed. It's for you, sir, Captain Square.
Oh, what does he want? Hello, yes?
Ah, Mainwaring. I hope you won't take this the wrong way, but when did you last inspect your platoon's firearms?
What's the reason for this inquiry?
Well, I came across a bunch of your chaps on patrol last night, and I thought they looked a bit scruffy, so I had a look at their rifles.
How dare you inspect my men without my permission?
Well, it's as well for you that I did. They were filthy, old man, filthy. If the colonel got to hear about it, he'd have you cashiered, even though you are a civilian. Well, I hope you don't mind me mentioning it.
I do mind your mentioning it. If you ever interfere with my men again, I shall give them instructions to arrest you.
Now, any more of that sort of talk, Mainwaring, and I shall put the receiver down on you.
Oh, you're not going to put the receiver down on me. I'm going to put it down on you.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am. Hello? Put the receiver down on me, Wilson.
Oh, dear.
And it's all your fault. When did you last inspect the men's firearms?
Well, I think I gave them the once over last week, or... Wait a minute, was it the week before?
You're a slacker, Wilson. And what's more, you look a shambles. Do your collar up. Get the men on parade for a rifle inspection.
All right, sir.
And do your cuffs up. You look a mess.
The men are fallen on parade, sir.
Thank you, Jones. Fall in.
Yes, sir.
Now, listen, men. It's been reported to me that your rifles aren't as clean as they should be. So Sergeant Wilson and I are going to inspect them. Wilson.
Sir.
What I told you to do your collar up. Not a day tripper at the seaside.
Oh, sorry, sir, but this book thing up here, it's terribly stiff.
Oh, never mind. Inspect Jones's rifle.
Very good, sir. Do you mind if I have a little peep, Jonesy?
You don't do it like that, Wilson. You tap the muzzle, and the soldier brings his rifle and his left foot forward, so. Sir! Now watch me carefully. I'll demonstrate this with Jones. I just tap the rifle like so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you didn't have too much supper tonight, Mr. Mainwaring.
You all right, sir?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. Well done, Jones.
Oh, yes. That barrel's awfully clean, Jonesy. It really is.
Well, carry on, Wilson.
All right, sir. All right, Walker.
Sir! That was my foot, Walker.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mainwaring. What a beautiful signet ring, Walker. It's all sparkly, just like Fairyland.
Fairyland? Just a minute. What's got into you, Wilson? And Walker, how dare you wear a diamond ring on active service?
What's wrong with it? It's real?
See me after parade.
It's no good. I can't get you one.
That'll do.
All right, Pike.
Sir!
Oh, dear, I'm so sorry, sir. Shall I pick your hat up for you, sir?
Never mind. I'll get it.
All right. That barrel's come up awfully well, Pike. It really has. How did you manage to get those marks off?
Oh, I put a bit of harpic down and left it overnight.
Oh.
How dare you introduce foreign matter into your rifle?
It's not foreign. Mum got it from Timothy White.
You haven't heard the end of this, Pike. Now, Fraser.
Sir? You needn't a flinch, Captain Mainwaring. The rifle was nowhere near you, man.
All right, Fraser, that'll do. Yes, the barrel's quite clean. Can't say the same for your fingernails.
Well, somebody has to grease the hairs.
Ah, Godfrey.
Good evening.
What do you mean, good evening? Why didn't you shout, sir, like the others?
Well, Mr. Mainwaring, I don't like people shouting. It's so bad for the throat, not to mention the eardrum.
Yes. Where's your rifle?
I don't carry one, sir. I carry the Red Cross haversack.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry, Godfrey.
Would you like to inspect my thermometer case?
No, thank you. Well, Wilson, these rifles seem perfectly clean to me.
Yes. Lord. Look what the wind has just blown in.
That's him, Constable. That's him over there.
Go away, Hodges. Can't you see there's a parade on?
Never mind about that. I've got the law here. Constable, I identify Captain George Mainwaring. That's him, the little fat one with glasses.
Are you Captain George Mainwaring?
Of course I am.
Go on, give it to him.
This is for you, sir.
Blimey, it's a blister. What? A blue one. A salmon.
God, that's no surprise to me. I always knew there was something shady about him.
What's all this about, officer?
I'll tell you what it's about. A light was blazing from your office window for a whole hour, so you're up before the beak.
Now, this is obviously a mistake. I shall get straight on to my solicitor. He'll soon nip this in the bud.
Mark my words, Joe. Mainwaring's for the clank.
Hello, Wilmington on CALP post.
Is that you, Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Is anyone listening?
Yes, I am.
Is anyone else listening?
Of course not. This is the telephone, not the Albert Hall.
Stay your hand against Captain Mannering.
Do what?
Stay your hand. Don't proceed against him.
I'm not proceeding against him. The police are.
Well, I don't think he's done it.
What makes you say that?
Well, somebody else might have left the light on by accident.
Listen, Verger, it's taken me months to nail Mannering. You keep your trap shut, or somebody might start asking why you keep the church still at pump in your front hall.
Isn't Mr. Mannering back yet, Sergeant Wilson?
No, he's still with his solicitor. Not that he can do much. There's no getting away from the evidence, you see. The light was on, and Captain Mannering is responsible for the hall, and so he'll be found guilty.
Oh, we can't let it happen, Mr. Wilson. We can't let our captain go to the stake and be pilloried.
Yes. It's not as bad as that, Jonesy.
He was the last out. He's guilty. He should suffer.
We all left together. I think we're all guilty.
Well, I look at it this way. Every man has his price. Let's get to this beak and straighten him.
Now, look, Walker, you cannot bribe magistrates.
Well, with money, no, but with scotch, maybe.
One of the magistrates is a lady.
All right, then. Nick her elastic.
Hey, maybe there's a crooked district attorney like Warner Baxter.
Oh, do be quiet, Frank.
It's the only thing I said.
Yes, all right, but just be quiet. Surely, if we tell them we all left together, they'll understand.
That's it, Mr. Godfrey. We must all tell the same story, even if we purge ourselves.
And if that fails, perhaps we can rig the grand jury so he beats the rap.
Well, be quiet, Frank. Now, let's decide what we're all going to say. Now, it was the evening of the 7th. We paraded in the church hall as usual, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yes. We left at 9:45 and Captain Mannering switched off the light in the office. Now, if we all practice this together, we should be sure of telling the same story. Right, off we go. It was the evening of the 7th.
On the evening of the 7th, we paraded into church hall as usual. At 9:45, we all left together, and Captain Mannering switched out the light in the office.
9:45.
Try to keep up, Jonesy. Now, once again.
On the evening of the 7th, we paraded in the church hall as usual.
In the office.
Now, look, Jonesy, you'll have to get this right in court tomorrow, you know. Now, come on, once again.
On the evening of the 7th, we paraded in the church hall.
We all left together, and Captain Mannering switched out the light in the office. I got it right. I got it right.
That's good, Jonesy. That's good. That's awfully good.
Oh, sakes. This magistrate's court's colder than my laying out room.
You see, witnesses have to wait out here so that they can go straight into the courtroom when they're called.
Hey, if you look through this door, you can see the court. It's just like in the pictures.
We know, Pikey. Now, all do your best to remember our story when you get into court, because they will try to make you say things you don't mean.
I won't squeal. They can pull my fingernails out one by one if they like. But I won't squeal.
Morning, man.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, this morning.
You're all here. Good. I'm very touched that you should all turn up for me.
I have come to speak the truth.
Good. I hope we're all going to do that.
Your solicitor hasn't arrived yet, sir.
No. I discharged him.
Oh, dear. Do you think that was wise?
He wanted me to plead guilty. Oh. Well, I won't hear any of that sort of talk, as you well know, Wilson.
That's right, Captain Mannering. You go down fighting.
I don't intend to go down at all, Jones. I intend to win.
Hello, all come to say farewell, have you?
Oh, that awful man Hodges.
Just ignore him, Wilson.
Yes, well, I am doing, sir.
I'm going into court to see the fun. Serves you right, Mannering, if they give you a month. You'll come off your high horse then.
Uncle Arthur, if Mr. Mannering gets sent to prison, will Mum let us talk to him?
Oh, no, no. It won't come to that, Frank.
Well, she wouldn't let you talk to that lady who was married to the share pusher.
What? No. Yeah, well, it was altogether different.
Right, I'm going into the court now. I shall conduct my own defence and call on each of you in turn to bear witness on my behalf.
I shall tell the truth.
So you said, Fraser.
Good luck, Captain Mannering. I shall always have most happy memories of you.
Thank you, Godfrey.
And if you find yourself in a nick, I'll see you get it easy.
And I'll get Mum to send you a cake with a file in it.
Wilson, you can come in with me.
Well, won't you be calling me as a witness?
Oh, no. You're far too vague. Police solicitor would make mincemeat out of you. Come on.
Right, let's go through it again, let's.
On the evening of the 7th... Where's Captain Mannering? Where's Captain Mannering? I must see Captain Mannering.
Oh, Verger, yes, I'm afraid he's in court.
Have they sentenced him yet?
Oh, I doubt it. He's only been gone a minute.
Oh, then I may not be too late.
here we are, Wilson. This is the solicitor's table. Mm-hmm. You sit beside me, and then you can hand me the pages of my speeches as I need them. There they are.
Good heavens, they're thicker than War and Peace.
Don't be witty, Wilson. It doesn't suit you.
Excuse me.
Ah, good morning, sir. That's Mr. Bone, clerk of the court.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Bone.
No need for you to say good morning. What? I'm the one who's being summoned, not you.
Be upstanding in court. The court will please rise.
Get up, Wilson. The magistrates are coming in.
Lord, do you see who the chairman is?
Oh, heavens. It's Square.
Right. Carry on, Mr. Bone. Captain George Mannering?
Yes, that's me.
What are you doing at that table? Are you a solicitor?
No, I'm here to answer the charge.
Do you mean to say you're the accused?
That's right.
Well, you shouldn't be down there. You should be up there in the dock.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize to the court. I'll go there straight away.
Oh, dear Mr. Rogers, I can't stay silent any longer.
Hold on, Verger. Where do you think you're going?
The time has come. I must speak.
Sit down and shut up.
Hurry up, Mainwaring. Get yourself settled in the dock.
Yes, my lord.
Now, I think at this stage that I should point out that the accused is known to me. But I can assure you I shall show no favour towards him whatever. Now, you, Mainwaring, have you any objection to your case being heard by me?
Well...
Good. Let's proceed. Mr. Bone, are you Captain George Mannering of 23 Lime Crescent, Warmington-on-Sea?
I am.
Of course he's not. He's not a proper captain. He's in the Home Guard. He's Mr. Mainwaring, plain Mr., aren't you?
Well,
Of course he is. Now cross that out and read the charge. You are charged under Section 3, Part 2, that on the 7th day of September, 10:32 p.m. in the evening, you caused an unobscured light to be shown at St. Aldham's Church Hall in contravention of the 1937 Air Raid Precautions Act. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Damn waste of time. Is anyone appearing for you, Mainwaring?
No, I shall speak for myself. I shall rely on honesty, fair play, and integrity of British justice.
I see, yes. Do we have the solicitor for the police?
Yes, Your Honour.
Good morning, Mr. Wintergreen. Right, proceed.
I'd like to call Warden Adamson.
Call Warden Adamson.
Call Warden Adamson. Call Warden Adamson.
Can you see what's happening in there, Walker?
Yeah. They've got one of Hodge's wardens in the box.
There's no doubt about it.
Mannering's done for.
No, he's not. I'm going to speak up for him.
God help him.
And in order to extinguish the light in the office, we were compelled to break in.
I didn't quite catch that.
He said he had to break in.
Oh, he had to break in.
Reg, tell him about the 60-watt bulb.
Just a minute, Hodges. Do you mind not interrupting? He's the witness, not you.
Mr. Mainwaring, stop chatting with your friends in court.
He's not my friend. He's butting in.
I was only repeating what he said.
What's it got to do with you, what he said? Captain Square's the magistrate, not you.
Will you both be quiet, please? Have you finished, Mr. Wintergreen?
Yes, thank you.
Mainwaring, do you wish to ask the witness any questions?
Yes, my lord.
What are they?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know because I'm up here in the dock and my papers are down there on the table.
Well, go down and get them then.
What about the 60-watt bulb then, Mannering?
He told you to be quiet.
Mainwaring, I'm quite capable of maintaining order in my own court, thank you very much. Go and get your papers.
Yes, sir, right away.
Your Grace...
That man at the back of the court there, sit down!
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Now then, Mainwaring, have you got your papers?
Yes, thank you.
Well, where are you going now?
Back to the dock.
Well, stay where you are. You can conduct your case down there and then go into the dock for sentence.
Your worship.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. No. I mean the verdict. Verdict. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue.
Wilson, don't sprawl all over the table like that. I shall need plenty of room to make my gestures.
Carry on, Mainwaring. Ask your questions.
Thank you, sir. Now then, Warden Adamson. No question.
Mainwaring, will you stop wasting the court's time? Right. Back to you, Mr. Wintergreen.
Call the Reverend Farthing.
Reverend Farthing?
Reverend Farthing? Reverend Farthing?
Who's on now, Walker?
The vicar. Here, wait a minute. You'll never guess who the magistrate is. Who? It's Captain Square.
Cold sick, what did it say? Mannering will do time, eh? It'll be the finish of it.
I'm sure Captain Square will behave like a gentleman and be quite unbiased. Oh, gentlemen aren't always unbiased, you know, Mr. Godfrey. Lord Kitchener was a gentleman, but he was very biased. Especially against them whirling dervishes. Shoot 'em, lads, he used to say, and you can't get more biased than that.
Quiet, Jonesy, will you? I want to hear what the solicitor's saying.
Thank you, Reverend. So we have established beyond any shadow of doubt, Your Honour, that Captain Mannering is responsible for the church hall from 5 o'clock until midnight.
Mr. Wintergreen, please don't keep calling him Captain Mainwaring. He's not a captain. He's a bank clerk.
I am not a bank clerk. I'm a bank manager.
The same thing.
It is not the same thing.
Hold your tongue. Have you any questions, Miss Vicar fella?
No questions.
You did plead not guilty, didn't you?
I did.
I see. Carry on, Mr. Wintergreen.
Well, since the evidence as to the fact of the light showing and as to the fact of responsibility has not been challenged, I shall call no further witnesses. The essential elements of the charge would, I submit, seem to be proved.
I quite agree, quite agree. Are you calling witnesses, Mainwaring?
Yes, my lord.
What for?
I intend to show that the light was extinguished by myself. It must, therefore, have been switched on again by some person or persons unknown.
I don't see how that's going to help you, but you better get on with it.
I call Corporal Jones.
Corporal Jones!
Corporal Jones!
Corporal Jones!
That's you. Come on, Jonesy. Now, don't forget your story. On the evening of the 7th, we paraded in the hall as usual. At 9:45, we all left the hall together and Captain Mannering switched out the light. That's it. Right. In you go. Go on.
Right. Left, right, left, right. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Halt!
Mr. Jones, go into the witness box, please.
Oh, yes, sir.
Up, out, oh! Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, halt!
Where is the witness box? You're in the witness box.
I am now in the witness box.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On the evening of the 7th, we paraded in the hall as usual.
Just a minute. You haven't taken the oath yet. Mr. Bone, give him the card and the Bible.
Yes, sir. There you are, Mr. Jones.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Hold the Bible in your right hand and say the words on the card.
What card?
The card in your left hand.
Oh, I see. I hold the Bible in the right hand and I swear in the left hand. Oh, this print on these cards is a bit small, isn't it?
Well, never mind.
Right, sir.
Just repeat after me.
Yes, sir.
I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
The evidence I shall give. With the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth.
With the whole truth, nothing but truth.
Good, carry on.
Not me, you! On the evening of the 7th...
Just a minute, Jones.
Yes. Mainwaring will tell you when to speak.
Thank you, my lord. Now, you are Jack Jones, butcher of 19 High Street, Warmington-on-Sea.
Pardon?
You are Jack Jones, butcher of 19 High Street, Warmington-on-Sea.
I know I am.
And so do we. Get on with it, Mainwaring.
Tell the court what happened on the night in question.
Now, let me see. On the night of the 45th, we paraded in the light and I put the captain out together.
On the evening of the 7th, we paraded in the church hall.
I must object. Not only is this gentleman leading the witness, but as far as I know, he shouldn't even be here.
Quite right, Wintergreen.
I must apologize to my learned friend. Wilson, be quiet.
Look, Mainwaring, I'm the one who tells people to be quiet. Be quiet!
Dear, oh dear. It's like watching a man committing suicide.
Hey, what's happened to Walker? He's gone.
No doubt he has deserted a sinking ship.
I don't think so. He just said he thought he could fix the magistrate, and when I looked round, he wasn't there.
Hey, Mr. Godfrey. Hey, maybe he's rounding up a gang of mobsters to rub out the judge.
Oh, I do hope not. Hold on, boys. He's in the witness box now.
Well, Your Honour, it's like this, you see. I came by the hall about 20 minutes after we left, and the light was off. And then I see it come on as I was passing later.
My lord, this is rather an unexpected turn in the evidence. At what time was this, Walker?
Well, it's difficult to say, really.
Why is that?
Well, you see, sir, let's face it, I am a crook.
Oh, I wouldn't put it quite like that.
Well, what's it got to do with you, Mainwaring? The man wants to say he's a crook, let him.
But, Your Honour...
Captain Square's right, Mr. Mannering. For once in my life, I must be honest. Now, everything I do is pretty well against the law. And on this occasion, I'd been delivering a couple of illegal bottles of crooked black market booze to a secret address nearby.
Do you think this is really necessary, Your Honour? Why are you trying to keep it quiet, Mainwaring? Are you involved in this black market business yourself? What? Must say it wouldn't surprise me.
How dare you imply such a thing? Must I remind the court that I hold a position of considerable standing in the community?
And must I remind you, Mainwaring, that I'm in charge of this court? So forget your standing, sit down and shut up! And let the witness continue. Right, Walker, get on with it.
Well, Your Honour, if only I could remember the name of the geezer I sold the whiskey to, he could verify the time and the truth of what I'm saying.
Yes. Whiskey, you say, whiskey?
Yeah, 2 bottles. And let's see, he was a red-faced, military sort of bloke. Barked his words out, he did.
Really, yes. Barked, you say, barked, like a dog. Yes, of course. Well, on second thoughts, I don't really think the evidence of a self-confessed crook is relevant to this case.
Hang on a minute. I've nearly got it. It's an unusual sort of a name. It's got something to do with geometry.
Geometry? Triangle? No. No one's called Triangle.
It's not far off. Oh, dear, what is it? Oblong. Mr. Oblong. No.
Excuse me. I think an element of doubt seems to have crept into this case. I suggest we stop the proceedings and dismiss the charge. Don't you think so, Captain Mainwaring? Good. Glad you agree.
Grace, I can't stay silent any longer. I confess, I did it.
Shut up, Verger.
No, truth must out. I came back to the hall after they'd all left to do some work.
In my office?
Yes, Captain Mannering. You see, I'm writing my memoirs.
Your memoirs?
Why shouldn't I? No coward did.
There you are. I knew I was right. Yes. Case dismissed. You leave without a stain on your character, Captain Mannering.
Well done, sir.
Well done, Captain Mannering, man. I never doubted the outcome for a second.
Yeah, it's just like that picture with John Garfield, wasn't it, Uncle Arthur?
Well done, Captain Mannering.
Thank you, man, thank you. And never forget, this is what we're fighting for. Honesty, fair play, and the integrity of British justice.
Don't you worry, Mr. Mannering. I got it now. I won't let them send you to the gallows. I shall give them my vital statistics, and they'll be forced to they'll have to let you go, you see. Now then, on the evening of 1945, we paraded in church, and Captain Mannering put out the cat, and we all got lit up, and I don't...
That episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Laurie, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, Chief Warden Hodges, Larry Martin, Private Walker, Geoffrey Lumsden, Captain Square, Edward Sinclair, the Verger, Michael Seagull, Second Warden, Michael Knowles, Mr. Wintergreen, and Norman Ettlinger as the Clerk of the Court. A Brush with the Law was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dial. Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. A Soldier's Farewell, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests Bill Pertwee, Larry Martin, and Pat Coombs. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. It is the spring of 1941, and never a day passes without Hitler renewing his attacks on Britain. However, the harder he tries, the more determined is the population that the streets of this country will never echo to the sound of Nazi jackboots. It is late evening, and down on the south coast, Captain Mannering and his platoon are on a bus returning to Warmington-on-Sea after a specially organized trip to the neighboring town.
Hold very tight, please.
Well, Wilson, what did you think of the evening?
Well, I quite enjoyed it, sir. I was a little surprised, really, because I didn't think I was going to.
Really? Why?
Well, you see, I don't usually care for Greta Garbo.
No, Elizabeth and I have never been very keen.
Still, she obviously has a kind of following. I mean, the cinema was packed, wasn't it?
Yeah. I must say, I was appalled by the behaviour of the audience at the end.
What way, sir?
I've never seen anything so disgraceful in all my life. Everybody charging out like that during the national anthem. I thought at least you would have stayed, Wilson. As a sergeant, it was your duty to set an example to the others.
Well, I couldn't help it, sir. I sort of got carried along in the rush.
Really?
Did you enjoy the film, Mr. Mannering?
Not really, Walker, no. I would have thought a film about Napoleon would have been concerned with strategy and tactics. I'd hoped we could learn something from it. Instead of that, he seemed to spend most of his time chasing Greta Garbo around a four-poster bed.
Yeah, well, that's strategy and tactics, isn't it?
Well, Mr. Mannering, I certainly learnt something. Hey, Jock, what did you think of that Mary Walewska?
Never met her.
No, Jock, the film.
Oh, that? Oh, rubbish. Sheer rubbish. A wanton waste of 1 6.
Well, I liked it.
Yeah, so did I, Joe. Yeah, I liked the part where Napoleon was saying farewell to his troops. Hey, I know what. Hey, let's take it in turns to do an impersonation of Charles Boyer. Whoever does it the worst has to pay the fares.
That's a good idea, Pikey.
Yeah.
You start.
Oh. Yeah, all right. Soldiers of France, our cause is lost. Your emperor must now say goodbye. With this kiss, remember me.
That was rotten.
Here's this. Soldiers of France, our cause is lost. Your emperor must now say goodbye. With this kiss, remember me.
You're supposed to be doing Charles Boyer, not Harry Champion.
Right, your turn, John. Mine? I refuse to have anything to do with such childish, moronic nonsense. I'll pay my own fare and no one else's.
Excuse me, Mr. Mannering. Do you want to do an impersonation of Charles Boyer?
Don't be ridiculous.
Uncle Arthur, it's your turn then.
Is it? Oh, right. Soldiers of France, our cause...
Just a minute, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, I'm doing an impersonation of Frank, doing an impersonation of somebody else.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
Right. Sorry, sir.
My sergeant, it's your duty to set an example. Anyway, it's very bad for discipline to do impersonations with the rank and file on a bus.
Well, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mannering?
Yes, Pike?
We were sitting a long way back in the cinema, weren't we?
Yes, I couldn't see the screen very well.
We should have sat in the ninepennys, Mr. Mannering.
No, Pike, no. I couldn't sit right down in the front in those cheap seats. Never know who's been sitting in them.
Well, at least If I'd been sitting down there, I'd only have squandered ninepence, not 1 and sixpence.
Cheer up, Jock. I tell you what, let's all have a bit of a sing-song, shall we?
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, come on then. Sing? All together? Yeah. Roll me over, roll me over, roll me over, lay me down and do it again.
Quiet! Quiet! Will you? Stop it! Be quiet! Quite enough of that. Wilson, I don't know what's the matter with the men. Their discipline seems to have gone to pot.
Do you think so, sir?
Fares, please. Any more fares, please?
2 to Warmington on Sea, please.
2 threepennies. Thank you, sir.
I really must apologise for my men singing that ribble song.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I get far worse than that on my bus.
Really? How very distressing for you.
No, I'm used to it. After all, there is a war on.
Well, that's no excuse for slack behaviour.
Oh, how very nice of you to think of me. I don't often get considerate passengers like you on my bus. There you are, sir. 2 threepennies.
Thank you.
Fares, please.
A charming woman, Wilson.
Awfully nice, sir. Yes.
Must be very difficult for her. Dealing with men passengers who get over familiar.
Yes, well, I should think she could take care of herself, sir. She'd probably give them a punch on the nose.
Very absurd. I can see at a glance she's a perfect lady. Must be awfully hard for her, working as a clippy.
Oh, well, she's only doing her bit, sir.
I realise that, Wilson. At the same time, one can't help wondering if it's right that a lady like her should be exposed to all the riffraff that uses the late-night transport.
Excuse me. I'm talking of riffraff, sir. Did you see who just got on?
No. Who?
That awful Chief Warden fellow, Hodges.
Oh, Lord.
Hold tight, please.
Hello, Napoleon. Been taking your Boy Scouts on an outing, have you?
We've been to the pictures, Mr. Hodges.
Blimey, that's marvellous, that is. Jerry liable to invade any minute and you not go to the pictures. What did you do? Leave a note on the beach saying, "Dear Hitler, please don't invade tonight. We've all gone to the cinema."
After that, why aren't you on duty?
Well, if you must know, I've been attending a high-level meeting at Chief Warden's, top brass only.
Fares, please.
Oh, hello, sweetheart. I want a tuppenny one, a nice big smile and a tickle at the terminus.
How dare. How dare you be familiar with this lady?
Well, I haven't yet. Mind you, the night is young, eh, darling?
Have you no respect? Have a good mind.
No, it's all right, sir. Please sit down. I'm used to this type.
Oh, very well. If you're sure.
Thanks all the same, though. I do appreciate it.
Pleasure, my dear.
Here you are, sir. Tuppenny one. Any more fares now?
My word, sir. We are being gallant tonight.
That sort of thing makes my blood boil.
Warmington on Sea, next stop.
Nearly home, sir.
Yes, now look here, Wilson. When the bus stops, I don't want any repetition of what happened in the cinema. Right. All that mad charging for the exit and me underneath them. Now, I shall get off first. You better tell the men.
All right, very good, sir. Excuse me, would you all pay attention? Right. Now, look here, when the bus stops, would you all please sit tight and let Mr. Mannering off first? Is that understood? Right. Now, here we are, sir. After you.
Thank you, Wilson.
I've never seen anything like it. Who does he think he is?
Just clear off, will you?
Oh, right. Hey, lads, it's closing time in 5 minutes.
Last one in the public buys around. Mine's a double scotch.
Have a shandy, please.
Come on, Mr.
Just push your way through. We can't go over the
What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Get out, get out.
Everybody off?
No, I'm not.
You're all right down there, sir? I mean, would you like me to give you a hand up? The floor isn't awfully clean.
I'll talk to you later, Wilson. Good night, miss.
Good night, sir.
And in conclusion, and before we dismiss, I would like to say that I was not only shocked by last night's exhibition at the cinema, I was also deeply hurt that my platoon should behave in such a disrespectful manner.
If I may say a word, Captain Mannering.
Yes, play that.
Well, sir, speaking purely for myself, I didn't intend any disrespect. But as an historian and a man of considerable intellect, I was fair scunnered by the historical inaccuracies in the film. I stuck it as long as I could. But in the end, well, I felt I just had to discuss it with the manager from the intellectual point of view, you understand?
What happened?
I got my 1 and 6 back.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Joe.
Well, sir, speaking on behalf of the platoon, I think I can say that we're all very sorry.
Well, that's all very well, Jones. But fine words butter no parsnips.
Hey, Podgy, what's he talking about? Parsnips are out of season and you can't get no butter.
Here, I can get you some butter.
Hey, can you really, Joe? Hey, my mum would like some, please. Yeah, and so would I. Is it all right, Joe?
Oh, it's lovely. Made from ewe's milk.
Oh, I don't wonder if it's been used.
Not used, you silly old duffer. Used, female sheep.
Stop talking in the ranks. Now pay attention. I don't intend to overlook this matter, and so I've decided to make the punishment fit the crime, to quote the words of Gilbert and Sullivan.
Here he goes again, Jock. What's Gilbert and Sullivan got to do with it?
Now you will all come to attention while Sergeant Wilson plays the national anthem on the gramophone. And what's more, you will stand there and reflect while the notes of this glorious tune float through the hall. Platoon, 10, hut! Wound it up, Wilson.
Oh, yes, sir, yes.
Right, good. Off you go, then.
Very good, sir. Here it comes.
How dare you! Take it off at once.
Beg your pardon, sir. I can't.
Take it off!
I can't really hear you awfully well.
I said turn that filth off!
What's wrong?
What's wrong? That was the German national anthem.
I'm so sorry, sir. I wasn't really listening. Anyway, I couldn't really help it, sir. The label just says National Anthems of All Nations.
Well, play the British one.
That's all very well, sir, but where exactly is the British one on the record?
Well, where do you think it would be?
I don't know. I've never really given it an awful lot of thought.
Oh. The British one is always the first, of course. Give it to me, I'll do it.
It's quite all right. It's quite all right. I'm quite capable of putting on a record.
Yes, we haven't got all night. No, come along, give it to me.
It's really not necessary, sir.
Come on, just give me that record. Will you give me the record?
That's what you get.
Now look what you've done.
It wasn't my fault, sir. You dropped it.
Be that as it may, it was still your fault.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what is it?
Would it be in order for us to come out of the attention position while you're discussing it, sir? There's bits of me who've gone to sleep and some of them are quite important.
Platoon, stand at ease. Now, in view of this slight mishap on the part of Sergeant Wilson, I shall postpone this until tomorrow evening. Platoon, hands, hand. Dismiss. Come into the office, Wilson, will you? I want to talk to you about Friday's gas drill.
Yes, of course, sir. Yes.
Now, I've been giving the matter a bit of thought, and I've come up with one or two ideas. Nothing sensational, you understand?
Oh, no, of course not, sir, no.
Well, I wondered if we could... Oh, dear, I wonder if that... Come in!
Mr. Mannering,
Yes, Walker, what is it?
well, I just wanted to have a word with you, a bit quiet like.
Oh, I see, man. Would you like me to leave, sir?
Good Lord, no, Wilson. No. Sure it won't be necessary. Right, speak up, Walker.
All right, then. I've got your cheese.
Well, don't tell everybody. Keep your voice down.
Blimey, make up your mind. Anyway, there it is. 1 pound of the finest cheddar.
Oh, yes. Very nice. You understand, Wilson, this is not for me.
Of course it isn't, sir.
As you know, I don't really approve of this sort of thing.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll take it back.
No, leave it there. It's for my wife. I'll just phone her. Tell her I've got it. She's very partial to cheddar cheese. Warmington, 9-2, please.
It really does look awfully nice, sir.
Yeah, don't put your dirty fingers all over it, Wilson. Elizabeth's going to eat that. She's a vegetarian, you know.
Uh-huh.
I've planned this as a little surprise. I thought we might have a nice toasted cheese supper together tonight.
That's cosy, isn't it?
It'll be all, Walker.
All right, yeah, all right, Mr. Mannering. Well, I'll be off then, eh? Good night, all.
Good night. Good night.
I say, Wilson, that cheese looked delicious.
Yes, it does indeed, sir.
Elizabeth will be delighted when I take this home for her tonight. But, hello, Elizabeth? It's George. You've been a long time answering. Where have you been, dear? Yeah. Oh, I see, yes. She's been down the shelter.
Ah. There hasn't been a raid, has there, sir?
No, it's just that she likes it down there. Elizabeth, I thought we might sleep in the house tonight, dear. After all, we haven't had a raid for a few nights now, and, yes. Yes, dear, I know that. And, I might have a little surprise for you. What? Yes, dear. She hung up.
Is there anything the matter, sir?
No, she's had her supper and now she's going to bed.
Well, why didn't you tell her about the cheese?
She wouldn't listen. You know, it's a funny thing about women, Wilson. Every time you plan a surprise, somehow it always goes wrong.
Yes, I know what you mean, sir.
I was so looking forward to that toasted cheese supper, too.
Well, I've got an idea, sir. Why don't we have the toasted cheese supper here?
What? Just the two of us together?
Yes, why not, sir?
That's very thoughtful of you, Wilson. Yeah. By the way, I'm sorry I went on at you about that record.
Oh, don't worry about that, sir.
You know, Wilson, I can't get over Elizabeth's attitude on the phone just now. I don't think I'll ever understand women if I live to be 100. They're quite beyond me.
Really, sir? I've always regarded you as having quite a way with the ladies.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, what about last night on the bus with that nice conductress? The gallant way you told the warden off when he was so rude to her.
No doubt about it. She was a charming woman. Charming. You know, somehow I don't think she'd have refused a toasted cheese supper. Oh, well, you make the toast, Wilson. I'll cut up the cheese.
All right, sir.
Elizabeth, I'm home. Are you awake? Elizabeth? That's funny, she's not here. Oh, she'll be down the shelter. Damn, if I'd known that, I needn't have bothered to get undressed in the bathroom.
You're uptight. I'll just set the alarm.
Oh, 2 o'clock. I dare be so late. There. Oh. Shouldn't have eaten all that cheese. Far too rich. Oh, this is much more comfortable than that shelter. Lovely. You, Marshal Ney. How goes the battle? I really can't see what's happening very well from back here.
Well, it's your own fault, sire. I did tell you we should have been at the front, in the ninepennies.
Take me to the Duke of Wellington at once, son. I must see him.
Wait here a moment. Your Grace.
What is it, Major Hodges?
Colonel Fraser has returned from the field of battle, sir. He wishes to see you.
Very well. Ask him to come in, will you?
Right you are, sir. Colonel, His Grace will see you now.
Thank
This
you.
way, and mind how you go with that tent flap. We don't want to show a light.
Fraser. How's it looking?
I have good news, sir. Bluthner has arrived.
Oh, really, Fraser? I'm in no mood for playing the piano now.
Mon Emperor.
Yes, Captain Gerard?
Sire, j'ai avait une news terrible.
What is it?
You've lost a ruddy battle, mate.
There go the 92nd Wellington, my brave Highlanders. Give those froggies hell, lads. Just look at them, Wellington. Look at their speed. Yes, we're awfully good. Should break a few records.
Mon Emperor.
What is it now, Gerard?
J'ai avait une more news terrible.
I'm listening.
Wellington is waiting at a nearby farm for you to sign a surrender.
Very well.
Hodges. Inform the Duke of Wellington that Napoleon and the remains of his beaten army are approaching.
Oh, it'll be a pleasure. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Napoleon's been asking for it for a long time now.
Platoon, out! Mon Emperor, we have arrived.
Good afternoon, sir. How do you do?
Not very well at the moment.
Well, I just want to take down a few details. Your name?
Bonaparte.
Initials?
N.
Address?
Versailles. The palace.
Mm-hmm. What street is that in?
Go ask anyone. It's not difficult to find.
Well, just sign here, please.
I borrow your pen?
I'm sorry, I never lend my pen to strangers.
Here you are, sire. Best quality quill. 10 francs to you.
Why is it so expensive?
Well, it's very special, isn't it? La plume de ma tante.
I can't sign this document.
Look, Napoleon, don't argue. Just sign here like the Duke says.
What are you going to do with me?
We're sending you to the Isle of Elba. So, goodbye, Napoleon. May I say how sorry I am that you lost? Perhaps under the circumstances we can forget the formalities and I can call you Bonaparte.
Of course. It was a good fight.
Gauche, droit, gauche, droit, gauche, droit, gauche, droit, gauche, droit, gauche, droit. Excusez-moi, mon empereur. Permission to parlez-vous.
Yes, what is it, Jones?
Your Imperial Guard is waiting for you to say farewell.
I'm coming.
What are they going to do to you, sir?
They're sending me to Elba.
Hence the expression, giving you the elbow.
Lay down, Corporal.
I must say it was damn decent of that Froggy to let me call him Bonaparte.
He looks more like falling apart at the moment.
All right, that'll do, Hodges, that'll do. I Job, all that fighting's made me very thirsty. I think refreshment is called for.
Corporal Jones?
Oui, sir?
I may as well start my goodbye with you.
Oh, thank you, sire.
Goodbye, Corporal.
Goodbye, sir. Permission to kiss you.
Granted.
Goodbye, sir. I'll get my sister Sissy to send you some of her upside-down cakes.
Thank you, Grenadier Godfrey.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Grenadier Pike.
My mum will not be proud of me, sire, when I tell her I've been kissed by an emperor.
Corporal Jones, please hand me our Imperial Standard.
Here you are, sir.
Soldiers of France, our cause is lost. France has fallen. So remember me. Though I love you all, I cannot embrace you all. Oh, beloved Standard, with this kiss, remember me. Goodbye, my soldiers. Goodbye, my sons. Goodbye, my children.
Here, you Frenchies, I've got a message.
Do you mind having some respect? How dare you interrupt our anthem?
Oh, sorry, I'm sure.
Now, what did you wish to say?
Well, I've got a message from His Grace, the Duke of Wellington. He invites you to have a drink with him in the local bistro.
That's very merceau beaucoup of him, isn't it? On behalf of the lads, j'accept.
Just a minute, Jones. I haven't finished saying farewell yet. Brave soldiers, it has been an honor for me to serve.
Oh, don't hang about, then they're open.
Yeah, come
My dear Marie,
We have only 2 more hours together before the ship sails away, taking me into exile.
I can't bear to see you leave, Napoleon.
All right to leave you. But you must be brave. It is the fortunes of war, you know.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I'm very fond of you, Marialeska.
Thank you. As we still have 2 hours together before I lose you forever, why don't we celebrate?
You mean...
Yes, that's right. Why don't we have a farewell toasted cheese supper?
A toasted cheese supper. Just you and I.
Yeah. And please let me have something to remember you by, my dear Napoleon. A likeness, perhaps.
Of course, my dear. Take this cameo picture of me. It may be small, but the profile is good.
Thank you.
Think of me sometimes, dearest Mary.
Oh, I shall treasure it always. Look, I'll even keep it here close to my heart. And whenever I gaze at your handsome face, it'll ring a little bell with me.
You just punched my nose. What? What? Oh, an awful dream. What's the time? 8:30. I better hurry. I shall be late for the bank. Oh, I'm not looking forward to today at all. I've got a nasty feeling it's going to be one of those days when absolutely nothing goes right. Hello, sir. Oh, a note from Elizabeth. Why were you late last night? I am not speaking to you today. Oh, well. Things aren't going to be quite as bad as I thought they were.
In that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, ARP Warden, Larry Martin, Private Walker, and Pat Coombs as the Clipper. The Soldier's Farewell was adapted for radio by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dials. Present Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. "10 Seconds from Now, featuring John Laurie, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Frank Thornton and Larry Martin. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. With most of the free world now at war, people everywhere, whatever language they speak, are equal in their determination to resist the fanatical efforts of Adolf Hitler to bring their countries under the Nazi heel. At Warmington-on-Sea, in the headquarters of the local Home Guard unit, Corporal Jones is addressing the platoon.
Right now, pay attention. Now, Mr. Manning and Mr. Wilson will not be with us tonight, as they have a lot of work to do at the bank. So I shall be taking this evening's lectures which deals with tactics.
Oh, good. This might be very useful later tonight. I've got a date with that new barmaid at the Goat and Compasses.
Hey, Joe, is that the young, sonsy, ginger-headed lassie?
Yeah, that's the one.
Hey, man,
fine-looking woman. Just the sort I'd have taken a fancy to myself a few years back. I expect she's got big, strong thighs.
I'll let you know in the morning.
Just be quiet, both of you. I'm talking about military tactics. Now look at this diagram I have drawn on the board. Now these squares represent... Come on, hurry up, Private Pike, you're late.
Yeah, get a move on, Pike. The old Jones here is telling us about tactics.
Oh, that's what they have at racecourses, isn't it?
That's tic-tacs, fool.
Private Pike, why aren't you in uniform?
Well, I'm not stopping, see. I've got to go back to the bank and help to get ready for the auditors. I've only come down because I've got a message for you from Mr. Mannering.
Why did Captain Mannering send you down? He could have just telephoned us.
Private Godfrey, I won't tell you again. Stop talking.
It's the first time I've said anything.
That's beside the point. I still shan't tell you again. Anyway, Pike, what's the message?
Well, he's expecting a very important phone call from the BBC.
What on earth do you want the Bexhill Bread Company for?
No, Mr. Jones, the proper BBC, you know, the wireless people.
What's it all about then, son?
Well, I'm not supposed to know, actually, but I heard Mr. Mannering and Uncle Arthur talking about it. If I tell you, do you promise to keep it to yourselves?
Yes.
Cross your hearts and hope to die.
Get on with it, go on.
I don't mind crossing my heart, but at my age, hoping to die seems to be rather tempting providence.
Well, that means you're only half doing it, Mr. Godfrey.
Well, that's all right. You can only half listen.
Come on, get on with it, Pikey.
Oh, all right. Now, you know Ed Murrow's programme where he talks to people in other countries?
Yeah.
Well, they're going to do a special one called To Absent Friends, where Allied soldiers all around the British Empire, and even as far as America, they send greetings to each other. It's going to be on September the 3rd, to coincide with the 3rd anniversary of the war being declared on her Hitler.
Oh, this is all very interesting, son, but what's it got to do with Captain Mannering, and why is the BBC going to telephone us?
Well, it's to tie up the arrangements, you see.
What arrangements?
We're going to be part of the broadcast. When they say greetings from a Home Guard unit somewhere on the south coast of England, that'll be us.
Oh, fancy that.
Anyway, you won't tell anybody, will you, because it is secret. And don't forget, Mr. Jones, when the BBC ring, take down the details, or at least take a message.
All right, Pikey, yes, we'll do that.
Well, I'll better be off now. Cheerio.
Cheerio, yes.
Well, the BBC, eh? There were no holding Mannering after this.
Well, now, don't worry about that, Private Fraser. Let's get back to my lecture. Now, where was I?
Who is it?
Joining me, sir.
Ah, come in, Wilson. Have a seat.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, go on then, sit down.
What? Well, whereabouts? I mean, there's only one chair in here, and you've got that.
Ah, yes, of course. That BBC engineer chap is using my other chair in the hall.
Ah.
Well, we'll just have to stand.
Yes, well, perhaps I could just sort of squat on the corner of your desk.
No. No, I'm afraid not, Wilson, no. That sort of thing's very bad for discipline. I tell you what, lean on the filing cabinet.
Oh. Thank you very much, sir, thank you.
Now, how are things going in there?
Oh, yes, of course, yes. That's what I came to tell you. Bert says he's just got a couple of adjustments to make, and then they'll be ready to rehearse.
Bert? Who's Bert?
Well, he's the BBC engineer. An awfully nice chap. He gave me a woodbine.
Now, look, Wilson.
Yes.
This Home Guard unit has been specially chosen to broadcast a message to millions of people listening not only in this country, but abroad. Now, that puts us in a rather privileged position.
Well, what about it?
Well, it's just that I think it would be better if we didn't hobnob with the technicians, that's all.
Oh, really, sir?
Oh, you can scoff, Wilson. Take it from me. Always wise to try and keep one's end up.
Yes, well, be that as it may, but he seems a very pleasant sort of chap. He's been telling me about how he met the King just before the war.
Met the King?
Yes, the King, yeah. Yes, that's right. He was the engineer on one of the Christmas Day broadcasts. Apparently, at one point there was a bit of a delay, and Bert and the King had a long chat about gardening.
Really?
Yes, and also about stamp collecting. You see, Bert's father and the King's father were both very keen on philately.
Were they really?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Mannering.
What is it, Pike?
They're ready for the rehearsal.
Oh, all right. Tell Bert we're just coming.
Yeah, all right. By the way, sir, have you any idea what we're actually going to be saying during this broadcast? I mean, have you seen the script?
No, not yet. I've no doubt the BBC have it all in hand. Well, let's go in. Mustn't keep the technicians waiting.
No. After you, sir.
You are Mr. Mannering, Uncle Arthur. These are your copies of the script. I've dished the rest out.
Well done, Pike.
Excuse me, sir.
Bert. What can I do for you?
Could I ask you and your men to gather round the stand microphone, and then I'll explain to them what's going to happen.
Yes, of course. Pay attention, man. Gather round the mic. The engineer here, Bert, wants to say a few words.
All right, sir.
Right, gentlemen. I'm the engineer looking after the technical side of this particular insert into this special programme. And I sit in front of the OBA-8. That's the technical gubbins over there. And the producer, who's in the studio in London, talks to me through headphones. However, during the rehearsals, and until we actually go on the air, the producer will talk to you direct, and you'll be able to hear him through that loudspeaker behind you. Is that clear?
Yes, perfectly clear.
Good. Well, I'll just put my headphones on, then I'll switch us through to London.
Jolly good. You know, Wilson, I think this is going to be quite an interesting experience.
Oh, yes, I quite agree, sir.
I think London's coming through now.
Hello, Warmington, 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's not right, Mr. Mannering. Our phone number's Warmington 333.
No. It's not a telephone number, Jones. I think we're just testing.
Oh, I see.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, my name is Willoughby Triton-Maxwell.
Blimey, if he took that to a chemist, they'd make it up for him.
I am your producer. Now, this broadcast, which you are part of, will be heard as far away as the United States of America, and your contribution will come just before His Majesty the King's speech.
Hear that, Wilson? Just before the King's speech. What an honour.
Yes, indeed, sir. Awfully good.
Are your men all ready, Captain Mannering?
Yes, all ready.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Just a minute, London. Captain Mannering, that's the producer's loudspeaker you're talking into. Speak into the microphone, please.
Yes, of course. Sorry.
This is the microphone, Mr. Mannering. This thing here.
I wonder what's the matter with the engineer. He seems to be in great pain. Do you see the way he tore his headphones off?
I'll be very grateful if you didn't touch the microphone. It sets up a terrible din which goes through my headphones and gives me a shocking headache.
I'm very sorry. Will you note that, everybody? Don't touch the microphone. Gives Bert a shocking headache.
Thank you very much, Captain Mannering.
Now, I'd like to try a voice test. Will someone speak, please?
Go on, Wilson.
Well, what shall I say?
Well, don't ask me. Ask the producer.
Yeah, well, how do I do that?
Well, he's speaking here, Mr. Wilson. This is the microphone.
Are you there, Captain Mannering? Captain Mannering, that nearly deafened me, and I have most sensitive ears.
I'm so sorry.
I think the engineer did ask you to refrain from doing that.
Yes, of course. Don't do that, Jones. Mr. Trout has very sensitive ears.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mannering, I forgot.
Could we carry on with the voice test now, please?
Well, what would you like me to say?
Anything you like. Try a nursery rhyme.
Yeah, here's one, Mr. Wilson. There was a young lady from Buckingham.
Walk up.
How about this one? Lavender blue, dilly dilly. Lavender green, I'll be your king, dilly dilly. If you'll be my queen.
I say, that was awfully good.
You really think so? Thank you so much.
Oh, you really have an excellent microphone voice. Oh. Have you ever done any of this sort of thing before?
Well, at school I once played the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland.
Really? So did I. What school were you at?
Well, as a matter of fact, I went to...
Look, could we please get on?
Excuse me, Captain Mannering. I don't speak until page 7. Do you think I could possibly...
Certainly not.
One more voice test, please.
Permission to speak, sir? I should like to volunteer to be one more voice test, sir.
Yes, all right, Jones.
Thank you, sir. Henny ho han, henny ho han, henny ho hi han. Oh,
wouldn't give you time for your old watch chain. Old iron, yelly-yada, billy-yada, billy-yada, bum-bum. Rubbish. Let me have a go. Poem by Robbie Burns. Te a moose. We sleeked current timorous beast. Oh, what a panic and night. The needn't start the wheezy hasty with Becker and Brattle. I would believe the run and chase thee with murder and pattle. There, sir. Was that nice and clear?
Yes, it was most stimulating. Well, right, let's start on the script, please, and I want you all to read the lines in perfectly normal, natural voices. Now, stand by, I'll give you a green.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'll give you a green.
The green what?
The green cue light on the stand that should be in front of you. It flashes when we want you to start.
Oh, I see.
What do you do if you want us to stop?
Well, I just tell you to stop.
Well, in that case, why can't you just tell us to start?
I never thought of that. Anyway, that's what we always do. So, right, now stand by again, please. Here we go.
Hello, soldiers of the Empire. I am a Home Guard commander in charge of a platoon somewhere on the south coast of England.
And I'm the sergeant. I'm second in command.
And I am the Lance Corporal. I'm third in command.
Just a minute. Could the officer speak a little more clearly, please?
What's the matter? Can't you understand what I'm saying?
Well, the fact is, you don't sound very much like an officer. I mean, try to make your voice a little more officerish.
Really? RHQ is perched on top of a windswept cliff, looking out across the angry sea.
Just a minute, please. I'd like to speak to the OB engineer. Bert, are you there?
Excuse me, Captain Mannering. Bert here, sir. What is it?
I shall want the sound effects in at this point.
I'm afraid that's going to be a bit difficult, sir.
How do you mean?
Well, I had a phone call from the effects chaps about half an hour ago. Apparently their van's broken down, so I shouldn't think they're going to make it.
This is absurd. I must have wind and water. Wait a minute. Captain Mannering?
Yes. What is it, Mr. Trouville, Waxwall? What is it?
Do you think your men could simulate the sound of the sea and the wind?
Oh, well, I mean,
Mr. Speak, sir, I should like to volunteer to stimulate the surging surf, sound of the salty sea.
Mr. Mannering, could I do the seagulls?
Shall I make wind, sir?
One more remark like that, you'll be sent off the broadcast. Mr. Waxwiller, producer, hyphen. You can rely on us to supply any sound effect you need.
Oh, good. Then let's go back on that last speech, please. And this time we'll try it with the sound effects.
Very well.
RHQ is perched on top of a windswept cliff, looking across the angry sea. Pike!
Sir?
Could you do the seagulls a little lower? Get off the floor, you stupid boy. Talking about your voice.
Oh, dear Mr. Manning, I really think I should have to pop outside.
Stay where you are, Doctor. You people at home are able to sit down and eat your lunch in safety. For we are going from here to ever split fruit jam. Just a minute, just a minute. Hey! Stop the sea.
Blimey, his name's Jones, not Canute.
What's the matter, sir?
I can't possibly read this script with all that going on. Can't even so think.
Perhaps Jones could do it a bit further away, sir. Make it a bit more distant.
Shall I be the tide that's gone out?
Look, perhaps we'd better rehearse without the sound effects for the time being. Carry on, Captain Mannering.
I decide it's time for us to go out on patrol. I speak to my sergeant. Sergeant, it's time for us to go out on patrol.
Oh, blimey, sir. So it is. And it ain't half colder and all.
Corporal, it's time for us to go out on patrol.
Men, it's time for us to go out on patrol.
The men now realise it is time for them to go out on patrol. Just a minute. Who wrote this rubbish?
Did you say something, Captain Mannering?
Yes, I said, who wrote this rubbish?
I did, Captain Mannering.
Be careful, sir. You remember he can hear every word you say.
Come on, lads. We're going out on patrol.
And in less time than it takes to tell, the men are marching along cliff top in the teeth of biting wind. Suddenly one of them points and speaks.
What's that, Corp?
What?
Oh, look, there's a object floating in the water.
True. There is an all.
Och, aye, the man's recht nu, och, aye.
Said Jock, our Scottish private. All eyes appeared out to sea.
What can it be? What can it be, Sarge?
Call, blimey, stone the crows. It looks suspicious and all. Look, I don't want to be awkward or difficult, but it really doesn't sound awfully good English to me.
It's not supposed to be good English. It's supposed to be Cockney.
Yeah, but I don't speak with a Cockney accent.
Oh. I naturally assumed that being a sergeant you would.
Well, I don't.
Oh, dear. Look, I know what. How would it be if the sergeant played the part of the officer and the officer played the part of the sergeant? I think that might sound more natural.
Young man, I am the officer and he is the sergeant, and it's staying that way.
Mr. Mannering, I've just been thinking. I haven't got anything to say. Is it because I speak common like you?
You just carry on being a seagull, Pike. And try to make your voice more seagully.
Can we take it from the corporal's speech, please?
Yes, all right. Right. What can it be? What can it be, Sarge?
Oh, blimey, stone the crows. It looks suspicious and all.
I've got an idea, sir. If you keep me covered, I'll shin down the cliff, dodge between those boulders, crawl under the barbed wire, and out along the jetty where I can get a closer deco. And I'll quickly nip back here and give you the griff.
Just a minute. Mr. Producer, I don't know whether it matters. You do realise that Private Godfrey is almost 86.
I'm afraid we can't worry about things like that. After all, the audience can't see him. Now, carry on, please.
Right, well, scarper down and take a quick butcher's.
I'm off.
Oh, blimey. Look at him go and all.
Oh, aye, he's like a wee mountain goat.
I decided to take no chances. Tell the men to get under cover, Sergeant.
All right, Governor. Here, Corp. Tell the men to get their flipping heads down.
Come on, men. You heard what the Sarge said. Take cover.
The men moved like a smooth and well-oiled machine. Suddenly, above the sound of the surf, we heard the faint cry of Godfrey's voice.
All clear.
We all heaved a deep sigh of relief. It was a false alarm, but it could have been a Nazi submarine. So, as you sit eating your lunch, think of us, the men of Britain's Home Guard, who are on constant watch day and night. Simple men, shopkeepers, factory workers, butchers, bakers.
And undertakers. James Fraser, 91 High Street, Warmington at Sea. Reasonable prices, sympathetic attention,
Down
tasteful
there. Men, in fact, from all walks of life. We seek no reward, we only do our duty, contented in knowledge that our children and our children's children will grow up to be free men and women.
And children.
And children. Walker. I shan't warn you again.
Right, thank you, everybody. I'll have a couple of minutes break, and then we'll have another go. Now, we must get it right. After all, only another couple of hours, and you'll be broadcasting to the world.
Yes, I know that, Elizabeth. Look, I'd just like you to listen to it, that's all. Yes, I realise it's going to clash with the start of Happerdrome. But you could give it a miss. You will. Oh, good. What? No, I meant give Happydrome a miss. I know you like Enoch and Ramsbottom. Hear them any time. Yes, I realise you can hear me any time as well, but that's not the point. This time I should be on the wireless. Look, all I'm saying is... just a minute, Elizabeth. Come in.
Mr. Mandarin, the engineer wants us to stand by now. Should be on the air in a few minutes.
Yes, all right, Peg. Tell him I'm just coming.
Right, Mr. Mandarin.
Look, Elizabeth, you know, you are being a bit unreasonable. Elizabeth? Hello? Oh, really?
Ah, come along, Captain Mannering. It shouldn't be long now.
I've got your script here, sir.
Thank you, Wilson. Just been phoning Elizabeth, telling her about the broadcast.
Ah, yes. Did you say good luck?
No, didn't even say goodbye.
Right, quiet, everybody. I think we'll just have a little listen in to the Q programme, and then we'll be able to see how we're going.
That is singing by Londoners sheltering in the Aldwych tube station. Deep below ground, on the platforms, on the rails, on the hard escalator stairs, out of reach of Nazi bombers over London in their nightly raids. But as you can hear, they're certainly not downhearted.
Are we downhearted? Listen to that, Wilson. Makes you realise that Hitler will have to pull a lot more stops out before he can break the indomitable British spirit.
Yes, indeed, sir.
Now, according to my running order, Hong Kong is next, and then they come over to us. And I reckon that could be in about 3 minutes, so relax for a moment, but of course don't go away.
Miss Mandarin, do you think if I asked the engineer he'd let me listen to Happydrome while we're waiting? It must have just started on the other programme.
Of course he wouldn't, you stupid boy. Anyway, my wife will be listening, so she'll be able to tell you what happened.
It's a good programme, that Happydrome.
Yeah, it's my favourite. That Enoch's ever so funny, Mr. Mandarin.
Really?
He makes you laugh, doesn't he, Uncle Arthur?
What? Oh, yeah, yes, he does sometimes, yes.
The girl in the sweet shop thinks I'm just like him.
What, like Eustace?
His name's Enoch, not Eustace. Hey, have you heard my impersonation of him?
No, I can't say I have, no.
Well, listen then.
Let me tell you.
What do you think of that, then?
Well, to be quite honest, not a lot.
I can do Greet the Garbo as well.
I want to be alone. I want to be alone.
If you go on doing impressions like that, son, I should think there's every chance you will be allowed to be alone.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Joe.
I think they're running a bit late. You know, we used to say that about the whirling dervishes. See, when they was attacking us and we fired at them with our muskets, they used to turn and run, but mainly they used to get shot. And we used to say they were running a bit late.
Yeah. Mind you, I think Jones has got something, Wilson. You ought to have been on the air by now. What's happening, engineer?
Don't worry, I'm just waiting for the standby light. It should be through at any minute.
Good. Right, stand by, everyone. Remember, when I get to my final speech, give me plenty of room. You know, Wilson, I rather enjoy that final speech.
Yes, sir. It is rather moving.
Gives me a warm glow right here in the chest.
It gives me a pain as well. Only a wee bit lower down.
Just think, Mr. Mandarin, you'll be the last one to speak before the King. Do you think he'll be listening?
Oh, yeah. And the Queen. And Princess Elizabeth. And Princess Margaret Rose.
And the corgis.
I don't think we'll worry too much about them, Doctor.
Well, I still haven't had a standby light. I'll just have another listen to our programme.
Wait a minute, Bert. You sure you've got the right programme?
Well, I'm certain of it. This is the Home Service.
is London. His Majesty King George VI.
What about us? What's going on?
Hello, Warmington. I'm awfully sorry, chaps. Hong Kong overran. We had to cut you out. Well, after all, I mean, we couldn't keep His Majesty waiting, could we?
Really, what a confounded cheek.
I must say the King always sounds so friendly, doesn't he? My sister Sissy thinks the world of him.
Yes. All right, Godfrey. At this precise moment, we're not questioning your sister's loyalty to the monarch. The point is, why is he speaking and not me?
Because he is the king. You only think you are.
In that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Pelly and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John Le Mesurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Frank Thornton, the BBC producer, Larry Martin, Private Walker, and Roger Gartland as Bert. 10 Seconds from Now was adapted for radio by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dice. Present Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. A Stripes for Fraser, featuring John Lorry, James Beck, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Geoffrey Lumsden and Michael Knowles. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. It is now June 1940, and the war carries on without mercy as Germany strives to show her supremacy. In Britain, the part-time volunteer army, now called the Home Guard, has readily swung into the routine of parading every evening after work. At Warmington-on-Sea, the 1st Platoon D Company is no exception. And at St. Aldham's Church Hall, the parade is just starting, with Sergeant Wilson putting his men through their paces.
Sergeant, platoon, platoon, attention, stand at ease. I thought that whole movement lacked verve. Now, try and put a bit more sparkle into it. All right, now. Platoon. Oh, come on, Corporal Jones. Where have you been?
I'm sorry I'm late, Sergeant.
Yes, well, fall in and try and be on time in the future.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been late, Mr. Wilson, but you see, the offal comes today. And they haven't sent no suet.
Yes, all right, Jones, all right. All right, platoon.
It's been one of those days, you see.
Yes. We have to get on with the parade, you know, in spite of the absence of your suet.
I promised Mrs. Prosser the WVS, you see. She was doing dumplings, you see. She don't like the lads to go without their dumplings.
Yes, all right. Now, platoon.
The lads think very highly of Mrs. Prosser's dumplings.
Be quiet, Jones. All right, now, platoon. Attention. Gas!
What are you all standing there for? You know what this is, don't you?
It's a rattle, isn't it?
It's a warning that the enemy are attacking with gas. Now, what are you waiting for?
I thought the Arsenal were playing at home.
We're still at attention. It's up to Sergeant Wilson at the end there to take his finger out.
Fraser.
Aye, sir.
You will not use that sort of expression concerning my NCOs either on or off parade. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Good. At the same time, Wilson, I think it is up to you to take some action.
Right, sir, yes. Right. Gas attack! On the command, fall out. Put in your gas mask. All right. Fall out!
Come on. You'll have to be quicker than that. You're all choking by now. Come on, Walker. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, well, I'm having a bit of trouble with the case, Mr. Mannering. It's the strap.
Well, come on. Can't you feel it creeping into your lungs? You can't breathe. Oh, come here, Walker. Give it to me.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
Oh. Walker. What have you got in there?
Whiskey, sir.
Whiskey? Do you realise you could be court-martialed for this?
Well, it's for Sergeant Wilson.
Wilson? Come over here. What have you got to say about these bottles?
Well, sir,
Are these bottles yours, or are they not?
Yes, sort of.
What kind of an answer is that?
Well, it's not all mine, sir. Only one bottle.
I see. Who else is in this conspiracy? Put your hands up. Right, Sergeant, take the names.
That's rather difficult, sir. With their gas masks on, I can't see their faces.
Really, Wilson, I never knew a man like you for making excuses.
Well, I suppose I could put little chalk crosses on them and take their names later.
Sergeant, these are fighting troops, not Ali Baba and his 40 thieves.
How would it be, sir, if you declared the gas alert over?
All right. Right. Now, once again, which of you asked Walker for this black market stuff? Put your hands up. Now take their names, Wilson.
Right, sir, yes. Let's see now. Jones, Godfrey, Fraser.
Hey, is there a regulation that stops a Scotchman from buying whiskey?
Get back into place, Fraser. What else have you got in here?
Your cigar, sir.
Shall I add the name Mannering to the list, sir?
No. Leave it for the moment. Now, listen to me, you chaps. I want you all to practice getting into your gas masks in double-quick time, so that if Hitler does bowl this cowardly weapon at us, it'll be a no-ball.
Did you hear that, Jonesy? If he bowls, it'll be a no-ball. What a lot of blather he comes to say.
Stop talking in the ranks, Fraser. Corporal Jones, carry on supervising the gas mask drill.
Very good, sir. Now that command go, I want you to shove your mushies smartly into the face beam.
Come in, Wilson. I bought myself something today. Just like your opinion on it. There. New hat. What do you think?
Oh, I say. Oh, it's rather dinky.
I think this sort with a peak suits me better than the forage cap.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, much better, yes. Yes, your face doesn't look nearly so round and moon-like as it normally does.
Really?
Yes, it can do so much for you. I really think I must get one.
Oh, you can't do that. These are for officers only.
Oh, yes, I might have guessed.
Anyway, it wouldn't suit you. The jauntiness of the forage cap offsets that craggy, careworn, undertaker manner of yours much better.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you.
Who's first out on patrol tonight?
Sir, according to the rota, it should be young Pike. But his mother has reported him sick.
I didn't think you were speaking to the Pikes.
Oh, yes, sir, yes. I'm speaking to them. See, it's just that they're not speaking to me. He sent rather a note, in the strongest terms.
Yes, I'm not surprised. What do you expect after leaving Mrs. Pike stranded at the altar?
What? Well, I didn't leave her stranded, sir. I mean, there were plenty of other people there.
Well, you better sort out your domestic affairs, and pretty soon, too. I can't have my platoon denuded every time you decide not to get married. See that it doesn't happen again.
My sentiments, precisely, sir.
Right. Come in.
Captain Mannering?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Div Ackenquack.
Good evening. This is my sergeant, Sergeant Wilson. This is Captain Div Ackenquack.
That's not my name. It stands for Assistant Adjutant Quartermaster General. I'm Staff Captain Bailey. Brought a few bits of bump round and the new standing orders.
Oh, thank you very much.
Good news for you on the establishment side. You can make someone up to corporal. That gives you a sergeant, a corporal, and a lance corporal.
Oh, that is good news, isn't it, Wilson?
Well, yes, I suppose it is.
Well, of course it is. On Friday night, when Jones is counting coupons, there's been no one to share the burden of command.
Well, you can make them up as soon as you like. Just give the names to add.
He shall have them this Pipemar. We don't dally when it comes to decisions.
Good. Well, I'll cut along then. There is just one thing.
What's that?
The old man's a bit of a stickler about uniform. I wouldn't let him catch you wearing that peaked cap with battle dress. Only with field service uniform.
I don't have field service uniform.
Well, in that case, don't wear the hat. Cheerio.
Damned red tape.
Yes, what a pity, sir. It seems to make you look so much more like an officer somehow.
Your confidence is much appreciated, Wilson. Well, then, an extra corporal, eh?
Yes, sir. Well, I suppose he could give Jones another stripe.
Well, of course, he has the maturity. No denying that. And experience. And the guts.
And the meat.
And the meat. Well, we have to disregard that sort of thing, and decide this purely on the grounds of the national interest.
Yes, of course, I realise that. Only it's my turn for rump steak next week.
I think the wisest strategy would be to make up another lance corporal and see who shows the best potential. Question is who?
Walker?
Oh.
Yeah?
He'd have access to the stores. Before we know where we are, he'd be flogging the bayonets for carving knives.
Well, he did pinch them for us in the first place.
Don't mind that. What we need is a man of integrity.
Well, what about Godfrey? He's as honest as the day is long.
Ah, but could he lead men?
Well, no. Well, not from the front. I mean, but he couldn't keep up.
No. Then there's this bladder trouble of his.
Yes. Well, at least we'd know where to find him.
No. For my money, the man for the job is Fraser.
Oh, no, I don't think he's right at all, sir. I mean, if there's any grumbling, it always seems to come from him.
Could be a case of the poacher turned gamekeeper. He was a Jack Tar, wasn't he?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
There's one thing you can say for the boys in blue. They stand firm at the face of the enemy.
Yes, well, there's nowhere to run to, is there?
I pride myself I'm quite a good judge of character, Wilson. Fraser's our man, you'll mark my words. Call him in.
Yes, sir. Fraser?
Aye. What is it now?
Would you come in here for a moment, please?
I'm on my way.
Ah, Private Fraser.
Is there something you wanted?
Yes, come in and close the door. Now, Fraser, Sergeant Wilson and I have been watching you very closely in the last few weeks.
Oh, well, sir, I'm sorry, but it's all this damn bull. I can't see any sense in it.
A smart soldier's a good soldier, Fraser. But I haven't called you in here to discuss spit and polish. We're looking for NCOs. And if I'm any judge of a man, and I think I am, you have the necessary qualities of leadership, discipline, and reliability.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
You held NCO rank in the Navy, didn't you?
Aye, I did that. Chief Petty Officer, before I was busted.
Busted?
I hit the officer of the watch.
Did you?
With a boat hook.
Oh, dear.
The crooked end.
Well, I'm sure you must have had a very good reason, eh, Wilson?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, I had that.
Yes, I thought so.
I was drunk.
Well, that's all in the past. Not much danger of that happening again, is there, Wilson?
Well, not with the boat hook, sir, no.
So, Fraser, do I take it you'll accept the stripe?
Oh, aye, well.
Good man. Get Jones, will you?
Right, sir. Yes. Corporal Jones, will you... Jones, what are you doing down there on your knees, for God's sake?
Sorry, sir, I was just, giving the brass handle a bit of a rub, sir.
Well, it's a China one.
Yeah, well, that accounts for why it wouldn't take the shine, wouldn't it?
Come in, Jones.
Yes, thank you, sir, thank you.
Now, Jones, I want you to be the first to know that I'm making Fraser here up to Lance Corporal.
Permission to speak, sir?
Yes.
A very good choice.
Thank you. Sir. We now have the establishment for a full corporal. However, as the commander in the field, I have to ensure we get the right man with the best fighting potential.
I've got that all right, sir. Just you let me get at 'em, sir. I'll be in the front there with a cold steel. They don't lock it up and down.
All right. Jones, all right, I know. We know all about that. As I was saying, we will therefore select our corporal from our 2 lance corporals.
Ah, there's a competition like. Well, that seems fair, doesn't it, Mr. Fraser?
It will be if you stop bribing them with a steak.
I can assure you, Fraser, that Corporal Jones's activities as a tradesman will in no way influence our decision. Isn't that so, Wilson?
Oh, yes, sir. Quite so, sir, yes.
Anyway, Mr. Manning, I wouldn't want to take any advantage or put any forward conception on it, you see, sir. I'll tell you what, Mr. Fraser. I'll hold up their supplies until they've made their choice.
Oh, I'd like that fine.
Yes. And when they've decided, they can have it again. Or not, as the case may be.
Now, I want you to gather round the front of the platform for a lecture. Move.
Go on now. Look lively there.
Come on now,
the platform. At the double.
Yes, grab a platform at the double.
Platoon present, sir, and ready for the lecture.
Yes, all ready for the lecture, sir.
Thank you, Corporals. Very interesting, Wilson, to see Jones in action. Now we've given Fraser a stripe. A couple of keen NCOs we've got.
Yes, haven't we just?
Now, I want you to pay particular attention to what I'm about to say.
Pay attention there, you Pike.
Why did he pick on me?
Be quiet, Pike.
I didn't say a word.
Will you stop this incessant talking? The fact that Hitler hasn't kicked off with his invasion doesn't mean to say that the whistle's gone for no side.
Oh, no, sir. It doesn't mean that, sir. No.
Thank you, Fraser. It's quite on the cards that he'll put recce parties ashore from submarines to find out the disposition of our forces.
That's right, you know. Our captain is right.
Such parties could strike at any time before church bells were rung, while we're still in our homes or shops.
You might be in the bank, sir. Is that not so, sir?
Yes, that's quite right, Fraser.
Thank you.
But we're going to be ready for them. Our watchword must be, they shall not pass.
Beautiful words, sir. Beautiful words.
So, there we are, at home, probably without guns, when suddenly a ruthless Nazi stormtrooper bursts through the door, holding a Luger or a machine gun. There he stands, facing you. What are you going to do?
I'd have already done it. That will be enough of that, Walker. I've got his name, sir.
Hear that, Joe? He's got your name.
Yes, Parkin, I've got his whiskey.
Now, I dare say you think that the situation's pretty hopeless.
Absolutely hopeless.
Well, it's not.
It's not hopeless at all.
All you need is a clear head, steel nerve, and a quick hand.
And a tank. That was Walker again, sir. I've got him, sir. Fall in, two men.
Wait a minute,
wait a
Fraser. Wait. Get back to your places, men.
Fraser, we really mustn't be too hasty.
No, Walker, you don't need a tank in a situation like this. You need guts and know-how. And you've all got the guts, and by the time you leave this hall, I shall have given you the know-how. Now, 2 volunteers.
You need look no further, Captain Mannering.
Well, you look a bit further, sir. I'm over here.
2 keen men, Fraser and Jones. Now, you, Fraser, are a Nazi stormtrooper. Take this pistol.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
I want you to imagine that you're in your shop this afternoon, going about your normal business. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, you, Fraser, enter from the door.
Aye, sir.
Permission to speak, sir?
Yes.
I wasn't in my shop this afternoon, sir.
Well, let's imagine that you were.
But today's early closing, you see, sir. It's early closing.
Well, we'll ignore that for the time being.
Yes, right, sir, right.
Fraser, you burst in, you see Jones, and you tell him to stick him up.
Handy hock, sir.
Yeah, I beg your pardon?
Handy hock. That's what they say, sir. That's the Bosch parlez-vous for stick 'em up.
Oh, thank you very much. Right, go on, Fraser.
Right, here I come. Handy's hock, Engländer Schweinhund.
Good. Now, what are you going to do, Jones?
I'm going to put my handy's hock, sir.
Right. No sense in antagonizing him. Now, the next thing to do is fix him with a stare. Like this. When you have his attention, you can distract him. Now, look at me, Fraser. Look me straight in the eyes.
Right, sir. May I say something, Captain Mannering?
Yes, of course. What is it?
I never realized before what striking and sincere eyes you have, sir.
Thank you very much, Fraser. Look out, behind you!
Where?
You see. You look behind you. I could have hit you with this chair while you were turned away.
It was awfully good, sir.
Thank you, Wilson.
It wasn't fair, I wasn't ready.
No, Fraser, and the Bosch won't be ready either. Now, look here, men. I want you to take particular note of the way I use the chair. You hold it upside down like this, and then you lunge with the legs like this. Lunge.
Just like a lion tamer, sir. Hey, do you remember, Uncle Arthur? We saw one at Bertram Mills Circus just before the war, didn't we?
Right. Yes, we did, yes. Awfully good, wasn't it?
Look, never mind Bertram Mills or Coco.
Carried away.
Now, there you are, men. You can deal with a stormtrooper with a gun.
There's just one thing, sir.
Yes, Joan?
I haven't got any chairs in my shop.
Haven't you? Well, I'm sure you could look round and improvise some other weapon.
Perhaps you could make him sit on the bacon slicer, Jonesy. Shall I take his name, sir?
No, don't be facetious, Walker. This is a very real enemy that we have to deal with.
Let me take his name, sir, please,
No,
sir, please.
thank you, Fraser.
Oh, Fraser's going to have to go.
Mr. Mannering?
Yeah.
If Mr. Jones makes the German sit on the bacon slicer...
Yeah.
Well, will he get a little behind with his bacon ration?
You stupid boy. Now, for this next part, I shall need another volunteer.
Walker, you're volunteering. Blimey, I never said a word.
Captain Mannering.
What is it, Wilson?
It's about time I think some of the men went on guard.
By Jove, so it is.
Fall in the guard, Fraser.
Fall in the guard! Over here at the double. Smarten your ideas up there. Chin in, chest out, stomach in. Squad. Jump! Slow. Hop. Right. Turn. Guard to the command post. Quick. March. Right wheel. Double march. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Pick him up there. Pick him up.
You know, Wilson, I think I picked the right one there.
Yes, sir. You certainly picked the right one there.
Come in.
Can I see you a moment, sir?
Yes, of course. All go well with last night's guard?
Aye, sir, it did. Here are the charge sheets.
Charge sheets?
Aye, that's what I said, charge sheets.
Private Pike deserting his post and cowardice in the face of the enemy. Private Walker, mutiny. These are rather serious charges, you know, Fraser.
Okay, not fine, sir, and I hope you'll make an example of these men, sir, but dealing with them with the utmost severity.
I see. Mind leaving us for a moment, Fraser? I'd like to talk to Sam Wilson about this.
Certainly, sir. I'll have the prisoners and escorts standing by, sir.
Well, Wilson, what are we going to do about these chaps?
Yes, well, I don't think we're allowed to put them on a charge.
Neither do I. What punishment can we give? Hardly dock their pay. They don't get any. What's even worse, all these charges on active service are court-martial offences, carrying the death penalty.
Yes, well, perhaps you could give them a good talking to.
Oh, what is it now? Come in.
Captain Manring, sir.
Yes, Jones?
I've got a serious complaint, sir. Lance Corporal Fraser just put me on the visit.
I have that. And there it is, written on the charge sheet. You're going to go through it, sir.
He can't do that to me, sir. I'm senior to him.
In front of the man, he called me a stupid old... What it says on the paper, sir.
Now, really, this has gone far enough. Get Walker and Pike in here, Fraser.
Aye, sir. Prisoners, carts off. Prisoners and escort. Quick, march. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Halt! Right, done! Prisoners reporting for trial, sir.
Get that escort out of here. These men aren't desperate criminals on the run.
Escort, dismiss!
Now, tell me exactly what happened last night. You, Pike.
Well, sir, I was in the slip trench when a great big Alsatian came up and barked at me. He wouldn't go away, so I went to the guardhouse to get help.
Desert then his post, Captain Manring.
Well, you see, sir, dogs don't like me. Even quite little dogs. I seem to bring out the worst in them. So that's why I went away.
Cowardice in the face of the enemy, sir.
Oh, come. Hardly call an Alsatian an enemy.
It's a German dog, sir.
Let's see. Now, Walker, what about you?
Well, I told Jock here, if he went on being so regimental, we'd stop his whiskey.
Note that, sir. We'd stop his whiskey. They'd conspired together. That is mutiny. And I'll just now go for the Jones in front of my man calling me a stupid old butt. What's written on that paper, sir?
Oh, no, I didn't. You said, I suppose you think I'm a stupid old what's on that paper. And I said yes.
How can it be mutiny to stop him getting his whiskey?
Well, I didn't, dear. I'm not a coward.
Now, look here. I've had about enough of this. I'm going to adjourn this case until I've had time to take legal advice. In the meantime, you all return to your duties, which are to prepare yourselves to defend your homes from the Nazi assault. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. Prisoners, about!
I'll do that. I'm the senior one. Prisoners!
Get out, all of you.
Yes, sir.
Get outside.
Left.
Oh. I'm a patient man, Wilson, but I think I'm reaching the end of my tether.
Yes, this is exasperating.
I'd never believed Fraser would have stirred up all this trouble.
Well, I did say I wasn't too keen on him originally.
I know you did.
As ye sow, so shall ye reap.
All right. Given any biblical quotations. How to deal with it is the question.
Mainwaring!
Oh, no, not him again.
Yeah.
Mainwaring! You remember me? Square, Square's the name.
Oh, yes, very well, yes. You were with Lawrence of Arabia.
Yes, that's quite correct.
What can we do for you, Colonel Square?
Corporal Colonel Square.
Corporal Colonel? I don't think I understand. Do you, Sergeant Wilson?
I know.
I should have thought it was fairly obvious. Want to see some action again. No officer post going, so GHQ sent me to train you in guerrilla warfare as a corporal.
Oh, how nice.
Good heavens. What on earth are these? Charge sheets. 252s, you mean, huh? By Jove, that takes me back. I haven't seen one of these since 1917. Got through 5,000 of them in 1 month.
5,000 charge sheets?
Well, we were right out in the desert, you know. Couldn't get hold of anything else. What? Now, what fool made these out?
Aren't they any good?
Mutiny isn't Section 40, neither is Cardiff. Playing at soldiers, you're all the same, you chaps. Are your men on parade, Mainwaring?
Yes, they're in the hall.
Right. I'll start flicking them into shape. By the look of these charges, you'll need a bit of discipline around here. Right, fall into 3 ranks. Come on now, jump to it!
The whole thing's getting out of hand, Wilson. I shall be very glad when today's over.
Yes, but if these charges aren't properly made out, you can drop them, and, you see, and that's the end of it.
Yes, as long as we can stop our NCOs from making any more.
Captain, I've got a complaint. You have done this deliberately, sir.
Fraser, what on earth's the matter now?
Yon many a Colonel Square has put me on a bloody feather. Well, I'll show him.
Fraser, you can't go through the... Oh, really, Wilson? This is all too much.
Yes, I quite agree, sir. I fancy storming right through your office like that and leaving by your personal door, what's more. And the men know you don't like them using that door.
Oh, be quiet. And get Square back in here.
Prisoners, escort! Quick! March!
What's happening now?
Left, right, halt! Right, turn! Mainwaring, you've got the slackiest platoon I've ever seen. These 2 men are on 252s.
Pike and Walker. Not you two again. What's the charge this time?
Idle on parade, sir.
I see. Jones, what are you doing here?
I'm on escort duty, sir.
Furthermore, I'm charging that Scots NCO of yours with insolence.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes?
What Corporal Fraser said was much worse than what I was supposed to have called in.
This has got to stop. Wilson, see if Fraser's outside.
Doesn't seem to be any sign of him, sir. He must have gone.
Deserting his post.
I want him back here at the double. We've all got to come to an understanding. I can't have all my time taken up with these pettifogging little charges.
I don't think Fraser will be long, sir. He's only gone round the corner.
What do you mean, Walker? What in heaven's name for?
He's gone for a boat hook, sir.
Good heavens, Wilson. I don't like the sound of this.
Well, don't worry, sir. He probably won't use it.
Where is he? Where's that old idiot Square?
Quick, Wilson. Lock the door.
Yes, sir.
Where is he? Let me get at him.
Which door shall I lock, sir?
Both of them, you fool. Don't let him in.
Come on out, Square. I know you're in there.
Captain Mainwaring, sir.
What is it, Jones?
Do I have permission to assume that Fraser is no longer being considered for the post of corporal, sir?
Yes, Jones. I think you do.
Well, in that case, sir, I think I might manage a little bit of rump steak this weekend.
Let me get at him. I know he's there. I'll bosh him with this boat hook. I'll pulverize him. I'll shove his head in.
In that episode of Dad's Army from the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier, Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, James Beck, Private Walker, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Michael Knowles, Captain Bailey, and Geoffrey Lumsden as Colonel Square. The Stripe for Fraser was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dias. We present Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Episode 9, Operation Kilt, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Pearl Hackney and Jack Watson. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. As the war progresses, the Home Guard continues to keep up its efforts in the defence of our homeland. At the headquarters of the local platoon at Walmington-on-Sea, Captain Mannering is already in his office at the church hall when Sergeant Wilson arrives.
Ah, I see you're already here, sir.
Well done, Wilson. You know, you're wasted in the Home Guard. You should be in the Observer Corps.
Well, that's quite funny, sir.
Thank you. I noticed you came in by the side door and not through the main hall. Presumably you remembered the booby trap we set out there last night.
Yes, sir, yes. Do you think it will really prove effective?
Well, of course it will. What do you mean?
Well, I don't know, sir. It strikes me only a complete idiot would be caught out by it.
There, see? Thought you said no one but a complete idiot could get caught by that booby trap.
Yes, sir. Yes. And I still do.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
Good evening, Corporal Jones.
I'm sorry, sir, I forgot about the booby trap.
Yes, so we heard. Well, what do you want? Was it really necessary to burst in like that?
Well, I want to be the first one to bring you the good news.
Oh, what's that?
Has Hitler surrendered?
No, it's much better than that. Meat ration's gone up. It's gone up from 1 and 10 to 2 and 2.
Oh, thank you, Corporal Jones. That's a great comfort.
Yes, I'm afraid your butter ration that's gone down 2 ounces, but the fat ration that's still at 8 ounces. So that means you can have 6 of marge and 2 of butter, or 4 of marge, 2 of cooking fat, and 2 of butter. Or 4 of cooking fat and 2 of marge and 2 of butter. Or you can have 3 of cooking fat and 3 of marge and 2 of butter. Or 4 of marge and 4 of cooking fat, or 8 of marge.
Yes, well, thank you, Jones. Thank you very much. You've been a great help.
Yes, thanks.
By the way, sir, this packet came for you at the bank just after you left.
Oh, thank you, Wilson. Wonder what it is. Now this is most interesting. A book on PT.
Of course, Mr. Wilson, if you felt like you could have 6 of cooking fat.
All right, Judge, all right.
Very good.
Now, this should definitely get rid of some excess fat.
You can't have any excess fat, so I told you. You can either have 2 of marge...
Jones, that's enough. Now, listen to this, both of you. In future, all Home Guard units will do 15 minutes PT before parade. Right, we start tonight.
Tonight, sir? But who's going to take us?
Well, I am, of course.
Oh.
All the instructions are here in the book. Can't go wrong.
No, I suppose not, sir.
Right, Jones, get the men ready for PT.
Sure.
And don't forget, Jones, tell them to strip off.
I'll do that, sir. Right. Come on, there. Get stripped off.
Stripped off? What for?
The captain's going to give us some PT, Fraser.
God's sake. Godfrey, here he can't strip off. It's only his clothes that keep him from falling apart.
Corporal Jones, why aren't the men ready?
Well, I'm ready, sir, but the rest of the men are being a bit backward about being forward and taking their clothes off, you see, sir.
I see. Right, now pay attention, men. I've just had an order from GHQ that we're to do 15 minutes PT before every parade.
Oh,
dear. Now, if we're going to beat the Hun, we must be fit in every way. Clean bodies and clean minds. Isn't that so, Sergeant Wilson?
Oh, yes, definitely, sir.
Now, I've never asked you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. So on the command strip, we shall all strip to the waist together. Right. Strip.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, what is it, Godfrey?
Do you want me to remove my binder?
Remove your what?
My flannel binder. Shall I take it off?
Yes, of course.
Well, would you mind holding the safety pin for a minute? If you can hold one end of a material, I'll untwist myself out of it.
Oh, keep it on. That rate would be here all day. Fall the men in, Sergeant.
All right, sir. Right, platoon. Platoon, fall in. Right, sit down. Right, platoon. Attend. Shut.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, men, on command spring, I want you
Mr. Mannering! Mr. Mannering!
Oh, Evening, Mrs. Pike. We're rather busy at the moment.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you see... Oh.
What's the matter, Mrs. Pike?
Oh, I've just realised. You're all half naked.
That's right. We're just about to start some PT.
Oh, I see. Well, don't let Frank stand around too long like that, will you, Mr. Mannering? I don't want him to start with his chest again.
Don't worry, Mrs. Pike. He'll soon warm up.
Oh, really, Mavis? Can't you see we're busy?
Arthur, why have you still got your shirt on?
Yes, come on, Wilson. What's the matter with you?
Well, I don't think it would be very good for discipline, sir.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you see, sir, I'm afraid I've got rather a large hole in my vest.
Oh. You didn't put that vest on again this morning, did you, Arthur? I told you to leave it out for me to mend.
Oh, please, Mavis, not so loud.
I'll tell you what, Arthur. Take your shirt and your vest off together, and no one will notice. You know, Mr. Mannering, Arthur's got a lovely physique when he strips off.
Is he really?
Come on, Arthur. You've got nothing to be ashamed of with your body.
Mavis, please. Oh, all right.
Oh, that's better. Oh, he does look nice. Doesn't he, Mr. Mannering?
What is it you actually want, Mrs. Pike?
Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. Just a moment, I've got it in my handbag. Oh, dear, it's right down here. It's not there. No, wait a minute. Oh, here it is. I think it must be part of Frank's gun, which he left behind. Yeah, here it is.
Good heavens. It's a rifle bolt.
Is it important?
Yes, Mrs. Pike, it is very important. Pike?
Yes, Captain Mannering?
Come over here, boy. What do you know about this?
Oh, that's an easy one, sir. It's a rifle bolt. Fits into the breech above the magazine when you want to cock your rifle.
I know all that, stupid boy. The point is, it's your rifle bolt. It belongs to your rifle.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I must have forgotten to put it back when I cleaned it.
You left it on the draining board, Frank. I'm afraid I washed it up with a tea thing.
Washed it up?
Oh, anyway, there's no harm done. Well, I must be off now. Mr. Mannering, don't let Fran stand around too long without his jacket on, will you? Oh, and Arthur. Oh, you do look nice. You really do.
Oh, please, Mavis, not again.
Oh. Bye.
Pike, I'll talk to you later. Go and fall in again.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Now, perhaps you can start some PT.
Mr. Mannering?
Yeah, what is it now?
I don't know what to do with my rifle bolt. I mean... I haven't got any pockets.
Well, use your initiative. Yes, sir. Don't put it on the floor. Especially after your mother's taken the trouble to wash it up.
I'll stick it down the front of my vest.
Oh,
then,
yes,
right?
yes. Sergeant, give me the PT manual.
Right, here we are, sir.
Thank you. Ah, yes. Deep breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Right. Now stand with your legs apart, chest out, hands on your hips, and... Godfrey.
Yes, Mr. Mannering?
I think it would look better if you had both hands on your hips.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Right, men. You ready? Now then. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out.
Hey, Mr. Fraser, what's that funny smell?
That's fresh air. From all those open windows.
All right, men. I'll move on to the next exercise. I shall warm you all up. Stand for attention. Now, jumping astride with the feet and arms at the same time, like this. Stride together. Stride together. Stride together.
Shall I hold the manual, sir?
Ah, that's a good idea, Sergeant. Yes, here you are. Thank you. Stride together. Keep up, Pike. Stride together. Come on, Walker. Stride together. Stride together. Don't joggle the book. Up and down like that, I can't read it.
You don't mind saying so, sir. It's not the book that's jogging up and down, it's you.
Stride together. Stride together. Platoon. Halt. Oh, I'll be... I bet you feel better for that. I know I do. What's next, Sergeant?
Press-ups, sir.
Really? Sure?
Oh, yes, sir, quite sure. Definitely press-ups.
Yes, I think we'll leave those for the moment. They're a good one to finish us off. I mean, to finish off. Well, we're going to the next one. What's that, Wilson?
It's touching the toes, sir.
Really? Well, that's a fairly simple exercise. Right, men. Touching the toes, half a dozen times. Begin. Arms above the head, and down. Oh!
Are you all right, sir?
Oh, it's my lumbago. Oh, I can't straighten up again.
Jones, bring one of those chairs over for Mr. Mannering.
Yeah, right away, Mr. Wilson.
Can I get a doctor, Sergeant?
You were better off getting a new PT instructor.
Right, here's the chair, Mr. Mannering.
Thank you, Jonesy, thank you. Now sit down very carefully, sir. Very carefully. That's it. That's right. Now, down.
Oh! Up! Get me up! Oh, I must stand. No, it's agony.
That's right. There you are, sir. But you're still bent double.
No, that I can't help it. You're stuck like this for good.
Mr. Make a suggestion, sir.
Yes, Jones?
What about trying brown paper and a hot iron?
All right. As long as I'm bent forward like this, I'll be all right. I'll just take a walk up and down.
It's all right, sir. Off you go. Doesn't he become comfortable, Mr. Wilson? Yes, he does. He says coffee, doesn't he? But I did warn him. I didn't think he should take the man in PT.
Yeah, it's supposed to be good for you.
Well, it hasn't done Mr. Mannering much good.
Hey, Mr. Wilson.
Yes?
Who's that strange bloke in the kilt who's just come in?
Oh, that must be Captain Ogilvy from the Highland Regiment. He's going to brief us about the manoeuvres on Saturday.
Good day to you, Sergeant. Which is Captain Mainwaring?
Good afternoon, sir. That's Captain Mannering down there.
Oh, Mannering, I see. What's he looking for?
It's his lumbago. He was showing us a PT exercise, and he got stuck.
Oh, is that all? Well, I'll soon fix that. Stand still, Captain Mannering.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry, you'll see. Now, just put my knee in your back like this.
I'd rather wait.
No, 1, 2, 3, pull! Oh, there. How's that?
Oh, unbelievable.
Good. Then let's get down to business.
Hold the men in, Sergeant.
All right. Fall in, man. Where's the can?
Now then, Captain, this is the scheme for Saturday's exercise. A sergeant and 5 of my men will attempt to capture your headquarters. Now, we shall start off from our HQ at Manor Farm, which is 3 miles away. We will then infiltrate through the town and try to capture your HQ here.
Well, that shouldn't take long.
Now, stop talking.
Well, as you outnumber us 3-1, you shouldn't find it very difficult to stop us. On the other hand, my men are highly trained professional soldiers, so watch out for yourselves.
Oh, you can. And all your men, we intend to give them a very tough time. We're all fighting fit.
Oh, yes, it is, sir. Well, some of us more than others, sir.
Now, each side will have 3 lots of paint. Red paint for dead, blue paint for wounded, and white paint for a prisoner. They will then daub the enemy with the appropriate colour. If one of the enemy is wounded and taken prisoner as well, then you will daub him with a dash of blue and white paint. Have you got that, Captain Manning?
Yes, we've got that, Captain.
Good. Now, if on the other hand I think that he's dead instead of wounded, I shall add 2 daubs of orange paint. But if I think he's neither dead, wounded, nor a prisoner, then I shall give him a daub of yellow paint, which will then cancel the whole thing. In the event of a dispute, you will call me. I shall be carrying a tin of orange and a tin of yellow paint. And if I decide that he's wounded and not dead, I shall add 1 daub of orange paint. Now, are there any questions?
Will you be letting us have that in writing, sir?
Of course not, Corporal. Now, operations will commence at 2200 hours.
10 o'clock, sir.
10 o'clock.
That's what I said, 2200 hours. Now, if you want to see me about anything, I shall be at my HQ at Manor Farm. You can carry on with your PT now, Captain Mannering. And I must say, by the look of your men, they can do with it. What's your name, lad?
Pike, sir.
How old are you, Pike?
17, sir.
Well, in another year or so, you'll be ready for the army.
I want to go in the Navy.
Oh, you're very puny looking for your age, lad, and round-shouldered, too.
I'm very fit, sir.
Are you now? Well, just see how fit you are. Now, I'm going to give you a wee blow to test you. Now, clench your stomach muscles real tight.
Yes, well, I don't think you ought to
Don't
really...
argue, lad. Here it comes. Ah!
All right, Captain Ogilvy.
Yes, of course I'm all right. Oh, dear. Good afternoon, Captain.
Bye, sir. Gracious, Pike. You took that punch extremely well.
Thank you.
Your stomach muscles must be like steel.
Well, they are, sir, very like steel. But I did try to warn him.
What do you mean?
Well, he hit my ruffle bolt.
Remember, I stuck it down my vest.
Now then, men, as Captain Ogilvy told you yesterday, on the night manoeuvres on Saturday, he and 6 of his best men are going to attempt to capture our headquarters here. Now, I don't mind telling you, we are up against a pretty formidable opponent. Are there any suggestions as to how we should tackle this problem?
I got a suggestion, sir.
Well done, Jones. What is it?
Why don't we move our headquarters? Then, when they get there, they won't know where it is.
No, I don't think that's quite the idea. Now, let's study the plan that I've drawn on the blackboard here. Hand me that pointer, will you, Wilson?
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Now, our headquarters is here, and the enemy could either come in from the north through the botanical gardens, here, or through the woods, here. Now, he won't come through the woods, because if he does, he's got to cross this main road, and we shall spot him at once. On the other hand, he can't get through the woods onto the beach because of the steep cliffs. So, he will either come in from the north, through the botanical gardens, or from the west.
It's going to be a bit of a job to cover all these points with only 17 men.
Well, now, we must keep cool and think. What examples can we take from great military campaigns of the past? For instance, what position would Napoleon take?
Well, they usually stood with one hand stuck in his jacket.
Thank you, Jones. I'm well aware of how Napoleon stood.
I know, sir. Why don't we send somebody into the enemy's camp, so to speak, to find out what their plans are?
This is a farm, sir. Why not dress someone up as a land girl?
With all these soldiers about, Godfrey, it might have the wrong results. No, we have to think of some other way of getting into that farm.
Here. What we really need to do is to smuggle somebody in there in something that wouldn't look out of place.
Just a moment, sir. It's given me an idea. If we could smuggle one of the lads into the farm, hidden in the hay cart, he might be able to pick up some useful information.
Yes, that's good thinking, Wilson.
I know a farmer, sir. I think he would maybe lend us a hay cart, sir, and a wee tractor to pull it.
Well done, Fraser. Now, this is beginning to sound quite promising. Now, we need someone to travel in the hay and to wait about in it, perhaps for some time. We need someone young for that. Pike, you'd better do that.
Yes, sir. Oh, there's just one thing, sir.
What's that?
My hay fever. Do you think it matters?
Of course it matters, you stupid boy. Can't have you in the enemy camp sneezing all the time. Give the game away. No, we need somebody who isn't affected in that way.
Permission to speak, sir?
Yes, Jones?
I'd like to volunteer not to be affected in that way.
All right, Jones, if you really want to. Now, we need someone to drive the hay cart. Someone to dress up as a farmhand.
Well, perhaps I could do that, sir. I mean, after all, it was my idea.
I don't know, Wilson. Aren't you a bit suave for that job? You'd have to disguise yourself as a yokel. I mean, what would you say if you were challenged?
Well, I'd go like this. I'd go... something like that I'd do. Make some noise like that. That's what I'd do.
Would you? Well, let's hope you don't get challenged. All right, then. Operation Haycart is on. Now, we'll try and fix it for tomorrow.
Hey, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Jones, what is it?
How long have we been here?
Just a minute. I can't see my watch in all this hay. Ah, yes, that's better. Well, if it's 8:30 now, we drove into the barn at 6:30, so that means we've been here nearly 2 hours.
I suppose we're in the right barn.
Oh, yes, of course we are. Yes. I told you when I drove in, I saw all those rifles stacked over in the far corner.
Well, if they don't come soon, we'll have to go away again.
You know, actually, I may not sound it, but I'm feeling rather drowsy, actually.
Yes.
I nearly dozed off just now. What about you?
Well, I'm all right, but my foot's gone to sleep.
Bring the men over to the barn, Sergeant.
Did you hear that, Jones? This may be our chance to hear something to our advantage.
You sound like a letter from one of them solicitors.
Right, Sergeant, this is a good place as any. Pin that plan of the area on this hay cart. Now, pay attention, men. This is the plan. The scheme starts at 2200 hours, but we shall move off at 2100 hours. Is that quite clear?
Yeah, that's not fair, is it, Mr. Wilson?
Let's be quiet and listen.
Now we shall skirt the town and move through these woods here and capture their HQ. Any questions?
I don't think we've got any questions, have we, Mr. Wilson?
None at all. Now, as I said before, the scheme starts at 2200 hours, and 5 minutes later, we shall be in their HQ, which I'll mark with this flagged pin here.
Oh! Well, it's all right for you, Mr. Wilson, but my rear's up against this perishing map.
I'll just mark the other landmarks I've mentioned.
Oh, no.
There's the woods. There.
Oh!
For heaven's sake, don't move, Jonas. And, of course, the cliffs here.
Oh!
And the ropes will be at the bottom here.
If only he knew how accurate he was.
Right, Wilson. Are we all here?
Yes, sir.
And I've got the paint, Mr. Mannering.
Well done, Jones. We'll teach them to start an hour early. Now, pay attention. I'll just go over the plan again. There are 5 paths through the woods, and every one is now covered by one of our man traps. Now, what happens is this. The enemy comes running down the path. He puts his foot in the noose, which is lying on the ground and disguised by leaves, etc. The counterweights, lashed up to the tree above him, take his weight, then one of you pulls the main rope, and up he goes, feet first.
I wouldn't like that. Blood will all go to my head.
Right.
Excuse me, sir, but have you ever seen this idea work?
Yes, of course I've seen it work.
In a Tarzan film, wasn't it, sir?
All right, that'll do. Now, let's see. It's red paint for wounded.
No, sir. No. It's red for dead, blue for wounded.
No, you got it all wrong, Mr. Wilson.
Huh?
It's white for wounded and yellow for dead.
I know, sir. Why don't we give them a bit of each, just to make sure?
Splendid idea, Pike. Yes. Initiative. That's what I'd like to see.
I saw it in the Laurel and Hardy film.
Right. They'll be taking up their positions soon, so we'd better stand by.
I just had a thought, sir.
What is it?
Well, we may have covered all the paths with booby traps, sir, but including Captain Ogilvy, there'll be 7 of them attacking, and we're only rigged 5 man traps.
By Jove, you're right, Wilson. We'd better rig 2 more on that main path. The one they'll take once they've crossed the bridge.
Oh, that's a good idea, sir.
Now, I'll tell you what, son. Take Corporal Jones with you and fill those 2 gaps in our defences.
All right, sir. I'll see you later. Come on, Jones.
Right. The rest of you, prepare to man your respective traps. Shouldn't take Sergeant Wilson and Corporal Jones long to organise the other 2.
Mr. Wilson, if you just care to put your finger on this knot, I reckon these 2 man traps are ready.
Well done, Jones. There.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Now, come on. Let's hide in these bushes.
Yes, right you are, Mr. Wilson.
Well, this'll do. Now, we must be very, very quiet.
Mr. Wilson.
Well, what is it?
Can you hear anything?
No.
Neither can I.
What are you talking about?
Well, I thought perhaps you could hear something that I couldn't.
Well, I can't.
I heard that.
Forward, men!
They've started, Jones.
They seem to come from over there.
Yeah, that's probably Fraser's trap.
That must be Pikey's.
It seems to be working. That's probably Walker's.
That's 4. 5.
They'll be getting nearer soon.
Ooh, they're getting closer.
Ah, there you are.
Oh, sir. Oh, it's you, Mr. Mannering. Oh, you gave us quite a startling there, sir.
No action here yet, then?
Not yet, sir, no.
Sir! Ah, Fraser. Has the enemy all been cut down and taken prisoner?
That's being done, no, sir. We still haven't caught Captain Ogilvy, though.
Pity. Still, he may come past here yet.
Perhaps he doesn't know where the trap is, sir.
Of course he doesn't know where the trap is. If he knew where the trap was, he wouldn't run into it, would he?
Permission to speak, sir.
Yes, Jones.
I'd like to volunteer to go out there, sir. Now expose myself to the captain, and then let him chase me, and then I can lead him into the trap.
Good idea, Jones.
But remember, if you espy 2 figures crashing through the bushes, let the first one go by. That'll be me.
Right. Now, off you go.
Yes.
And good luck.
Good luck, sir. I won't let you down, sir. I won't let you...
You know, Wilson, that man's got guts.
Really?
I'd call it foolhardiness.
Right, Fraser, Pike, Godfrey. Aye, sir. Get your paintbrushes at the ready. And don't forget, let Jones go through first.
Right, Mr. Mannering.
Here he comes now.
Here comes the second one. Steady, steady. Right, men.
Oh, help, let me down.
Good heavens, it's Jones. Lower him down. Gently down. Steady now. All right, that's it.
Oh, Mr. Manning, that was a nasty thing. That was a very nasty thing that happened. I didn't like it, sir. It could have done you injury, sir.
Are you all right, Jones?
I think so, sir, but I'm a bit dizzy from spinning around up there.
Well, I don't understand, sir. I mean, who was that first man who went through?
That was me. Now put your hands up.
Captain Ogilvy.
Yes, that's right. I must congratulate you, Captain. You almost outsmarted us.
Really, sir, I must protest.
Well, I'm afraid protesting won't do you any good. It's red paints on the boots for all of you.
Fraser.
Aye, sir.
Hand Captain Ogilvy that tin of red paint on the ground.
I'll do that, sir. Or no. Up to another of your little tricks, eh? No, you stay where you are. I'll get it myself.
Captain Mannering, you lured him right into that other trap.
Here, let me down. Let me down.
He don't like it up there, do he, sir? Hey! Now you know just what it's like hanging upside down.
Good Lord, sir. I said, look. Just look at that.
My dear Wilson. Yes. Now we all know what's worn under the coat.
In that episode, Dad's Army, from the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier, Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Pearl Hackney, Mrs. Pike, and Jack Watson as Captain Ogilvy. Operation Kilt was adapted for radio by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dias.
Dad's Army there, still going strong, over 30 years after the first broadcast. And as Vince Membry pointed out, Clive Dunn is now actually the age he was pretending to be back when that was recorded, which can only give us pause for thought about the cruel passage of time. Once again, never mind. Next week, the platoon get a few lessons in battle school. Tomorrow morning, I don't believe it. You know what's coming up? There's another taste of life. I don't believe it at home with the Meldrews. I don't believe it, but it is true. You could say that as much as you like. It's One Foot in the Grave, obviously, starring Richard, I don't believe it, Wilson as Victor. I don't believe it, Meldrew, who's suffering from a tantrum. I don't believe it, insomnia. Also tomorrow, there's a brand new series to BBC 7 starring Smack the Pony's Sally Phillips, who you may remember appeared in the show Rara Rasputin in 1992. Oh, you don't. Well, I was in that. She plays Claire Barker, a social worker who prefers sorting out other people's problems to facing up to her own, and secretly sees herself as a bit of a cross between Mother Teresa and Wonder Woman. What an unpleasant thought that is if you follow it through. Depending whether it's Wonder Woman wearing Mother Teresa's clothes, or worse, Mother Teresa wearing Wonder Woman's clothes. That's wrong. In this week's episode, she agrees to babysit her colleague's delinquent son, but has she bitten off more than she can chew? Well, it's a sitcom, so yes, she probably has. It's Claire in the Community, starring Sally Phillips and Nina Conti. It's tomorrow afternoon at 2:30.
On DAB digital radio, on digital TV, and online. This is BBC 7.
Okay, as usual, we've been asking you to send in emails and ring us up, and, a few of you have been polite enough to do that for us. You could all do it. It would make my job easier. You just have to email me at bbc7@bbc.co.uk. The subject we're looking at now is overheard conversations. This one's from Marie Dunn. It's got to be things you've overheard yourself on the bus or in the street. She says, this wasn't something I overheard. Marie, did you not listen? But it's something Alan Bennett talked about in a radio interview some years ago. He was asked if he went about with a notebook jotting down things he overheard. He said he didn't on the whole, but then recounted overhearing two women in a bus shelter in Leeds one day. One woman said to the other, who was it decorated the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel?
We present Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Operation Kilt, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Pearl Hackney and Jack Watson. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. As the war progresses, the Home Guard continues to keep up its efforts in the defense of our homeland. At the headquarters of the local platoon at Walmington-on-Sea, Captain Mannering is already in his office at the Church Hall when Sergeant Wilson...
Ah, I see you're already here, sir.
Well done, Wilson. You know, you're wasted in the Home Guard. You should be in the Observer Corps.
Well, that's quite funny, sir.
Thank you. I noticed you came in by the side door and not through the main hall. Presumably you remembered the booby trap we set out there last night.
Yes, sir, yes. Do you think it will really prove effective?
Well, of course it will. What do you mean?
Well, I don't know, sir. It strikes me only a complete idiot could be caught out by it.
There, you see? Thought you said no one but a complete idiot could get caught by that booby trap.
Yes, sir, yes. And I still do.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
Good evening, Corporal Jones.
I'm sorry, sir, I forgot about the booby trap.
Yes, so we heard. Well, what do you want? Was it really necessary to burst in like that?
Well, I want to be the first one to bring you the good news.
Oh, what's that?
Has Hitler surrendered?
No, it's much better than that. Meat rations gone up. Gone up from 1 and 10pence to 2 and 2.
Oh, thank you, Corporal Jones. That's a great comfort.
By the way, sir, this packet came for you at the back just after you left.
Oh, thank you, Wilson. Wonder what it is. Now this is most interesting. A book on PT. Now listen to this, both of you. In future, all Home Guard units will do 15 minutes PT before parade. Right, we start tonight.
Tonight, sir? But who's going to take us?
Well, I am, of course.
Oh.
All the instructions are here in the book. Can't go wrong.
No, I suppose not, sir.
Right, Jones, get the men ready for PT.
Sure.
And don't forget, Jones, tell them to strip off.
I'll do that, sir. Right. Come along there. Get stripped off.
Stripped off? What's that?
The captain's going to give us some PT, Fraser.
God's sake. God frick me here, he can't strip off. It's only his clothes that keep him from falling apart.
Corporal Jones, why aren't the men ready?
Well, I'm ready, sir, but the rest of the men are being a bit backward about being forward and taking their clothes off, you see, sir.
I see. Right, now pay attention, men. I've just had an order from GHQ that we're to do 15 minutes PT before every parade.
Oh, dear.
Now, if we're going to beat the Hun, we must be fit in every way. Clean bodies and clean minds. Isn't that so, Sergeant Wilson?
Oh, yes, definitely, sir.
Now, I've never asked you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. So on the command strip, we shall all strip to the waist together. Right. Strip.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, what is it, Godfrey?
Do you want me to remove my binder?
Remove your what?
My flannel binder. Shall I take it off?
Yes, of course.
Well, would you mind holding the safety pin for a minute? Maybe you can hold one end of the material and I'll twist myself out of it.
Oh, keep it on. At that rate, we'll be here all day. Fall the men in, Sergeant.
All right, sir. Right, platoon. Platoon, fall in. All right, let me sit down. All right, platoon. Attention.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, men, on the command spring, I want you...
Mr. Mannering! Mr. Mannering!
Oh, evening, Mrs. Pike. We're rather busy at the moment.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you see... Oh.
What's the matter, Mrs. Pike?
Oh, I've just realised. You're all half naked.
That's right. We're just about to start some PT.
Oh, I see. Well, don't let Frank stand around too long like that, will you, Mr. Mannering? I don't want him to start with his chest again.
Don't worry, Mrs. Pike. He'll soon warm up.
Oh, really, Mavis, can't you see we're busy?
Arthur, why have you still got your shirt on?
Yes, come on, Wilson. What's the matter with you?
Well, I don't think it would be very good for discipline, sir.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you see, sir, I'm afraid I've got rather a large hole in my vest.
Oh. You didn't put that vest on again this morning, did you, Arthur? I told you to leave it out for me to mend.
Please, please, Mavis, not so loud.
I'll tell you what, Arthur. Take your shirt and your vest off together, and no one will notice. You know, Mr. Mannering, Arthur's got a lovely physique when he strips off.
Does he really?
Come on, Arthur. You've got nothing to be ashamed of with your body.
Mavis, please. Oh, all right.
Oh, that's better. Oh, he does look nice. Doesn't he, Mr. Mannering?
What is it you actually want, Mrs. Pike?
Oh, yes, I nearly forgot to. Just a moment, I've got it in my handbag. Oh, dear, it's right down here. It's not that. No, wait a minute. Oh, here it is. I think it must be part of Frank's gun, which he left behind. Yeah, here it is.
Good heavens. It's a rifle bolt.
Is it important?
Yes, Mrs. Pike, it is very important. Pike?
Yes, Captain Mannering?
Come over here, boy. What do you know about this?
Oh, that's an easy one, sir. It's a rifle bolt. Fits into the breech above the magazine when you want to cock your rifle.
I know all that, you stupid boy. The point is, it's your rifle bolt. It belongs to your rifle.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I must have forgotten to put it back when I cleaned it.
You left it on the draining board, Frank. I'm afraid I washed it up with the tea things.
Washed it up?
Oh, anyway, there's no harm done. Well, I must be off now. Mr. Mannering, don't let Franz stand around too long without his jacket on, will you? One off. Oh, you do look nice. You really do.
Oh, please, Mavis, not again.
Oh. Bye.
Pike, I'll talk to you later. Go and fall in again.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Now, perhaps you can start some PT.
Mr. Mannering?
Yeah, what is it now?
I don't know what to do with my rifle bolt. I mean... I haven't got any pockets.
Well, use your initiative.
Yes, sir.
Don't put it on the floor. Especially after your mother's taken the trouble to wash it up.
I'll stick it down the front of my vest.
Oh, yes,
right?
Yes. Sergeant, give me the PT manual.
Right, here we are, sir.
Thank you. Ah, yes. Deep breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Right. Now stand with your legs apart, chest out, hands on your hips. And, Godfrey.
Yes, Mr. Mannering?
I think it would look better if you had both hands on your hips.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Right, men. You ready? Now then. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out.
Hey, Mr. Fraser, what's that funny smell?
That's fresh air. And all those open windows.
All right, men. Now we'll move on to the next exercise. This will warm you all up. Stand to attention. Now jumping astride with the feet and arms at the same time, like this. Stride together. Stride together. Stride together.
Shall I hold the manual, sir?
That's a good idea, Sergeant. Yes, here you are.
Thank you.
Stride together. Keep up, Pike. Stride together. Come on, Walker. Stride together. Stride. Don't joggle the book. Put down like that, I can't read it.
You don't mind my saying so, sir. It's not the book that's jogging up and down, it's you.
Stride together. Stride. Platoon. Halt. Oh, I'll be... I bet you feel better for that. I know I do. What's next, Sergeant?
Press-ups, sir.
Really? You sure?
Oh, yes, sir. Quite sure. Definitely press-ups.
Yes, well, we'll leave those for the moment. They're a good one to finish us off. I mean, to finish off. Well, we're going to the next one. What's that, Wilson?
It's touching the toes, sir.
Really? Well, that's a fairly simple exercise. Right, men. Touching the toes half a dozen times. Begin. Arms above the head and down.
Oh! Are you all right, sir?
Oh, it's my lumbago. Right. I can't straighten up again.
Jones, bring one of those chairs over for Mr. Mannering.
Yeah, right away, Mr. Wilson.
I'll get a doctor, Sergeant.
You were better off getting a new PT instructor.
Right, here's the chair, Mr. Mannering.
Thank you, Jonesy, thank you. Now sit down very carefully, sir. Very carefully. That's it. That's right. Now, down.
Oh! Get me up!
Oh, I must stand. No, it's agony.
There you are, sir. But you're still bent double.
No, that I can't help it. I think I'm stuck like this for good.
Permission to make a suggestion, sir.
Yes, Jones?
What about trying brown paper and a hot iron?
No, it's all right. As long as I'm bent forward like this, I'll be all right. I'll just take a walk up and down.
That's all right, sir. Off you go.
Doesn't he become comfortable, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, he does. He says, Scroppy, he does indeed. But I did warn him. I didn't think he should take the men in PT.
Yeah, it's supposed to be good for you.
Well, it hasn't done Mr. Mannering much good.
Hey, Mr. Wilson.
Yes?
Who's that strange bloke in the kilt who's just come in?
Oh, that must be Captain Ogilvy from the Highland Regiment. He's going to brief us about the manoeuvres on Saturday.
Good day to you, Sergeant. Which is Captain Mainwaring?
Good afternoon, sir. That's Captain Mannering down there.
Ah, Mannering, I see. What's he looking for?
It's his lumbago. He was showing us a PT exercise, and he got stuck.
Oh, is that all? Well, I'll soon fix that. Stand still, Captain Mannering.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry, you'll see. Now, I'll just put my knee in your back like this.
I'd rather wait.
No. 1, 2, 3, pull! Oh! There. How's that?
Oh, unbelievable.
Good. Then let's get down to business.
Haul the men in, Sergeant.
All right. Fall in, men. Who's the captain?
Now then, Captain, this is the scheme for Saturday's exercise. A sergeant and 5 of my men will attempt to capture your headquarters. Now, we shall start off from our HQ at Manor Farm, which is 3 miles away. We will then infiltrate through the town and try to capture your HQ here.
Well, that shouldn't take long.
Stop talking, Major.
Well, as you outnumber us 3 to 1, you shouldn't find it very difficult to stop us. On the other hand, my men are highly trained professional soldiers, so watch out for yourselves.
Oh, and all your men, we intend to give them a very tough time. We're all fighting fits. How much harder was it?
Oh, yes, it is, sir. Well, some of us more than others, sir.
Now, each side will have 3 lots of paint. Red paint for dead, blue paint for wounded, and white paint for a prisoner. They will then daub the enemy with the appropriate colour. If one of the enemy is wounded and taken prisoner as well, then you will daub him with a dash of blue and white paint. Now, have you got that, Captain Manning?
Yes, we've got that, Captain.
Good. Now, if on the other hand I think that he's dead instead of wounded, I shall add 2 daubs of orange paint. But if I think of he's neither dead, wounded, nor a prisoner, then I shall give him a daub of yellow paint, which will then cancel the whole thing. In the event of a dispute, you will call me. I shall be carrying a tin of orange and a tin of yellow paint. And if I decide that he's wounded and not dead, I shall add 1 dab of orange paint. Now, are there any questions?
Will you be letting us have that in writing, sir?
Of course not, Corporal. Now, operations will commence at 2200 hours.
10 o'clock, sir.
Ah, 10 o'clock.
That's what I said, 2200 hours. Now, if you want to see me about anything, I shall be at my HQ at Manor Farm. You can carry on with your PT now, Captain Mannering. And I must say, by the look of your men, they can do with it. What's your name, lad?
Pike, sir.
How old are you, Pike?
17, sir.
Well, another year or so you'll be ready for the army.
I want to go in the Navy.
Oh, you're very puny looking for your age, lad, and round-shouldered too.
I'm very fit, sir.
Are you now? Well, just see how fit you are. Now, I'm going to give you a wee blow to test you. Now, clench your stomach muscles real tight.
Yes, well, I don't think you ought to
Don't
really...
argue, lad. Here it comes. Ah!
All right, Captain Ogilvy.
Yes, of course I'm all right. Oh, dear. Good afternoon, Captain.
Bye, sir. Gracious, Pike. You took that punch extremely well.
Thank you.
Your stomach muscles must be like steel.
Well, they are, sir. Very like steel. But I did try to warn him.
What do you mean?
Well, he hit my rifle bolt. Remember, I stuck it down my vest.
Now then, men. As Captain Ogilvy told you yesterday, on the night manoeuvres on Saturday, he and 6 of his best men are going to attempt to capture our headquarters here. Now, I don't mind telling you, we are up against a pretty formidable opponent. Are there any suggestions as to how we should tackle this problem?
I've got a suggestion, sir.
Well done, Jones. What is it?
Why don't we move our headquarters, then when they get there, they won't know where it is.
No, I don't think that's quite the idea, Jones. Now, let's study the plan that I've drawn on the blackboard here. Hand me that pointer, will you, Wilson?
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Now, our headquarters is here, and the enemy could either come in from the north through the botanical gardens, here, or through the woods, here. Now, he won't come through the woods, because if he does, he's got to cross this main road. We shall spot him at once. On the other hand, he can't get through the woods onto the beach because of the steep cliffs. So, he will either come in from the north, through the Botanical Gardens, or from the west.
It's going to be a bit of a job to cover all these points with only 17 men.
Well, now we must keep cool and think. What examples can we take from great military campaigns of the past? For instance, what position would Napoleon take?
Worse, they usually stood with one hand stuck in his jacket.
Thank you, Jones. I'm well aware of how Napoleon stood.
I know, sir. Why don't we send somebody into the enemy's camp, so to speak, to find out what their plans are?
This is a farm, sir. Why not dress someone up as a land girl?
With all these soldiers about, Godfrey, it might have the wrong results. No, we have to think of some other way of getting into that farm.
Here, what we really need to do is to smuggle somebody in there in something that wouldn't look out of place.
Just a moment, sir. Give me an idea. If we could smuggle one of the lads into the farm, hidden in the hay cart, he might be able to pick up some useful information.
Yes, that's good thinking, Wilson.
I know a farmer, sir. I think he would maybe lend us a hay cart, sir, and a wee tractor to pull it.
Well done, Fraser. Now, this is beginning to sound quite promising. Now, we need someone to travel in the hay and to wait about in it, perhaps for some time. We need someone young for that. Pike, you'd better do that.
Yes, sir. Oh, there's just one thing, sir.
What's that?
My hay fever. Do you think it matters?
Of course it matters, you stupid boy. Can't have you in the enemy camp sneezing all the time. Give the game away. No, we need somebody who isn't affected in that way.
Permission to speak, sir?
Yes, Jones?
I'd like to volunteer not to be affected in that way.
All right, Jones, if you really want to. Now, we need someone to drive the hay cart. Someone to dress up as a farmhand.
Well, perhaps I could do that, sir. I mean, after all, it was my idea.
I don't know, Wilson. Aren't you a bit suave for that job? You'd have to disguise yourself as a yokel. I mean, what would you say if you were challenged?
Well, I'd go like this. I'd go... Oh, something like that I'd do. Make some noise like that. That's what I'd do.
Would you? Well, let's hope you don't get challenged. All right, then. Operation Haycart is on. Now, we'll try and fix it for tomorrow.
Hey, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Jones, what is it?
How long have we been here?
Just a minute. You can't see my watch in all this hay. Ah, yes, that's better. Well, if it's 8:30 now, we drove into the barn at 6:30, so that means we've been here nearly 2 hours.
I suppose we're in the right barn.
Oh, yes, of course we are. Yes. I told you when I drove in, I saw all those rifles stacked over in the far corner.
Well, if they don't come soon, we'll have to go away again.
You know, actually, I may not sound it, but I'm feeling rather drowsy, actually. I nearly dozed off just now. What about you?
Well, I'm all right, but my foot's gone to sleep.
Bring the men over to the barn, Sergeant. Did you hear that, Jones? This may be our chance to hear something to our advantage.
You sound like a letter from one of them solicitors.
Right, Sergeant, this is a good place as any. Pin that plan of the area on this hay cart. Now, pay attention, men. This is the plan. The scheme starts at 2200 hours, but we shall move off at 2100 hours. Is that quite clear?
Yeah, that's not fair, is it, Mr. Wilson?
Let's be quiet and listen.
Now, we shall skirt the town and move through these woods here and capture their HQ. Any questions?
I don't think we've got any questions, have we, Mr. Wilson?
None at all. Now, as I said before, the scheme starts at 2200 hours. And 5 minutes later, we shall be in their HQ, which I'll mark with this flagged pin here.
Oh! Well, it's all right for you, Mr. Wilson, but my rear's up against this perishing map.
I've just marked the other landmarks I've mentioned.
Oh, no.
There's the woods. There.
Oh!
For heaven's sake, don't move, Jones.
And, of course, the cliffs here.
Oh!
And the ropes will be at the bottom here.
If only he knew how accurate he was.
Right, Wilson. Are we all here?
Yes, sir.
And I've got the paint, Mr. Menring.
Well done, Jones. We'll teach them to start an hour early. Now, pay attention. I'll just go over the plan again. There are 5 paths through the woods, and every one is now covered by one of our man-traps. Now, what happens is this. The enemy comes running down the path. He puts his foot in the noose, which is lying on the ground and disguised by leaves, etc. The counterweights, lashed up to the tree above him, take his weight, then one of you pulls the main rope, and up he goes, feet first.
I wouldn't like that. Blood will all go to my head.
Excuse me, sir, but have you ever seen this idea work?
Yes, of course I've seen it work.
In a Tarzan film, wasn't it, sir?
All right, that'll do. Now, let's see. It's red paint for wounded.
No, sir. No. It's red for dead, blue for wounded.
No, you got it all wrong, Mr. Wilson. It's white for wounded and yellow for dead.
I know, sir. Look, why don't we give them a bit of each, just to make sure?
Splendid idea, Pike. Yes. Initiative. That's what I'd like to see.
I saw it in the Laurel and Hardy film.
Right. They'll be taking up their positions soon, so we'd better stand by.
I just had a thought, sir.
What is it?
Well, we may have covered all the paths with booby traps, sir, but including Captain Ogilvy, there'll be 7 of them attacking, and we're only rigged 5 man-traps.
By Jove, you're right, Wilson. We'd better rig 2 more on that main path. The one they'll take once they've crossed the bridge.
Oh, that's a good idea, sir.
I'll tell you what, son. Take Corporal Jones with you and fill those 2 gaps in our defences.
All right, sir. I'll see you later. Come on, Jones.
Right. The rest of you, prepare to man your respective traps. Right. Shouldn't take Sergeant Wilson and Corporal Jones long to organise the other 2.
Mr. Wilson, if you just care to put your finger on this knot, I reckon these 2 man-traps are ready.
Well done, Jones. There.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Now, come on. Let's hide in these bushes.
Yes, right you are, Mr. Wilson.
This'll do. Now, we must be very, very quiet.
Mr. Wilson.
Well, what is it?
Can you hear anything?
No.
Neither can I.
What are you talking about?
Well, I thought perhaps you could hear something that I couldn't.
Well, I can't.
I heard that.
Forward, men! They've started, Jones.
They seem to come from over there.
Yeah, that's probably Fraser's trap.
That must be Pikey's.
It seems to be working. That's probably Walker's.
That's 4.
5. They'll be getting nearer soon.
Ooh, they're getting closer.
Ah, there you are.
Oh, sir. Oh, you, Mr. Manning. Oh, you gave us quite a startling there, sir.
No action here yet, then?
Not yet, sir, no.
Sir?
Ah, Fraser. Has the enemy all been cut down and taken prisoner?
That's being done now, sir. We still haven't caught Captain Ogilvy, though.
Pity. Still, he may come past here yet.
Perhaps he doesn't know where the trap is, sir.
Of course he doesn't know where the trap is. If he knew where the trap was, he wouldn't run into it, would he?
Permission to speak, sir.
Yes, Jones.
I'd like to volunteer to go out there, sir. Now expose myself to the captain, and then let him chase me, and then I can lead him into the trap.
Good idea, Jones.
But remember, if you espy 2 figures crashing through the bushes, let the first one go by. That'll be me.
Right. Now, off you go.
Yes.
And good luck.
Good luck, sir. I won't let you down, sir. I won't let you down.
You know, Wilson, that man's got guts.
Really? I'd call it foolhardiness.
Right. Fraser, Pike, Godfrey.
Aye, sir.
Get your paint brushes at the ready. And don't forget, let Jones go through first.
Right, Mr. Manning.
Here he comes now.
Here comes the second one. Steady. Right, men.
Oh, help, let me down.
Good heavens, it's Jones. Lower him down. Gently down. Steady down. All right, that's it.
Oh, Mr. Manning, that was a nasty thing. That was a very nasty thing that happened. I didn't like it, sir. It could have done me injury, sir.
Are you all right, Jones?
I think so, sir, but I'm a bit dizzy from spinning around up there.
Well, I don't understand something. Who was that first man who went through?
That was me. Now put your hands up.
Captain Ogilvy.
Yes, that's right. I must congratulate you, Captain. You almost outsmarted us.
Really, sir, I must protest.
Well, I'm afraid protesting won't do you any good. It's red paints on the boots for all of you.
Fraser, Hand Captain Ogilvy that tin of red paint on the ground.
I'll do that, sir. Or no. Up to another of your little tricks, eh? No, you stay where you are. I'll get it myself.
Well done, Captain Mandarin. You lured him right into that other trap.
Yeah, let me down. Let me down.
He don't like it up there, do he, sir? Hey! Now you know just what it's like hanging upside down.
Good Lord, sir. I said, look. Just look at that.
By Jove, Wilson. Yes. Now we all know what's worn under the kilt.
In that episode of Dad's Army, from the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier, Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Pearl Hackney, Mrs. Pike, and Jack Watson as Captain Ogilvy. Operation Kilt was adapted for radio by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dias. Present Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Getting the Bird, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests Frank Williams and Larry Martin. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. As the Nazi menace continues its ruthless repression of Western Europe and its armies in the East keep up their relentless progress towards Moscow, it seems that the fate of the civilized world hangs in the balance. While in a quiet corner of England, in a little butcher's shop, Lance Corporal Jack Jones, stalwart of the Warmington-on-Sea Home Guard, poses this vital question.
Will you have scrag end or brisket, Miss Meadows?
Well, I've got 3 books this time. My brother's on leave from the army. Have I got enough for a joint?
Well, not unless you take brisket. As cheap, you see, so you get more of it.
Oh.
But, of course, it's tougher.
Oh.
But then if you have cutlets, there's less of it, but it's more toothsome.
I'll have cutlets then.
I haven't got any.
If you haven't got any, what are you blathering on about them for?
Now, don't be impatient, Mr. Fraser. There's a war on, you know. I tell you what, how about some chump ends?
Oh, they'll do then. I like to feed my brother up if I can. He was at Dunkirk, you know.
Oh, Dunkirk, was he? Well, in that case, I'll let you have 2 sausages.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't get any sausages, Mr. Jones.
Well, you wasn't at Dunkirk, was you, Mr. Godfrey?
No, but my sister made some upside-down cakes for those gallant boys. And roll bandages.
Well, I'm sorry, you can't have sausages for bandages and cutting cakes, you know. I've got to draw the line somewhere. Take 3 and 7, please, Doris.
Can't ever so, Mr. Jones. I'll see you next week.
Right. Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Fraser?
I didn't have any corned beef last week, so I've come for it now.
Well, you should have come this morning, Mr. Fraser. Look, that's all I got. Look, just a few bits.
Gosh, they're just crumbs. I'm not paying the sliced rate for a lot of crumbs.
Well, let's see now. I tell you what, you can have the lot for 6pence.
Right, done. Jonesy, have you heard about Sergeant Wilson?
No. What about him?
You see, he's not to be found. He hasn't been at the bank all day. Now, as you very well know, I can't stand gossip and tittle-tattle of any kind, but it's my belief that there has been a rift in the loot.
Whose loot?
Mrs. Pike's loot, you old fool.
Oh, dear, poor Mr. Wilson.
It's funny you should mention that, Mr. Fraser. As I was coming out of the library with the new Ethel M. Dell romance of my sister, I saw him in Alexander Gardens with a girl.
Really, Mr. Godfrey?
I knew it. There's a woman at the bottom of it.
He had his arm around her, but I'm sure there's nothing in it.
Away with young man. There's depravity in every line of his face. It'll be the ruin of him. He's run amok.
Not Mr. Wilson.
No, surely, no. Look out. Here's Walker. Not a word to a soul, Jonesy.
Well, you can rely on me.
Morning all.
Hello, Joe. Hello, Joe.
What's all this then? The three wise men?
Now, just a minute. No use you coming round here, Joe. You're not registered with me, and anyway, it's closing time.
How about a nice bit of rabbit, Jonesy?
You'll be lucky. I haven't even seen a rabbit for 6 weeks.
You have now. There.
Oh, blimey. That's all right.
Oh, dear. It's a shame they have to be killed. They look so pretty, hopping about in the fields.
Where did you get it, Joe?
It's Bugs Bunny. He decided to give up the pictures and help the war effort. It's $5 bob, and I want the skin back.
What for?
I wouldn't have put it past him to get it refelled.
I've got a friend who makes mink coats. Well, you can't get the mink, can you?
Well, one's no good to me, Joe. Just make my life a misery. If the word got around I'd got a rabbit, there'd be a queue right past Timothy White's.
Things are that bad, are they, Jonesy?
Oh, a terrible, Joe. I've had no offal since Friday. Less than half a sausage per book, and 2 tins of corned beef was blown. And they blame me, and now I can't sleep at night for it. I'm at my wit's end, Joe, and that's a fact.
You mustn't take it like that. It's not your fault.
No, but the way they go on, you'd think it was. If I had 50 rabbits to sell, it might restore their faith in me.
No, there's no chance of that, Jonesy. You can't get the ammunition.
Well, I've got to get something off the ration from somewhere.
Something off the ration, eh? Yeah, well, it's just possible I might be able to help you there.
Oh, thanks a lot, Joe.
Hey, Joe. Have you heard about Sergeant Wilson?
No? What about him?
Well, don't breathe a word to your soul, but it came to my notice that there has been a rift in the loop.
Come in. Yes, Jones?
Sergeant Wilson is still absent without leave, or at least not present without leave, sir.
I see. Thank you, Jones. Send Private Pike in, would you?
Right, sir. Private Pike?
Yes, Mr. Jones, what is it?
Captain Manning wants to see you. Shall I fall the men in, sir?
Yes, please, Jones. Now then, Pike. Have you seen Sergeant Wilson?
He's not at Mum's, Mr. Mannering.
That's not what I asked you. It's not like Wilson at all. One thing you can say for him, he's dependable. If he doesn't appear by tonight, I shall have to contact the police.
Well, see, I don't think you ought to do that, Mr. Mannering.
Oh? Why not?
Well, I'm sure he'll turn up sooner or later.
You're hiding something, Pike.
No, Mr. Mannering?
Come on, out with it, boy.
Well, the night before last, Mum and Uncle Sergeant Wilson had words.
Now we're getting somewhere. What happened?
Well, I was in bed at the time, so I couldn't hear much leaning over the banisters. But he shouted at Mum, so she pushed him out of the door and then threw his ration book after him.
Oh, yes. Go on.
Well, then a bit later, when he threw pebbles up at her bedroom window, she said, "Clear off, you beast." And then she threw something out of the window which made a crashing sound when it broke.
Now I'm beginning to understand.
Well, Mum got up early and picked up the pieces.
I see.
All except the handle.
You better keep it to yourself, Pike.
What, the handle?
No. Cut along now.
Yes, sir. Mum's the word.
Right, 4 in 3 ranks, look sharp about it.
Here, hang on a minute, Jonesy.
Come on, hurry up, Private Walker, you're late.
Your troubles are over, Jonesy. I've got 'em.
Got what?
You're off the ration meat. Pigeons. About 6 dozen of them.
Good heavens, where are they?
They're here.
What, here in the hall?
No, in the boiler house next to Mannering's office.
Well, we can't leave them in there. We'll have to get them into my cold room. They'll go off in the boiler house.
No, they won't. They're not dead yet.
Not dead? Well, no good to me flapping about, you know.
Don't worry, they're doped. That's how I caught them.
Well, where'd you get them from?
Come along now. No talking, Jones.
Right, sir. Good. Shut. Platoon ready for inspection, sir.
Thank you, Corporal.
I'll start with you.
Yep.
Have a look at your rifle. Oh, absolutely first class, Jones.
Well, you know, the British rifle has always been very easy to clean, sir. Before the Lee Enfield, we had the Martini Henry. That was a very fine rifle, the Martini Henry.
Yes, thank you, Jones.
Oh, we had it right up to the Battle of Omdurman.
I'm sure you did.
One day we was having a bit of a battle, and a young officer just out from England joined us. "What's your name?" said the Colonel. "Lieutenant Fuchs, sir," he says, "and you spell it with 2 small F's. "You need something to fight with," says the Colonel. "Will you have a long Lee Enfield or a Martini?" "Make it a Martini," says the officer, "and go easy with the ice." So you see, to appreciate that joke to the full, you have to know that Martini is a drink much patronised by the gentry in high circles.
I did know that, Joe.
Yeah, and the young officer, he was confusing that with a Martini rifle.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they had it with ice, you see, sir. The drink, of course, not the rifle.
I'm well aware of that,
Joe. Personally, I like a mild and bitter myself.
Stop talking! Why aren't you in uniform, Walker?
Sorry, sir. I was supplying essential supplies.
That's no excuse. We're all doing essential work, you know.
Sorry, sir. There was a bit of a flap on.
Right, men. Stand at ease. Now, there's a voluntary church parade on Sunday, and I shall expect you all to attend.
I hope you will ask the vicar to shorten his sermon, Mr. Mannering. He went on rather a long time before, and it wasn't very convenient.
I think you'd better take that up with the vicar himself, Godfrey. Now, men, your arms drill has been getting very sloppy, so we're going to brass it up. And since Sergeant Wilson isn't with us tonight, I shall take it myself. My proper at ease, everyone. Squad. Squad. Silence in the ranks. Squad. Squad. What's that?
Whatever it was, sir, it's coming from behind the curtains on the stage.
Blimey, the vicar's not rehearsing his panto already, is he?
Be quiet, Walker. I'll keep calm, everyone. I'll just get my revolver out. Right, Jones. When I say now, draw the curtains.
Right, sir.
Now! Wilson! What on earth?
Sakes! Look at that, Godfrey. Isn't that a bottle of whiskey he's holding? Aye, an empty one. What a picture of depravity.
Wilson! Wilson, wake up!
What? Oh, yeah, yes, of course. I'm so sorry, sir. Oh, dear. I must have dropped off.
Go into my office, please, Sergeant Wilson.
Yes, yes, of course, sir, of course. Well, good evening, everybody. How nice to be able to see you all.
Yeah, Wilson, the office.
Right, yes.
Carry on here, Corporal Jones.
Right, very good, sir. Oh, Captain Manning, sir.
Yes, Jones?
What shall I carry on doing?
The drill, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. It just slipped my mind for a moment.
Hey, I'd give £1 to be a fly on the wall in that office, man.
Mr. Fraser, I really don't think it's any of our business.
Now then, Wilson, what's the meaning of this? I said, what is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry, sir, but I'm a bit dizzy.
You look all in. You better sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You've been drinking?
Well, well, yes, it was that as well. Oh, dear, my head.
You look as though you've had quite a skinful.
Yeah, well, you see, Walker, you see, got me a bottle of whiskey. I rather think I finished it.
You better tell me all about it. The last report I had of you was outside Mrs. Pike's.
Oh, yes, what a good job she missed. Yes, it was all a misunderstanding, sir, you know. She thought I'd been...
What's the matter?
Well, she thought I'd... Good heavens, what was that?
What was what?
Well, nothing, sir, nothing at all, nothing, sir.
I'll pull yourself together, Wilson. You're getting woolly-minded.
Oh, sorry, sir, but you see, it really all began many years ago, not long after the last...
Wilson.
I'm sorry, sir, not long after the last... God, there it goes again.
What's the matter with you, Wilson? You keep wandering off in a dream.
Yeah, but you see, I keep seeing birds, you see.
Well... Makes a change from pink elephants. If you take my advice, you'll sign the pledge. Right. Now, look, Wilson, I'm not going to sit here and listen to any more of your wanderings. There's a war on, you know. Those troops out there need training. If you want to remain part of this platoon, you'll go and give them half an hour's arms drill.
Yes, sir, quite, sir. But I could have sworn I saw a pigeon.
Now, get a grip on yourself and get on with it. Right. And we'll talk about this after parade.
Yes, sir, yes. All right, Jones, I'll take up an hour. All right, probably it is, squad. Squad. Attention! Yeah, but that includes you, Pike. I said squad, shun.
I'm not going to.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me? I'm not going to.
Oh, very well, then. I shall have to inform Captain Mannering.
Oh, you've done it now, lad. That was mutiny. You'll be shot.
Yes, Wilson, what is it now?
I'm awfully sorry, sir, to trouble you, but Pike says he's not going to.
He's not going to what?
Stand to attention.
Oh, does he? I'll deal with him in a minute. Now, look, Wilson, you seem to be losing your grip. I think you'd better take a few days' leave. Get yourself sorted out.
Oh, yes, thank you, sir.
Pike!
You wanted me, Mr. Mannering?
What's all this about, Pike?
May I talk to you in private, sir?
I think you'd better. That'll be all. Thank you, Wilson.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir, yes.
Right, Pike. What have you got to say?
I'm not to take any notice of Sergeant Wilson at all. Mum said.
Am I hearing you right, Pike?
Yes, Mr. Mannering. Mum said if I saw him, I was just to ignore him, so I did.
Now, look here, Pike. I'm running this platoon, not your mother.
Oh, she didn't say I was to ignore you.
Oh, it's very generous of her.
But she said Uncle Sergeant Wilson was a Casanova. Said he was a Casanova.
Oh, get on with it, boy.
Mr. Mannering.
What are you staring at?
Mr. Mannering, there's a pigeon in your pigeonhole. Behind you, look, there. Here, catch it.
Good heavens. Whatever. Jones, walk up. My office is alive with pigeons.
Hang on, Captain Mannering, I'll take care of it.
Open the side door, Pike. Get them out.
Yes, sir.
No, don't do that. Round them up, Jonesy.
Yeah, right. Coo, broo, proo. Come along, my little darlings. Proo.
Are you at the bottom of all this, Walker?
Ah, well, yes, sir. Well, you see, there was this pal of mine who's a pigeon fancier. Only he doesn't fancy him anymore. So, I thought you could train him to take messages.
Where are they coming from?
Well, I put them in the boiler house next door. There must be a hole in the wall.
Oh, this is too much. My sergeant incapable, the troops won't obey orders, and now my office is an aviary. You better go and dispose of these birds right away.
Yes, Mr. Mannering. Right away, sir.
Oh, Mr. Mannering, it's not fair. Look what those pigeons have gone and done on my forage cap. I not be mad.
No, don't be so childish, Pike. Anyway, it's supposed to bring good luck.
That's a fine barrage we're sending up tonight.
Yes. 3.7s mostly.
Oh, noisy things, aren't they, Mr. Mannering?
It's gone 9. Turn the wireless up, Pike. We're missing the news.
Right, Mr. Mannering.
Sorry we've been so long, but we had to get the pigeons topped and tailed and into cold storage.
They're all safely stowed in my coal room now, sir. By the way, how much do I owe you, Joe?
£5 to you. I had to give 10 bob to Ted for topping them.
We'll have the cash first thing in the morning.
Walker, Jones, I don't think I want to hear any more about pigeons, thank you.
Oh, that reminds me, sir. We bought a brace for you and your good lady, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, Jones. Turn the wireless up, Pike.
All the raids were carried out on the marshalling yards at Ham. From all these operations, 3 of our aircraft are missing. And now for some home news. The mysterious drop in the number of pigeons in Trafalgar Square formed the subject of a question in Parliament today. The Home Secretary said he saw no cause for alarm and promised a full-scale investigation. Answering a supplementary question, the Minister said he felt it most unlikely that there was any link between this event and the fall in the population of apes on the Rock of Gibraltar.
Walker?
Not the apes, Mr. Mannering. Cross my heart. I've not touched one single ape.
The Minister of Agriculture, when questioned about the
Switch the wireless off, Pike.
Yes, sir.
said that he...
Here you are, Jones. I think this is your brace of pigeons.
No, sir. No, they're not, sir. No, they're walkers.
Yeah, hang on a minute, Jonesy. You bought them, all of them, remember? They're yours.
No, I didn't. I didn't pay for them. I didn't pay for them, so they're still yours.
You have my permission to fall out, Jones and Walker, in case you have anything particular you want to do.
No, I'm staying on duty, sir. Here's the key to the shop, Joe. Go on. You've got to get a move on, haven't you?
So very much.
Don't hang about, Walker. Off you go.
Do you think MI5 will come round, Mr. Mannering?
I can just see the headlines now. Home Guard Commander arrested for chasing birds. I'm fed up.
Well, I don't know what Walker's done with them, Mr. Godfrey. They were out of my shop when I got there this morning.
It's an awful pity when rations are so short. People have been awfully glad to have them.
Aye, they would that, Godfrey. Hey, Jonesy.
What is it? What is it, Joe?
It's done, and it wasn't easy, I can tell you.
Did anyone see you?
Of course not. I put 3 dozen into the...
No, don't tell me. I don't want to know nothing about it.
Oh, no. You didn't destroy them, Mr. Walker. I couldn't bear the thought.
Do you think I'm a mug? In a few days' time, I might be able to let you have a couple. That's provided we don't have an heat wave.
Good evening, man.
Mr. Mannering?
Yes, Pike?
Please, sir, Mum says if you see Uncle Arthur, would you ask him to have a word with her?
Well, I don't expect to see him, Pike. I've given him short compassionate leave to sort himself out.
Oh, I see. Only she's whitewashing the spare bedroom ceiling. I think she wants some help.
I see. I wouldn't have thought he was much good at that sort of thing.
Well, he holds the steps for her.
Really? Well, he's promised to be back for church parade.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mannering. I'll tell Mum that.
Captain Mannering, sir, permission to see you alone for a minute.
Certainly, Jones. Come into my office.
Right, thank you, sir.
Now, Jones, what is it?
Well, sir, I thought you would wish to know that the things with the feathers that we don't mention have been put in a place that I don't want to know about, and you don't neither, by someone who shall remain anonymous, and we won't be hearing no more about it.
I see.
I hope you get my meaning, sir.
Yes, very clearly, Jones.
Captain Mannering.
Oh, good evening, Vicar.
I wonder if you'd approve the hymns for Sunday. I thought Lead Kindly Light, Rock of Ages, God Moves in a Mysterious Way, and Onward Christian Soldiers.
Yes, they seem all right to me. Nothing very controversial there.
The reason I was asking is because we haven't had an organist since poor Mrs. West passed away, so we have to sing unaccompanied, which means the congregation must know the hymns. I give them the first note, of course, on my pitch pipe.
Yes. Well, I expect we'll manage.
Permission to interject, sir.
What is it?
Well, there's no need for the vicar to use his little pipe, sir.
You mean you think I should la-la it?
No. No, we can't have him la-laing it.
Well, I quite agree with you, Captain Mannering. I'd much rather than la-la-la.
No. What I'm trying to say is the vicar can use his pipe for the first 3 hymns, but I am conversant with the organ for Onward Christian Soldiers.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Corporal Jones. It'll make a nice change, won't it, Captain Mannering?
Yes, I'm sure it will.
We'll see you all on Sunday, then.
Well, Jones, I didn't know that you played the church organ.
No, but I was driven to it by passion, sir.
Really?
Yes, sir, you see, it all happened years ago in Leamington Spa. I fell in love with this beautiful lady. Well, she wasn't really beautiful, sir. She was a bit of an acid face, if you ask me. Well, very acid it was, actually. But what really attracted me to her was her knees.
Her knees?
Yes, sir, they were very flat. I never seen such flat knees, sir. And then I found out why. She very religious she was. She did a lot of praying, you see, sir. And I was mad with lust for her, sir, and I had to find a way to make her look favourable on me, sir. So driven by desire, I practised Onward Christian Soldiers on the organ day and night. I practised with her flat knees imprinted on my mind until finally I did it in my repertoire. Flushed with triumph, I went round to her house, but it didn't do me no good.
Why not?
She'd moved to Bournemouth. I never lost the touch, and ever since then I've,
Morning, Mr. Mannering.
Morning, Pike. Collect your prayer book from Godfrey as you go in.
Here you are, Frank.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Godfrey.
Ah, Wilson. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So glad you were able to join us at last.
Well, it's been rather a trying time, I'm afraid.
Morning, Mr. Mannering. I know I'm not late because the vicar's still down by the gate.
Yes. Wish he wouldn't do that. Looks as though he's touting for trade.
Oh, excuse me, Vicar. I wonder if you could help me.
Oh, yes, my dear. Always a pleasure to help one of the gallant ladies of our armed forces.
Thank you. Is this St. Aldham's Church?
Yes, it is. Can I help you?
No, it's all right. I'm supposed to be meeting someone.
Oh, well, if they turn up, do please bring them into the service.
Wilson,
Perhaps you could spare me the time for a talk afterwards.
Yes, of course, sir.
Captain Mannering, if you're all here, I'm ready to begin.
Very good, Vicar. Fraser.
Aye.
Have a look round, see if you can see any late comers.
I'll do that.
You coming in, Wilson?
I shall be a minute.
Well, don't be long.
All right.
Oh, there you are.
Hello, my dear.
I've been waiting by the gate.
Oh, I see. I'm so sorry I couldn't see you off.
It's all right. I was afraid I was going to miss you altogether.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I saw you in your Navy uniform. It suits you terribly well. I'm very proud of you.
You look very smart yourself.
You think so?
I must rush or I'll be late. Aren't you going to give me a kiss?
Yes, of course, my darling. Good.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Look, I hate saying goodbye for some reason. Anyway, thank you for coming to see me.
I'm very glad I did. Bye-bye.
Give my love to your mother. Oh, Fraser, you been there long?
A wee while.
Did you hear all that?
I'm afraid I did, man. She's a fine lassie.
Yes, she is, you see. Her mother left me when she was a baby. I've seen very little of her, really. Though I did manage to send her to a good school.
She does you credit.
Yes. It was worth it, I think. So, that's all in the past. I didn't really want anyone to know.
Gosh. I'm an old blabbermouth. But I promise you, nobody will learn anything of this from me.
Thanks. That's very kind of you.
Come on, one would better go in before we miss all the service.
Right.
And so this makes it, does it not, even more necessary that we should look into our hearts, gaze closely at ourselves, using the clear light of truth, and ask ourselves, are we any better than that poor woman? If she stood before us today, are we blameless? Would we cast the first stone?
Excuse me, sir.
Ah, Wilson. Pity you missed the sermon. You might have learned something.
Yes, well, actually, I have heard it before.
We shall now sing hymn number 385, Onward Christian Soldiers.
Oh, excuse me, Pikey. Yes. I'm on. Excuse me, Joe. Excuse me.
Hello.
Joe.
Where's Jones off to?
He's going to play the organ.
He's what?
You're all right, Joe. You've gone white as a sheet.
He can't play the organ. It won't work. Huh? I've hid 50 pigeons in the pipes. I tell you, I've stuck the pigeons down the organ pipes. Blimey, I'm off. Excuse me. Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, just a minute, Walker. Where are you going?
I thought I'd help with the collection.
Get back in your seat at once.
Right, thank you, Mr. Jones. Let us begin.
Right, pump away, Verger. Come on, Verger, come on, get pumping. Whoa, what a relief.
In that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Larry Martin, Private Walker, Frank Williams, the Vicar, and Diana Bishop as Sergeant Wilson's daughter. Getting the Birds, adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd, and produced by John Dias. Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. The Recruit, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Bill Pertwee, Frank Williams, Edward Sinclair, Larry Martin, and Elizabeth Morgan. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. The war, which started in Europe, has, with the entry of America and Japan, assumed worldwide proportions. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, the conflict spreads. The fighting is fierce, the casualties high. One indirect casualty of war is Captain Mannering, who is in a private room at Warmington-on-Sea's Cottage Hospital receiving the ministrations of a pretty young nurse.
Oh, just let me straighten your pillows a bit, Mr. Mannering. There we are.
Thank you, nurse.
How are your feet feeling now?
They're throbbing a bit from time to time, but I'm grinning and bearing it.
That's the spirit. Guess what? We've got some visitors to cheer you up.
Oh, not Mrs. Mannering.
Oh, no. It's two gentlemen. You can come in now. He's quite respectable.
Can I do you now, sir?
Oh, very good, Jones.
Oh, how are you, sir?
Hello, Wilson.
You can stay until the bell goes.
Oh, thank you so much. It was awfully sweet of you to show us the way.
Oh, that's quite all right, sir.
Yes, I must say that that uniform really does things for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you, nurse.
It's the belt. Yes, that's what it is. I think it's the belt. Yes, it's the belt. It makes your waist look positively tiny.
Oh, does it really?
Yes, it does.
That will be all, thank you, nurse.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Wilson. Sir. It was me you came to see, wasn't it? Besides, that nurse has got work to do, tending the sick. Hasn't got time to listen to you playing Ronald Coleman.
Only being friendly.
I brought these for you, sir.
That's very kind of you, Jones, very kind. What is it? Great Scott. Grapes. I haven't seen these since 1939.
Well, they're not real grapes, so they're... We impersonated them out of electric light flecks and shaved gooseberries, you see, sir. We had to use the cooking variety because the juicy red dessert ones kept squashing all over your office desk, you see, sir.
Yes, I see what you mean.
We had a lot of trouble shaving the fur off them gooseberries, sir. Till Mr. Fraser found a very, very special piece of fine glass paper he uses to finish off his coffins with. That seems to answer all right.
Very thoughtful of you, John. Yes. As a matter of fact, I have received some fruit from Mrs. Mannering.
Oh, is it this apple?
Yes, that's it.
How nice, with a get well card fastened to it. Isn't that nice?
What does it say?
The Anderson shelter is leaking again.
Yes, it'll have to wait until I get back, I'm afraid.
Oh, by the way, sir, how did your operation go?
Now, I wanted to have a word with you, Wilson, about that in private.
Yes.
Jones, I wonder if you mind just popping out of the room for a moment.
Oh, me, sir?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I have something rather personal I wish to say to Sergeant Wilson.
Well, of course, sir.
Yeah. Now, Wilson,
I'm outside now, sir.
Yes, thank you, Jones. As I was saying, I've asked Jones to go outside.
I'll just be outside, sir. See, not quite in earshot.
Yes,
sir.
right. Thank you, Jones. Now, Wilson, I've asked Jones to pop out because I thought you ought to see my feet.
Why?
Well, I think it's important that you should understand the full implications of this whole affair. So if you'll just pull the blankets off.
All right. There we are, sir.
Well, what do you think of my big toes?
Oh, my dear. They do look nasty.
Right. Now, it's my contention, Wilson, that this is due entirely to active service.
What? What, ingrowing toenails?
Precisely. No doubt about it at all. It's those long hours on duty. My toes will never be quite the same again, you know.
Are you going to put in for a disability pension?
Oh, no, nothing like that. But mark my words, it's all that standing about that's done it.
Yes, you do an awful lot of sitting about as well. Have you had any trouble at that end?
You have a very coarse streak, Wilson. I suppose you picked it up at that public school.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm simply alerting you to my condition, so that you can be on guard against it yourself and on behalf of our troops.
I'll watch it very carefully.
You just put the blankets back.
Yes, of course I will, yes. There we are now. Is that comfy?
Thank you, Wilson. You can come back in now, Jones.
I didn't hear a word, sir.
I said you can come... Oh, you are in, yes. How's the platoon doing without me, Wilson?
Oh, they're getting on swimmingly, sir.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, we miss you, of course.
Oh, well, you're bound to. Unfortunately, it looks as if I should be stuck here for another 4 days.
Don't you fret yourself, Mr. Mannering. Mr. Wilson is making us carry on as if your invisible presence was hovering over us like a guiding star. Only you don't go in for so much bull.
Thank you, Jones. The thing is, Wilson, are you maintaining discipline?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm keeping discipline really rather well. In my own sort of style.
Yeah. Well, I sincerely hope you are. There's only one way to run an army, Wilson. You must have obedience. Instant, unthinking obedience.
Please, chaps, for heaven's sake. Now, one at a time.
Right. I'm sorry I have to say this, Arthur, but in my opinion, you've done the wrong thing.
Oh, dear, I do wish you wouldn't nag so. I've got a terrible headache coming on.
The whole idea's doomed from the very start. You can't have vicars in the army, they don't mix.
You're right, Jock. It's like oil and vinegar.
Makes awfully good salad dressing.
What does?
Oil and vinegar. As long as you put the oil in first, or is it the vinegar? Buttery blathering on about salad dressing for you old fool. What I'm trying to say is that when young Arthur here let the vicar and the verger join our platoon, he made an idiot of himself. Did he know, son? Admit it. Go on, admit it.
All right. But what else could I do, for heaven's sake? I mean, look here. Look, the story's all here in the paper. Lots of clergymen have joined the Home Guard.
Ah, you'll rue the day, mark my words. That verger's a Jonah. He's a face like a sour prune. Mr. Mary been here, I'm sure it wouldn't have happened.
Yes, well, he isn't here, and he won't be for another 3 days. I do wish you wouldn't keep going on at me, sir.
I think Uncle Arthur did right. Vicars are good things sometimes. Remember angels with dirty faces? James Cagney was going to the chair, and Pat O'Brien, as the priest, told him to behave like a coward so that the dead-end kids wouldn't think he was a hero. And in the end, he went shouting and screaming and carrying on something awful. See? So he died all yeller.
Yeller? What are you talking about? That was Charlie Chan.
Anyway, it's no good going on about them joining them. What's done is done.
And it's very nearly 6:30.
There you are, you see. You really are very naughty, all of you. Keeping me chatting like this. I mean, we should be parading or doing something, wouldn't we? Now, come along, everyone. Come along now. Get fell in.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Wilson. The confirmation class went on and on. Have I missed anything?
No, Vicar. We were just about to go on parade.
Oh, how very exciting. I am looking forward to that.
Excuse me, Your Reverence?
Yes, what is it, Mr. Yateman?
You left your belt in the vestry.
Oh, dear, silly me. Thank you.
Well,
now, I think this khaki's rather fetching, don't you? It does something for me,
yes,
don't you think?
It does.
Yeah.
I hope it will, anyway. Well, now, if you're both ready, I think we can start.
Oh, goody, goody.
Now then, Vicar. Mr. Yateman and Vicar, if you'd just like to stand at the end of the line here.
I see.
Come along, Your Reverence. I'll stand next to you in the parade, Your Reverence.
Oh, yes, that looks awfully nice. Now, try and do what the others do, and we'll see how we get on.
Oh, yes. Isn't this thrilling, Mr. Fraser?
Thrilling? It's a catastrophe.
All right. All right. Now, just settle down. Now, squad, attention.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. Wilson.
We were a bit behind, weren't we?
Well, never mind. Just try again, shall we? All right. Stand at ease.
Oh, dear. We were naughty again, weren't we?
I'm afraid it's the new recruits are putting me off, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, but it wasn't awfully good, was it? You see, Vicar, the general idea is that we try to do it all together.
Well, of course, it's so much nicer that way, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Yes. Let's try again, shall we?
Well, I'd love to. Isn't this fun?
All right. Right, squad, attention. Oh, yes. That was quite a lot better.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was a shambles.
Blimey, it's not Malone Cassidy.
No, sir. Let me help you.
I don't want any help.
I'll get you a chair, sir, to take the weight off your crutches.
Oh, don't fuss, Wilson.
I'm sorry, sir, but we didn't expect you for another 3 days.
So I see. Beds were needed for some urgent cases, so I discharged myself, and by the look of things, it's just as well.
Well, it's good to see you firmly in the saddle again, sir.
Thank you, Jones.
Even if you are a bit doddery on your pins.
I think I'd better inspect the men.
Yes,
Wilson.
Right. Squad!
Wilson.
Yes, sir?
Stand further away from my feet.
Oh. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Squad, attention!
Ah, Jones. Smart as usual.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I always try to be smart and very alert, sir. Even though I'm talking to you now, my eyes are darting everywhere, hither and thither, in case there should be a lurking danger. And if I detect the slightest movement, one little bit of peril, I'm onto it before you can say, "Well, I got your point." Ah!
Oh, get that down my throat, Mr. Get
You
off!
were moving on parade.
Put him down, Jones.
Right. That was just a demonstration of my alertness, sir. He moved, and I detected him.
Mr. Mainwaring, please can I go and stand next to someone else?
Stay where you are.
Sir.
Just a minute, Frank.
Sir?
What's that you've got?
It's a violin case.
Violin case? How dare you come on parade carrying a violin? Take his name, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mainwaring, I haven't got a violin in the case. I've got a Tommy gun, just like Edward G. Robinson. You know, in Little Caesar, I can whip it out in a second.
Did you know about this, Wilson? Behind my feet! Stupid boy.
Sorry, Mr. Mainwaring.
Here, Mr. Mainwaring, I'll tell you what would be safer for you. I know where I can lay my hands on a wheelchair. Then Sergeant Wilson can wheel you up and down like Lyle Barrymore in Young Dr. Kildare.
It wouldn't be necessary, thank you, Walker. And Pike, don't bring that violin case on parade again.
No, Mr. Mainwaring.
In fact, you'd better come and see me in the office after parade.
Yes, Mr. Mainwaring.
You too, Wilson.
Right, sir.
Just a minute, Walker. Walker.
Yes, sir?
What on earth have you got stuck in your earlobe?
Well, it's an earring, isn't it?
Get it off at once. Who do you think you are, Carmen Miranda?
Well, it's the only way I can get into the gypsy camp to see this bird.
Ah. Might have known there was some girl at the bottom of it.
No, it's not her I'm after. It's her dad. He's got the clothes peg, see? And they need them for the war effort at the ATS camp.
Never heard such nonsense in my life.
Well, it's the truth. Last Thursday, they hung out the washing with no clothes pegs. Then this sudden gust of wind blew up, and it was khaki knickers all the way to Eastgate.
All right, then. See me afterwards in the office.
Right. There's going to be quite a queue, isn't there?
That's enough. Will you keep away from my feet?
Sorry, sir.
Ah, Godfrey.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Godfrey. What is that peculiarly shaped object stuck in your hat?
It's his head.
Yeah, Shan't tell you again, Walker. Well, Godfrey?
It's for the sun, sir.
For the sun?
Yes, it's my nose shield. A sensitive nose. Since Sergeant Wilson won't let me wear my Panama hat on parade, I thought this was the next best thing. You see, it clips into my sunglasses like this.
Words fail me.
Perhaps he's another one who ought to see you afterwards.
All right, that's it. Well, Fraser, at least you look normal.
Oh, thank you, sir. And this wee moose'll be gone from my breast pocket by the morrow.
This wee what?
Wee moosey. Look.
Bouse?
Aye, there she is. Just look at the wee, slicket, coorin', timorous beast. Oh, what a panics and... Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I was carried away looking into her wee face. Anyway, I couldn't very well leave her on her own. Her bairns are due any minute now.
Pregnant mouse. A nose shield, earrings, violins. I'm away for a few short hours, Wilson, and you allow the whole unit to crumble before your very eyes. Now then.
Good evening, Captain Mannering.
Good heavens, Vicar. What on earth are you doing here?
I've joined your merry band of men.
And so have I.
Mr. Yeaton?
Wheresoever his reverence goeth, there goeth I.
This is your idea of a joke, Wilson. It's in very bad taste.
They asked to join, and I saw no reason to stop them.
All three of you had better come into my office at once.
Come along, Mr. Yeatman.
Yes, Vicar, coming.
Close the door, Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is all this tomfoolery?
Don't you call his reverence a tomfool?
Look, sir, it's all in the paper.
Oh, that. I've read all that rubbish.
Yes, well, they asked to join, so I signed them up.
It was a spontaneous thing, Captain Mannering. I rather like that, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I've been wrestling with my conscience for some time.
Oh, he has, you know. It's been agony. He was wrestling night and day. I can vouch for that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Yeatman. Finally, I asked myself, could I stand by and watch my wife being raped by a Nazi? No, I said to myself, I couldn't.
But you're not married.
Yes, but I do have a very vivid imagination. So with the example of all those other clergy before my eyes, I knew that my place was at your side.
And mine was too.
But I don't want either of you at my side.
Well, I'm afraid it's too late to do anything now.
Very well, if that's the way the land lies. Soldiers you are, and soldiers you will be. You'll both parade tonight with Jones's section. Wilson, where do they patrol?
The gasworks, sir.
Good. We'll show you what army life is all about. And we won't spare you, I can promise you that. You'll find no pulpit to lean on here.
Left, right, out! Now, Private Pike, Private Vicar and Private Verger, stand fast. The remainder into the guard hut, fall out. Now then, Private Vicar. Private Pike and myself are going to demonstrate to you the correct proceedings for military soldiers guarding things on century. First of all, you'll be on the lookout for parachuters, saboteurs, and enemies of the realm. When you see any of these approaching your person, you will take up a fearsome stance with your rifle and challenge them in the aforesaid manner. Show 'em, Private Pike.
Right. Halt! Who goes there?
Very good. Now, you do it just like that.
I see. Halt! Who goes there?
No, you want to say it a bit more fierce, like you was a rough, brutal, devil-may-care sort of person.
I thought he did it very well.
I'm not asking you, Private Verger. Silence in the ranks.
I'm not frightened of you, you know. You don't impress me at all.
Oh, do be quiet, Mr. Yeatman.
If we start making trouble, be on a fizzer under Section 40. That's conduct disciplinary to the military prejudice.
Can we do the next bit?
Yes. What is the next bit?
On being challenged with halt, who goes there, the parachutist or saboteur says, friend, whereupon you shout, advance, friend, and be recognised.
Right, Private Vicar, go on, do that.
Hello, friend. Advance and be recognised.
You mustn't say it so friendly. You're asking them if they're friendly, but you don't want to be friendly yourself.
Well, supposing he makes advances to me and I don't recognise him.
Well, if you didn't know him, he's bound to know you. Oh, everyone knows his reverence and respects him.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Yeatman.
Well, there's a lot more to it, but you'll pick it up as you go along. Now, I'll leave you here on guard, and if you have any bother, you just send for the guard commander. That's me. And if I have any trouble, or if anyone shoots you, or anything like that, I'll just say, turn out the guard, and we'll all come and give you a hand. Right, come on, Pug, let's get inside in the warm.
Yeah, come on, Mr. Jones.
Excuse me, your reverence.
What is it, Verger?
I think somebody is making approaches to us.
Where?
Over there by the gates. I can just make something out through the murk.
Oh, dear. Will you do it, or shall I?
Don't worry yourself, sir. I'll take care of it. Halt! Who goes there?
Adolf!
What did he say?
I think he said Adolf.
Oh. Little boy, did you say Adolf?
Yeah, that's right.
Adolf who?
Adolf Hitler.
It can't really be, can it?
I shouldn't think so, your reverence. Oh, I think it's a cheeky young boy having us on.
Come here, little boy.
Yeah, what do you want?
Now listen, young man, if you don't behave properly, you'll find yourself in serious trouble for disobeying army orders.
I'll put a sock in it, you twerp. Blimey. Yeah, you're not proper soldiers. You're the stupid old vicar. And he's your stupid old verger. And you can't tell me what to do.
I'll give you one more chance. Challenge him again, Mr. Yateman.
Halt! Who goes there?
Adolf Hitler.
Oh dear, this is serious. We'd better send for Mr. Jones.
I could clip his ear for him.
No. I abhor violence. We'll send for Mr. Jones. Turn out the guard! Turn out the guard! Mr. Jones! Mr. Jones!
All right, come on. Where are they? Where's the enemy? Fixed bayonet? Come on now.
Mr. Jones, I said, halt, who goes there, just as you told me, and he positively refuses to say friend.
Who does?
I do.
Oh, blimey, you haven't turned us out just for him.
The man's unhinged.
He's supposed to say friend. You said so yourself.
I know him. He's a cheeky little monkey. He runs into my shop when it's full of people and shouts Liptons.
Yeah, and he runs into Swallow's Bank and shouts trustee savings.
And he comes into my funeral parlour and asks if I've got any empty boxes.
Yeah, well, you can't do nothing because you're not proper soldiers.
Oh, aren't we? I'll soon show you. Bring him into the guard room.
You heard what the corporal said. Get inside.
Oh, blimey, hit me. Here, you're not supposed to do that. It's against the Geneva Convention.
Yes, and so's this.
Oh, blimey, hit me again.
Come on in here, young fella, me lad.
He hit me. That great big ugly bullet, because I'll tell my uncle on you.
Hey, watch it. Wanting into that gutter snipe chicken here, you wee blighter.
Listen, sonny, use your loaf and behave yourself, or you'll be handed over to the coppers, right?
That's right, for not compiling with lawful army things what we're telling you to do.
What's going on in here? Why is nobody on guard?
We've detained a suspect, sir. We're just interrogating him.
Suspect? Who is it?
Him.
He doesn't look very suspicious to me.
Well, he said his name was Adolf Hitler.
I shouldn't set too much store by that, Vicar, if I were you. Go away, little boy. Future, don't be so cheeky.
Yeah, well, that stupid old verger hit me. And I want an apology.
Look, just run along, or my sergeant will put his belt across your backside.
Who, me?
Oh, blimey, that's how it is it? Assault, battery, threats, and foul language. Yeah, well, my uncle have the law on you.
See him off, Wilson, see him off.
Look, I do wish you'd stop addressing me as if I was a Labrador.
Go on, you little perisher. Off with you.
Well, I'll tell my uncle I will. Yeah, I'll tell my uncle.
What an unpleasant child. Well, that's the end of that. However, I think one important fact emerges. If you, Vicar, and you, Verger, had dealt with this in a proper military manner in the first place, this would never have happened.
Oh, I see. It's all my fault, is it?
It's his reverend's fault, is it?
It's yours as well. Captain Mandarin just said so.
Aren't you being a little hard on them, sir? After all, it's their first time on guard.
I know what I'm doing, Wilson. This might be an ideal opportunity to get rid of them. The fact is, Vicar, by arresting that small boy, you've made yourselves and us look ridiculous.
Oh, so his reverence is ridiculous now, is he?
And you too.
I'm sorry, but it just goes to show how very silly this whole Home Guard business is. I've had enough.
That goes for me, too.
If you both feel that way about it, I, for one, will be most happy to accept your resignations.
Very well. Here you are, then. You can have your silly gun back. And your silly hat, and your silly tunic.
Vicar, what about your silly trousers?
Not here, if you don't mind.
I'll send them round in the morning. Oh, come along, Mr. Yateman.
Come in, your reverence.
Good riddance of bad rubbish.
Thank goodness that embarrassing little episode's over. All the same, that child was rather obnoxious. I hope he does tell his uncle. Probably give him a sound thrashing.
Uncle Bill!
Hello, young Wilfred. What are you doing out this time of night?
Oh, Uncle Bill, I was coming to look for you. I've just escaped from that horrible Captain Mandarin.
What?
Yeah, he dragged me into their guard hut and they hit me.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah,
now start from the beginning.
Well, like, see, I was going past the gasworks, like, right? Yeah. And I just had a little joke with him, right? Mm-hmm. And then his great big home guard, he fixed me one right across the ear hole.
Go on, Wilfred, go on.
Then he hit me again, and then They all set on me.
What? What, pushing and shoving and punching?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, the swines.
Yeah, and then old Sourface.
You mean Mannering?
Of course. Well, he told his sergeant to give me a whipping, see, so I ran away, Uncle Bill.
Oh, of course.
In terror.
Of course you did, yeah.
Yes.
There's one thing that makes my blood boil, it's cruelty to innocent children.
Yeah. Oh, they was cruel, Uncle Bill. They was very cruel.
Oh, you come with me, lad. I'll soon settle Mannering's ash.
Go on, you going to fight them?
I'm going to fight... Well, we'll see what happens when we get there.
Aye, sir. He was a cheeky wee monkey and no mistake. He deserved the scalping, sir.
Yes, he reminded me of someone. Can't quite think who. But that ill-tempered, aggressive manner of his was very familiar. Anyway, if I'm any judge of this sort of thing, we'll hear no more about it.
Right, Mannering, get your jacket off and come outside.
What are you talking about, Hodges? How dare you come barging into my command post like that?
Wilfred, come here.
Yes, Uncle Bill.
Now, you repeat what you told me.
They hit me, time and time again,
Yeah.
and Grandad there threatened me with a bayonet.
Who are you calling Grandad, you cheeky young whippersnapper? You
Don't let
wenching
them
lot-
hit me again, Uncle.
They won't touch you. They won't dare to touch you while I'm here. Go on.
Then that fat big head said, just run along, or my sergeant will put his belt across to your backside.
Oh, just about your mark, isn't it, Mannering? Bullying little boys. Hooligans you are. Hooligans. Now, have a go at someone of your own size. Come on, try it to me. Come on.
Oh, hold my glasses, Wilson.
Excuse me, sir. Do you think that's wise?
Don't you tangle with him, Mr. Mannering. Not in your crippled state. You let me do it for you.
Here, hold my rifle, Pikey, while I hang one on him.
Oh, that's sporting, that is. 7 of you against 1.
No, only 6. I'm not feeling very well.
Well, that settles it then. I'm bringing charges. I'm having you all up in court. You're in a few home truths there.
Yeah, they're a laughing stock, aren't they, Uncle?
Of course they are.
Yeah, playing at soldiers, that's all they do,
That's
isn't
right,
it?
yeah, playing at soldiers.
And Grandad's sausages are all made of bread.
They're not all bread, you cheeky young rip. Well, you can't get the meat.
Go on. Go on, you tell him, lad. Go on, tell him.
Cool, you should hear me and my mates laugh when they goes on church parade, and that silly old Godfrey over there, swinging his Red Cross handbag.
Yes, swinging his Red Cross handbag. That's it. Go on, tell him, go on.
Yeah, well, they're nearly as funny as the Waldens.
Yes, right, they're nearly as funny. What did you say?
Yeah, you with your daft white hat and your flat nose. Yeah, and your left, right.
Cheeky little bloody, you just wait till I get my hands on you. Come back here, I'll give you flat nose. You should never be born. Come back here.
You know, Wilson, come to think of it, he has got rather a flat nose.
Hey, that comes from always sticking into other people's business.
In that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, Chief Warden Hodges, Frank Williams, the Vicar, Edward Sinclair, the Verger, with Larry Martin as Private Walker, and Elizabeth Morgan as the nurse and the small boy. The Recruit was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dials.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theater and star of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man's, and yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds as ours are to the beasts in the jungle, intellects, vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. In the 39th year of the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment. Near the end of October, business was better. The war scare was over. More men were back at work. Sales were picking up. On this particular evening, October 30th, the Crosley service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radios.
Not much change in temperature. A slight atmospheric disturbance of undetermined origin is reported over Nova Scotia, causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states, bringing a forecast of rain accompanied by winds of light gale force. Maximum temperature 66, minimum 48. This weather report comes to you from the Government Weather Bureau. We take you now to the Meridian Room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room in the Park Plaza Hotel in New York City, we bring you the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra. With a touch of the Spanish, Raymond Raquello leads off with La Comparsita.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Raymond Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York.
Now, a tune that never loses favor. The ever-popular Stardust. Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, following on the news given in our bulletin a moment ago, the Government Meteorological Bureau has requested the large observatories of the country to keep an astronomical watch on any further disturbances occurring on the planet Mars. Due to the unusual nature of this occurrence, we have arranged an interview with the noted astronomer, Professor Pearson, who will give us his views on this event. In a few moments, we will take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, New Jersey. We return you until then to the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra. We are ready now to take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, where Carl Phillips, our commentator, will interview Professor Richard Pearson, famous astronomer. We take you now to Princeton, New Jersey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Carl Phillips speaking to you from the observatory at Princeton. I'm standing in a large semicircular room, pitch black except for an oblong split in the ceiling. Through this opening, I can see a sprinkling of stars that cast a kind of frosty glow over the intricate mechanism of the huge telescope. The ticking sound you hear is the vibration of the clockwork. Professor Pearson stands directly above me on a small platform, peering through the giant lens. I'll ask you to be patient, ladies and gentlemen, during any delay that may arise during our interview. Besides the ceaseless watch of the heavens, Professor Pearson may be interrupted by telephone or other communications. During this period, he is in constant touch with the astronomical centers of the world. Professor, may I begin our questions?
Any time, Mr. Phillips.
Professor, would you please tell our radio audience exactly what you see as you observe the planet Mars through your telescope?
Nothing unusual at the moment, Mr. Phillips. A red disk swimming in a blue sea. Transverse stripes across the disk. Quite distinct now because Mars happens to be at the point nearest the Earth, in opposition, as we call it.
In your opinion, what do these transverse stripes signify, Professor Pearson?
Not canals, I can assure you, Mr. Phillips. Although that's the popular conjecture of those who imagine Mars to be inhabited. From a scientific viewpoint, the stripes are merely the result of atmospheric conditions peculiar to the planet.
Then you're quite convinced, as a scientist, that living intelligence as we know it does not exist on Mars?
I should say the chances against it are 1,000 to 1.
And yet, how do you account for these gas eruptions occurring on the surface of the planet at regular intervals?
Phillips, I cannot account for it.
By the way, Professor, for the benefit of our listeners, how far is Mars from the Earth?
Approximately 40 million miles.
Well, that seems a safe enough distance. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Someone has just handed Professor Pearson a message. While he reads it, let me remind you that we are speaking to you from the observatory in Princeton, New Jersey, where we are interviewing the world-famous astronomer, Professor Pearson. One moment, please. Professor Pearson has passed me a message which he has just received. Professor, may I read the message to the listening audience?
Certainly, Mr. Phillips.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall read you a wire addressed to Professor Pearson from Dr. Gray of the Natural History Museum, New York. Quote, 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Seismograph registered shock of almost earthquake intensity occurring within a radius of 20 miles of Princeton. Please investigate. Signed, Lloyd Gray, Chief of Astronomical Division. Unquote. Professor Pearson, could this occurrence possibly have something to do with the disturbances observed on the planet Mars?
Hardly, Mr. Phillips. This is probably a meteorite of unusual size, and its arrival at this particular time is merely a coincidence. However, we shall conduct a search as soon as daylight permits.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 10 minutes, we've been speaking to you from the observatory at Princeton, bringing you a special interview with Professor Pearson, noted astronomer. This is Carl Phillips speaking. We are returning you now to our New York studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the latest bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. Toronto, Canada. Professor Morse of Macmillan University reports observing a total of 3 explosions on the planet Mars between the hours of 7:45 p.m. and 9:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This confirms earlier reports received from American observatories. Now, nearer home, comes a special bulletin from Trenton, New Jersey. It is reported that at 8:50 p.m., a huge flaming object, believed to be a meteorite, fell on a farm in the neighborhood of Grover's Mill, New Jersey, 22 miles from Trenton. The flash in the sky was visible within a radius of several hundred miles, and the noise of the impact was heard as far north as Elizabeth. We have dispatched a special mobile unit to the scene, and we'll have our commentator, Carl Phillips, give you a word picture of the scene as soon as he can reach there from Princeton. In the meantime, we take you to the Hotel Martinet in Brooklyn, where Bobby Millett and his orchestra are offering a program of dance music. We take you now to Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, This is Carl Phillips again, out at the Wilmot Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Professor Pearson and myself made the 11 miles from Princeton in 10 minutes. Well, I hardly know where to begin. To paint for you a word picture of the strange scene before my eyes, like something out of a modern Arabian Nights. Well, I just got here. I haven't had a chance to look around yet. I guess that's it. Yes, I guess that's the thing directly in front of me. Half buried in a vast pit. Must have struck with terrific force. The ground is covered with splinters of a tree. It must have struck on its way down. But I can see the object itself doesn't look very much like a meteor. At least not the meteors I've seen. It looks more like a huge cylinder. Has a diameter of, what would you say, Professor Pearson?
What's that?
What would you say, what's the diameter of this?
About 30 yards.
About 30 yards. The metal on the sheath is, well, I've never seen anything like it. The color is sort of yellowish white. It's curious. Spectators now are pressing close to the object in spite of the efforts of the police to keep them back. They're getting in front of my line of vision. Would you mind standing one side, please, while the police are pushing the crowd back? Here's Mr. Wilmot, owner of the farm here. He may have some interesting facts to add. Mr. Wilmot, would you please tell the radio audience as much as you remember of this rather unusual visitor that dropped in your backyard? Step closer, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Wilmot.
Well, I was listening to the radio.
Closer and louder, please.
Pardon me?
Louder, please, closer.
Yes. I was listening to the radio and kind of drowsing. That professor fellow was talking about Mars, so I was half dozing and half...
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then what happened?
Well, as I was saying, I was listening to the radio, kind of halfway.
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then you saw something.
Well, not first off. I heard something.
And what did you hear?
A hissing sound like this. Kind of like a 4th of July rocket.
Yes, then what?
I turned my head out the window and would have sworn I was asleep and dreaming.
Yes?
I seen a kind of greenish streak and then zingo. Something smacked the ground, knocked me clear out of my chair.
Well, were you frightened, Mr. Wilmot?
Well, I ain't quite sure. I reckon I was kind of riled.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you want me to tell
No, that's quite all right. That's plenty. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Mr. Wilmot, owner of the farm where this thing has fallen. I wish I could convey the atmosphere, the background of this fantastic scene. Hundreds of cars are parked in a field in back of us, and the police are trying to rope off the roadway leading into the farm, but it's no use. They're breaking right through. The car's headlights throw an enormous spotlight on the pit where the object's half buried. Now, some of the more daring souls now are venturing near the edge. The silhouettes stand out against the metal sheen. One man wants to touch the thing. He's having an argument with the policeman. Now, the policeman wins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I haven't mentioned in all this excitement, but it's becoming more distinct. Perhaps you've caught it already on your radio. Listen, please. Do you hear it? It's a curious humming sound that seems to come from inside the object. I'll move the microphone nearer. Here. Now, we're not more than 25 feet away. Can you hear it now? Professor Pearson.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Can you tell us the meaning of that scraping noise inside the thing?
Possibly the unequal cooling of its surface.
I say, do you still think it's a meteor, Professor?
I don't know what to think. The metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. Friction with the Earth's atmosphere usually tears holes in a meteorite. This thing is smooth, and you can see its cylindrical
Just a minute.
shape.
Something's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrific. This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and the thing must be hollow.
Move it! Keep back there! Keep back there! Keep those men back! Keep back there! Keep those idiots back! Keep off! The top's loose! Look out there! Stand back!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Someone's calling someone or something. I can see turning out of that black hole two luminous discs. The eyes, it might be a face. Might be almost... Good heavens. Something wriggling out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another one, and another one, and another one. They look like tentacles to me. Oh, yeah, I can see the thing's body. Now it's large as a bear. It glistens like wet leather, but that face, ladies and gentlemen, it's indescribable. I can hardly force myself to keep looking at it. It's so awful. The eyes are black, and they gleam like a serpent. The mouth is kind of V-shaped with saliva dripping from its rimless lips. It seems to quiver and pulsate, and the monster or whatever it is can hardly move. It seems weighed down by possibly gravity or something. The thing's rising up now, and the crowd falls back. There seems plenty. The most extraordinary experience, ladies and gentlemen. Can't find words. Well, I'll pull this microphone with me as I talk. I'll have to stop the description until I can take a new position. Hold on, will you, please? I'll be right back in a minute.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmuth Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. We now return you to Carl Phillips at Grover's Mill.
Ladies and gentlemen, am I on? Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back of a stone wall that adjoins Mr. Wilmuth's garden. From here, I get a sweep of the whole scene. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk and as long as I can see. More state police have arrived. They're drawing up a cordon in front of the pit. About 30 of them. No need to push the crowd back now. They're willing to keep their distance. The captain's conferring with someone. Can't quite see who. Oh, yes, I believe it's Professor Pearson. Yes, it is. Now they've parted, and the professor moves around one side, studying the object while the captain and two policemen advance with something in their hands. I can see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a pole. Flag of truce. If those creatures know what that means, what anything means. Wait a minute, something's happening. Humped shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against a mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Oh, Lord, they're turning into flames. Oh, the whole field's caught up by the woods, the barns, the gas tanks of the automobiles spreading everywhere. It's coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there's some difficulty with our field transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego, California. Professor Indelkoffer, speaking at a dinner of the California Astronomical Society, expressed the opinion that the explosions on Mars are undoubtedly nothing more than severe volcanic disturbances on the surface of the planet. We continue now with our piano interlude.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been handed a message that came in from Grover's Mill by telephone. Just one moment, please. At least 40 people, including 6 state troopers, lie dead in a field east of the village of Grover's Mill, their bodies burned and distorted beyond all possible recognition. The next voice you hear will be that of Brigadier General Montgomery Smith, commander of the state militia at Trenton, New Jersey.
I have been requested by the governor of New Jersey to place the counties of Mercer and Middlesex as far west as Princeton and east to Jamesburg under martial law. No one will be permitted to enter this area except by special pass issued by state or military authorities. 4 companies of state militia are proceeding from Trenton to Grover's Mill and will aid in the evacuation of homes within the range of military operations. Thank you.
You have just been listening to General Montgomery Smith, commanding the state militia at Trenton. In the meantime, further details of the catastrophe at Grover's Mill are coming in. The strange creatures, after unleashing their deadly assault, crawled back in their pit and made no attempt to prevent the efforts of the firemen to recover the bodies and extinguish the fire. The combined fire departments of Mercer County are fighting the flames which menace the entire countryside. We have been unable to establish any contact with our mobile unit at Grover's Mill, but we hope to be able to return you there at the earliest possible moment. In the meantime, we take you to... Just one moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that we have finally established communication with an eyewitness of the tragedy. Professor Pearson has been located at a farmhouse near Grover's Mill, where he has established an emergency observation post. As a scientist, he will give you his explanation of the calamity. The next voice you hear will be that of Professor Pearson, brought to you by direct wire. Professor Pearson.
Of the creatures in the rocket cylinder at Grover's Mill, I can give you no authoritative information either as to their nature, their origin, or their purposes here on Earth. of their destructive instrument, I might venture some conjectural explanation. For want of a better term, I shall refer to the mysterious weapon as a heat ray. It's all too evident that these creatures have scientific knowledge far in advance of our own. It's my guess that in some way they are able to generate an intense heat in a chamber of practically absolute non-conductivity. This intense heat they project in a parallel beam against any object they choose by means of a polished parabolic mirror of unknown composition, much as the mirror of a lighthouse projects a beam of light. That is my conjecture of the origin of the heat ray.
Thank you, Professor Pearson. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a bulletin from Trenton. It is a brief statement informing us that the charred body of Carl Phillips has been identified in a Trenton hospital. Now, here's another bulletin from Washington, D.C. The Office of the Director of the National Red Cross reports 10 units of Red Cross emergency workers have been assigned to the headquarters of the state militia, stationed outside of Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Here's a bulletin from State Police, Princeton Junction. The fires at Grover's Mill and vicinity are now under control. Scouts report all quiet in the pit, and there is no sign of life appearing from the mouth of the cylinder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special statement from Mr. Harry McDonald, Vice President in charge of operations.
We have received a request from the state militia of Trenton to place at their disposal our entire broadcasting facilities. In view of the gravity of the situation, and believing that radio has a responsibility to serve in the public interest at all times, we are turning over our facilities to the state militia at Trenton.
We take you now to the field headquarters of the state militia near Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
This is Captain Lansing of the Signal Corps, attached to the state militia, now engaged in military operations in the vicinity of Grover's Mill. Situation arising from the reported presence of certain individuals of unidentified nature is now under complete control. The cylindrical object, which lies in a pit directly below our position, surrounded on all sides by 8 battalions of infantry, without heavy field pieces, but adequately armed with rifles and machine guns. All cause for alarm, if such cause ever existed, is now entirely unjustified. Things, whatever they are, do not even venture to poke their heads above the pit. I can see their hiding place plainly in the glare of the searchlights here. With all their reported resources, these creatures can scarcely stand up against heavy machine gun fire. Anyway, it's an interesting outing for the troops. I can make out their khaki uniforms crossing back and forth in front of the lights. Looks almost like a real war. There appears to be some slight smoke in the woods bordering the Millstone River, probably fire started by campers. Well, we ought to see some action soon. One of the companies is deploying on the left flank. A quick thrust and it'll all be over. Now, wait a minute. I see something on top of the cylinder. No, it's nothing but a shadow. Now the troops are on the edge of the Wilmot Farm. 7,000 armed men closing in on an old metal tube. A tub, rather. Well, wait, that wasn't a shadow. It's something moving. Solid metal, kind of a shield-like affair rising up out of the cylinder. It's going higher and higher. What? It's standing on legs, actually rearing up on a sort of metal framework. Now it's reaching above the trees and the searchlights are on it. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars. The battle which took place tonight at Grover Mills has ended in one of the most startling defeats ever suffered by an army in modern times. 7,000 men armed with rifles and machine guns pitted against a single fighting machine of the invaders from Mars. 120 known survivors. The rest strewn over the battle area from Grover's Mill to Plainsboro, crushed and trampled to death under the metal feet of the monster, or burned to cinders by its heat ray. The monster is now in control of the middle section of New Jersey and has effectively cut the state through its center. Communication lines are down from Pennsylvania to the Atlantic Ocean. Railroad tracks are torn and service from New York to Philadelphia discontinued, except routing some of the trains through Allerton and Phoenixville. Highways to the north, south, and west are clogged with frantic human traffic. Police and army reserves are unable to control the mad flight. By morning, the fugitives will have swelled Philadelphia, Camden, and Trenton, it is estimated, to twice their normal population. Martial law prevails throughout New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. At this time, we take you to Washington for a special broadcast on the national emergency. The Secretary of the Interior.
Citizens of the nation, I shall not try to conceal the gravity of the situation that confronts the country, nor the concern of your government in protecting the lives and property of its people. However, I wish to impress upon you, private citizens and public officials, all of you, the urgent need of calm and resourceful action. Fortunately, this formidable enemy is still confined to a comparatively small area, and we may place our faith in the military forces to keep them there. In the meantime, placing our faith in God, we must continue the performance of our duties, each and every one of us, so that we may confront this destructive adversary with a nation united, courageous, and consecrated to the preservation of human supremacy on this earth. I thank you.
You have just heard the Secretary of the Interior speaking from Washington. Bulletins too numerous to read are piling up in the studio here. We're informed that the central portion of New Jersey is blacked out from radio communication due to the effect of the heat ray upon power lines and electrical equipment. Here's a special bulletin, New York. Cables have been received from English, French, and German scientific bodies offering assistance. Astronomers report continued gas outbursts at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The majority voiced the opinion that the enemy will be reinforced by additional rocket machines. There have been several attempts made to locate Professor Pearson of Princeton, who has observed Martians at close range. It is feared he was lost in the recent battle. Langham Field, Virginia. Scouting planes report 3 Martian machines visible above treetops, moving north toward Somerville with population fleeing ahead of them. The heat ray is not in use, although advancing at express train speed, invaders pick their way carefully. They seem to be making a conscious effort to avoid destruction of cities and countryside. However, they stop to uproot power lines, bridges, and railroad tracks. Their apparent objective is to crush resistance, paralyze communication, and disorganize human society. Here is a bulletin from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Coon hunters have stumbled on a second cylinder similar to the first, embedded in the great swamp 20 miles south of Morristown. Army field pieces are proceeding before the cylinder can be opened and the fighting machine rigged. They are taking up a position in the foothills of Watchung Mountains. Another bulletin from Langham Field, Virginia. Scouting planes report enemy machines now 3 in number, increasing speed northward, kicking over houses and trees in their evident haste to form a conjunction with their allies south of Morristown. Machines also sighted by telephone operator east of Middlesex within 10 miles of Plainfield. Here's a bulletin from Winston Field, Long Island. A fleet of Army bombers carrying heavy explosive flying north in pursuit of enemy. Scouting planes act as guides. They keep the speeding enemy in sight. Just a moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. We've run special wires to the artillery line and adjacent villages to give you direct reports in the zone of the advancing enemy. First, we take you to the battery of the 22nd Field Artillery, located in the Watchung Mountains.
Range 32 meters.
32 meters.
Projection 39 degrees.
39 degrees.
Fire.
140 yards to the right, sir.
Shift range 31 meters.
31 meters.
Projection 37 degrees.
37 degrees.
Fire.
Hit, sir. Got the tripod of one of them. They're stopped. The others are trying to repair it.
Quick, get the range. Shift 30 meters.
30 meters.
Projection 27 degrees.
27 degrees.
Fire.
Can't see the shell land, sir. Letting off a smoke.
What is it?
Black smoke, sir. Moving this way. Lying close to the ground. Moving fast.
Put on gas masks. Get ready to fire. Shift to 24 meters.
24 meters.
Projection 24 degrees.
24 degrees.
Fire.
Still can't see, sir. Smoke's coming nearer.
Get the range.
23 meters.
23 meters.
23 meters.
22, 22, please.
Army bombing plane B-843 off Bayonne, New Jersey. Lieutenant Vogt, commanding 8 bombers, reporting to Commander Fairfax, Langham Field. This is Vogt reporting to Commander Fairfax, Langham Field. Enemy tripod machines now in sight. Reinforced by 3 machines from the Morristown cylinder. 6 altogether. 1 machine partially crippled. Believed hit by shell from Army gun in Watchung Mountains. Guns now appear silent. A heavy black fog hanging close to the earth of extreme density, nature unknown. No sign of heat ray. Enemy now turns east, crossing Passaic River into the Jersey marshes. Another straddles the Pulaski Skyway. Evident objective is New York City. They're pushing down a high-tension power station. The machines are close together now, and we're ready to attack. Planes circling, ready to strike. 1,000 yards, and we'll be over the first. $800 yards. $600. $400. 200. There they go. The giant arm raised. Green flash. They're spraying us with flame. 2,000 feet. Engines are giving out. No chance to release bombs. Only one thing left. Drop on them, plane and all. We're diving on the first one. Now the engine's gone. 8.
This is Bayonne, New Jersey, calling Langham Field. This is Bayonne, New Jersey, calling Langham Field. Come in, please.
This is Langham Field. Go ahead.
8 Army bombers in engagement with enemy tripod machines over Jersey Flats. Engines incapacitated by heat ray. All crashed. 1 enemy machine destroyed. Enemy now discharging heavy black smoke in direction of...
Newark, New Jersey. This is Newark, New Jersey. Warning. Poisonous black smoke pouring in from Jersey marshes. Reach at South Street. Gas masks useless. Urge population to move into open spaces. Automobiles use routes 7, 23, 24. Avoid congested areas. Smoke now spreading over Raymond Boulevard.
X2L calling CQ, 2X2L calling CQ, 2X2L calling 8X3R. Come in, please.
This is 8X3R coming back at 2X2L.
How's reception? How's reception? Okay, please. Where are you, 8X3R? What's the matter? Where are you?
I'm speaking from the roof of Broadcasting Building. I'm speaking from the roof of Broadcasting Building, New York City. The bells you hear are ringing to warn the people to evacuate the city as the Martians approach. Estimated in the last 2 hours, 3 million people have moved out along the roads to the north. Hutchison River Parkway is still kept open for motor traffic. Avoid bridges to Long Island, hopelessly jammed. All communication with Jersey Shore closed 10 minutes ago. No more defenses. Our army is wiped out. Artillery, Air Force, everything wiped out. This may be the last broadcast. We'll stay here to the end. People are holding service here below us in the cathedral. Now I look down the harbor, all manner of boats. overloaded with fleeing population pulling out from docks. Streets are all jammed. Noise and crowds like New Year's Eve in city. Wait a minute. The enemy is now in sight above the Palisades. Five great machines. First one is crossing the river. I can see it from here, wading the Hudson like a man wading through a brook. A bulletin is handed me. Martian cylinders are falling all over the country. One outside of Buffalo, one in Chicago, St. Louis. Seem to be timed and spaced. Now the first machine reaches the shore. He stands watching, looking over the city. Steel cowlish head is even with the skyscrapers. He waits for the others. They rise like a line of new towers on the city's west side. Now they're lifting their metal hands. This is the end now. Smoke comes out, black smoke drifting over the city. People in the streets see it now. They're running toward the East River, thousands of them, dropping in like rats. Now the smoke's spreading faster. It's reached Times Square. People are trying to run away from it, but it's no use. They're falling like flies. Now the smoke's crossing 6th Avenue. 5th Avenue. 100 yards away. It's 50 feet.
Calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ, New York. Isn't there anyone on the air? Isn't there anyone on the air? Isn't there anyone? 2X2L.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original dramatization of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. The performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, starring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth. I've been hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill, a small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke from the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. A life that has no continuity with the present. Furtive existence of the lonely derelict who pencils these words on the back of some astronomical notes bearing the signature of Richard Pearson. I look down at my blackened hand and I try to connect them with a professor who lives at Princeton and who, on the night of October 20th, glimpsed through his telescope an orange splash of light on a distant planet. My wife, my colleagues, my students, my books, my observatory, my world. Where are they? Did they ever exist? Am I Richard Pearson? What day is it? Do days exist without calendars? Does time pass when there are no human hands left to wind the clocks? Writing down my daily life, I tell myself I shall preserve human history between the dark covers of this little book that was meant to record the movements of the stars. But to write, I must live, and to live, I must eat. Find moldy bread in the kitchen and an orange not too spoiled to swallow. Keep watch at the window. Time to time, I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. The smoke still holds the house in its black coil, but at length there's a hissing sound, and suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam as if to dissipate the smoke. I watch in a corner as his huge metal legs nearly brush against the house. Exhausted by terror, I fall asleep. Morning. Morning. Sun streams in the window. The black cloud of gas is lifted, and the scorched meadows to the north look as though a black snowstorm had passed over them. I venture from the house. I make my way to a road, no traffic. Here and there, a wrecked car, baggage overturned, a blackened skeleton. Push on north. For some reason, I feel safer trailing these monsters than running away from them. And I keep a careful watch. I've seen the Martians feed. Should one of their machines appear over the top of trees, I'm ready to fling myself flat on the earth. I come to a chestnut tree. October. Chestnuts are ripe. Fill my pockets. I must keep alive. 2 days I wander in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world. Finally, I notice a living creature. A small red squirrel in a beech tree. I stare at him and wonder. He stares back at me. I believe at that moment the animal and I shared the same emotion. The joy of finding another living being. Push on north. I find dead cows in a brackish field, and beyond the charred ruins of a dairy and a silo remain standing guard over the wasteland like a lighthouse, deserted by the sea. Astride the silo perches a weathercock. The arrow points north. North. Next day, I come to a city. City vaguely familiar in its contours, yet its buildings strangely dwarfed and leveled off as if a giant had sliced off its highest towers with a capricious sweep of his hand. Reached the outskirts. I found Newark. Newark, undemolished but humbled by some whim of the advancing Martians. Presently, with an odd feeling of being watched, I caught sight of something crouching in a doorway. I made a step towards it, and it rose up and became a man. A man armed with a large knife.
Stop. Where do you come from?
I come from many places. A long time ago, from Princeton.
Princeton, huh? That's near Grover's Mill.
Yes.
Grover's Mill. There's no food here. This is my country. All this end of town down the river. There's only food for one. Which way are you going?
I don't know. I guess I'm looking for people.
Hey, what was that? Did you hear something just then?
No. Only a bird. A live bird.
Yeah. You get to know that birds have shadows these days. Say, we're in the open here. Let's crawl in this doorway here and talk.
Have you seen any Martians?
No. They're going over to New York. Night, the sky's alive with their lights, just as if people were still living in it. By daylight, you can't see them. 5 days ago, a couple of them carried something big across the flats from the airport. I think they're learning how to fly.
Fly?
Yeah, fly.
Then it's all over with humanity. Stranger, there's still you and I. 2 of us left.
Yeah. They got themselves in solid. They wrecked the greatest country in the world. Those green stars, they're probably falling somewhere every night. They've only lost 1 machine. There isn't anything to do. We're done. We're licked.
Where were you? You're in a uniform.
Yeah, what's left of it. I was in the militia. National Guard. That's good. There wasn't any war. Any more than there's war between men and ants.
Yes, but we're eatable ants. I found that out. What'll they do to us?
I thought it all out. Right now, we're caught as we're wanted. A Martian only has to go a few miles to get a crowd on the run. But they won't keep on doing that. They'll begin catching us systematic, like keeping the best and storing us in cages and things. They haven't begun on us yet.
Not begun?
Not begun. All that's happened so far is because we don't have sense enough to keep quiet. Bothering them with guns and such stuff and losing our heads and rushing off in crowds. No, instead of our rushing around blind, we got to fix ourselves up. Fix ourselves up according to the way things are now. Cities, nations, civilization, progress.
Yes, but if that's so, what is there to live for?
Well, there won't be any more concerts for 1,000,000 years or so and no nice little dinners at restaurants. If it's amusement you're after, I guess the game's up.
What is there left?
Life, that's what. I want to live. Yeah, and so do you. We're not going to be exterminated. And I don't mean to be caught either. Tamed and fattened and bred like an ox.
What are you going to do?
I'm going on. Right under their feet. I got a plan. We men, as men, we're finished. We don't know enough. We got to learn plenty before we get a chance. We've got to live and keep free while we learn, see? I've thought it all out, see?
Well, tell me the rest.
Well, it isn't all of us that are made for wild beasts. That's what it got to. That's what it got to be. That's why I watched you. Watched you. All those little office workers that used to live in these houses. They be no good. They haven't any stuff in them. They used to run off to work. I've seen hundreds of them running to catch their commuter's train in the morning, afraid they'd get canned if they didn't. Running back at night, afraid they wouldn't be in time for dinner. Lives insured and a little invested in case of accidents. Yeah, and on Sundays, worried about the hereafter. Well, the Martians, they'll be a godsend for those guys. Nice, roomy cages, good food, careful breeding, no worries. Yeah, after a week or so of chasing around the fields on empty stomachs, they'll come and be glad to be caught.
You've thought it all out, haven't you?
Sure, you bet I have. That isn't all. These Martians are going to make pets of some of them. Train them to do tricks. Who knows, get sentimental over the pet boy who grew up and had to be killed. Yeah, and some maybe, they'll train to hunt us.
Oh, no, it's impossible. Human
Yes,
beings.
they will. There's men who do it gladly. If one of them ever comes after me, by...
In the meantime, you and I and others like us, where are we to live when the Martians own the Earth?
I got it all figured out. We'll live underground. I've been thinking about the sewers. Under New York, there are miles and miles of them. The main ones, they're big enough for anybody. Then there's cellars, vaults, underground storerooms, railway tunnels, subways. You begin to see, huh? We'll get a bunch of strong men together. No weaklings. That rubbish, out.
As you meant me to go.
All right. Give you a chance, didn't I?
Won't quarrel about that. Go on.
Well, we got to make safe places for us to stay in, see? Get all the books we can. Science books. That's where men like you come in, see? We raid the museums. We'll even spy on the Martians. May not be so much we have to learn before... Listen. Just imagine this. 4 or 5 of their own fighting machines suddenly start off. Heat rays right and left. Not a Martian in them. Not a Martian in them, see? But men. Men who've learned the way how. May even be in our time. Gee. Imagine having one of them lovely things with its heat ray wide and free. We'd turn it on Martians. We'd turn it on men. We'd bring everybody down on their knees.
That's your plan.
Yeah. You. Me. A few more of us. We'd own the world.
I see.
Hey.
Hey, what's the matter? Where are you going?
Not to your world. Bye, stranger. Well, after parting with the artilleryman, I came at last to the Holland Tunnel, entered that silent tube, anxious to know the fate of the great city on the other side of the Hudson. Cautiously, I came out of the tunnel and made my way up Canal Street. Reached 14th Street, and there again were black powder and several bodies and an evil, ominous smell from the gratings of the cellars of some of the houses. I wandered up through the 30s and 40s, stood alone on Times Square, caught sight of a lean dog running down 7th Avenue with a piece of dark brown meat in his jaws and a pack of starving mongrels at his heels. Made a wide circle around me as though he feared I might prove a fresh competitor. Walked up Broadway in the direction of that strange powder, past silent shop windows, displaying their mute wares to empty sidewalks. Past the Capitol Theater, silent, dark. Past a shooting gallery where a row of empty guns faced an arrested line of wooden ducks. Near Columbus Circle, I noticed models of 1939 motor cars in the showrooms facing empty streets. Over the top of the General Motors building, I watched a flock of black birds circling in the sky. Hurried on. Suddenly, I caught sight of the hood of a Martian machine, standing somewhere in Central Park, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. An insane idea. I rushed recklessly across Columbus Circle and into the park. I climbed a small hill above the pond at 60th Street, and from there I could see standing in a silent row along the mall 19 of those great metal titans, their cowls empty, their steel arms hanging listlessly by their sides. I looked in vain for the monsters that inhabit those machines. Suddenly, my eyes were attracted to the immense flock of black birds that hovered directly below me. They circled to the ground. And there before my eyes, stark and silent, lay the Martians with the hungry birds pecking and tearing brown shreds of flesh from their dead bodies. Later, when their bodies were examined in laboratories, it was found that they were killed by the putrefactive and disease bacteria against which their systems were unprepared. Slain, after all, man's defenses had failed by the humblest thing that God, His wisdom, has put upon this earth. Before the cylinder fell, there was a general persuasion that through all the deep of space, no life existed beyond the petty surface of our minute sphere. Now we see further. Dim and wonderful is the vision I've conjured up in my mind of life spreading slowly from this little seedbed of the solar system throughout the inanimate vastnesses of sidereal space. But it's a remote dream. Maybe that the destruction of the Martians is only a reprieve to them and not to us. Is the future ordained, perhaps? Strange it now seems to sit in my peaceful study at Princeton, writing down this last chapter of the record, begun at a deserted farm in Grover's Mill. Strange to watch children playing in the streets. Strange to see young people strolling on the green where the new spring grass heals the last black scars of a bruised earth. Strange to watch the sightseers enter the museum where the dissembled parts of a Martian machine are kept on public view. Strange when I recall the time when I first saw it. Bright and clean-cut, hard and silent under the dawn of that last great day. This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen. Out of character, to assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet and jumping out of a bush and saying boo. starting now, we couldn't soap all your windows and steal all your garden gates by tomorrow night, so we did the best next thing. We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the CBS. You will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it and that both institutions are still open for business. So goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch, and if your doorbell rings and nobody's there, that was no Martian. It's Halloween.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations coast to coast has brought you The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, the 17th in its weekly series of dramatic broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Next week, we present a dramatization of 3 famous short stories. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Present Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Episode 14, The Loneliness of the Long-Distance Walker, featuring John Laurie and Arnold Ridley, with this week's guests, Graham Stark, Jack Watson, Judith Furs, and Michael Knowles. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. In these dark days of 1940, when Britain stands alone against the crushing might of the Nazi aggression, and her young men have answered their country's call to arms, a great responsibility for the defense of our homeland is thrust upon that ever-vigilant band of civilians, the Home Guard. At Wallington-on-Sea, in the side office of the church hall, the local platoon commander, Captain Mannering, is busy studying an important document.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Oh, yes, Wilson. No, I've brought the men in for inspection, sir.
I shan't be a minute. Look, Wilson, I've just received this letter from GHQ. It's about hand grenade practice. Let's listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
Dear sir, in the light of recent experience, it has been found that the best thing to use as a dummy grenade is a knob from a brass bedstead. Therefore, we suggest that you issue a memo to your platoon to provide as many brass bedstead knobs as they can lay their hands on. Yours sincerely, J. Roche Brigadier.
They really do come up with some wonderful schemes, don't they, sir?
Yes, I must put a notice about this on the board.
Well, that's a good idea, sir. The men could do with a little light relief.
This is serious, Wilson.
Well, of course, yes, of course.
Now, let me see, how shall I head it? Brass knobs? No. But have you any brass knobs?
Perhaps it needs to be, just a little bit more eye-catching.
How do you mean?
Well, so something like, bring us your brass knobs, or new brass knobs for old.
Well, this is war, Wilson, not Aladdin. Sorry, sir. I find your public school humour a little irritating at times. Anyway, how can we give them new ones when we haven't got any in the first place?
Well, I was only trying to be helpful, sir.
Now, this is urgent. I want the men to collect as many brass knobs as they can. I shall set an example and bring the knobs from my bed. Can you get hold of any?
Well, Mrs. Pike's got some on her bed.
Has she really? Well, requisition them next time you go there.
You may not care to have her bed requisitioned.
Never mind that. Just bring the brass knobs.
Oh, very well, sir.
I have it. Britain needs your brass knobs. How's that?
Yes, sir, yes. And that has a definite ring to it.
Right. Now let's go and inspect the man.
All right. Now, come along, sir. Settle down, everyone. All right, platoon. Lieutenant, shut. Ready for inspection, sir. Bar 2.
Wilson. Huh? You're supposed to be giving me a piece of military information, not calling the odds. Who's missing?
Well, Private Pike and Private Walker, sir. Pike's at home with a bad attack of hay fever.
Oh, not again. Where's Walker?
I don't know, sir.
That's worrying. He's bringing me a bottle of whiskey tonight.
Yes, sir. He's bringing me some cigarettes. Perhaps he's got delayed, picking our orders up.
Yes, perhaps he's been picked up. Not like him to be late.
I don't like the look of this, Jonesy. I ordered a bottle of whiskey from Walker.
Yes, and he promised me a bottle of gin, Mr. Fraser.
He's bringing me about a fudge.
I thought you didn't eat sweets, Mr. Godfrey.
It's for my sister.
Stop talking in the ranks. Now, shall we carry on without them, sir?
Yes, of course.
I'm sorry I'm late, but I've got to go, you know.
We all realise that, Walker. In the meantime, fall in.
No, sir, you don't understand. I have got to go. It's the medical.
But you shouldn't have taken too much of it. Are you all right now?
No, sir, no, look, it's my caller. I've got to go for my medical in 10 days' time.
But I thought you were in a reserved occupation. What do you describe yourself as?
I put myself down as a banana salesman and an wholesale supplier of illuminated signs. Do you think that's where I slipped up?
It's very serious news. You'd better pull the men out, Sergeant.
All right, sir. Fall out, you chaps.
This is terrible news, Joe. Terrible. What about my whiskey?
Yeah, and my gin.
What about my sister's fudge?
Now, don't be selfish, men. You're only thinking about yourselves. Walker. By the way, what about my whiskey?
I've got it here in my bag, sir.
Oh, that's all right, then.
Here.
Thank you. Now, the point is, we really need you in this platoon, Walker. I mean, you are more important to us here than you would be in the army. Don't you agree, Wilson?
Well,
here's your facts, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Walker, thank you. Oh, definitely more important.
You can't expect a lot of brass hats in Whitehall to know what the situation is. I mean, to them, Walker's just one of millions. An insignificant, nondescript nonentity.
Yeah, steady on.
I'm merely giving you Whitehall's view.
Oh, I see.
But to us, you're an important cornerstone in our organisation. Well, this is a time for action, not words. Don't you think so, Wilson?
Oh, I always think it's a good idea to keep the words down to an absolute minimum, sir.
Precisely. We'll send a telegram to the War Office pointing out that they've made a big mistake and telling them that we're jolly well coming in to sort it out with them. Take this down, Wilson.
All right, sir. I'm just going to get a pencil and paper, sir.
Permission to speak, sir?
Yes, Jones?
I know a few dodges that are stopping passing his medical. The best one is to drop some water in his ear holes and plug them up with cotton wool.
I'm not having any of that.
Well, it'll make you deaf just long enough not to pass the medical.
Jones, are you suggesting that I should stoop to underhand tricks to stop Walker being called up?
No, of course not, sir. It's the only way you do it.
Nonsense. I should tell them straight that he's more important to us than he would be in the army.
I've got the paper and pencil, sir.
Right, now take this down. To the officer in charge, Home Guard, War Office, Whitehall, London. Message begins. Desirable Walker not called up yet. We'll call on you tomorrow, 5 p.m.
1700 hours.
Exactly. Signed, Captain Mannering, 1st Platoon, Warmington Sea Home Guard. Got that?
Yes, sir.
They'll sit up when they get that at the War Office.
Come in.
Excuse me, Brigadier.
Yes, Captain, what is it?
There's a Mr. Mannering and a Mr. Wilson to see you, sir. They have an appointment for 5 o'clock.
Oh, good Lord. I've forgotten all about them. This is all the fault of that damned brother-in-law of mine.
How do you mean, sir?
Well, he's CEO of this PT outfit, and he's mad, keen heel and toe merchant.
Heel and toe merchant, sir?
Yes, long-distance walker. He won the London to Brighton race in 37.
Oh, I see.
Yes, he wants to get together a crowd of fellows to make up a crack team.
What's this got to do with the Home Guard, sir?
Well, he thought there might be lots of fellas in the Home Guard waiting for their call-up, so he asked me to send out a general round-robin to some of the units, asking if they'd got any champions due to go into the army.
Did you have any luck, sir?
No, no good at all. Didn't get a single answer. That was until a few days ago. Then I got this telegram. Look.
Thank you, sir. Desirable Walker not called up yet. We'll call on you tomorrow, 1700 hours. Captain Mannering, 1st Platoon, Warmington Sea Home Guard.
Odd thing is, that's not one of the units I sent the round-robin to. However, I'd better see them and get rid of them as quickly as possible. Bring them in, Cuts.
Right. Mr. Mannering, Mr. Wilson, would you come in, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir. Very good of you to see us.
Sit down, gentlemen. I can give you 5 minutes only. Now, we'll just take down the details. What's this walker's name?
I beg your pardon, sir.
The walker's name, what is it?
Walker, sir.
Do you mean to say you've got a walker named Walker? That's unusual, eh, Cups?
Oh, I don't know, sir. I once knew a tailor named Taylor.
Oh, did you really?
Yes, sir.
Yes, well, perhaps you're right. Well, go on. What's this Walker's record?
His record, sir?
He's got a record, hasn't he?
He's got a record, Wilson.
Well, I don't think he's ever been found out, sir.
No record, sir.
Well, is he good?
Oh, yes, he's very good, sir.
Well, how the hell can he be good if he hasn't got a record?
I don't think I quite follow you, sir.
Are you keeping track of this, Cutts?
I'm doing my best, sir.
Look, is he one of the London to Brighton walkers?
Oh, no, sir, no. I think he's one of the Warmington-on-Sea walkers.
Sea walkers?
No, J. Walker, sir.
J. Walker?
Yes, Joe Walker. That's his full name.
I know what his name is, but how do you know he's a walker?
Well, because he told us so.
Yes, right, he did, sir. He distinctly said, I'm Walker.
Surely he said, I'm a walker.
No, sir, no. Not a walker. He said, I'm J. Walker.
Have you got all this down, Cutts?
Well, I think so, sir.
Well, try and keep up. Now, gentlemen, when is he due for call-up?
Oh, very soon. He goes for his medical next week.
Yes, well, very well. Leave it with me. I'll see what I can do. Good day, good day.
Thank you very much, sir.
See them out, Captain.
Very good, sir. Right, gentlemen. Oh, it's the air raid warning. Mr. Mannering, Mr. Wilson, you'd better go down to the shelter in the basement. It's along the passage and down the stairs.
Oh, thanks. Good day.
A Walker, J. Walker, those two are up the pole, if you ask me. If my brother-in-law wants any walkers, he'll have to get them himself.
Hadn't we better beat it down to the shelter, sir?
What, with those two lunatics? You can go if you want. I'd rather take my chances up here.
Come in. Ah, Wilson. Everything under control after our late start this morning?
Yes, I think so, sir. It was a bit embarrassing, though, wasn't it? I mean, all those customers and the staff waiting on the doorstep for us to open the bank.
Well, I think they understood once I explained we'd been delayed overnight in London by an air raid.
Oh, yes, sir.
Although, as I was putting the key in the door, I could have sworn I heard that cheeky new girl humming, "Who were you with last night?"
What? Well, surely that was Run, Rabbit, Run, wasn't it, sir?
You always were tone-deaf, Wilson.
Yeah. Well, you don't mind my saying so, sir. You seem a little bit edgy this morning.
Edgy? Who wouldn't be edgy after a night spent in the underground?
Well, didn't you sleep, sir?
No, I did not. Lying on that dirty platform with my face pressed up against those cold tiles is not my idea of first-class accommodation.
Well, personally, I found the conversation most entertaining.
Then quite obviously you are deaf. Because I do not find somebody shouting in my ear, "Mind the doors! Let them off first, please!" conducive to a good night's sleep.
Well, I managed all right.
Well, I happen to be a little more sensitive. Yes, what is it?
There's a Mr. Walker to see you, sir.
Oh, right. Send him in.
Very good, sir.
Walker's here.
Yes, I expect he wants to know how he got on at the War Office.
Yes. By the way, Wilson, I don't think Walker needs to know where we were last night. I mean, it wouldn't do if it were to get around that a man of my standing had spent the night lying down in the underground.
No. It wouldn't, sir, no. Would it?
Morning, all.
Morning, Walker.
I came along a bit earlier, but you were still closed.
Yes, we were delayed in London by an air raid.
Oh, yeah? Well, I mean, I don't blame you, eh? Have a night on the tiles, did you?
How dare you? We were on home guard business.
It's all right, Mr. Mannering. We're all men of the world.
You don't understand, Walker.
Don't worry. I shan't breathe a word. What I really came round for was to find out how you got on at the War Office.
Well, I put your case most forcibly to the Brigadier, and he was very impressed. I should think it's only a question of time before we hear from him.
That's good. I just want to know. Right then, I'll be off. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mannering.
Not at all, Walker. Always glad to be of assistance.
Cheers.
Well, sir, I must pop off home to shave and change now. I haven't got much time. The committee meeting's at 11:30.
What precisely do you do on this committee? Inspect the drains?
Well, you see, it's the Military Service Hardship Committee, sir, for people with one-man businesses who'll be ruined if they're called up.
Oh, I see. Draft dodgers.
No. Not all of them, sir. Some of them are quite genuine cases.
Yes, well, I'm sure that if it... Wait a minute. Walker. He's got a one-man business.
Yes, but if he's called up, he'll hardly be ruined.
No, but we shall be.
Sorry, sir, but I couldn't be a party to anything like that.
I'm not suggesting anything underhand.
Of course you're not, sir, but I thought you were expecting to hear from the War Office.
Oh, I merely said that to keep up Walker's morale. I doubt if we shall hear anything from Whitehall. That brigadier didn't seem to understand a word we were saying.
Yes, he did get rather confused, didn't he?
One wonders how they get these positions. Man was obviously senile. No, I think we must explore other avenues. There's nothing to stop Walker going before this committee, is there?
No, I suppose not, sir.
And you'd be there to make sure he got a favourable hearing?
Well, I must emphasize, sir, that I shall have to be absolutely impartial.
Oh, I shall expect you to be, Wilson. I shall expect you to be. And I know I can rely on you to banish from your mind the thought that if Walker goes, so will the cigarettes and the whiskey. You will decide the case solely in the light of the mortal blow dealt to his struggling one-man business and the threat to the security of this island if we lose one of the only able-bodied men in our unit.
But he'll be in the army, sir.
This is the place where Jerry's going to attack Wilson. Not Catterick. What do you have to do?
Well, he fills in an application form.
Well, bring one back with you. We'll get it filled in tonight.
Well, he'll need someone to speak for him, sir.
A lawyer?
No, just a reliable citizen of some repute.
Can you think of any more suitable person than a bank manager?
Well,
like me?
Well...
Right, that settles it. I shall represent him. And in conclusion, may I urge the tribunal, with respect, of course, but may I urge the tribunal to consider this is not a war in which gallant knights ride out to cross swords with the king's enemies. This is mortal combat. To the death, for every man in whose veins course the British blood, every man jack of us can throw out our chests and say, I am a frontline soldier.
Not only the men, Mr. Mannering.
Precisely. Mrs. Chairwoman. That is the point that I'm trying to make. Every man jack and every woman jack. Throw out our well, you know what I mean. and that, Madam Chairman, woman, and gentlemen folks, is my case on behalf of Joseph Walker.
Well, before we continue, on behalf of my fellow committee members, Mr. Rees and Mr. Wilson, I'd like to thank Mr. Mannering for coming here and assisting us. Do you wish to say something before we go any further, Mr. Rees?
Yes, Madam Chairman. Through the chair, I would like to say that we have heard a very eloquent speech from Mr. Mannering, but none of it was really to the point. What we are here today to decide is, if Mr. Walker is called up, would it ruin his business? And that and nothing else. The fact that Mr. Mannering has extolled the virtues of Mr. Walker has no bearing whatsoever on the case.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Have you anything else to add to that, Mr. Wilson?
Well, I'm sure Mr. Mannering would be the last person in the world to waste the time of the tribunal. Deliberately. I think it was just ignorance of our procedure that led him to go on a little longer than was absolutely necessary.
Here, Mr. Mannering, I thought Mr. Wilson was on our side.
So did I, Walker.
Now then, let's just get the details right. The address of your business, Mr. Walker, is 1B Slope Alley, just off the High Street.
That is right, yeah.
You know, I've lived in Warmington-on-Sea all my life, and I still can't place where your business is.
Yes, through the chair, I'd like Mr. Walker to tell us where his business is.
Well, through the chair, I will tell you.
No, Mr. Walker. You don't go through the chair.
Eh?
No. Mr. Rees and Mr. Wilson speak through the chair, but you speak to me. You see, I am the chair.
Yeah, well, you see, you go down the High Street, just past Mr. Mannering's bank, and you carry on for about 100 yards. And Slope Alley is on your right. You go down it 20 yards, and you come to a little green door. You go through that, and you find yourself in a yard.
And that's where your business is?
No, not quite, no. That's where Sid Newman's business is. Second-hand motor car accessories. Well, you go through his yard, down the bottom are a couple of old garages, and that's where I am.
Well, haven't you got a relation? I mean, someone who could run your business for the duration?
No, I am an orphan.
By that, Mrs. Chairwoman, he means that he had no mother or father.
We do know what an orphan is, Mr. Mannering.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
I'm sure Mr. Mannering has no intention of casting any slur on the intelligence of the tribunal. It's just that when one talks as much as Mr. Mannering does, by the law of averages, a certain amount of what he says is bound to be rather unnecessary.
Well, before we come to any decision about your case, Mr. Walker, we'll have to see your books.
Eh?
Your account books. Have you brought them with you?
Well, no, you see, I didn't think you'd want to see them.
Until you produce your books, Mr. Walker, we cannot proceed with your case. Is this the last appeal today, Mr. Reese?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Then I'll be off. I'm late enough as it is. This meeting is adjourned. Good day.
Well, I think we did very well, Walker. I think they were most impressed with our case.
Do you, sir?
Which, of course, they'd be the last people in the world to allow their feelings to show.
I got the impression they thought we was a couple of right Charlies.
Oh, no. No, I'm a pretty old hand at this game. Let me assure you, you're quite wrong. All we have to do is bring your books along next week and everything will be perfectly all right.
Well, you see, I can't do that, Mr. Mannering.
Why not?
I don't keep any.
Do you mean to say that you run a business and you don't keep books? I've never heard anything quite like that.
Yeah. Couldn't we cook up a set of books between us, Mr. Mannering? I mean, after all, you're a bank manager. You should know how.
How dare you suggest such a thing, Walker? In all my years of banking, I have never heard anything so outrageous. I wash my hands of the whole affair. Good day.
Here, Mr. Mannering, don't go. Here, what's that? What's that say?
Hello, Joe.
Hello, Jonesy.
Did they let you off in?
No. They want to see my books, and as I don't keep any books, that was the end of that.
Oh, dear. You know, I think there's only one way to get you out of this, Joe.
What's that?
We shall have to make sure you don't pass your medical.
How can you do that?
Well, there's a little wrinkle we used to employ. Fraser!
Right.
Bring that ladder over, will you?
Well, sir.
Right. Now, Joe, take your shoes and socks off.
What for?
You ain't got flat feet, have you?
Of course I haven't.
Well, you soon will have.
Here's the ladder, Joe.
Right, thanks, Fraser. Now, Joe, all you've got to do, you keep jumping off this ladder and remember to land flat-footed.
I'm not doing that. Hurt me.
Well, only at first. You'll soon get used to it.
There's nothing to it, laddie.
Well, look, you start from the bottom step and you work up.
And remember to land flat-footed.
Right, now off you go, walk up.
Well, all right. I just hope you know what you're doing. I'll start counting as he jumps.
Right, very good, Mr. Godfrey. Ready, Joe? Jump!
Oh, one.
Up you go again. Con right. Jump.
Oh, two.
Right, again.
Oh, three. Oh, four.
5.
496.
Go on, up to the third step. Ready? Jump.
No! 497. That's a lot. That is a lot. I am not doing any more.
Man, you've no stamina.
No. I'll never be able to get my boots on. My feet are all swollen. You've ruined me for life.
Don't you worry, lad. Your feet will be as bright as rain in a couple of days. Just as long as they stay like that for your medical tomorrow.
Aye, that's all you got to worry about, son.
Now, let me see. What time you got to be at the medical board, walk up?
9:30.
Right, you leave your place at 9 o'clock sharp, run right round the town at the double, and by the time you get in front of that medical board, you'll be fit for nothing. After what we've done, I take one look at him and fail him on the spot. He's a physical wreck, he is. They'll never let him into the army. Never.
At the double! Double! Lift back! Come on, Walker! Keep in line there! One!
You are now officially in His Majesty's army. You will all take the King's shilling.
You sure he can spare it?
Now talking in the ranks there. Now, at the command double march, you will proceed smartly across the parade ground to the barbers. Squad double march!
Lift right.
There you are, son.
Bit short, isn't it?
Well, you know what they say. Here today, gone tomorrow. Right, that'll cost you 1 shilling.
I've only just been given that.
Then you're not out of pocket, are you?
Lift right, 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 lift right.
Battle dress trousers 2, flannel shirts 2, woolen socks 2, boots 2, size 11.
I take size 10.
Don't worry about that, son. A few weeks square bashing, your feet will soon spread. Right, get along there.
Lift right, lift right, lift right, lift right.
Come and get it, lads.
Here.
Come and get it.
Is this where the grub is?
What do you want then, mate? What you got? Good choice today. Spam and mash, Wharton pie and mash, vegetable pie and mash.
Vegetable pie? What's in that?
Spudgeful. Then, of course, there's a chef's special, corned beef fritters.
You know, it's a funny thing. I have never had corned beef before.
Never had corned beef? Hey, Sarge, there's a bloke here who says he's never had corned beef before.
Never had corned beef, Private Walker?
No, Sergeant.
Oh, it's your lucky day then, isn't it? I'll tell you, for corned beef like this, people in Civvy Street will pay good money.
Really? Tell me, Sergeant, where are your stores?
Well, do you want corned beef or don't you?
All right, I'll give it a try.
Right, 2 corned beef fritters coming up.
That's the idea, son. You get stuck into them, build you up they will, make you big and strong. Right, lights out. Sleep well, lads. Another lovely day tomorrow. Reveille 6 o'clock sharp, then 30 minutes PT. Gives you an appetite for breakfast. Are you trying to tell me something, Private Walker?
I don't feel very well.
Army food too rich for you, is it? You look terrible, lad. Your face is purple and you've got great white blotches on it. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Right, you better report to sick quarters. Right, you two, get this man on a stretcher and follow me. Lift right, lift right, lift right, lift right, lift right, lift right.
That seems strange, parading without Walker, doesn't it, Wilson?
Yes, it does, sir. Very strange. Here's your tea, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Python, you Godfrey, go easy with that sugar. There's not much left.
How will we get any more without Mr. Walker?
I do not know. We're certainly going to miss him, you know.
Yes, I still can't believe he's gone.
Okay, fellas, I am back. Right then, come on, lads. Line up. I've got chocolate biscuits, I've got hair grips, I've got nylons.
Walker, good heavens, what are you doing here?
I've got me ticket. I'm out.
Out? You've only just gone in. I don't understand. How?
Simple. I am allergic to corned beef. I just can't eat it. But I can definitely sell it. How about I can have a seat for you? I've got a low
In that episode of Dad's Army from the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier, Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Graham Stark, Private Walker, Michael Knowles, the Captain and Mr. Reese, Judith Furs, the Chairwoman, and Jack Watson as the Sergeant and the Brigadier. The Loneliness of the Long-Distance Walker was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dias. We present Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Sergeant Wilson's Little Secret, featuring James Beck, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Bill Pertwee and Pearl Hackney. Here is the latest news, and this is John Snagg reading it. Although it's only a few weeks since they answered their country's call, Britain's Home Guard is rapidly developing into a splendid force of seasoned troops. At Walmington-on-Sea, the local platoon is assembled in their headquarters, the Church Hall.
Good evening, men.
Blimey. That looks like my mum's aspidistra. No, it's not. It's a gooseberry bush with legs on. My mum says I was found under a gooseberry bush. Not the same one, I hope.
Now, I expect you're all wondering why I'm dressed up like this.
Well, you do look funny, Mr. Mannering.
Quiet. Now, seeing me like this, with these branches, twigs, leaves, and ferns about my person, what do you think is going to be the subject of my lecture?
Flower arrangement, sir?
No, Godfrey. Camouflage. I'll explain. Camouflage is the art of merging with your background. Working from head to toe, we start with a helmet. Now, over this is a net. And you will notice that I have grass tucked under the net. Just look at your own helmets and you will see. Godfrey?
Yes, Mr. Bannon?
Where's your net?
I'm afraid I've left it at home. You see, my sister's been using it as a shopping bag. It's awfully good for carrying potatoes.
This is disgraceful. Pike, where's your net?
I didn't know you had to stick grass and things in it, Mr. Mannering. I thought it was just what the helmet came wrapped in. I've been using it for fishing.
Stupid boy. Now listen, this is serious. The next time you, Pike, and you, Godfrey, come on parade, you will both have nets, even if you have to crochet them yourselves. Is that clear?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mannering.
Now, as you can see, I've kept the grass on my helmet fairly short. This is so that it will blend in with most backgrounds. If I had tall tufts of grass sticking out of my helmet, it would look a bit odd.
Especially if you were trying to hide on a bowling green.
All right, quiet, Walker. You'll observe that the rest of me is covered in foliage. Except my boots, which I have encased in a mixture of mud and wattle.
I was going to ask you about that. I thought perhaps you'd trodden in something.
Now, are there any questions?
Yes, sir. What do we do in winter when you can't get any foliage?
That's a very good question, Godfrey. Anyone got any ideas?
Yes, sir. What about converting yourself in holly leaves, sir?
Yes, that's an excellent idea, Jones. You just cover yourself with holly leaves instead of foliage.
But supposing you were covered in holly leaves and you want to be excused, what do you do then?
You just have to use your own initiative, Godfrey. Now the face. Because we can't put foliage on our faces. So we have to blacken them up, and for that we use corks.
Yes, of course, you've got a black face to start with.
Yeah. Be quiet, Joan.
Well, them whirling dervishes, they didn't use corks, because they was black already, you see.
Yes, I take your point.
Well, most of them was. Some of them was
all right, yes, I don't. Now, champagne corks are the best. You cook them under a grill until they're burnt right through, and then...
Serve them up on toast. Very tasty. Very sweet.
All right, quiet, Walker.
You grind them to a powder, mix with grease, and keep in an old tin. This mixture is then applied to the face. Now, I hope you've taken all this in, because I want you to parade back here in 1 hour's time, and I want everyone to camouflage themselves. Is that clear? Good. Right, platoon, dismiss. Oh, yes. Excellent turnout, men. Don't you think so, Wilson?
Oh, yes, I do, sir. Absolutely first class, sir.
Yes. Who is this? Hiding under this pile of old straw?
I'm afraid I haven't the faintest idea, sir. You can't see his face.
Forge, sir. It's me, Walker. I'm a small haystack.
Good heavens, Walker. I think that's very good camouflage, don't you, Wilson?
Oh, yes, I do, sir. Awfully good, yes, sir.
Pike. What on earth's the matter with you?
I can't stand it, sir. It's my hay fever.
Well, don't stand next to him, then. Move to the end of the line.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Oh. Now then, Godfrey. What's this supposed to be?
Well, I tried several things on, sir, but none of them really seemed to suit me. So I thought I'd settle for this. I'm a beehive, sir.
What's that you've got round your face?
It's my beekeeping mask, sir.
But it's full of holes.
That's all right, sir. My bees are quite friendly.
Yes. It was very good, but why this flowered sash round your stomach? Don't you think it tends to kill the effect somewhat?
Well, I got the idea from a film I saw at the Odeon last week. It was called Her Jungle Love. It had Dorothy Lamour and Victor Mature in it. It was awfully good.
What's that got to do with camouflage?
I don't really know, sir. I just thought it looked rather open air.
I see.
Right, who's in charge here?
I am, Captain Mannering.
Oh, it's you again. Well, in case you've forgotten, I'm Warden Hodges, and I'm in charge of this area, and the blackguard's not properly on that window. The light's shining right through.
Oh, Pike, put the blackout straight on that window behind you.
Right, Mr. Mannering.
Now, if I've any more trouble from this place, I personally will remove all the light bulbs.
I'm sure we all have our jobs to do, Warden, but aren't you going a bit far?
No, I'm not. Enemy aircraft could have spotted that light from miles away.
Yes, well, it's fixed now, so if you'll excuse me, I'm in the middle of a camouflage exercise.
Blimey, is that what it is? Looks more like the Harvest Festival.
Will you please get off my premises?
All right, I'm going. But I've warned you.
Oh, what a rude man.
Yes, isn't he, Wilson? Never mind. Let's carry on. Where were we?
We'd got as far as Corporal Jones, sir.
Ah, yes, Jones. Why aren't you wearing camouflage?
I am, sir. I'm camouflaged as a butcher.
You are a butcher.
I know that, and you know that, but Jerry doesn't.
I don't think I quite follow this.
Well, so you see, I was standing outside my shop, in a nonchalant pose, you see, sir.
Yeah.
And a Jerry soldier comes along, and he will treat me with ignore, because he doesn't know that I'm in the Home Guard and with deadly intentions. He'd just think I'm a normal pork butcher, you see, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when he's not looking, I go, whoop!
Go on.
I go, whoop! Right up in with the old cold steel. That's the one thing they don't like. They don't like it, They don't like it up.
All right. Thank you. Well aware of that fact. Now, what's the meaning of this, Pike? What's your excuse? Don't tell me you're camouflaged as a bank clerk.
Oh, no, sir, of course not. I've got a note for you, Mr. Mannering. It's from my mum.
What's this? I don't want young Frank covered in a lot of damp leaves. It will only set off his chest again. Right, this is the finish. Wilson, come into my office at once.
All right, sir.
I've never heard anything like this in all my life, Wilson. The way Mrs. Pike mollycoddles her son is absurd. Always sending notes and coming down here and interfering with the running of the platoon. I tell you, Wilson, it's got to stop.
Yes, sir.
I mean, supposing all the other men arrived with notes from their mothers. Look a bit odd, wouldn't it?
It certainly would, sir. At their ages.
The fact is, Wilson, somebody has got to talk to Mrs. Pike. And as you seem to be quite friendly with her, I think it ought to be you. You are quite friendly with her, aren't you?
Well, yes, I take her out to the cinema now and then.
I see.
And I quite often go round and have a meal with her. That sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
Well, whatever she happens to be cooking at the time, sir.
Oh.
Well, you see, she has my ration book, and that makes things a lot easier.
Yes, I'm sure it does. The point is, you've got to tell her, Wilson.
Well, yes. I might be seeing her for tea tomorrow. I'll tell her then.
See that you do.
Oh, dear.
What is it, Mum?
Oh, it's this letter from the WVS. They want to know if we can take in an evacuee.
Oh, really?
Oh, I suppose we ought to do all we can to help. I think we could manage one all right. You can have that little room at the back.
Yeah.
I'll write and let them know tonight.
Isn't Uncle Arthur supposed to be coming to tea today, Mum?
Yeah. I expect he'll be here in a minute. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, no, Mum, I quite like Uncle Arthur.
No. I mean, you don't mind us having a little evacuee to stay with us?
Oh, no, I don't mind.
Oh, it will be nice having a little child about the house again.
I wonder if it'll be a boy or a girl.
Oh, well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
Yes.
You know, Frank, it's going to be rather nice being a mother again after all these years. Oh, by the way, don't say anything to Uncle Arthur about this just at the moment.
No.
Let me tell him in my own time.
OK, Mum.
Oh, that'll be him now. Go and let him in while I get his tea. And don't forget, not a word.
Right, Mum. Come in, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, thank you, Frank.
Mum won't be a minute. She's just getting your tea.
Oh, I see. Oh, good, I'm hungry.
Uncle Arthur.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Frank, yes.
I know something you don't know.
Really, do you?
There's going to be someone else living with us soon.
Oh, yeah. Anyone I know?
I'm not supposed to tell. But it's a little stranger.
A little... What? Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, it's the first I've heard of it.
Well, Mum's only just found out herself. She says she's quite looking forward to being a mother again.
Oh, is she?
Yeah. Doesn't know whether it'll be a boy or a girl, though.
Well, no, she wouldn't, I suppose.
Oh, there you are, Arthur. Here's your tea. You're a bit late today. Ooh, and you do look pale. Are you all right?
What? Oh, yes.
Ooh, he does look pale, doesn't he, Frank?
Well, you know what they say, Mum. Pale and passionate.
Now, that will do, Frank. Aren't you going to eat anything, Arthur?
What?
I said, don't you want anything to eat?
Well, no. Not just now, thank you.
Well, you must eat something. I know. I managed to get some of those nursery biscuits today. I'll fetch them.
No, please don't bother, Mavis. I'm quite all right.
But you like nursery biscuits, Arthur. They're your favourite. They've got icing on the top with little children on them.
Yeah, all right. I know perfectly well what they look like, Mavis, and I don't want any.
Well, there's no need to snap like that, Arthur, especially after me using all my points to get them.
I'm so sorry, Mavis. I'm just not hungry.
Well, if I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted my points on them. I've got to be very careful with everything on points, you know.
Seems about the only thing you can have these days that's not on points is a baby.
Now, Frank, don't be coarse. I'm sure I don't know where you get it from, unless it's from those rough men in the Home Guard. I think I shall have to speak to Mr. Mannering about it.
Oh, Mavis, please.
I'd better get into my uniform, Mum. Soon be time for parade.
I don't know what's the matter with you tonight, Arthur. It's not like you to look so miserable all the time.
Now, look, Mavis, Frank let slip something just now.
Oh, you mean about the addition to the family?
That's right, yes.
He can't keep anything to himself, that boy. Anyway, why should you worry about it?
Well, of course I worry. I just can't understand why you're taking it so calmly, Mavis.
Well, what do you expect me to do? I mean, it isn't as though I'm the only woman in this predicament.
Yeah, I know, but you see, I feel responsible, Mavis.
Well, I don't see why you should. After all, I'm the one who's decided to have the child.
Yeah, but why?
Why? Because there's a war on, and we must all do our bit.
What's the war got to do with it?
Well, I wouldn't be having the child if there wasn't a war on, would I?
No, Mavis,
You ready, Uncle Arthur? We'll be late for parade.
Yes, all right, Frank, all right. I'm coming.
Now, as you'll have read on the notice board, we're starting a competition each month for the best suggestions for improvised weapons or means of defence. Prize will be awarded for the best idea, which will be paid for out of platoon funds, and supplied by Lance Corporal Jones. What have you got for us, Mr. Jones?
Half a pound of liver and a quarter pound of chitterlings.
You hear that, men? Half a pound of liver, quarter pound of chitterlings. What are chitterlings?
A secret part of a pig, sir.
Really? A worthy prize indeed. Now, we have 3 entries. Sergeant Wilson, Lance Corporal Jones, and Private Walker. Sergeant Wilson will demonstrate his idea first. Sergeant Wilson? Wilson?
What?
We're waiting for you to demonstrate your grenade-firing crossbow.
My what, sir?
Your grenade-firing crossbow.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. I'm afraid I've left it at home.
Look here.
Sir?
What on earth's the matter with you? You've been in a daydream all the evening. You're not ill, are you?
What? No, sir, no.
Well, pull yourself together.
Right.
I'll speak to you after the parade. In the absence of Sergeant Wilson's crossbow, our next entry is Lance Corporal Jones, who will demonstrate an anti-tank device. Now, carry on, Jones.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, I'd like you to imagine, if you will, that the floor of the hall here is the roadway, right?
Yes.
Now then, I place a row of dinner plates upside down in a line right across the road, like so.
You did say this was an anti-tank trap, Jones?
Yes, that's right, sir. That's right, sir.
With dinner plates?
Yes, there's with dinner plates. Of course, you could use side plates, or you could use saucers if you want to. Mind you, saucers are a bit small. They might not see them, and you can't rely on Germans having good eyesight. Just because they're Germans, that doesn't mean they've got a good eyesight.
No, all of it. Look, get on with it.
Yes, sir, right. So now the enemy tank comes unsuspecting down the road. Suddenly, to his amazement, he sees a row of plates lying in his path. He doesn't know what they are, you see, so he stops his tank, opens the turret, and gets out to have a look. You've followed the drift of what I'm saying?
Yes, I think so.
Anyway, the Nazi tank driver, he goes over to look at the plates, and he says to himself,
Mein Gott in Himmel, he ejaculates. Hello. Oh, hock, hock. What are these dinner plates doing in the middle of the road? Of course, he talks in the German vernacular, you know, so... Of course, he talked in the English vernacular, he wouldn't know what he was saying himself.
Go on, will you?
Yeah, right, so, well, in the meantime, we have secreted ourselves behind some cover, you see, and as he bends down to look at the plates, we let him have it. Peng! Right in the dinner service. How's that, sir?
It's a very interesting suggestion.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Our next entry is Private Walker, who will demonstrate the... what is it?
Well, sir, I can claim without fear of contradiction that here I have the greatest invention since chain mail. Now, look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Just a minute. You're not in the marketplace, you know. Get on with the demonstration.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's a sort of force of habit.
All right, well, get on with it.
I would like to demonstrate my all-purpose shoulder protector. Now, you will observe that it is made from half of an old rubber tyre, which fits over the shoulders thus, and protecting them from shrapnel or a blow from a weapon. You're right, Godfrey. Here, listen. Hit me on the shoulder with your bayonet.
Do you think I ought? I might hurt you.
Yeah, no, you won't. Now, go on, hit me. Hit me as hard as you can.
Oh, very well. There.
There you are. I didn't feel a thing.
That's an excellent idea, Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mannering.
Now, who's the winner? You've had two very good suggestions. It's a hard decision to make, but I do feel that Walker's suggestion has a more practical application than your dinner plates, Jones. So in that case, I declare Walker the winner.
Oh, thank you very much.
There's no doubt about it, Wilson. Walker's idea is absolutely first class, don't you agree?
What? Oh, yes. First class, sir, yes.
I think we ought to equip the whole platoon. I see there's 17 of us. That means we shall require 9 old tyres.
There's just one snag about this idea, Mr. Mannering.
What's that?
Well, it's very difficult to get old tyres. Rubber's like gold in wartime.
But why did you suggest it in the first place?
Yeah, hold on a minute. I said they were difficult to get. I didn't say they was impossible.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it so happens that I've got a few old tyres in stock. And I can let you have 9 at 10 shillings each. How's that?
It's outrageous. Besides, we only need 8.5 tyres.
All right. I tell you what. I'll do you 9 for £4.
Out of the question.
Excuse me.
Yes, Cochran.
My friend has some old tyres.
He ruddy well would have, wouldn't he?
You can have them for nothing.
I'll tell you what. I'll cut them up for £0.50 a time.
Be quiet, Walker. Corporal Jones?
Sir?
Dismiss the man.
Sir?
And Wilson?
Sir?
I want to see you in the office right away.
Right, sir. Yes, sir.
Come in, Wilson. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's the matter?
The matter, sir?
Yes. You've been in a daydream all night. Several times I've spoken to you and you haven't been listening. And on top of that, you go and leave your grenade-firing crossbow behind.
Well, you see, sir, it's a bit difficult.
You better sit down.
Oh. Thank you, sir.
Now, what is it? You're in some sort of trouble.
Well, no, see, it's not me that's in trouble, sir. It's Mrs. Pike.
What do you mean?
Well, she's
Now, look, Wilson. I'm not only your commanding officer, I'm also your friend.
Oh, good. Thank you.
And you need have no hesitation in confiding in me. Now, what is all this about Mrs. Pike?
She's going to have a baby.
Oh, splendid. I expect her husband will be delighted. Especially in what... Just a minute. She's a widow, isn't she?
Yes.
Then how can she have a baby? Oh, I see. I thought you said you only went round there for meals.
I told you she had my ration card, sir.
Yes, now she's got something else, hasn't she? Really, I can't believe my ears. You know, I've come to the conclusion, Wilson, that I don't know you very well at all. You're a cad, that's what you are. How long have you known her?
Well, quite a number of years, sir.
Why on earth haven't you asked her to marry you?
Well, I don't know. I never really got round to it.
Well, you better get around to it, hadn't you, at once? Can't go about behaving like Errol Flynn, you know. What do you think the directors of the bank would say if they knew?
I'd really no idea, sir.
Well, I have. And there's only one thing for it. You must do the honourable, decent thing and ask her to marry you.
Yes. I think you're right, sir. I'll have a word with her in the next few days.
You'll have a word with her tonight. You don't seem to realise there's no time to lose.
Yes, but it's Tuesday, sir.
What on earth's that got to do with it?
Well, she'll be in bed and asleep. You see, she always goes to bed early on Tuesday. You see, she gets terribly tired on Monday.
Why on Monday?
Well, you know how it is. Shopping.
Well, you'll just have to wake her up, won't you? When I see you at the bank at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I shall expect to hear that it's all settled.
Very well, sir. I'll go round there now.
Down there.
It's me. Mavis. I must speak to you at once.
Arthur, what on earth do you want at this time of the night?
Well, it's only 10 o'clock. I must see you at once.
Really? What will the neighbours think? All right. Hold on. I'll come down.
Just a minute. What's going on here? Right, gotcha. Let's see your identity card.
What? Oh, it's you, Warden. Oh, dear. You took me by surprise.
Yes, I bet I did. Hold on. You're the sergeant from the Home Guard, aren't you?
Yes, that's right, yes.
What are you doing here, then? Guarding this home?
Well, no,
I saw you creeping around in the doorway, so I thought I'd better check up.
Oh, I see.
You're going to do a bit of breaking and entering, were you?
No, of course not, no.
What are you up to, then? Some sort of night exercise, is it?
Yes, that's it, yes.
That's funny. I haven't seen any more of your blokes about.
Well, I'm sort of on my own, you see. It's an initiative test.
Arthur, darling, are you still there?
If your name's Arthur, I reckon you've passed.
What do you mean?
Well, unless you're deaf, there's someone trying to talk to you through that letterbox.
Oh, really?
Arthur!
Yes?
Oh, I thought you'd gone. Good job you arrived when you did. I've only just got undressed.
You ought to be all right there, Arthur.
Why are you laughing, Arthur?
I'm not laughing. Mavis, why on earth don't you open the door?
I can't. I've taken the blackout down. Besides, I've got my mother staying with me. What would she think?
Oh, Mavis, please.
If you'd come another 5 minutes later, I should have been in bed.
Well, I'll leave you to it, Arthur. Night exercises, eh?
Why do you keep laughing, Arthur?
Oh, Mavis, please, do open the door. I want to talk to you.
Well, you can talk through the letterbox.
Oh, really, this is absurd.
What is it you want to say?
Will you marry me?
Arthur, darling. Oh, I think you'd better come in.
I've only got 5 minutes.
Put that light out!
Turn, stand at ease. I dismiss you a little early tonight, men. As you know, Sergeant Wilson and Mrs. Pike are getting married on Saturday. And I'm sure we're all very pleased about that.
Uncle Arthur?
Yes?
Will I have to call you Daddy after Saturday?
Frank, really, there's no need to go into that now.
Now, we are going to provide guard of honour. And I want to have a little rehearsal. So we'll assume that the door at the back of the hall is the entrance to the church. Now, when the happy couple appear, I want you to draw your bayonets and form an arch. All right, Wilson, take your place by the door.
Really, sir? Is this necessary?
Of course it's necessary. Want to get it right, don't we? Go and take your place by the door.
Right, sir, right.
Now, wait a minute. We need somebody to stand in for Mrs. Pike. Now, who's about her height?
Permission to speak, sir.
Yes, Jones.
I'd like to volunteer to be about her height, sir.
Good man.
Really, sir, surely I don't have to walk down the aisle with Jones, do I?
Well, it's only pretending, Mr. Wilson.
Really, Jones.
Oh, don't be such a spoilsport, Wilson. Go and stand by the door. And Jones, you go and stand on Sergeant Wilson's left.
Sir?
Right. Are you ready? The organ will be playing, of course, but we'll have to imagine that.
Oh, Captain Mannering, Mendelssohn happens to be my favourite composer. If I might be allowed to do the honours?
Yes, certainly, Godfrey. Off you go.
Da ra da ra 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 ra.
Right. Now, move forward, Wilson. Good. Take his arm, Jones. Oh, come along, Wilson. Let Jones take your arm. Come on now. That's better.
Please, heaven's sake.
Right, guard of honour. Present. Bayonet. For goodness sake, smile, Wilson. You're not going to a funeral. It's your wedding day. Godfrey, I think you can stop playing the organ now. Right, now come slowly towards me.
Right.
Right. Imagine I'm the photographer, right?
Excuse me.
Now, who's going to give Jones away? It'll have to be you, Fraser.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Mannering.
Well, it's quite all right, Mrs. Pike. We were just rehearsing for the big day.
Oh.
I expect you've got a lot of last-minute things to discuss with the groom.
Well, if I could just have a word with Arthur.
Of course.
Arthur,
Mm-hmm.
our little newcomer has arrived.
What? Good heavens.
It's a dear little boy.
But that's impossible. When?
About half an hour ago.
Shouldn't you be lying down or something?
What on earth for? I just had to come and tell you. You'll never guess. His name's Arthur, too. Come along, dear.
Hello. Who let this revolting child in here?
Are you my Uncle Arthur?
Heaven forbid.
Uncle Arthur?
Oh, no, not me, little boy. This gentleman's your Uncle Arthur. I'm sure he's very relieved to see you. Isn't that so, Wilson?
Oh, yes, I'm very relieved indeed. Hello, little boy. You're yes, rather older than I expected.
Yeah.
How do you do?
I'm all right, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you're my Uncle Arthur.
Are you really? Well, that's awfully nice.
Yeah, cause I don't fancy old Baldy over there.
In that episode of Dad's Army from the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, James Beck, Private Walker, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, ARP Warden, and Pearl Hackney as Mrs. Pike. Sergeant Wilson's Little Secret was adapted for radio by Michael Knowles and Harold Snowd and produced by John Dias. Present Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. The Honourable Man, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Bill Pertwee, Julian Orchard, Larry Martin, and Fraser Carr. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. It is late July 1941. And following Hitler's attack on the Soviet Union in June, Britain and Russia have signed a mutual aid pact against a common foe. Cooperation between the two countries is of the utmost importance. At the town hall in Warmington-on-Sea, the town clerk is addressing an important meeting.
Now, gentlemen, as you know, we are gathered here as a General Purposes Committee to discuss the arrangements for the visit of this Russian fellow to Warmington-on-Sea. Before we start the official business, I think it would be a good idea if I check that everyone who's meant to be present is in fact here.
Call the roll, you mean?
Yes, that's right, Captain Mannering. If you could just answer your names, I think that would be the quickest way.
Yes, I quite agree. Good idea.
So glad you approve. Right. Captain Mannering?
Yes?
Are you here?
Well, of course I'm here. You've just been talking to me.
Yes, of course.
Oh, get on with it. We shall be here all night at this rate.
Yes, well, I think we can also regard Mr. Hodges as being present, too. Mr. Fraser?
Hi, I'm here.
Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson?
I'm sorry, he doesn't seem to have turned up yet. Most unlike any of my men to be late.
I see. Well, we'll move on. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones?
He's another of my men. I'm sure there must be a very good reason for his absence.
Yes, I'm sure, yes. Now, what about Mr. Walker? Is he present?
Yeah, I'm here. And for once, Mr. Mannering, I bet you're all glad to see me.
Well, there are one or two absentees, but I think we'd better make a start.
Hey, what about me? I'm here.
Sit down, Pike. You are here merely as a runner.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Look, how can I run if I'm sitting down?
Be quiet. Quiet, boy. Carry on, Mr. Upton.
Oh, thank you, Captain Mannering. Now, as town clerk, it has fallen to my lot to find a suitable man to coordinate and mastermind our arrangements. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one man who's outstandingly suitable for this task, and I'm going to move over and ask him, with your approval, I'm sure, to take the chair. Captain George Mannering.
Hey, just a minute. Why do we have to have him as chairman? Russians don't want officers and bank managers and all that snobbish rubbish.
Well, from the inquiries that I've made round the town, it seemed to me that Captain Mannering was the best choice.
Well, I don't agree. I think we ought to have an ordinary bloke. A greengrocer or somebody like that.
Do we know a greengrocer?
Yes, me.
If there's any dissent, I'll gladly stand down.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll second that.
I'll tell you what. Now, Captain Mannering, the simplest thing is for you to vacate the chair, then I'll take the chair and we'll take a vote.
Yes, very well.
Stand by for a quick game of musical chairs.
Now then, all in favour of Captain Mannering taking the chair, raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that seems to settle that. It's hardly worth counting those against.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, very well. Against? 1. Carried by 4 to 1. Captain Mannering will take the chair, which I shall now vacate.
Oh, dear. Is it all over?
No, of course it isn't. Town clerk and I are just changing our positions.
Oh, really? You've got cramp or something?
Don't be absurd. Why are you late?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I thought you said the meeting was at 12:30.
I said 15:15. You don't listen.
There's a seat here, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Walker, thank you.
Yeah, we just had the best bit. Odgie's trying to give Mannering the elbow.
Ah. Sorry I missed that.
Mr. Town Clerk, ladies and gentlemen.
There aren't any ladies here. Haven't you noticed?
Order, please.
Oh, Tara, I'll have a large scotch.
We're assembled here to honour the Russian worker, Vladislav... The point is, he's a hero of the Soviet Union. Now, on his goodwill trip, he's going to visit, amongst other places, Warmington-on-Sea. And naturally, we should provide some form of official welcome. The thing is...
Evening, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late, but it's been one of those days.
Yes, all right, John.
See, I had a bunch of sausage skins what was very diaphanous, sir. It was all right when I filled them, but when the ladies cooked them, the heat caused them to splurge, you see, sir. And the ladies, they don't like that sort of thing, you know. Splurging is obnoxious to them.
Yes, I'm sure. Most distressing, yes. Now, as I was about to say, what form should our welcome to this Russian take?
Come, Mannering. I've been given the matter most careful thought, and I'm prepared to offer him a voucher worth £10 towards the cost of a funeral.
Blimey, he won't be able to take advantage of that unless he pegs out while he's over here.
That's a risk I have to take.
Why don't we give him the freedom of Warmington?
Yeah, that's right.
Why not?
And we could let him go into the cinema for nothing.
Blimey, Pike, he's only going to be here for a couple of hours.
Well, they could put on Mickey Mouse and a Donald Duck.
Pike.
Sir?
You kindly remember you're not on this committee. You're a messenger boy.
Only trying to be helpful.
If you say another word, I shall send you back to the church hall and make you wait in my office on your own, with the door shut.
It's not fair. Why can't I make suggestions? Just because I'm the youngest, I always have to keep quiet. It's not fair.
Will you be quiet? Sorry about that, gentlemen. Now, to get back to the matter under discussion. I think Wilson made a very good suggestion. The question is, what form should the freedom take?
Well, how about a parchment scroll? They're very nice, they are.
Well, of course, parchment isn't easy to come by nowadays, but I reckon I can lay my hands on some.
Well, what about a key?
Ah, yes. We'll arrange some sort of ceremonial presentation, and then I, as chairman of the committee, will hand it over to him.
Oh, got yourself in there quick enough, didn't you, Napoleon?
Excuse me, Captain Mannering. Music!
I don't hear anything.
That's what we need, man. Music. Town band playing and the church choir singing the red flag.
Oh, you should have heard what that choir was singing behind the scout out last night, Mannering. Would have made your hair stand on end. If you had any.
Mr. Mannering, sir, why don't we have the town band playing Russian-type music, and I will dress up as a Cossack and do me cobblers.
I beg your pardon?
Cobblers, sir, there's a highly difficult kicking and crouching steps what the Cossacks do, sir. They do a lot of kicking and crouching and cobbling Cossacks do, sir. They go, hop, hey, oh, wee, hop, hey. So I'll have to practice, of course.
Yes. Thank you very much, Joe. We'll consider your suggestion. Now, the Home Guard will parade, of course.
Captain Mannering, I assume Sergeant Wilson will be giving a demonstration of acrobatic motorcycle riding, eh?
What about it, Mr. Wilson, eh?
Motorcycle riding?
Perhaps I should explain. This is a joke at the expense of my sergeant. We have a motorcycle in the platoon, but so far he hasn't been persuaded to mount it.
Well, they're such awfully noisy things, aren't they?
Anyway, that's another matter. The thing is that one way or another, the arrangements for this visit seem to be taking shape. I shall now go ahead and coordinate these various suggestions, and I feel sure that, as usual, Warmington-on-Sea will rise to the occasion.
And bore the pants off everybody.
And Pike, I warned you. Go back to the church hall and wait for me in my office.
All right.
With the door shut.
All right, I'm going.
Right, gentlemen, I think that concludes our meeting.
And don't think I shan't tell my mum about you.
Pike.
Yes, Mr. Mannering?
Ask Mr. Wilson to come and see me, please.
Oh, he's not back from lunch yet, Mr. Mannering.
Not back from lunch? 2:20. Oh. Tell him I want to see him the second he gets in.
All right, Mr. Mannering. Oh, by the way, Mr. Mannering, here's the 12 o'clock post. It came at 2:05. Hey, and look at this one. Someone's playing a joke on Uncle Arthur. To the Honourable Arthur Wilson.
Let me see that envelope. To the Honourable Arthur Wilson, private.
Does that mean he isn't a sergeant anymore?
Stupid boy. Come in.
Excuse me, sir, did I leave my bungee on your desk?
You leave your what?
My bungee. My rubbing out thing.
Oh, never mind about that. I want you, Wilson. Shut the door.
Right. Well, sir, what can I do for you?
This letter, Wilson. I shall be obliged if you should ask your friends to keep their practical jokes out of my bank. Look at this on the envelope.
Oh, Lord, that wretched solicitor. I told him not to use the title of my letters. Oh, blast.
What are you talking about?
Well, it seems to be all round the town now. I suppose you were bound to find out sooner or later.
Are you trying to tell me that this letter isn't a joke?
Anything but, I'm afraid.
And you really are the Honourable Arthur Wilson?
Yes. Silly, isn't it?
Oh, I think it's wonderful.
Leave the room, Pike.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Then close the door.
Oh, all right.
Now, Wilson, mind explaining yourself?
Well, it's just that this uncle of mine died, you see, sir, and he didn't have any children, so my side of the family all moved up one, so to speak, you see. So now I'm the Honourable.
I see.
Well, there's no reason why it should make any difference to me.
You can bet your bottom dollar it won't make any difference to you. And you needn't think you could start rolling in 20 minutes late after lunch, either. Where have you been?
Well, I popped up and had a bite to eat at the golf club.
Who took you to the golf club?
I'm a member.
You remember? Since when?
Well, you see, they heard about this title thing, and they asked me if I'd like to join.
I've been trying to get into the golf club for years.
But I believe they're awfully particular.
You don't even play.
No, I know I don't, but I shall enjoy the food, you see. They managed to find some smoked salmon for me at lunchtime.
Oh, smoked salmon? At the golf club?
Yes.
All I had was a snook fish cake at the British restaurant. I find this quite unbelievable. You, the Honourable Arthur Wilson.
Yes, well, it does have a certain sort of a ring to it, don't you think?
Anyway, even if you do consider yourself part of the aristocracy, just remember that as far as this bank is concerned, I am still the manager and you are still the clerk.
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
And what's more, remember that I am still the officer and you are still the sergeant. So pull your socks up and get on with your work.
All right, sir, yes, sir, yes.
And don't be late for this evening's parade either.
No, sir, no.
Honourable Arthur Wilson. Yes, Pike, what is it?
Mr. Manring, the area manager's on the telephone. He's been hanging on for quite a while, but I didn't put him through because I knew you were talking to the Honourable Uncle Arthur.
Did you really? Put him through now.
Yes, Mr. Manring.
Hello? Manring here, sir. Sorry to have kept you waiting, sir. No, I was in conference with my chief clerk. Wilson, yeah. Actually, it's the Honourable Arthur Wilson. No, I always pick my staff with a great care, Rover. What can I do for you, sir? If it's about the...
Of course, when I was a regular soldier, we had a lot of officers who were honourable. Well, at least they were called honourable. Anyway, these honourables used to stand in a haughty manner, as if they had a nasty smell under their noses. I'll say this for them, they was very good at keeping stiff upper lips. We had one officer at the Battle of Omdurman, he had his head blown off, but his upper lip was still as stiff as castle.
Being an honourable hasn't changed Uncle Arthur a bit, you know. He still calls me Frank like he was an ordinary common person.
It won't change him. He was a fool before and he's a fool now.
I used to serve one or two honourables when I was in the Army and Navy stores. They were just ordinary people like any other customers. The only difference was you couldn't get the money from them.
All right, fall in, please. Fall in. Three ranks.
Come on, hurry up. Settle down.
For Mr. Speak, sir?
Yes, Jones.
Could you settle a small technical discussion, sir? Do we address Sergeant Wilson as the Honourable Sergeant Wilson or Sergeant the Honourable Wilson?
Oh, please. I don't want any fuss. I just want to be like an ordinary sergeant, sir.
I gave up any hope of your behaving like an ordinary sergeant long ago. Right, men. Now let's go over our part of the ceremony where I hand over the key.
Come, Manning. Why are you handing it over? I think the Honourable ought to do it.
I don't agree. Captain Manning always does this sort of thing with great dignity.
Yeah, that's right, he does.
Thank you, Walker.
Mind you, I think there's a lot to be said for a change.
Well, I look at it this way. Sergeant Wilson may have 3 stripes on his honourable arm, but you, Captain Manning, still have 3 pips on your common shoulders. There's still one up to you, even if you are common. You've got a better insignia, and that is how it should be, because that is the status quo.
Thank you, Jones. With regard to Saturday's ceremony, I've been doing some research into the way these Russian chaps show appreciation. Apparently they don't cheer like we do, but instead they applaud. So I think that's what we ought to do.
Yeah, but Mr. Manning, if we present arms and then clap hands, there will not be a lot of blue toes around the platoon.
I don't have to be told that, thank you, Walker. We shall have to find some other method.
Why don't we ground arms? Then we can clap away till the cars come home.
Precisely. Just what I was about to say.
Oh, of course, sir, of course.
Testing you, Wilson.
Yes, very clever of you. Very clever.
Mr. Speak, sir?
Yes, Jones.
Well, we haven't done any grounding of late, sir. Could we have a go now, sir, and then we could all get familiar?
Good idea, Jones. Squad, hand! Try and keep up, Jones. Ground, arms!
1, 2, 3.
Up. Applause for the Russian hero. Begin.
Oh, thank you very much, gentlemen. I didn't expect such a nice welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Upton. What can we do for you?
Well, it's about the Russian visit. Can I have a word with you, Captain Mannering?
Yes, of course. Carry on, Wilson.
Very good, Captain Mannering. Good evening, Mr. Upton.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Now, how can I help you?
Well, I hope you won't take this amiss, but we feel that since Mr. Wilson has come into a title, and we haven't any other title people in Walmington, well, the Honourable Arthur ought to present the key.
Oh, no. No. I couldn't possibly allow such a thing. Now, let's be quite clear about this. I'm presenting the key, and that is an end to the matter.
Well, of course, if you feel like that.
I do. I'll leave you to let yourself out through the side door. Good night.
Good night, Captain Mannering.
Wilson. You've engineered all this, haven't you, Wilson?
Oh, believe me, sir, I wish it had never happened.
Oh, yes, I can believe that.
No, really, sir, really. I mean, I didn't ask to belong to the golf club. I'm getting begging letters, and how Mrs. Pike wants me to buy a pipe, a tweed, hat, and a Labrador. Really, I mean, life isn't worth living anymore.
Don't give me all that soft soap. You're reveling in it.
Oh, really, sir, really.
Now, just remember what Jones said. I've got 3 of these pips, and all you have is 3 miserable stripes. On Saturday, I shall be presenting that key, and you know what you're going to be doing before the ceremony?
I really no idea.
You're going to ride that motorcycle, Sergeant Wilson, and I'm going to supervise your departure, personally.
Has the bike got enough petrol in it, Joe?
Yeah, I think so, Pikey. Anyway, I can't get my hands on any more until next week, so it'll have to be okay.
Is the bike ready, Walker?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Captain Mannering, if Uncle Sergeant the Honourable Wilson falls off, you know, and breaks his leg, well, can I have the bike for a bit, please?
Do be quiet, Pike.
Well,
why on earth is Wilson taking so long to get ready?
He's putting on his protective clothing, sir.
I did some flying goggles I brought back from France during the 1418 war, sir.
And he's borrowed my cold store boots.
And I've lent him my old overalls. I wear them when I'm embalming.
How very appropriate.
Here he comes now.
Blimey, it's Amy Johnson.
Morning, everybody.
Well, hurry up and get mounted, Wilson. You've got time for an hour's spin before the ceremony.
Wouldn't 10 minutes be enough?
Of course it wouldn't. Right. Carry on, Jones.
Yes, sir. Now, remember, Mr. Wilson, you squeeze the clutch with your left hand,
yes.
Then you kick upwards onto the gear with your right foot, and rev up with your right hand by doing a sort of thrum.
Right.
And then you let out the clutch with your left hand like you was unsqueezing a lemon.
There you are, Wilson. Couldn't be simpler. Unsqueezing a lemon.
Yeah, come on.
Get the bike started.
I'll give you a hand. Come on, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Jonesy. Thank you.
Right, Wilson. Off you go. We'll see you at the ceremony in about an hour.
Yes. I suppose so. Well, goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, come on, rev up, Mr. Wilson, rev up. From. Unsqueeze your lemon.
Captain Mannering, do you think I ought to follow him on a bicycle with my first aid kit?
No. No, it's high time Sergeant Wilson learned to fend for himself. Right, men. Full empty inspection. And then in half an hour we'll move off down to the clock tower for the official parade. Quite a number of people have turned up to watch the ceremony go.
Yes, I expect they all come to see you do your presentation bit, sir.
Yes, I suppose so.
I say, sir, the men all look very smart, don't they?
Yes, they do indeed. By Jove. Getting very near the big moment. It's almost 3 o'clock.
I see the mayor's already in position on the platform.
I must say Sergeant Wilson's running it a bit fine. I wonder where he's got to.
He should have been here by now.
Perhaps Sergeant Wilson has become disassociated from his motorbike in some obscure place of which we know not.
Yes, I suppose that's possible.
If you've killed my Uncle Arthur, my mum will never let you hear the end of it.
You be quiet, Pike. I'm sure he's perfectly all right.
Still, you must admit, sir, it's not like Mr. Wilson not to telephone or something.
Perhaps you can't find a phone box.
Yeah, you know, I used to have that trouble when I was first out in the Sudan.
I wouldn't have thought they had any phone boxes in the Sudan.
They haven't. That's why I couldn't find one.
I still can't understand why Sergeant Wilson hasn't telephoned. Lots of phone boxes in this country.
Well, maybe he didn't have any pennies on him.
I used to try and carry money about with me, especially for the telephone, but then just when I needed some pennies, I always found I'd already spent them.
Good afternoon, Captain Mannering. Are your men quite ready?
Yes, of course.
By the way, where is Mr. Wilson? He doesn't seem to be lined up with the rest of your unit.
No, he hasn't returned from his motorcycle training yet.
By the sound of it, I think something's happening.
Yes, rather looks like it.
Yes, here comes the Russian staff car.
Stand by, everybody! Not yet, not yet! Wait until the car door opens.
Number 1 for turn, round, off! 1, 2, 3. Clapping and cheering the Russian visitors, commence!
All right, I say, that'll be enough of that. Thank you.
Comrade Vladislavsky, on behalf of
Hello, everybody.
Mercy me.
I'm not late, am I?
What do you mean I'm not late, am I? Where on earth have you been? What are you doing in the official Russian car?
Shush, Mr. Mannering. Comrade Vladislavsky, if you'll follow me, I'll show you to your place.
Come over here, Wilson. Now, what's going on? Why are you so filthy?
Well, it's really quite simple, sir. I was burning along on a motor bicycle, quite enjoying it, as a matter of fact. When all of a sudden, out of a side turning came a large car, in fact, this car. Anyway, I had to swerve, quite violently to miss it.
Go on. I'm fascinated.
Well, as soon as Comrade Vladislavsky realized what had happened, he stopped his car, helped me up personally, and offered to take me to the nearest hospital. Luckily, however, I hadn't actually been hurt in the accident, so I declined his offer. See?
Look, Wilson, if you don't get to the point quickly, you may well need to take him up on it.
See? Well, anyway, in the course of our conversation, he found out I was on my way here for the ceremony, and since the motorcycle was rather badly broken, he insisted I came with him in his car, so there you are, you see. Here I am. Well, it's better late than never, isn't it?
In your case, no.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, pray silence for Captain Mannering.
That's you, sir.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. Thank you, Wilson. I'll talk to you later.
Captain Mannering, everybody's waiting.
Comrade honoured guest, your worship, the mayor, ladies and gentlemen, on this auspicious occasion, it gives me great pleasure, on behalf of the citizens of Warmington-on-Sea, to welcome you to our fair town. Comrade hero of the Soviet Union, you and I are united in our common struggle, although we live poles apart.
God blimey, Jonesy, trust Mannering to mention the Poles.
We greet you as a brother in arms, and we are very proud and honoured to present you with this key, which symbolises the freedom of Warmington-on-Sea.
Niet.
What does niet mean, Wilson?
From the look on his face, sir, and the way he's pushing that key away, I think it fairly obviously means no.
I represent the workers of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. You people sitting here are not workers. Your faces are soft and clean. Your hands are soft and clean. You are bourgeois middle class.
Damn cheek.
And you wish to honor me? Is it not better that you should honor one of your own workers? For example, that man over there.
Who, me?
Yes, you, comrade.
Hey, look, Mr. Godfrey. He's pointing at Uncle Arthur.
Are you quite sure? You don't think he means Captain Mannering?
Oh, of course not, you silly old duffer. He said worker.
Comrade, come over here. Let me shake you by the hand.
Oh, I say, really, it's awfully generous of you. I hope you'll forgive all this grease and dirt.
Sycophant.
Look, everybody. Here is a man in a uniform, not of an officer, not of an imperialist, but that of a slave worker.
Slave worker, my foot is my chief clerk.
He has the dirt of the worker on his hands. He has the sweat of the worker on his brow.
Uncle Arthur better have a good wash before he gets home, or Mum won't give him his tea.
I shall be honoured to present this key to your town of Wilmington, to my fellow worker. Here, comrade, it is yours.
Oh, I say, thank you so much. How awfully civil of you.
And now I must go. Do svidaniya.
Oh, shut up!
In that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, Chief Warden Hodges, Larry Martin, Private Walker, Julian Orchard, Mr. Upton, the Town Clerk, and Fraser Carr as the visiting Russian. The Honourable Man was adapted for radio by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dias.
So much at the gates, but on the roof of the town hall. Don't panic.
We present Arthur Lowe, John LeMessurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Time on My Hands, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Bill Pertwee, Frank Williams, Larry Martin, Eric Chitty, and Fraser Carr. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. The war still rages throughout Europe, and Britain continues to be a target for Hitler's aerial attacks. Thankfully, however, in England, even in these troubled times, there are certain long-established traditions that make life still worth living. For instance, morning coffee at the Marigold Tea Rooms at Warmington-on-Sea.
No, Wilson. I look forward to my morning coffee and biscuits. It's an oasis in this turmoil of strife. Sitting here in the Marigold Tea Rooms, in this typical English setting, one wouldn't know there was a war on.
Yes, I know what you mean, sir.
In fact, I feel so relaxed, I might even unbuckle my revolver, Wilson.
Well, I'm surprised that you bring that great big gun out with you at all. I mean, especially when we're not even in uniform.
Great big gun? Really, well, you talk like some Nancy boy. I have you know that this .38 revolver hasn't been out of my reach day or night since I was issued with it. I take it everywhere with me. Everywhere.
How terribly inconvenient. You must get awfully wet when you're taking a bath.
It's just the sort of flippant remark I'd expect from you. I'll tell you one thing. You'd laugh on the other side of your face if that shop bell tinkled and a Nazi paratrooper came in. What would you say then, I'll just run over to the bank and get my rifle.
Really, sir. Anyway, it's extremely unlikely that a Nazi paratrooper would come into the Marigold Tea Room. Oh, my God.
Miss Mannering, better get over there straight away. Here's your rifle, Uncle Arthur. Come on, come on.
Just a minute, just a minute. What are you talking about?
No, a German pilot bailed out and landed on the town hall roof.
Good heavens. Must get over there at once. Pike, go back to the bank.
Yes, sir.
Tell Miss Smithers that she is in charge for the time being, and then join me at the town hall.
Right, Miss Mannering. Right. Tell Miss Smithers she's in charge of the bank.
Hello, Pikey.
Hello, Mr. Jones. Can't stop.
No, neither can I, Pikey. Mr. Mannering, there's a Nazi dangling from the town hall clock. He's dangling, sir, he's dangling.
Yes, we know. We're going over there now. Come on, Wilson.
Right, sir. I'll go back to my shop and I'll get my rifle and bayonet, sir. If he stops dangling and comes down, I want to be ready for him, sir. They don't lock it up him. They don't lock it up him, sir.
All right, Jones, all right.
By the way, sir, as I was on my way here to frequent you with the news, I met Miss Rogers, the chief warden, who was going the other way.
That greengrocer? What did he want?
He said there's no need for us to bother. He was on his way over to the town hall to take charge of everything.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He's quite the wrong man in this sort of situation. Needs someone like me, who can make important decisions and has the ability to organize men. Now, let's see. Ah, yes. Wilson.
Yes, sir?
You pay for the coffee and biscuits and then catch me up.
All right, stand back there. This isn't a sideshow. Come on now, do as you're told. I'm the chief warden and I'm taking charge of the situation.
I would have thought it was a military matter. If you ask me, Mr. Mannering should deal with it.
Well, nobody is asking you, so be quiet. Will you stand back? There's nothing to see. It's only a German hanging from a parachute.
Hilfer!
Yeah, all right, mate, we know. Will you stand back there? If those parachute ropes break, he'll drop right on top of us, and it'll be a very nasty mess.
Oh, those ropes won't break. Them Germans make very good ropes, them Germans do.
Yeah, all right. Now, if you just stand back, Mr. whatever you...
Parsons, Henry Parsons. They make a lot of other things as well, them Germans. They make binoculars and cameras and telescopes, bicycles and air guns.
Yeah, very interesting. Now, if you just move over there and get up out of it...
And
now, come on.
sewing machines. Make very good sewing machines, them Germans.
Oh, shut up, you silly old fool! Make way there, make way.
Ah, here comes Mr. Mannering. Look, everybody, here come our brave lads. Give them a cheer.
Hey! Just a minute, Napoleon. Who do you think you're shoving? This is an ARP matter, and I'm in charge here.
Now, look here, Hodges. I don't want to discuss anything with you at any time. Now, Wilson, I think we'd better...
Look, just a minute. I've got a position in this town, and I will not have it undermined. This white helmet means something, you know.
Yes, it means you're very boring. Now, just get out of there.
Look, Mr. Mannering, up there on the clock. There he is, like I said. He's dangling, sir.
Hilfer!
His parachute cords look as if they're caught up on the minute hand.
How are we going to get him down, sir? Mr. Mannering, I'd like to make a suggestion, please.
Yes, what is it, Pike?
Well, if you look at the clock, Mr. Mannering, you'll see it's now 5 to 11.
Yes, what about it?
Well, if we wait till 1:30, he'll probably just drop off.
Stupid boy.
Mind you, sir, Pike's got something there, I think. He'll slide further down every minute after 2:15, unless you want a German pilot making a nasty mess in the street. I mean, we ought to get him down quickly.
Yes, you're quite right, Wilson.
Well, come on, Napoleon. Don't just stand there. Do something.
I'm thinking.
God, blimey, you've never thought before. Why start now?
Oh, be quiet. We'll have to be careful. Wilson, for all we know, that Nazi may be armed.
Oh, I don't think he's in any position to give us much trouble, Captain.
Oh, don't you believe it, Fraser. A wounded jackal is always the most dangerous when he's cornered. Now, we need to find out how to get up to the clock tower.
There's an inquiry desk just inside the town hall, sir. I expect they'd know.
Ah, good idea, Wilson.
Permission to speak, sir?
Yes.
Well, say, in my experience, those young ladies at the inquiry desk, they're not at all helpful, you know, sir. They're very haughty, they are, sir. Everybody has to have an appointment, see? Without an appointment, you won't be able to see anybody.
Oh, don't be absurd. This is an emergency.
Oh, I don't think that'll make any difference to them, sir. Very, very haughty they are, sir. Treat you with a terrific lot of haught.
Excuse me, Captain Mannering. I think I may be able to help you.
Really? Who are you?
Parsons. Henry Parsons. I work at the town hall. Part-time, that is. It's my job to wind the clock. Twice a year.
Blimey, you can't get more part-time than that.
Right, lead on, Mr. Part-Time. Get Parsons.
I'll come with you.
Oh, no, you don't, Hodges. You stay right where you are.
Oh, really? That man's got no respect whatsoever for my white helmet.
Here we are, Captain Mannering. Now, this is the door into the clock tower, but I'm afraid it's not going to be easy getting up to the clock.
How do you mean?
What?
You not remember, Captain Mannering? The staircase was burned down by a firebomb a couple of months ago.
Yes, that's right. I haven't had to go up there since then.
Well, let's have a look anyway.
I see what Mr. Parsons means, sir. They've rigged up some scaffolding and builders' ladders as a temporary measure, but it doesn't look at all safe.
Well, we'll manage somehow. Now, let's see.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jones. What's happened?
Hello, Mr. Godfrey. Where have you been?
I was in Timothy White's when I heard the commotion. Mannering, can I be of any assistance, sir?
I doubt it, Godfrey.
Whatever have you got there, Mr. Godfrey?
Oh, it's my sister's rubber air cushion. I've been to have it repaired.
Fancy the shop making you carry it through the streets like that, all uncovered. It's a disgrace.
They never wrap things nowadays. I suppose it's the war. I'm afraid all the old standards are going by the board.
Oh, you're right there, Mr. Godfrey. They could have put a bit of paper around it, couldn't
Jones.
you? It's very ingrate of you to carry it through the street like that, all uncovered. when I say all uncovered, I'm talking about the air cushion, of course. Not you, Mr. Godfrey.
Jones. May I remind you, there's a German dangling from the town hall clock. We've got to get up these ladders.
Why bother to go up at all?
What do you mean?
Well, why don't we put Mr. Godfrey's air cushion on the pavement below the tower, and that might break his fall.
One more remark like that from you, Walker, and I shall order you to leave the town hall. Now, there's nothing else for it. This is the only way we can get up to the clock, and we'll have to be very careful because the whole lot wobbles.
Captain Mannering, I would like to volunteer to be the first one to shin up those ladders and be very careful because the whole lot wobbles. Let me go, sir. Let me be first, sir.
Perhaps Frank ought to go first. I mean, he's the lightest.
Oh, that's not fair, Uncle Arthur. You know I can't stand heights. I'm a martyr to vertigo.
I shall go up first, and that's that. Good.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mannering. I'm sorry. You're too late. I've already uplifted myself. Anyway, it's not right that you should sacrifice yourself when there are people like me about who are more disposable.
Well, be very careful, Jones. If you slip, it can be fatal. You know, Wilson, I have to hand it to Jones. That man's heart is in the right place.
It is at the moment, yes. Not at the top yet.
Helfer! Helfer!
We're coming!
Schnell!
Never mind about the smell now. Now, there is nothing to worry about. Nothing. You have got another 25 minutes before you drop off.
Come on, Wilson. We're almost there.
Did you hear that, Fritz? They're all coming to give you a hand. We'll get you in. In the meantime, don't go away.
Jones, where are you?
I'm over this side, sir.
Right, we're coming.
The German's still on the clock, Mr. Mannering. What are we going to do?
You keep him covered and I'll parley with him.
Right, sir. Now, pay attention, Fritz. The captain will now parley with you.
Thank you, Jones. Now, look here. Further resistance is useless. In the name of the King, I call on you to surrender.
Is the German still there, sir?
Of course he is. Do you think I'm talking to myself? Honestly, Wilson, if this is a specimen of a crack Luftwaffe pilot, I don't think much of him. I mean, look at him. He's hanging there. It's like something the cat dragged him. Not smart, like our own brave RAF lads.
Well, I wonder how you'd feel if you were dangling 150 feet above the ground.
You don't want any of that sort of talk, Wilson. Man's in a blue funk. Goodness sake, pull yourself together.
Help me, better!
Pull yourself together.
Help me, better!
Oh, really? Well, he doesn't even speak English. Joe, pull yourself together.
I've really no idea, sir.
The man looks in a terrible state, sir. Anyway, I know you can't help feeling sorry for the poor buddy.
Yeah, he looks about all in. Look, sir, it's nearly 5 past. How are we going to get him off the clock and onto this parapet?
What we need is some sort of long pole. Here, tell you what, Mr. Mannering. Why don't we pull the hour hand off the clock? We should be able to reach him with that.
That's a good idea, Walker. See if you can reach it.
Right.
Lend a hand, Jones.
Right over, Mannering.
Oh, goodness me, that was quite a climb, especially as I'm not as young as I was. Here, just a minute. What are those men doing to my clock?
Nothing to worry about, Mr. Parsons. Just going to take the hour hand off.
Take the hour? That's vandalism, Mr. Mannering. You can't desecrate the town hall clock like that. People won't know what time of day it is.
Sorry about that. This is war.
But that clock's a superb piece of workmanship. It's German, that is. They make very good clocks, them Germans.
You sure it's German?
Aye, he's right, sir. It's just here in this wee brass plate, made by Hermann Holst, Munich.
That settles it. Get that hand off, Jones.
I'm trying to pull it, sir, but it doesn't want to come.
I think it's been made too well, sir.
By the Germans? Rubbish. Try harder.
Hello, Uncle Arthur.
What's going on?
Where have you been, Frank?
Well, I had to come up slowly, Uncle Arthur, because the ladder wasn't half wobbly. Is the German still hanging on?
Yes, he is.
Do you remember before the war?
Huh?
Well, when the clock was allowed to chime,
Oh.
it used to play nursery rhymes every quarter of an hour. Little figures used to come out.
Yes, of course it did, sir. It did, yes. That's it. There was a knight on horseback, another one with the sword.
Yeah,
and
there was that one with the long side.
That's right, yes, the Reaper.
That's right. He used to switch backwards and forwards.
Do you mind?
Do you remember the Reaper? Nice to read.
I haven't got time for you to reminisce. Fighting the clock.
Oh, that's awfully good. Very funny. Delightful little joke. Very good.
Wasn't meant to be funny.
Was it? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
It's no good, Mr. Mannering. We can't get the hand off. I'll tell you what. If I climb out on the other side of the parapet, like this, perhaps, if I lean out, I might be able to reach him. Hilfer! Hilfer! Hang on, mate. I'm doing my best.
Can you not lean further than that, son?
Oh, blimey, I'm not a flipping giraffe, you know. If he could swing himself a bit towards me, I might be able to grab him.
Yes, that's it. Wilson, what's the German for swing?
I've really no idea, sir.
You know, Wilson, you're just about as much use as a dying duck in a thunderstorm.
Yeah, Fritz, swing it. Swing it. You know, hot cha-cha.
Try him with a bit in the mood, Joe. He might understand that.
Yeah, okay. Mr. What you call it, what you doing tonight? Right, come on, Potty.
Well, about the corner with the table for two. Where's the music fellow with the table for two? Hey, it's Manning.
Yeah.
It's Manning.
What is it, Frank?
Look, the German's crying.
Surprised with that terrible row. Oh, man's a complete fool. Doesn't seem to understand anything.
Perhaps he prefers classical music, sir.
Well, we could try something German. We're very good music, them Germans.
Ho, but Offenbach, the Tales of Hoffmann, eh?
Yes. The Barcarolle has got a lovely swing.
Aye. Mr. Manning, I found a pole, but it's tied to the scaffolding.
Yes, not now, Jones. Now, look, I refuse to allow my platoon to sing a German song.
I only need to cut through a piece of rope and the pole will come free.
Touch a bit quiet, Jonesy. Look, Mr. Barney, we've got to get the German in somehow. Anything's worth a try. Here, reel in, you boys. Come on. 1, 2,
Well, he always tells us to use our initiative. I think I'll just get on and cut it.
Just a minute. Stop singing. Stop singing, everybody. What's that noise?
It's only me, sir. Oh, I'm cutting through this rope so I can get this pole out. I'm nearly there.
No, Jones. No, you mustn't.
It's all right, sir. It's coming.
Jones, don't. The whole lot will fall down.
What did you say, sir?
Doesn't matter now. Too late.
We'll never get down. We're maroon.
Oh, be quiet, Fraser.
You see, sir, I was not cognizant to the fact that this pole had things attached to it.
It's all right, Jonesy, all right. It could happen to anyone.
Especially him.
I want to make it up to you, Mr. Mannering. Whatever you ask me to do, sir, I will do, no matter how dangerous. I will make any sacrifice necessary in order to regurgitate myself.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
Hilfer! Hilfer!
Oh, well, I'm fed up with that Nazi dangling there, whining Hilfer.
Well, I'm sure he'd agree with you, sir, but especially as it's almost 15:15.
15:15?
Yes.
Great Scott. Right, let's go and get him in. We'll worry about how we get down later. Corporal Jones, walk up. Bring that pole over here.
All right, Mr. Mannering.
Excuse me, Mr. Mannering. I can see Mr. Hodges down in the street below. I think he's trying to shout up to us, but I can't hear what he's saying because it's too far. What shall I do?
Oh, shout down to him and tell him you can't hear him.
Yes, all right, Mr. Mannering. Mr. Mannering?
Yes.
If I can't hear him, he won't be able to hear me.
You need a megaphone. That's what you need. The Germans make very good megaphones.
Yes, all right. Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Now, Walker, lower that pole.
And they make radios and gramophones as well.
For heaven's sake, shout out!
So don't you forget what I've said, Mannering. I've had just about enough of you.
I hope you stay at the top of that clock tower forever. Then I can enjoy the war in peace. Because I do enjoy this war. In fact, I've never enjoyed anything so much in all my life as being Chief Warden. I love it. The war will spoil it for me. And don't try to shout back to me because it's too far and I won't be able to hear you.
Hello, Mr. Hodges. Are the Germans still up there, then?
Yes, that's right, Vicar.
I thought he might have fallen off by now.
No, not yet. You haven't missed anything.
Oh, good. Oh, look, Mr. Hodges. I think they're pulling him in.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Right, come on now. All pull together.
Careful, Mr. Money. You'll break the man's leg.
Oh, I can't help that. He shouldn't have come in the first place.
I've got him, son.
Well, now, Walker.
Oh, Dankeschön, mein Herr, Dankeschön.
Oh, don't start all that foreign rubbish.
Excuse me, sir. We won't actually be able to get him over the parapet until we've released him from his parachute.
Good point, Wilson. How do we do that?
Well, you see that big buckle on his tummy, Mr. Mainwaring? Well, you give it a quarter turn to the left and then hit it. I saw it in the film one of our aircraft is missing.
Mr. Speak, sir.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to volunteer to give the German a quarter turn and then hit him. Let me do it, sir. Let me do it, please, sir.
Oh, very well.
Right, now, quarter turn to the left. Right, that's it. And now. It hasn't opened, sir.
Try it again, Jonesy.
Yes, all right, sir. It still won't open.
You must have got it wrong, Pike.
Actually, sir, I just thought a quarter turn to the left would be on British parachutes. On the continent, they use a left-hand thread.
Oh, yes, that's typically foreign. All right, Jones, try turning it to the right.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Mainwaring.
I did it a bit harder this time, Jonesy.
With pleasure.
Oh, they've gone.
Here, look, Vicar. They're hitting the poor devil.
Where? I can't see.
There, right across the gargoyles.
That's not in the Geneva Convention.
No, but it's very near it.
Good morning, Vicar.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Godfrey. This is very exciting, isn't it?
Mr. Hodges told you Captain Mainwaring and the rest of them are marooned up there at the top of the tower. You see, all the ladders fell down.
Yeah, they were knocked down, you mean? Ruddy hooligans. Oh, sorry, Vic.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Hodges. Now, how are we going to get them down?
I'm sorry, Vicar. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't even want to discuss it.
Oh, dear. Oh, now, don't worry, Mr. Godfrey. I think I know how to get them down.
Oh, good. How do we do it?
By exercising a little skill I have. I'll just pop back to the vicarage and pick up my accoutrements. I won't be long. You wait here.
Oh. Well, that seems to have done it, sir. Yes, look, we can get the parachute off him now, sir.
Well done, Jones. Give him a hand, Walker.
Right you are, Mr. Mainwaring. Cool, look at all that lovely parachute silk, Jonesy. I could get about 500 pairs out of that lot.
500 pairs of what?
Well, you know, Mr. Mainwaring, ladies...
Right,
you know.
Right, come on, men. Pull him over the parapet.
Oh, danke, mein Herr, danke, sir.
He's ever so grateful, Mr. Mainwaring.
I think he wants to kiss you, sir.
What? Oh, no, right. Any of those foreign tricks here. Jones, take the prisoner over in the corner and keep him covered.
Yes, right, Mr. Mainwaring. Come on, Fritz. Handy hop.
Yes, sir. Now we've rescued the Germans, sir, I really think we ought to try and work out how we are going to get down.
Oh, don't worry, Wilson. I've never let you down yet, have I?
Well, there have been...
Yes, all right. Time now to discuss the odd occasion. Now, I've written a note here, and I'm going to throw it down to the people on the ground.
But that won't go straight down, sir. You see, it will flutter for miles.
What?
It will flutter, you see.
Yes. Just testing you, Wilson.
Mr. Mainwaring, can you give me the note? I've got an idea.
Well done, Pike. Here you are. Give it. What are you going to do?
Oh, there's a couple of empty bottles here. I'll chuck it down in one of these.
Oh, I'm not sure that that's a good
Here
idea.
goes.
Blimey, look out, everybody. They're chucking things at us.
Madman! That could have killed me.
Look, Mr. Hodges, there's a message in it.
Is there? Right, let's have a look. Right. Well, I'm going to send them a message back. Where's that chalk?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to write it on the road in big letters. Just watch this.
Oh, don't say anything you regret afterwards.
Really, Pike. You could have killed someone with that bottle.
I was only using my initiative.
Look, sir. Hodges is chalking a reply on the road.
What was your message, Captain Mainwaring?
How are we going to get down? What's his solution?
Why don't you
Jump.
Man's an idiot.
I think I'll throw the other bottle down.
What message is in that one, Pike?
Oh, no message. I'm just trying to hit Mr. Hodges.
Good.
Hey, Mr. Manning, why not each one of us in turn suggest a way to get down, and then you can pick out the best, eh?
Yes. Well, I suppose we might as well try it. Better than nothing. Yes, Pike?
If we could unhook the parachute off the big hand of the clock, one of us could float down on it.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Mr. Inspector, if we can unhook the parachute like Pikey says, we could cut it into shreds, and then we could plait it, and keep on plaiting it, until we have one long rope, and then we could take it in turns to slide down it.
What are you sniggering at, Wilson?
I just think that's a bit of a platitude.
I don't understand. Anyway, let's hear what you've got to offer.
All right, sir. Well, I can't help remembering a fairy story my dear old nanny used to tell me. It was all about a beautiful princess who was trapped at the top of a high tower, just like us, and she was rescued by a handsome prince.
Can't say I've seen many princes around Warmington lately.
Anyway, do you know how he got her down?
But telling her stupid stories like this, I shouldn't have wondered.
No. No, I mean, how he got her down from the top of the tower.
I've no idea.
Well, you see, the prince shot an arrow up to the top, and attached to the arrow was a length of silken thread, and attached to the thread was a piece of twine, and attached to the twine was a rope.
Go on.
You see? Well, the princess pulled them all up, and then the handsome prince climbed up and rescued her. There. It was nice, wasn't it? Did you like that?
I don't think I can stand much more of this. Like having a bad dream.
Mr. Manning, I mind the time many years ago, in the furthest part of the Western Isles. It was a wild and lonely spot, you understand. As it so happens, 2 brave lighthouse keepers were marooned. Stairs had collapsed, and they were cut off. They were stuck up at the top there for 2 long months. And in the end, they decided there was only one way to get down.
What was that?
To dismantle the lighthouse brick by brick.
It's not a very sensible suggestion, Fraser.
Oh, maybe no. But you see, they'd been up there so long, they were quite mad. Did you hear what I said, Captain Manning? Mad.
Your turn, Walker. Walker?
Yes, sir, what is it?
Haven't you been listening to Fraser's soliloquy?
No, I'm sorry, sir. I've been watching the vicar and Private Godfrey down below in the street. They seem to be up to something. Playing patience, I shouldn't have wondered.
Well, man, I can't say that I've been exactly bowled over by the brilliance of your ideas. Especially yours, Wilson.
I'm sorry, sir.
I mean, a bow and arrow. Length of twine. Most stupid suggestion of the lot.
It's an arrow, Mr. Manring. Look, it stuck itself in that beam just behind you.
Good heavens.
I think the vicar fired it from down below.
There's a message on it, sir.
What does it say, Mr. Watson?
Just a minute. Attached to this arrow is a length of twine. Attached to the twine is a length of cord. Attached to the cord... well. It's quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Yes, all right. You start pulling out the twine, and I'll work out a suitable order for us to be taken down from here.
Sir?
Naturally, I shall go first.
Naturally, sir?
Yes. And you can go last. Now, let's see. That leaves Jones, Fraser, Walker, Pike, the German fellow. Oh, Mr. Parsons. It's funny. I wonder where he's got to. Walker, have you seen Mr. Parsons lately?
No, sir. No. I can't say I have.
I saw him about 5 minutes ago, Mr. Manring. He was saying something about the German having damaged the clock face. I think he went to have a closer look.
Help!
What was that?
Help! Look, sir. Hanging onto the big hand of the clock. Wait, bless my soul. It's Mr. Parsons.
What's he doing there? What are you doing, Mr. Parsons?
I leant over the parapet to check on my Roman 7, and I slipped, and now I can't get back.
Oh, really?
It's time, Mr. Mann. It's 5 to 12. It's slide off that big end at 1/2 past.
Oh, no, not again. Jones, Walker, bring that pole over here. Hang on, Mr. Parsons. Come on, Park Fraser. Lend a hand. Bring it again.
In that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John Le Mesurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, Chief Warden Hodges, Frank Williams, the Vicar, Larry Martin, Private Walker, Eric Chitty, Mr. Parsons, and Fraser Carr as the German pilot. Time on My Hands was adapted for radio by Harold Snow and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dias.
That episode of Dad's Army was first heard in 1976, which was a very important year for me personally.
Present Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. The Honourable Man, featuring John Lorry, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests, Bill Pertwee, Julian Orchard, Larry Martin, and Fraser Carr. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. It is late July 1941. And following Hitler's attack on the Soviet Union in June, Britain and Russia have signed a mutual aid pact against a common foe. Cooperation between the two countries is of the utmost importance. At the town hall in Warmington-on-Sea, the town clerk is addressing an important meeting.
Now, gentlemen, as you know, we are gathered here as a General Purposes Committee to discuss the arrangements for the visit of this Russian fellow to Warmington-on-Sea. Before we start the official business, I think it would be a good idea if I check that everyone who's meant to be present is in fact here.
Call the roll, you mean?
Yes, that's right, Captain Mannering. If you could just answer your names, I think that would be the quickest way.
Yes, I quite agree. Good idea.
So glad you approve. Right. Captain Mannering?
Yes?
Are you here?
Well, of course I'm here. You've just been talking to me.
Yes, of course.
Oh, get on with it. We shall be here all night at the rate.
Yes, well, I think we can also regard Mr. Hodges as being present, too. Mr. Fraser?
Hi, I'm here.
Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson?
I'm sorry, he doesn't seem to have turned up yet. Most unlike any of my men to be late.
I see. Well, we'll move on. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones?
He's another of my men. I'm sure there must be a very good reason for his absence.
Yes, I'm sure, yes. Now, what about Mr. Walker? Is he present?
Yeah, I'm here. And for once, Mr. Mannering, I bet you're glad to see me.
Well, there are one or two absentees, but I think we'd better make a start.
Hey, what about me? I'm here.
Sit down, Pike. You are here merely as a runner.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Look, how can I run if I'm sitting down?
Be quiet. Quiet, boy. Carry on, Mr. Upton.
Oh, thank you, Captain Ring. Now, as town clerk, it has fallen to my lot to find a suitable man to coordinate and mastermind our arrangements. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one man who's outstandingly suitable for this task, and I'm going to move over and ask him, with your approval, I'm sure, to take the chair. Captain George Mannering.
Hey, just a minute. Why do we have to have him as chairman? Russians don't want officers and bank managers and all that snobbish rubbish?
Well, from the inquiries that I've made round the town, it seemed to me that Captain Mannering was the best choice.
Well, I don't agree. I think we ought to have an ordinary bloke. A greengrocer or somebody like that.
Do we know a greengrocer?
Yes, me.
If If there's any dissent, I'll gladly stand down.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll second that.
I'll tell you what. Now, Captain Mannering, the simplest thing is for you to vacate the chair, then I'll take the chair and we'll take a vote.
Yes, very good.
Stand by for a quick game of musical chairs.
Now then, all in favour of Captain Mannering taking the chair, raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that seems to settle that. It's hardly worth counting those against.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, very well. Against? 1. Carried by 4 to 1. Captain Mannering will take the chair, which I shall now vacate.
Oh, dear. Is it all over?
No, of course it isn't. Town clerk and I are just changing our positions.
Oh, really? You got cramp or something?
Don't be absurd. Why are you late?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I thought you said the meeting was at 5:30.
I said 1:15. You don't listen.
There's a seat here, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Walker, thank you.
Yeah, we just had the bit. Hodges tried to give Mannering the elbow.
Oh. Sorry I missed that.
Mr. Town Clerk, ladies and gentlemen.
There aren't any ladies here. Haven't you noticed?
The order, please.
Oh, Tara, I'll have a large scotch.
We're assembled here to honour the Russian warrior Vladislav. The point is, he's a hero of the Soviet Union. Now, on his goodwill trip, he's going to visit, amongst other places, Warmington-on-Sea. And naturally, we should provide some form of official welcome. The thing is...
Evening, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late, but it's been one of those days.
Yes, all right, John.
See, I had a bunch of sausage skins what was very diaphanous, sir. It was all right when I filled them, but when the ladies cooked them, the heat caused them to splurge, you see, sir. And the ladies, they don't like that sort of thing. Splurging is obnoxious to them.
Yes, I'm sure. Most distressing, yes. Now, as I was about to say, what form should our welcome to this Russian take?
Come, Mannering. I've been given the matter most careful thought, and I'm prepared to offer him a voucher worth £10 towards the cost of a funeral.
Blimey, he won't be able to take advantage of that unless he pegs out while he's over here.
That's a risk I have to take.
Why don't we give him the freedom of Warmington?
Yeah, that's right.
Why not?
And we could let him go into the cinema for nothing.
Blimey, Pike, he's only going to be here for a couple of hours.
Well, they could put on Mickey Mouse and a Donald Duck.
Pike.
Sir?
You kindly remember you're not on this committee. You're a messenger boy.
Only trying to be helpful.
If you say another word, I send you back to the church hall and make you wait in my office on your own, with the door shut.
It's not fair. Why can't I make suggestions? Just because I'm the youngest, I always have to keep quiet. It's not fair.
Will you be quiet? Sorry about that, gentlemen. Now, to get back to the matter under discussion. I think Wilson made a very good suggestion. The question is, what form should the freedom take?
Well, how about a parchment scroll? They're very nice, they are.
Well, of course, parchment isn't easy to come by nowadays, but I reckon I can lay me out on some.
Well, what about a key?
Ah, yes. We'll arrange some sort of ceremonial presentation, and then I, as chairman of the committee, will hand it over to him.
Oh, got yourself in there quick enough, didn't you, Napoleon?
Excuse me, Captain Mannering. Music!
I don't hear anything.
That's what we need, man. Music. The town band playing and the church choir singing the red flag.
Oh, you should have heard what that choir was singing behind the scout out last night, Mannering. Would have made your hair stand on end. If you had any.
Mr. Mannering, sir, why don't we have the town band playing Russian-type music, and I will dress up as a Cossack and do me cobblers.
I beg your pardon?
Cobblers, sir, there's a highly difficult kicking and crouching steps what the Cossacks do, sir. They do a lot of kicking and crouching and cobbling the Cossacks do, sir. They go, hop, hey, oh, wee, hop, hey.
So, I'll have to practice, of course.
Yes. Thank you very much, Joe. We'll consider your suggestion. Now, the Home Guard will parade, of course.
Captain Mannering, I assume Sergeant Wilson will be giving a demonstration of acrobatic motorcycle riding, eh?
What about it, Mr. Wilson, eh?
Motorcycle riding?
Perhaps I should explain. This is a joke at the expense of my sergeant. We have a motorcycle in the platoon, but so far he hasn't been persuaded to mount it.
Well, they're such all noisy things, aren't they?
Anyway, that's another matter. The thing is that one way or another, the arrangements for this visit seem to be taking shape. I shall now go ahead and coordinate these various suggestions, and I feel sure that, as usual, Warmington-on-Sea will rise to the occasion.
And bore the pants off everybody.
And Pike, I want you, go back to the church hall and wait for me in my office.
All right.
With the door shut.
All right, I'm going.
Right, gentlemen, I think that concludes our meeting.
And don't think I shan't tell my mum about you.
Pike.
Yes, Mr. Mannering?
Ask Mr. Wilson to come and see me, please.
Oh, he's not back from lunch yet, Mr. Mannering.
Not back from lunch? 2:20. Oh. Tell him I want to see him the second he gets in.
All right, Mr. Mannering. Oh, by the way, Mr. Mannering, here's 12 o'clock post. It came at 2:05. Hey, and look at this one. Someone's playing a joke on Uncle Arthur. To the Honourable Arthur Wilson.
Let me see that envelope. To the Honourable Arthur Wilson, private.
Does that mean he isn't a sergeant anymore?
Stupid boy. Come in.
Excuse me, sir, did I leave my banshee on your desk?
Leave your what?
My banshee. My rubbing out thing.
Oh, never mind about that. I want you, Wilson. Shut the door.
Right. Well, sir, what can I do for you?
This letter, Wilson. I should be obliged if you would ask your friends to keep their practical jokes out of my bank. Look at this on the envelope.
Oh, Lord, that wretched solicitor. I told him not to use the title of my letters. Oh, blast.
What are you talking about?
Well, it seems to be all round the town now. I suppose you were bound to find out sooner or later.
Are you trying to tell me that this letter isn't a joke?
Anything but, I'm afraid.
And you really are the Honourable Arthur Wilson?
Yes. Silly, isn't it?
Oh, I think it's wonderful.
Leave the room, Pike.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Then close the door.
Oh, all right.
Now, Wilson, mind explaining yourself?
Well, it's just that this uncle of mine died, you see, sir, and he didn't have any children, so my side of the family all moved up one, so to speak, see? So now I'm the Honourable.
I see.
Well, there's no reason why it should make any difference to me.
You can bet your bottom dollar it won't make any difference to you. And you needn't think you could start rolling in 20 minutes late after lunch, either. Where have you been?
Well, I popped up and had a bite to eat at the golf club.
Who took you to the golf club?
I'm a member.
You remember? Since when?
Well, you see, they heard about this title thing, and they asked me if I'd like to join.
I've been trying to get into the golf club for years.
But I believe they're awfully particular.
You don't even play.
No, I know I don't, but I shall enjoy the food, you see. They managed to find some smoked salmon for me at lunchtime.
Oh, smoked salmon? At the golf club?
Yes.
All I had was a snook fish cake at the British restaurant. I find this quite unbelievable. You... the Honourable Arthur Wilson.
Yes. Well, it does have a certain sort of a ring to it, don't you think?
Anyway, even if you do consider yourself part of the aristocracy, just remember that as far as this bank is concerned, I am still the manager and you are still the clerk.
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
And what's more, remember that I'm still the officer and you are still the sergeant. So pull your socks up and get on with your work.
All right, sir, yes, sir, yes.
And don't be late for this evening's parade either.
No, sir, no.
Honourable Arthur Wilson. Yes, Pike, what is it?
Mr. Mannering, the area manager's on the telephone. He's been hanging on for quite a while, but I didn't put him through because I knew you were talking to the Honourable Uncle Arthur.
Did you really? him through now.
Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Hello? Mannering here, sir. Sorry to have kept you waiting, sir. No, I was in conference with my chief clerk. Wilson, yeah. Actually, it's the Honourable Arthur Wilson. No, I always pick my staff with a great care, Rover. What can I do for you, sir? If it's about the...
Of course, when I was a regular soldier, we had a lot of officers who were honourable. Well, at least they were called honourable. Anyway, these honourables used to stand in a haughty manner, as if they had a nasty smell under their noses. I'll say this for them, they was very good at keeping stiff upper lips. We had one officer at the Battle of Omdurman, he had his head blown off, but his upper lip was still as stiff as carpet.
Being an honourable hasn't changed Uncle Arthur a bit, you know. He still calls me Frank like he was an ordinary common person.
It won't change him. He was a fool before and he's a fool now.
I used to serve one or two honourables when I was in the Army and Navy stores. They were just ordinary people like any other customers. The only difference was you couldn't get the money from them.
All right, fall in, please. Fall in. Three ranks.
Come on, hurry up. Settle down.
For Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Jones.
Could you settle a small technical discussion, sir? Do we address Sergeant Wilson as the Honourable Sergeant Wilson or Sergeant the Honourable Wilson?
Well, please. I don't want any fuss. I just want to be like an ordinary sergeant, sir.
I gave up any hope of your behaving like an ordinary sergeant long ago. Right, men. Now let's go over our part of the ceremony where I hand over the key.
Come on, Mannering. Why are you handing it over? I think the Honourable ought to do it.
I don't agree. Captain Mannering always does this sort of thing with great dignity.
Yeah, that's right, he does.
Thank you, Walker.
Mind you, I think there's a lot to be said for change.
Well, I look at it this way. Sergeant Wilson may have 3 stripes on his honourable arm, but you, Captain Mannering, still have 3 pips on your common shoulders. There's still one up to you, even if you are common. You've got a better insignia, and that is how it should be, because that is the status quo.
Thank you, Jones. With regard to Saturday's ceremony, I've been doing some research into the way these Russian chaps show appreciation. Apparently they don't cheer like we do, but instead they applaud. So I think that's what we ought to do.
Yeah, but Mr. Mannering, if we present arms and then clap hands, there will not be a lot of blue toes round the platoon.
I don't have to be told that, thank you, Walker. We shall have to find some other method.
Why don't we ground arms? Then we can clap away till the cars come home.
Precisely. Just what I was about to say.
Oh, of course.
Testing you, Wilson.
Yes, very clever of you. Very clever.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Jones.
Well, we haven't done any grounding of late, sir. Could we have a go now, sir, and then we could all get familiar?
Good idea, Jones. Squad. Head! Try and keep up, Jones. Ground arms.
1, 2, 3.
Applause for the Russian hero. Begin.
Oh, thank you very much, gentlemen. I didn't expect such a nice welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Upton. What can we do for you?
Well, it's about the Russian visit. Can I have a word with you, Captain Mannering?
Yes, of course. Carry on, Wilson.
Very good, Captain Mannering. Good evening, Mr. Upton.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Now, how can I help you?
Well, I hope you won't take this amiss, but we feel that since Mr. Wilson has come into a title, and we haven't any other title people in Walmington, well, the Honourable Arthur ought to present the key.
Oh, no. No. I couldn't possibly allow such a thing. Now, let's be quite clear about this. I'm presenting the key, and that is an end to the matter.
Well, of course, if you feel like that.
I do. I'll leave you to let yourself out through the side door. Good night.
Good night, Captain Mannering.
Wilson.
Yeah.
You've engineered all this, haven't you, Wilson?
Oh, believe me, sir, I wish it had happened.
Oh, yes. Yes, I can believe that.
No, really, sir, really. I mean, I didn't ask to belong to the golf club. I'm getting begging letters, and how Mrs. Pike wants me to buy a pipe, a tweed, hat, and a Labrador. Really, I mean, life isn't worth living anymore.
Don't give me all that soft soap. You're revelling in it.
No, really. Really.
Now, just remember what Jones said. I've got 3 of these pips, and all you have is 3 miserable stripes. On Saturday, I shall be presenting that key. And you know what you're going to be doing before the ceremony?
I really no idea.
You're going to ride that motorcycle, Sergeant Wilson. And I'm going to supervise your departure, personally.
Has the bike got enough petrol in it, Joe?
Yeah, I think so, Pikey. Anyway, I can't get my hands on any more until next week, so it'll have to be okay.
Is the bike ready, Walker?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Captain Manring, if Uncle Sergeant, the Honourable Wilson, falls off, you know, and breaks his leg, well, can I have the bike for a bit, please?
Do be quiet, Pike. Why on earth is Wilson taking so long to get ready?
He's putting on his protective clothing, sir.
I did some flying goggles I brought back from France during the 14-18 war, sir.
He borrowed my cold store boots. And I've lent him my old overalls. I wear them when I'm embalming.
How very appropriate.
Here he comes now.
Blimey, it's Amy Johnson.
Morning, everybody.
Well, hurry up and get mounted, Wilson. You've got time for an hour's spin before the ceremony.
Wouldn't 10 minutes be enough?
Of course it wouldn't. Right. Carry on, Jones.
Yes, sir. Now, remember, Mr. Wilson, you squeeze the clutch with your left hand,
yes.
Then you kick upwards onto the gear with your right foot, and rev up with your right hand by doing a sort of thrum. Right. And you let out the clutch with your left hand like you was unsqueezing a lemon.
There you are, Wilson. Couldn't be simpler. Unsqueezing a lemon.
Come on.
Get the bike started.
I'll give you a hand. Come on, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Jonesy. Thank you.
Right, Wilson. Off you go. We'll see you at the ceremony in about an hour.
Yes. I suppose so. Well, goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, come on, rev up, Mr. Wilson, rev up. From. Unsqueeze your lemon.
Captain Manry, do you think I ought to follow him on a bicycle with my first aid kit?
No. Now, it's high time Sergeant Wilson learned to fend for himself. Right, men. Fall in for inspection. And then in half an hour, we'll move off down to the clock tower for the official parade. Quite a number of people have turned up to watch the ceremony.
Yes, I expect they all come to see you do your presentation bit, sir.
Yes, I suppose so.
I say, sir, the men all look very smart, don't they?
Yes, they do indeed. By Jove. Getting very near the big moment. It's almost 3 o'clock.
I see the mayor's already in position on the platform.
I must say Sergeant Wilson's running it a bit fine. I wonder where he's got to.
He should have been here by now.
Perhaps Sergeant Wilson has become disassociated from his motorbike in some obscure place of which we know not.
Yes, I suppose that's possible.
If you've killed my Uncle Arthur, my mum will never let you hear the end of it.
You be quiet, Puck. I'm sure he's perfectly all right.
Still, you must admit, sir, it's not like Mr. Wilson not to telephone or something.
Perhaps they can't find a phone box.
Yeah, you know, I used to have that trouble when I was first out in the Sudan.
I wouldn't have thought they had any phone boxes in the Sudan.
They haven't. That's why I couldn't find one.
I still can't understand why Sergeant Wilson hasn't telephoned. There are lots of phone boxes in this country.
Well, maybe he didn't have any pennies on him.
I used to try and carry money about with me, especially for the telephone, but then, just when I needed some pennies, I always found I'd already spent them.
Good afternoon, Captain Mannering. Are your men quite ready?
Yes, of course.
By the way, where is Mr. Wilson? He doesn't seem to be lined up with the rest of your unit.
No, he hasn't returned from his motorcycle training yet.
By the sound of it, I think something's happening.
Yes, rather looks like it.
Yes, here comes the Russian staff car.
Stand by, everybody! Not yet! Wait until the car door opens.
Number 1, return, round, off! 1, 2, 3. Up! Clapping and cheering
Russian visitors, come in.
All right, I say, that'll be enough of that. Thank you.
Comrade Vladislavsky, on behalf of
Hello, everybody.
Merci me.
I'm not late, am I?
What do you mean I'm not late, am I? Where on earth have you been? What are you doing in the official Russian car?
Shush, Mr. Mannering. Comrade Vladislavsky, if you'll follow me, I'll show you to your place.
Come over here, Wilson. Now, what's going on? Why are you so filthy?
Well, it's really quite simple, sir. I was burning along on a motor bicycle, quite enjoying it, as a matter of fact. When all of a sudden, out of a side turning came a large car, in fact, this car. Anyway, I had to swerve, quite violently to miss it.
Go on. I'm fascinated.
Well, as soon as Comrade Vladislavsky realized what had happened, he stopped his car, helped me up personally, and offered to take me to the nearest hospital. Luckily, however, I hadn't actually been hurt in the accident, so I declined his offer. See?
Look, Wilson. If you get to the point quickly, you may well need to take him up on it.
See? Well, anyway, in the course of our conversation, he found out I was on my way here for the ceremony, and since the motorcycle was rather badly broken, he insisted I came with him in his car, so there you are, you see. Here I am. Well, it's better late than never, isn't it?
In your case, no.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, pray silence for Captain Mannering.
That's you, sir.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. Thank you, Wilson. I'll talk to you later.
Captain Mannering, everybody's waiting.
Comrade Vladislavsky, honoured guest, your worship, the mayor, ladies and gentlemen, on this auspicious occasion, it gives me great pleasure, on behalf of the citizens of Warmington-on-Sea, to welcome you to our fair town. Comrade hero of the Soviet Union, you and I are united in our common struggle, although we live poles apart.
God blimey, Jonesy, trust Mannering to mention the Poles.
We greet you as a brother in arms, and we are very proud and honoured to present you with this key, which symbolises the freedom of Warmington-on-Sea.
Niet.
What does niet mean, Wilson?
From the look on his face, sir, and the way he's pushing that key away, I think it fairly obviously means no.
I represent the workers of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. You people sitting here are not workers. Your faces are soft and clean. Your hands are soft and clean. You are bourgeois middle class.
Damn geek.
And you wish to honor me? Is it not better that you should honor one of your own workers? For example, that man over there.
Who, me?
Yes, you, comrade.
Hey, look, Mr. Godfrey. He's pointing at Uncle Arthur.
Are you quite sure? You don't think he means Captain Mannering?
Yeah, of course not, you silly old duffer. He said worker.
Comrade, come over here. Let me shake you by the hand.
Oh, I say, really, it's awfully generous of you. I hope you'll forgive all this grease and dirt.
Sycophant.
Look, everybody. Here is a man in a uniform, not of an officer, not of an imperialist, but that of a slave worker.
Slave worker, my foot is my chief clerk.
He has the dirt of the worker on his hands. He has the sweat of the worker on his brow.
Uncle Arthur better have a good wash before he's home, or Mum won't give him his tea.
I shall be honoured to present this key to your town of Wilmington, to my fellow worker. Here, comrade, it is yours.
Oh, I say, thank you so much. How awfully civil of you.
And now I must go. Do svidaniya.
Oh, shut up!
that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn, Corporal Jones, John Lorry, Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley, Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender, Private Pike, Bill Pertwee, Chief Warden Hodges, Larry Martin, Private Walker, Julian Orchard, Mr. Upton, the Town Clerk, and Fraser Carr as the visiting Russian. The Honourable Man was adapted for radio by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dias.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present The Navy Lark with our 3 stars, Dennis Price, John Pertwee and Leslie Phillips. Nowadays, ordinary daily shopping seems to get more and more expensive. Fortunately for a naval detachment on a small island off Portsmouth, they never have to go shopping. They just indent from stores. And they claim with some justification that no other unit makes a bigger dent in the stores than they do. But that's only one of the complaints of the inspecting officer from Portsmouth.
And one last thing, number 1. Next time I come to inspect this island, I'd be obliged if you didn't try and blast my launch out of the water with your big guns.
It was just blind bad luck, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. We reckon we got it.
What?
Well, we reckon we got it, right, sir.
Exactly. What Mr. Phillips is trying to say, Commander Purvey, is that the jetty guard mistook you for an admiral at a distance, and naturally I ordered a 21-gun salute.
That I am well aware of. 20 of them landed within 50 feet of me.
Really? I wonder where the other one went.
I know where I wish it had gone.
You nearly had my rudder off a couple of times.
Well, say, you should have sat down. Oh, you mean the boat? Oh.
Aren't you supposed to be doing something, Mr. Phillips?
I am, sir, yes.
What?
My nut.
Well, go and do it somewhere else. I can only apologize to you again, Commander Purvey.
Very well, but let it be clearly understood that whether you call it gunnery practice, a 21-gun salute, or pooping off a few to celebrate the Chinese New Year, I will not be shot at again.
Quite, sir.
I don't think he likes me very much.
Who does? However, I must admit that I don't find Commander Purvey a riot of fun myself.
All the same, we have to have an inspecting officer coming over from Portsmouth. I much preferred Commander Shaw to this replacement.
Agreed, Mr. Phillips, but I seem to remember it took us quite a while to get Commander Shaw into our little ways.
Oh, I don't know. After we shot at him a couple of times, he soon got the message.
Yes, he did seem a little more friendly.
It's rather a pity. Just as we get Commander Shaw trained, he gets replaced by old Thunderguts.
Yes. Very disrespectful of you, Mr. Phillips, but I agree.
I say, sir, do you think it would do any good to ask Chief Petty Officer Pertwee if one of his many relatives could get Commander Povey posted somewhere else?
Certainly not, Mr. Phillips. I wouldn't dream of such a thing.
Oh.
You ask him. I hardly think this unusual influence will be able to cope with this situation, but with Pertwee, one never knows.
I'll mention it in passing, sir.
Good. Ever since Povey took over from Shaw, I've had a positive flood of signals and forms from Pompey. I've even had to open up a not-received file.
A what, sir?
A not-received file, Mr. Phillips. A little device of mine for storing all the instructions, suggestions, and rockets I prefer not to know about and have therefore not received.
But, don't you get more signals asking why you haven't replied to the first lot, sir?
Oh, yes, always. So they go in the not-received file, too.
It's infallible, sir.
Very nearly, Mr. Phillips. As a rule, whoever is doing all the writing gets posted, retired, or fed up long before I do.
What happens if they don't, sir?
Oh, eventually, if they're really persistent, I send them an urgent priority signal demanding to know why they haven't answered my signal.
But you haven't sent one, sir.
I know, but it keeps them quiet for a bit while they try and find it.
There's There's just one thing that puzzles me about this idea, sir.
What's that, Mr. Phillips?
How come CPO Pertwee didn't think of it first?
It is surprising, but let us be grateful, Mr. Phillips. The day Pertwee opens up a not-received file, we consider him as completely cut off from the outside world, and us in particular.
Well, I'll go and see him straight away, sir, and see if he has any suggestions about the Povey situation, sir.
By all means. And whilst you're in the stores, you might also mention that I'm still waiting for a new chair, Mr. Phillips. This thing's a disgrace.
What sort of chair do you want, sir?
Oh, I'm not fussy. One like that luxurious, well-upholstered dream of a lounger's paradise Pertwee has himself would do.
Aye, sir.
And before he explains why I can't have one, tell him standing orders state I can sit.
Aye, sir. I'll go round to the stores immediately.
Oh, by all means, Mr. Phillips, because if I don't get a chair soon, I shall have to put your name on the subscription list of the Unit Comfort Fund.
I beg your pardon, sir?
A very expensive list, that, Mr. Phillips. Whenever I'm sure there's something going on that I don't know about, the Unit Comfort Fund usually benefits.
I've heard about it, sir. It cost CPO Pertwee a bomb.
A very frequent and generous subscriber.
He put it another way, sir. He reckons he's been done rotten.
Then watch it, Mr. Phillips. The Unit Comfort Fund may have a social evening any time now.
I'll contact CPO Pertwee at once, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Oh, I don't think he likes me very much.
Who does?
Heather, do you mind? They should never let women have the vote, let alone join the Navy.
Well, what's number one's trouble this morning?
Me, Commander Povey, me, his chair, and me again.
But the others I understand, but what's wrong with his chair?
Well, he falls to pieces when he sits on it.
Oh. So what are you going to do about it?
Hoping he's going to sit on it. I'm going over to see CPO Pertwee about a new one.
And the best of luck. The last person who got anything out of those stores was a powder monkey on the Victory.
I know, and if the Victory had come from Pertwee's stores, Nelson will still be awaiting delivery.
Why don't you get a new chair for yourself while you're about it?
What a good idea, Heather. After all, if I'm not going to get one for number one, I may as well not get one for me at the same time.
Stores here, we're stock taking. Good morning.
I didn't know we were taking stock, Chief.
You're not, but I have a perishing sight too often.
You mean to say we're a bit short?
Yeah, just a bit, Johnson, yes, just a bit. In fact, the only things we've got the right number of here is this flaming hut and us.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
I see you've been tidying up.
Aye? Tidying up, see?
Yes, there seems to be a lot more room in here than usual. Pertwee.
Yes, sir.
How do you get on with Commander Povey?
Well, as an inspecting officer, he's everything the Navy could wish for, sir. I hate the perishing sight of him.
Yes, that follows. We, number one, that is, I was wondering if perhaps one of your relatives couldn't, how should I put it?
Would find Commander Povey a more agreeable posting, sir.
Exactly, Chief.
No, nothing doing, sir. No, we tried it.
Oh, pity.
Yeah, we had him marked down for a nice, cosy little island off Scotland, sir. You know, just him, Thor Falcons, and James Robertson Justice.
Oh, it sounds ideal. Who objected? The Falcons?
Oh, no, sir. No. Commander Povey got wind of it.
What happened?
Well, a relative of mine is now on an island with Thor Falcons and James Robertson Justice.
Oh, hard luck, Chief.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. However, with regard to the other little matters, everything is under control.
Oh, good.
Yes, yeah. Another relative of mine, sir, who happens to be in the record department, you know.
They do get around, don't they?
Yes, sir, they're very mobile, sir. Yeah. Well, this relative happened to notice, quite by chance, and as a pure coincidence,
Oh, of course, yes.
that Commander Shaw was overdue for promotion and has rectified this oversight rapidly.
Good show.
Yeah, he also noticed that there happened to be a vacancy of the right rank, which, quite by chance, and as a pure coincidence...
Yes, all right. Let's take it for granted it wasn't half a fluke. Where's Commander Shaw now?
Well, he's Commander Povey's immediate superior officer at the Admiralty, sir.
That ought to hold him. Well done, Pertwee.
Thank you, sir. Will that be all, sir?
Yes. No. Number one can't sit down. Number one wants to know what's happened to his chair.
Well, I never touched it. I've got 3 witnesses who could prove it. I wasn't even there.
No. He wants to know what's happened about a new one.
A new one?
Yes, I want a new one as well, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
A couple like this effort of yours will suit our anatomies very well.
Well, it can't be done, sir. No, can't be done, sir. Look, main stores are very strict about office furniture. Well, I'll tell you what. Look, I could get you a nice line in dead upright, untouched deal.
Pertwee?
Yes, sir, yes.
I don't want to be difficult, Pertwee, but why can't number one and I have a chair like yours?
Well, you see, it's a question of rank, sir.
But in that case, surely officers...
Oh, no, sir, no. No, you can only cop one of these if you're the first Sea Lord.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
It's silly of me. Yes. Thinking that a sub-lieutenant would be entitled to... Hey, just a minute.
Yeah, what about that enamel, sir? Look, the enamel, I've got it in muddy brown, dustbin grey.
Pertwee?
Yes, sir.
What are you, as a chief petty officer, doing with the First Sea Lord's chair?
Oh, well, minding it. Yes, minding it.
Yeah, it's not good enough, Chief.
No?
How did you get hold of it?
Well, sir, a relative of mine in Whitehall, he plays a very confident hand at poker, sir.
Good grief. You mean you won it?
Well, he won it, yes, temporarily, sir, yes.
Yeah, well, but how did you get hold of it?
How did I get hold of it?
Yes.
Would you care for a game, sir?
Yes. Oh, no, of course.
No.
Well, do the best you can, Chief, about the chairs, won't you? And number one's getting up steam.
Yes, message received and understood, sir. I'll indent for your chairs today.
Good show. Carry on.
Aye, sir. Thank you, sir.
I can't get over the way you've tidied up this place. It's almost an echo. Morning, Chief.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Chopsy!
Aye, Chief.
Look, get me them indent forms, sharpish.
Right, Chief. You going to indent for the 2 chairs, then?
Not very likely. We'll have 200.
What for?
What for?
Yeah.
Strategy, my son, strategy. Look, main stores at Portsmouth aren't exactly used to getting small orders from this office, are they?
Oh, you mean they might get curious if you only ordered 2 or something?
That's right, my son, unless it was battleships. Yeah, the Pertwee family motto is take the order, bump it up a bit and pass it on. Right, Eddie, go and get the form.
Immediate attention. In the event of situation not being remedied to my satisfaction within 24 hours, I shall be obliged to institute court-martial proceedings against you. Signed, Purvey, Commander, Portsmouth, etc., etc., etc. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. Accept your signature on this indent form from a warrant officer, Hildebrand Pertwee, Quartermaster, Main Stores, Portsmouth.
Pertwee? Pertwee? That name sounds familiar.
It seems to be quite a common name in the service, sir.
So I gather. Now then, what's this? Chairs urgently required by... Good grief! Are they mad? But they never get them on the island.
What's the matter, sir?
This indent is for 1,000 armchairs. In pale mauve chintz.
With navy blue? Good gracious.
Now, jolly soon put a stop to this nonsense. I want an urgent signal sent to number 1 island detachment. A signal reads,
Sir?
that is, oh, for goodness sake, find me an able seaman who can take shorthand. I want to spread myself.
Come in. You wanted to see me, sir?
Yes, Chief. Now, where's my confounded chair?
Oh, well, I've indented for it from Main Stores, Portsmouth, sir.
Oh, splendid. Otherwise, I may have to purchase one out of the Unit Comfort Fund.
Oh, blimey.
And in order to make good the expenditure, I shall have to run another social, Chief. Tickets, same price as before, of course.
Yes, I'll get on the blower and chase him up straight away, sir.
Aha, I thought you might. Nothing like one of my socials for, come in.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
I don't know about excusing you, Mr. Phillips. I try to make allowances.
Oh, thank you, sir. That's jolly kind of you. And, yes.
What seems to be the trouble, Mr. Phillips?
A signal from Commander Purvey, sir. It's red hot.
Permission to leave, sir?
There, stay where you are, Chief. I haven't read the signal yet. Oh. Ah, yes, this does concern you, Chief.
Yes, I thought it would, sir. Permission to leave, sir?
No.
Thank you, sir.
This signal, by way of a change, is from Commander Povey and reads, chair indent ridiculously excessive and cancelled.
Oh, hard luck, sir. Hard luck, sir. Well, still, there it is. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on,
Now,
sir.
one moment, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Whenever you admit defeat as easily as that, I can't sleep at nights.
No, sir?
No, Chief. I lie awake wondering what is the fast one you've pulled that I haven't found out about. In short, how could one chair be considered ridiculously excessive?
One chair?
Well, it's poof.
Yes, Mr. Phillips, something is troubling you?
Yes, it is. No, it isn't. I know. Couldn't we put that signal in your not received files, huh?
Not received files?
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. That's done it.
Oh, pardon, sir.
A not received file, sir? Look, do you mean you got a file where you could...
I made a mistake, Pertwee.
Most certainly did, Mr. Phillips.
Well, he said pardon, sir.
Thank you, Pertwee.
Now, look, about this chair. I understand that Commander Shaw has received a little unexpected promotion and is now Commander Povey's immediate superior officer at Admiralty.
Yes, I had heard, sir. Yes.
Had you really?
Yes.
Well, perhaps it might be in order for me to ring him up and congratulate him.
Oh, yeah, quite in order, sir. Yes. And during the conversation, sir...
You think I might mention...
Yeah, a certain signal is...
had to go in your not received file. Oh, I've done it again, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Well, if that's all, sir, I must get back to the stores.
You seem to be in a terrible hurry, Chief.
Yes, sir. I've just remembered some clerical work which requires my urgent considerations.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Very well, Chief, but before you get too deeply involved in your administrative duties, you won't forget that the Unit Comfort Fund may have a social at any time, will you?
No, sir. No.
Ah, splendid. Carry on.
Orderly room, Admiral here, sir.
Commander Shaw here. Any sign of an answer to that urgent query I put through just now?
Your leading seaman White is on his way to your office with it now, sir.
Good show. Come in.
Leading Seaman White, sir. Your 11s, sir.
Well done. That'll be all.
Aye, sir.
And try and be on time tomorrow.
Aye, sir.
It gets lonely in here. Carry on. Good gracious, it works. Hello? Commander Shaw here.
Lieutenant Price, number 1 Portsmouth Detachment here, sir.
Oh dear. Look, do me a favour and ring up somebody else up here. There's a good chap.
Ring up somebody else, sir? Why?
Well, I've only just got here and I was hoping I might be able to stay.
Oh, I'm sure you will, sir. With all due respect, sir, that's why I rang you up. I wanted to congratulate you, sir, on your promotion.
Oh, there. Thank you very much. I don't understand it either.
Richly deserved, sir. I felt I just had to ring you. By the way, sir, whilst we're still on the phone, I wasn't going to mention...
Not much. Go on.
Well, sir, do you happen to remember the chair in my office?
Chair? You mean that badly stacked pile of firewood behind your desk?
Exactly, sir. Well, I had thought of indenting for another one, but Commander Povey seems to feel the indent is excessive.
Really? Well, it's hardly the thing, but you leave it to me. I'll have a word with Commander Povey myself.
Oh, but I wouldn't dream
That's all right. I'll enjoy it. I've been trying to find something to do ever since I got here.
Oh, most kind of you, sir. Most kind. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Orderly room here, sir.
Oh, send a signal to Commander Povey at Portsmouth, will you?
Aye, sir.
Message reads... Chair indent for island detachment considered essential. Delivery to be immediate priority. Signed, Commander Shaw, etc., etc. Got that?
Aye, sir.
Good. Oh, by the way...
Sir?
Any more in the pot?
Main Stores, Portsmouth. Warrant Officer Hildebrand Pertwee speaking.
Nunkey, it's me again.
We're closed for stock taking. Good morning.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it. Look, what about my chairs?
Oh, I'm getting them as soon as I can.
Well, haven't you got any in stock, then?
Yes, but not 1,500.
Ah, of course you... What's that? How many?
1,500.
Well, stone me. How did it get up to that number?
Well,
don't bother. I can guess you've all been at it.
Of course.
Look, Nunkey, hurry up and get those chairs. It's getting a bit hot over here.
I'm not surprised. I'm having to call in all available chairs in all units over here.
Well, look, hurry up, for Drake's sake. Goodbye.
Well, if Monday's no good, how about Tuesday evening?
I've got to wash my hair.
Wednesday evening?
I'm on duty.
Thursday?
Bath night.
Friday?
I don't know yet, but I'll think of something.
I know. How about Saturday? I've got 2 seats for a play.
No thanks, I've seen one.
Oh.
Well, that's number 1 again.
So what? Let him wait. Do him good. Coming, sir, coming.
That's right. Show him who's boss.
Come in.
You buzzed, sir?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, I buzzed. Several times. I was trying to find a tune you liked.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, any sign of your chair yet, sir?
No, Mr. Phillips, not so much as a caster.
Have you tried contacting CPO Pertwee again, sir?
Frequently.
What did he say, sir?
As far as I remember, stalls here, we're stock tagging, good morning, click.
Well, sir, you know what they say about Pertwee. If at first you don't succeed,
give up. However, I shall have one more go.
Yes, sir?
I'm feeling in a reckless mood, Heather. Try and get CPO Pertwee again, will you?
Aye, sir.
Stores here, we're stock taking.
2 bob each way, Dandelion.
Yeah, who's that?
It's number 1.
Cheat. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. What can I do for you?
I just rang up to see if by any chance you were on your way round here with my chair, Chief.
Oh, no, I'm afraid not, sir. No, I'm still waiting delivery from main stores.
I see. Have you phoned them up about it?
Well, I was just about to now, sir, when a funny thing happened. They rang me first.
What for?
To ask if we've got any chairs.
How strange.
Someone up at the Admiralty stores wants 1,500.
Fascinating. Then we'd better get hold of mine quick.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, Chief.
Any luck, sir?
No, don't be ridiculous, Mr. Phillips. I was talking to CPO Pertwee.
Oh, I was forgetting. I suppose it wouldn't do any good to have a word with Commander Povey, sir?
Well, neither do I, but we can always try.
Yes, sir?
Oh, Heather, get me Commander Povey at Portsmouth, will you?
Aye, sir.
Oh, by the way, Heather, what about Tuesday?
I'm washing my hair.
Wednesday evening?
I'm on duty.
Thursday?
Bath night, sir.
What?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
What is it?
Shortcut, sir. Try Monday week.
Commander Povey here.
Oh, Lieutenant Price here, Commander Povey.
And to what do I owe this great honor, may I ask?
Well, Commander
I can't believe we're actually communicating with each other after so long. Day after day, I've sent you signals, duplicate signals.
You have, sir. Well, I really haven't
And what
received
have I
it.
had from you? Nothing. Not one single solitary blasted word. Not even a full stop from your end. And not that it would surprise me in the slightest if your confounded wireless room was tuned into Housewife's Choice or Workers' Playtime all day long. If they're as big a bunch of left-handed, dunderheaded, know-nothing, simple-minded,
Give me the other phone, will you, Mr. Phillips?
Don't think Commander Povey's quite finished, sir.
I'm sure he hasn't, but he doesn't need my end of the conversation anymore. Pass me the other phone.
Aye, aye, sir.
Beyond my comprehension.
Admiralty, Commander Shaw here.
Number 1 Portsmouth Island detachment here, sir.
Oh, law. What do you want?
Well, I couldn't remember if I had congratulated you on your promotion, sir. We always got on so well.
You've already phoned me about this once, number 1.
Have I really, sir?
Yes, you also asked me to arrange about your chair.
Well, now, it's funny you should mention that, sir. It hasn't turned up so far, and I thought you might be able to...
No, I most certainly can't, number 1.
Oh, why is that, sir?
Because a couple of ratings from stores have just been in here and pinched my chair.
Good gracious.
And as far as I know, there isn't an officer in the whole confounded Navy who can sit down. Goodbye.
$1,498, 1,499, 1,500. Blimey, 1,500 chairs. They're all here, Chief. Chief,
Chief, where are you, Chief? Walled up behind 1494 and 1495.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Here. There.
Oh, God. That you, Johnson? Very kind of you to let me out.
Oh, that's all right, Chief. I'd do it to anybody, really.
Why don't you look what you're fairly well doing?
I didn't do it deliberately, Chief.
No, just as well you didn't, my son, or I'd have your guts for garters. Now then. Now look, about these chairs.
What are we going to do with them all, then?
Do? Well, it's simple. Look, sort out the best 200 and send all the others back, right? Give all my relatives a chance to get at them on the upline for the chain.
Fair enough. Hey, Chief.
All right. Now what?
What are we going to do with the 200?
Sit on them and play musical chairs for a month, of course. Oh. Look, you must know, Johnson, the remainder of these 200 chairs are going to the second-hand furniture shop in the town. I've come to a slight arrangement with the owner.
Who's that?
Me. Right. Now then, get on the main stores, Portsmouth, and tell them there are 1,300 chairs on the way back.
Aye, aye, Chief.
Ah, there you are, Pertwee.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And how's your chair, sir?
Absolutely first class, Pertwee. First class, yeah. I hope you enjoyed your 14 days compassionate leave.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. Yes. Yes, very kind of you, sir.
By the way, Pertwee, number one wants to see you urgently.
I thought he might.
Did you, Chief?
Yes, he's back. Oh, stone hello, sir. Where did you come from? Oof, I mean, is there something I can get for you, sir?
Apparently not, Chief. I've just made an inspection of the unit, and as far as I can see, the only person who hasn't got a new chair is me.
Well, there's a liberty. Yeah, it must have been a temporary slip of memory for which I have a complete explanation, sir.
What?
I forgot the perisher.
So I gathered. Yours is comfortable, I trust, Mr. Phillips?
Oh, yes, thank you, sir. It's absolutely... any time you'd like to borrow it, sir, you're only too welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Most generous of you. But during the Chief's absence, I've made other arrangements.
Other arrangements, eh? What? All right, where is it? Now, who's had it? Where's my chair? Where is it, sir?
I've got it, Chief. My word, it is comfortable, isn't it?
Yes. Very luxurious, sir. Yeah.
Which reminds me, Chief.
Here it comes.
The Unit Comfort Fund is having a social on Friday.
Yes, I thought it would. Yes.
I've put you down for 30 tickets in the raffle, as usual.
30? But they're £1 each, sir.
Magnificent contribution, Chief, and so unexpected.
Yes, wasn't it?
Yes. And as I'm expecting quite a crowd at the social, you might have a discreet word with the proprietor of that little second-hand furniture shop in the town for me.
The proprietor?
The proprietor, Chief. I understand he's keen to donate some more surplus chairs he's recently acquired.
I say, that's jolly sporting of him, sir.
Yes, isn't it, Mr. Phillips?
It's a carve-up. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's a diabolical carve-up.
Quite so. Good morning, Chief. Grand day, isn't it?
That was Dennis Price, John Pertwee and Leslie Phillips having their fun in The Navy Lark, written by Laurie Wyman. Dennis Price was the number one, John Pertwee was the chief petty officer, Leslie Phillips was the sub-lieutenant. Commander Povey was played by Richard Caldecott, and Heather was Heather Chasen. Commander Shaw was Michael Bates, Able Seaman Johnson was Ronnie Barker, and Warrant Officer Hildebrand Pertwee, Tenniel Evans. The recorded production was by Alistair Scott Johnston.